Chapter 1. Chen Yijun, October 4, 1987. In the evening, inside a solitary villa, Chen Yijun awoke abruptly from his slumber, drenched in sweat, his garments clinging to his body. Who am I? Where am I? What is this place? The voice belonged to a slender youth clad in nightwear, his fair complexion and bright eyes exuding an air of innocence. His disordered memories felt akin to countless golden needles piercing through his mind. Chen Yijun pressed his forehead, gradually recalling his identity. The youngest son of a tycoon. This is the world of the youngest son of a wealthy family. I have inexplicably become the second son of Chen Yikji, the biological brother of Chen Yijun. Confusion clouded Chen Yijun's thoughts. He distinctly remembered that the tycoon's grandchildren were only Chen Daojun, Chen Yijun, and Chen Hengjun. Where did he come from? Just as he pondered, a mechanical voice resonated nearby. A semi-transparent menu materialized before him, laden with various information. Quest, the youngest son of the tycoon. Current world time, October 4th, 1987. Plot synopsis. This is a world consumed by wealth, rife with familial strife. Here, you are Chen Yijun, the second son of Chen Yikji. To survive, the host must grow stronger. Chen Yijun stood dazed, realizing he had truly traversed into another realm. Main quest. Prevent your brother Chen Yijun from stealing a watch, while simultaneously causing your grandfather Chen Yangja to lose faith in Chen Daojun. Difficulty. Easy. Success reward, 1,000 system credits. Failure penalty, 1 year of paralysis. Upon hearing the system prompt, Chen Yijun murmured to himself about the simplicity of the task. Yet, the penalty of paralysis seemed excessive. This frail body was already in poor health, and such a fate would surely lead to his demise. He gently rubbed his forehead. Thus began his extraordinary life. From his memories, he recalled that Chen Yang's plane had tragically vanished and crashed, an incident orchestrated by Chen Daojun's forewarning to their grandfather to avoid that flight. This inadvertently intensified the old man's affection towards Chen Daojun, granting him a lucrative plot of land that would yield billions in the future, solidifying Chen Daojun's audacity. As the president of Shenyang Tycoon, Chen Yangja harbored an insatiable hunger for wealth and displayed ruthless cruelty, embodying the epitome of power in Shenyang. In matters such as these, possessing the initiative is invariably more advantageous than being subjected to the whims of others. Even a virtuous daughter-in-law could be cast aside. Had he been in her shoes, he would have had an entire brood of children by now. The following morning, Chen Yijun, guided by the memories in his mind, arrived at the familiar room brimming with antiques, the very place where his brother, Chen Yijun, pilfered funds. Each visit, he would discreetly take something, which ultimately led to his diminished affection. Those familiar antiques, under the coercion and temptation of Chen Daojun, would eventually belong to him. Chen Yang's adage rang true. In a tycoon's household, there are no friends, siblings, or parents, only wealth. Yijun, what brings you here? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed behind him. Turning, he beheld a boy of similar age, his gaze radiating affection. This was Chen Yijun, the eldest son of Chen Yikji and the future heir of the Shenyang Group. In his recollections, Chen Yijun's downfall in the ruthless struggle for the Shenyang Group led him to an untimely demise in prison. His wife departed, and he was left unaware of her fate. Wu Shixian inherited all the shares of the Shenyang Group, while Chen Daojun married Su Meining. Chen Yijun's life could be deemed tragically doomed. However, he understood from memory that Chen Yijun cherished his younger brother, always ready to share anything with him. I'm just here to browse, brother. What brings you here? Chen Yijun candidly replied. I need a little pocket money, so I'm gathering some things. Wait here, and I'll buy you some candy later. As Chen Yijun reached for their grandfather's watch, Chen Yijun interjected, Brother, if you need money, just tell me. I have some. Despite being only 9 years old, he possessed several million in pocket money in a wealthy family. It was inconceivable for a young master to lack private funds. Chen Yijun ruffled his hair, chuckling, just like my brother, but I don't need it, I have money. However, Chen Yijun grasped his hand firmly. Confusion flickered in Chen Yijun's eyes. Why was his brother attempting to stop him? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yijun realized that to avert the impending scenario, he must intervene and prevent Chen Yijun from proceeding, lest his own status plummet. At that point, Chen Daojun would inevitably capture Chen Yang's attention, setting him on a path of vengeance. Just then, a boy of similar stature entered the room, his face betraying a flicker of anger upon sighting Chen Yijun. Chen Daojun, diligent in his service to the Shenyang Group, failed to comprehend why his loyalty resulted in such animosity. Today, he was astounded to encounter his superior in this very space. Simultaneously, A recollection surfaced in Chen Yijun's mind, words spoken by Chen Yijun during Chen Yang's 60th birthday celebration, chastising him for his behavior. "You are the son of my fourth uncle." Chen Yijun frowned. "What are you doing here?" "I am also a member of the Chen family. Why shouldn't I be here?" Chen Daojun countered. Yet, Chen Yijun merely chuckled. "A member of the Chen family? Don't make me laugh. Your family is nothing more than beggars. If it weren't for grandfather's birthday banquet, we would likely never have met." Chen Daojun furrowed his brow. "What does that have to do with you? After all these years, you remain as insufferable as ever." In a fit of rage, Chen Yijun delivered a powerful punch to Chen Daojun's face. The force caused Chen Daojun to stumble backward, crashing to the ground and inadvertently pulling down Chen Yang's treasured antique. A resounding shatter echoed throughout the room. Chen Yijun's expression shifted to one of unease. That porcelain vase was grandfather's favorite, and he had not anticipated it would break. Yet, Chen Yijun remained unperturbed, advising him not to fret. Hearing the commotion, several individuals rushed in, including Chen Daojun's father, Chen Runji, and mother, Li Hairan, alongside Chen Yijun's parents. Sun Zhenglai looked anxiously at his son. "Yijun, Xingjun, are you both all right?" Chen Rongji, the eldest son of Chen Yangji and Chen Yijun's father, furrowed his brow upon witnessing the shattered antique, which was grandfather's most cherished possession. Chapter 2. The first pot of gold. Upon seeing the swelling on his son's face, Chen Runji felt a twinge of embarrassment. He turned to his elder brother, Chen Rongji, and remarked, "Brother, this seems rather unfair. Your two sons have bullied mine. Is that not excessive?" With arms crossed, Chen Rongji replied indifferently, "It is quite normal for children to engage in rough play. As an uncle, you surely wouldn't expect Xingjun and Yijun to kneel and apologize." Sun Zhenglai was also unwilling to let his son suffer, cradling Chen Yijun in his arms. "It's quite typical for children to fight. Why should you, as an adult, interfere?" At that moment, Chen Yijun noticed Chen Yangji lurking by the door. With a swift turn, he marched up to Chen Daojun. Chen Daojun braced himself, anticipating further confrontation, but was utterly taken aback by what transpired next. Chen Yijun boldly declared, "One must bear the consequences of their actions. It was I who struck Chen Daojun." Hastily, Chen Yijun rushed over, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Yijun. "It was I who hit him. My brother had no involvement. If punishment is to be dealt, let it be upon me." Chen Rongji nodded in satisfaction, pleased to see the brothers united in their defense. Should they continue to work together in this manner, he would feel assured in passing on Shenyang Group to them in the future. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them, that is the true mark of my eldest grandson. Old Master Chen entered the room, his beloved antique shattered on the ground. Rather than displaying anger, he expressed a measure of admiration for the bond between the two boys. "Grandfather! Father!" The exclamations rang out as the family members realized that the incident had drawn the old man's attention, leading to potential trouble. Chen Yangji nodded slightly, his gaze cold as he regarded his grandson, who had clung desperately to his sleeve earlier. "Chen Runji, you ought to manage your son better. Only those of the Chen family are permitted here. Were it not for your son, this incident would not have occurred." Chen Daojun's expression shifted. He found himself unexpectedly blamed by the old master, despite being the victim. Little did he know, in this family of tycoons, the strong ruled, and the weak were devoured. If one lacked the strength to stand up, how could they ever hope to inherit in a family of wealth? Moreover, had Chen Daojun not come here uninvited, the vase would not have been broken. Thus, Chen Yangji redirected his ire toward Chen Runji. "A bunch of beggars raising children in this manner. What good is your son?" The old master's words left Chen Daojun's father utterly speechless, forced to bow his head in submission. Yet Chen Daojun remained frozen, clutching his head as he struggled to recall memories from his past life. By all accounts, the narrative should not have unfolded this way. Could it be that his crossing over had altered the storyline? Little did he know that all of this was orchestrated by Chen Yijun. The two brothers left their home and found a quiet spot. Chen Xingjun remarked, "I have long found Chen Daojun insufferable. Main quest, completed. Reward, 1,000 system coins." At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Chen Yijun's ears. His account, once at 0, now reflected a balance of 1,000. This could be considered his first pot of gold since arriving here. Old Master Chen, now 60 years old, had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Except for Chen Daojun's father, all others worked within Shenyang Group. Chen Xingjun reclined in a chair, crossing his legs as he gestured to the empty space before him. "Once I inherit Shenyang Group, that Qingxin Tea House will belong to us." Spanning several hundred acres, Qingxin Tea House was comparable to the construction area of a prestigious university. In the year 1987, Owning such a vast estate was akin to receiving royal treatment. Old Master Chen was a man of immense influence. Even the president would address him with respect. The estate housed hundreds of elite bodyguards and servants, all at the beck and call of the wealthy family, fearful of incurring the master's wrath and facing dismissal. Working here earned a monthly salary of several tens of thousands of Korean won, considered a lucrative job by outside standards, one that many would vie for. Today marked the 60th birthday of the old master, and a grand banquet was to be held that evening, also intended to observe the relationships among his sons. With the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, Chen Yijun understood that to quickly gain power within the family, he needed to please the old master, which would subsequently aid him in securing his sister-in-law's favor. With the Ming Dynasty porcelain vase that Chen Yijun had gifted him in hand, Chen Yijun entered the banquet hall. The members of the Chen family presented their gifts one after another. Chen Rongji was the first to speak, presenting his offering. "Father, happy 60th birthday. I have specially acquired a painting of a phoenix by a renowned Qing Dynasty artist from a collector." Chen Yangzhe smiled with delight. "You are thoughtful." Other children followed suit, each presenting gifts valued in the millions, a testament to their wealth. However, when it was Chen Daojuan's family's turn, Chen Rongji produced a film disc he had prepared for his father. The entire Chen family fell silent, then erupted in laughter. To present a movie disc at such a grand occasion was simply too ridiculous. Chen Yangzhe's expression soured, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he tossed the disc into the trash in front of everyone, declaring, "The Chen family has no need for such rubbish." Chen Rongji's expression turned peculiar, yet he had no retort. He had intended this as a modern gift for his father, yet it was callously discarded. Anyone would feel a sense of humiliation in such a situation. Even Chen Daojun felt a pang of embarrassment. It was indeed a meager offering. In an era when the film industry was still burgeoning, presenting such a gift felt like a slap in the face of a wealthy family. It was entirely understandable for Chen Yangzhe to be incensed. "Grandfather, happy birthday." Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yijun approached Chen Yangzhe with his Ming Dynasty porcelain vase. The others looked on in astonishment as the frail child managed to lift the vase. Chen Rongji, taken aback, exclaimed, "Yijun, are you feeling better?" "Yes, much improved." Chen Yijun replied, prompting his mother to weep tears of joy. Chen Yangzhe beamed with delight, unable to contain his joy. This was the first time a grandchild had given a gift at the banquet. Regardless of its value, the act brought him immense happiness. Yijun has grown up. He is a good grandson. Chen Yijun felt no threat from this praise. Instead, he was happy for his brother. He produced a watch worth several million, saying, "Grandfather, this is a gift from your grandson." "Wonderful, wonderful," Chen Yangzhe exclaimed. "Rongji's sons are thoughtful. Grandfather is very pleased." Chen Rongji basked in the admiration, feeling a sense of pride as the envy of others surrounded him. To receive such commendation from the old master was indeed a rare privilege. Chapter 3. The fury of Chen Yangzhe. Chen Yijun's uncle, Chen Dongji, chuckled, "Since your elder brother's son has prepared gifts, surely Chen Daojun has something for your grandfather as well." Instantly, all eyes turned towards Chen Daojun, who wore a peculiar expression and had arrived in haste, devoid of any presence. With an air of authority, Chen Yangzhe inquired, "Chen Daojun, what gift have you prepared for me?" Chen Rongji quickly interjected, "We were rather rushed, so we haven't arranged a gift yet. My father asks for your understanding." Chen Yangzhe then directed his gaze towards the sushi chef behind him, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, instilling a sense of trepidation. A trained sushi chef typically wraps 320 grains of rice for sushi, a perfect portion for lunch. However, on this special occasion, where a toast might be in order, each sushi could only contain a maximum of 280 grains, with any excess being deemed unnecessary. This remark was understood by those in the profession as a subtle hint to certain individuals that their presence was unwelcome, rendering them disinclined to partake in the meal. The sushi chef bowed his head, recognizing that as long as there was money to be made, he would comply. Yet, the old master's demands were particularly daunting. In truth, Chen Yangzhe seized this opportunity to mock his own son. In Chen Yangzhe's eyes, Chen Rongji's dedication to the film industry was futile and offered no benefit to Shenyang Group, viewing their family as a harbinger of misfortune. Feeling the sting of humiliation, Chen Rongji grasped his son's hand and headed toward the door, yet the echoes of his father's words lingered in the air. "I adore puppies. They wag their tails when I am downcast and remain loyal to me. What use is a disloyal dog?" Chen Huaying, the third daughter, remained silent. Yet her husband trembled under Chen Yangzhe's imposing presence, too fearful to lift his head. Chen Yijun couldn't help but admire the old master. His aura was undeniably formidable. Chen Yangji's life had been fraught with challenges. Born into a humble fishing family, he ascended to become Korea's most prominent entrepreneur, even wielding influence over the nation's fate. Such a figure could hardly be deemed ordinary. "Let us dine," Chen Yangji stated succinctly, yet his three simple words filled the room with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chen Yijun remained silent, retrieving a film disc from the trash can. Being a time traveler, he was aware of numerous lucrative opportunities. In the future, film would envelop the global market, rendering its value immeasurable. A single film could yield millions of dollars, suggesting immense future profits. He aspired to carve a niche for himself in the film industry someday. After the meal, the guests departed, and Chen Yijun's family grew disinterested in the birthday gathering. Chen Yangji left promptly for the company. The following morning, Chen Yijun departed early, seeking a tranquil spot to ponder life. According to the unfolding narrative, it was time for the Goryeo presidential election, coinciding with disputes within the Shenyang Group's industrial chain. Main task: assist Chen Yangji in investing in the Goryeo presidency. Difficulty: moderate success reward. 1,000 system coins failure penalty. Expulsion from the Chaebol family. The old master received news promptly. 3 candidates were selected for the presidency, with the leading 2 forming an alliance to suppress the third. As he grasped the narrative's progression, a servant presented him with the newspaper he required. The headline screamed of the US-Japan semiconductor price wars, a situation exacerbated by current times, necessitating reliance on newspapers for information. This product happened to be one that Shenyang Group had commenced selling that month. Matching the pricing of the US and Japan would result in a staggering loss of 130 billion won within a year. "Yijun, are you calling me?" At that moment, Chen Yijun's father, Chen Yikji, approached, noticing the newspaper in his son's hands. "You see it too?" "Yes. What is your take?" Chen Yikji rubbed his temples, sighing. "I propose to your third uncle to shut down the semiconductor division, as our nation's Yongxin Semiconductor has already collapsed and is negotiating its sale. This has driven the old master into a furious rage, even leading to a scolding session. Moreover, there was an urgent matter at hand, aligning allegiances and investing substantial funds into the election for the group's future." Chen Yikji shared the details of the meeting. The company had split into factions supporting their respective presidential candidates, leaving the old master indecisive. He also mentioned that Chen Daojun wished to meet the old master, but was turned away, as the old man was thoroughly disappointed with him after the previous incident, even finding conversation with him distasteful. Upon hearing this, Chen Yijun recognized the old master's ignorance and promptly said, "You must inform grandfather to back the presidential candidate Ro Tae-woo." His father, perplexed by his son's words, replied, "Yijun, have you lost your senses? The strongest candidate has already allied. It cannot possibly be Ro Tae-woo." Chen Yijun calmly responded, "Father, are you familiar with the proverb when the clam and the snipe quarrel, the fisherman benefits? These two will inevitably clash over their interests, trust me." Chen Yikji fell into contemplation. He had always heeded his son's words, yet this matter was no trivial game. A misstep could lead to the complete downfall of Shenyang Group. Surely, even the old master might not place faith in his words. Yet after a moment's reflection, he resolved to relay this to the old master. As anticipated, upon hearing the news, Chen Yangji erupted in fury, questioning when it became the prerogative of a child to meddle in family affairs. Chen Yikji felt humiliated, while his siblings cast mocking glances, believing that just because Chen Yijun was the old master's favorite grandson, he could act with impunity. Regarding the group's industry, no one was permitted to interfere. Just then, the television announced the candidates' fallout, leaving everyone, save for Chen Yikji, in stunned disbelief, unwilling to trust their own eyes. Could it be that the boy had predicted this outcome? "Bring Yijun here at once," Chen Yangji commanded. Chen Yikji swiftly arranged for this, and the others' attitudes towards the eldest brother began to shift. If Chen Yijun had indeed foreseen this, he might very well guide the family towards ultimate victory. Chen Yangji's breathing quickened. "Yongji, do you believe Yijun is correct?" Chen Yangji replied without hesitation, "I trust my son." Chapter 4. After approximately 5 minutes, Chen Yijun entered the conference room, which now only housed the 3 of them, the grandfather and grandson. Without any preamble, the elder Chen began, "Yijun, how did you ascertain that the third candidate would ascend to the presidency?" "Grandfather, when 3 contend for the foremost position, the first and second place contenders cannot genuinely collaborate, as each believes they can achieve victory. In their attempts to undermine one another, they reveal their vulnerabilities, ultimately disqualifying themselves. Hence, the initially overlooked third candidate may unexpectedly rise to prominence. This is akin to the saying, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits, I advise you to deliver the election funds before the third candidate rises to first place. Otherwise, we risk appearing obsequious to them. Rising from his seat, the elder Chen entered a contemplative state, recognizing the wisdom in his grandson's words. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you, Yongji, he declared. Chen Rongji promptly stood. Yes, father. Grandfather, there is one matter I am uncertain whether it can be fulfilled. Chen Rongji hesitated. The elder Chen turned away, his voice icy. If this election unfolds as you desire, what do you intend to pursue? I shall not impede you. However, should you fail, you are aware of the consequences. His words were chilling and unmistakably conveyed that should Chen Yijun's predictions falter, abandonment awaited him. Even Chen Rongji's standing would plummet, as the fate of the family rested precariously upon his son's shoulders. Yet, Chen Rongji held steadfast faith in his offspring. In this world, where wealth reigns supreme, those devoid of value are destined for exile. Chen Yijun, the eldest grandson, overheard his brother's remarks and felt a swell of pride. His brother had finally matured. Peering through the window, he spotted Chen Daojun below, smirking to himself. Chen Daojun, your days of fortune are numbered. Much like Chen Daojun, who, in his quest for vengeance, would stop at nothing to dismantle every formidable force, even seizing the shares of the Shenyang Group for himself. Indeed, in the realm of self-interest, all become adversaries. It was initially due to Chen Daojun's assistance to the elder Chen that he seamlessly integrated into the family, yet this time, he would not allow history to repeat itself. Standing below, Chen Daojun clenched his fists and inquired of the driver beside him. Are you certain it was Chen Yijun who entered just now? Yes. It seems related to an investment matter. In any case, this does not concern us, so do not dwell on it. Chen Daojun's expression darkened. As a fellow transmigrant, he would always find himself a rung lower than Chen Rongji's son. If this situation persisted, he feared he would be unable to unearth the identity of his murderer, nor could he ensnare the entire Chen family. The mystery of his prior demise lingered. Gaining the elder's trust was his only means of uncovering the truth. With this thought, Chen Daojun's countenance grew icy. This was the only path to becoming part of the affluent elite, significantly aiding his future endeavors. The sight of a 10-year-old child exhibiting such determination left others perplexed. Chen Daojun strode purposefully inside, but was halted by a security guard. I apologize, but young Master Chen Yijun has instructed that you are not permitted entry. Why? I am also the grandson of grandfather. The guard replied nonchalantly. This is what the eldest grandson has stated. I am powerless to act otherwise. If you have objections, consult with the eldest grandson. Frustrated, Chen Daojun clenched his fists. The prospect of gaining the elder's trust tantalizingly close, and he was unwilling to let it slip away. Yet, the guard barred his way. Resolved, Chen Daojun called out from within the building. Grandfather, I have a twofold solution. I implore you to grant me an audience. The guard, growing increasingly impatient, shoved Chen Daojun aside, scolding, What are you making a racket about? Are you unaware that the elder is in a meeting? Chen Daojun was indeed aware, however. Further discussion was futile. This was his only chance to earn the elder's trust, significantly benefiting his future plans. The guard intended to eject him, but at that moment, a voice from behind commanded, The elder has said to let him in. Elated, Chen Daojun rushed inside and, under the gazes of onlookers, ascended the elevator to the conference room. The door stood ajar, and the Chen family was engaged in deliberation. Having lived 2 lives, he possessed an intimate understanding of the Shenyang Group and could not afford to miss such an opportunity. Grandfather, Chen Yangji remarked without lifting his head. What is with the commotion? He was still harboring resentment towards the Chen Runji family due to events from the previous night and had no desire to heed Chen Daojun's words. Grandfather, this presidential election concerns the Liu family. You must trust me and place all bets on this individual, Chen Daojun urged. Upon hearing this, Chen Yangji turned to regard the young boy at the door, his eyes filled with disdain. He suspected that Chen Daojun had overheard a conversation between himself and Yijun and was now attempting to insert himself into the matter, deeming him a cunning opportunist. Understood, Chen Yangji replied, still not raising his gaze. If there is nothing else, you may return home. Chen Daojun's expression grew complex. Grandfather, what I say is the truth. I am aware of that, Chen Yangji replied. Then why do you treat me this way? Chen Daojun questioned, puzzled. He had saved the Shenyang Group and felt he deserved an opportunity. However, he was mistaken. Chen Rongji nonchalantly placed a document on the table, stating coldly, Before you even arrived, my son had already declared that the Shenyang Group's funds have been invested in the third candidate. There is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. You should return home and consult your father. Chen Rongji waved his hand dismissively. And one more thing. Do not harbor any designs on my son. Otherwise, I assure you, your entire family will vanish from this world. Confronted with this sudden threat, Chen Daojuan's expression mirrored the bewilderment of a third emoji on your phone, frozen in shock. He distinctly remembered that in his past life, Chen Yijun had been oblivious to this matter. Why had it turned into this? Before he could gather his thoughts, Chen Yangji interjected, "You may leave now. Like your father. You provide me no solace." Clenching his fists in frustration, Chen Daojun had no choice but to turn and exit, realizing he must devise another plan. As he departed, Chen Yangji gazed at the Qing dynasty porcelain before him and coldly remarked, "Some individuals will forever be beggars. Even if they rise to kingship, their essence remains unchanged." "Would you not agree, my son?" Chen Rongji nodded repeatedly, fully aware of the elder's contempt for the Chen Runji family and now dismayed by the emergence of yet another unworthy individual. Chapter 5. Chen Yijun's scheme. In the serene confines of the Qingxin studio, Chen Yijun savored the exquisite caviar imported from Japan, marveling at the luxurious lifestyle of the Chaebols. The table was laden with gourmet delicacies, from the finest caviar to premium Wagyu beef, items that likely represented a lifetime of earnings in his previous existence. His mother, Sun Zhenglai, gazed at her youngest son with affectionate concern. "Yijun, how are you feeling? Is your health improving?" "Mom, there's no need to worry. I'm perfectly fine," he reassured her. Sun Zhenglai's voice softened. "That's wonderful to hear. As long as my Yijun is well, I find joy in that." Hearing her words, Chen Yijun paused with the caviar in hand, studying her gentle visage. In his memories from a past life, he recognized Sun Zhenglai as a woman of ruthless tactics, one who would discreetly eliminate anyone who stood in her way. It was surprising to witness such tenderness in her demeanor. It seemed that in the world of the Chaebols, there existed no clear distinction between good and evil, only differing interests prevailed. Ultimately, this was fortuitous for him, as it was far better to be cherished and loved than to be overlooked. "Brother," Chen Yijun burst through the door, a grin plastered on his face. "You won't believe what happened today. It was hilarious." Sun Zhenglai shot a warning glance at her eldest son. "Your brother is still recovering. Keep your voice down." Scratching his head sheepishly, Chen Yijun chuckled as he settled into a chair. "You guys won't believe it, but Chen Daojun went to see Grandpa today." "Really?" Chen Yijun squinted, his suspicions confirmed. Chen Daojun was likely seeking to ingratiate himself with the family, presenting himself as the ideal candidate for the presidency. Unaware that Chen Yijun had already beaten him to the punch. There is always a precedence in such matters. The early bird is often remembered, while the latecomer fades into obscurity, much like the distinction between first and second place in a race. Though the difference may be slight, the implications are monumental. Chen Daojun's ambition to dismantle the entire Chaebol family would never come to fruition. And what happened next? Chen Yijun inquired. Of course, he was thrown out. The scene was priceless. I nearly laughed myself sick. Chen Yijun exclaimed, clutching his stomach in mirth. "Did you already predict that he would go to Grandpa?" Chen Yijun took a sip of bird's nest soup and replied with a smile. "Brother, it was merely a conjecture on my part." Chen Yijun remained oblivious, reveling in the joy of Chen Daojun's humiliation, convinced that this outsider had no place within their family. "Yijun, you should stay home and not venture out too much while you're still recovering," Sun Zhenglai cautioned, delicately placing a slice of Wagyu beef on his plate. "What would you like to eat? Mother will buy it for you." Chen Yijun waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I currently have no cravings." Side quest initiated. Secure the Longtai Development Zone with 50 million KRW. Time limit, 40 hours. Difficulty, hard success reward. System store failure penalty. System store locked for 10 years. The Longtai Development Zone? Chen Yijun furrowed his brow. From his recollections, Chen Daojun had set his sights on a desolate area that would eventually evolve into one of South Korea's most renowned development zones. Did he truly have to compete for the land rights? Was this land truly more valuable than the barren land it once was? Chen Yijun fell into deep contemplation. The system's penalty for failure would only activate a decade later. For a seasoned reader, this was a grave misstep. There was no way he could allow the system store to be delayed for 10 years. "Mother, I recently heard that the Longtai Development Zone is up for auction." Sun Zhenglai nodded. "Yes, several prominent figures are also participating in the auction for the Longtai Development Zone, as it holds significant value. Being one of Seoul's notable areas, many business tycoons had their eyes on it. Securing it would yield considerable returns. This was the treasure trove for all Chaebols, and the bidding would undoubtedly be fierce. But could 50 million truly secure the Longtai Development Zone? It was hard to believe even for him. Chen Yijun rubbed his forehead and murmured, "System, are you attempting to orchestrate a grand illusion here? How can I possibly take this on?" Thus rated, Hard. Host must exert greater effort. Sun Jinglai, seated comfortably, remarked, our Shenyang group also intended to get involved. But recent presidential voting issues have left the family in disarray. Grandpa hasn't even been able to pay attention to this matter. Yijun, why are you so curious about this? Sun Jinglai asked, puzzled. Shouldn't you be focusing on your studies at such a young age? Is the Chen family influence affecting you? If he could indeed emulate the success of Chen Yangji, Sun Jinglai would be elated, for it would mean securing the entirety of Shenyang Group. It was essential to recognize that the shareholders of Shenyang Group were not solely Chen Yangji. Other siblings were also eyeing the group, dreaming of inheriting it. Had it not been for Chen's grandfather still being alive, some of them would have likely revealed their true colors by now. Where's Dad? Is he around? Chen Yijun inquired. Sun Jinglai glanced at the time. It's 2 in the afternoon. He should still be in a meeting. He'll be back after 3. Oh, Chen Yijun said. Mom, how much do you think the Longtai Development Zone is worth? Sun Jinglai, being quite astute, understood the value of the Longtai Development Zone. Conservatively speaking, around 10 billion. Chen Yijun nearly spat out his drink. 10 billion, and the system expects me to secure it with 50 million? Is this not a blatant trap? Should he fail, the system store would remain inaccessible for a decade. Yijun, are you all right? Sun Jinglai asked, patting his back with concern. Did you choke? Spit it out if you need to. No, it's fine. He waved away her concern, then cautiously asked, Mom, do you think 50 million could secure the Longtai Development Zone? Huh. Sun Jinglai was taken aback by his query but calmly responded, it's impossible. 50 million wouldn't even buy a small community, let alone the entire Longtai Development Zone. My dear, why are you so interested in real estate lately? It's just a hobby, he replied, trying to sound casual. Is that so? Sun Jinglai said, Yijun. When your grandfather returns, you can ask him about it. This matter requires his expertise. We're mere outsiders in this field. Yes, brother. It's best to wait for Grandpa to come back, Chen Yijun added with a grin. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me and Mom know. We can help share the burden. Chen Yijun remained silent. Some matters were best handled alone. If they discovered his true identity as a time traveler, their son and brother, he would surely face dire consequences. Chapter 6. The auction. It was not until after 8 o'clock in the evening that the venerable Chen Yangji returned from Shenyang Group. He reclined on the sofa in his study, closing his eyes to recuperate. The day's toil had indeed taken its toll on a 60-year-old man. Chen Yijun approached with a steaming cup of tea. The sound of his footsteps causing Chen Yangji's brow to furrow. He had explicitly stated that no one was to enter. However, upon seeing his grandson, Chen Yijun, his irritation gradually dissipated, and he gently inquired, Yijun, what brings you here? Grandfather, I noticed you've been working all day, so I prepared a pot of tea for you, replied Yijun. Hearing this, Chen Yangji smiled, touched by the gesture. Have a seat, let's have a chat. Seated beside his grandfather, Chen Yijun personally poured a cup of hot tea and asked, Grandfather, what have you been busy with lately? What else could it be? Of course, it's the semiconductor industry and the presidential candidates, Chen Yangji said, rubbing his temples. This matter has me utterly overwhelmed. If what you say is true, it might save me some trouble. Grandfather, haven't you been following the news about Longtai Development Zone? Yijun casually mentioned. Longtai Development Zone is indeed a remarkable place. Quite valuable, but I find myself powerless to act, Chen Yangji replied, taking a sip of tea. If there is something on your mind, just say it. Then I shall be direct. I desire Longtai Development Zone, Yijun declared. Chen Yangji furrowed his brow, his expression somewhat peculiar. Young man, you harbor quite the ambition, don't you? But do you understand that this auction involves not just Korean conglomerates, but even officials are vying for it? The price for Longtai Development Zone is soaring beyond 100 billion, and our company's liquidity is tied up due to the presidential election. So you might as well forget it. What if it could be secured for 50 million? Yijun countered. Chen Yangji looked at his grandson, nearly bursting into laughter. What do you mean by that? 50 million? What are you thinking? Isn't it primarily a residential area for school districts? Yijun speculated. But what if there's a landfill nearby? At this, Chen Yangji's expression shifted dramatically. You mean to suggest constructing a landfill nearby to depress the price? Precisely, Yijun affirmed. In his previous life, Chen Yangji recalled a film where a rival's property values plummeted after a landfill was established nearby, rendering the land virtually worthless. Given that Shenyang Group owned the adjacent land, creating a landfill would indeed lead to a drastic depreciation of Longtai Development Zone. Chen Yangji couldn't help but smile, impressed by his grandson's cunning at such a young age. If this plan succeeds, the value of Longtai Development Zone could drop by several tens of millions. We could seize it effortlessly. So, leave this matter to me. I will spread the word, and tomorrow morning, Let us attend the auction together, Yijun proposed. Chen Yikji chuckled, concluding that once the landfill was dismantled, Longtai Development Zone would be entirely theirs. Even if they fell short of surpassing their competitors, they could still gain from it, and the landfill would provide a substantial income for Shenyang Group, a win-win situation. His admiration for his grandson grew. At merely 9 years of age, Yijun displayed remarkable business acumen. If he continued to excel, Chen Yikji could entrust Shenyang Group to him with confidence. With Chen Yikji's support, securing his position in Shenyang Group was more than feasible. The next morning, as the patriarch of a financial dynasty, Chen Yikji exhibited impressive efficiency, promptly announcing the development of a waste management facility nearby. Meanwhile, the largest auction in Korea commenced, gathering numerous conglomerates eager to acquire Longtai Development Zone. Shenyang Group, under Chen Yikji's leadership, was also present, with Chen Rongji, Chen Dongji, and Chen Huaying following closely behind. The guards outside shouted in unison, "Welcome, Chairman Chen." The auction's organizer had been waiting at the entrance and greeted Chen Yikji with a warm smile. "Chairman Chen, you look even younger than before." Chen Yikji replied with a chuckle. "Oh, Chairman Li, you flatter me. I am merely aging. The future of the group must rely on the younger generation." "Indeed, after you." Li gestured. "I have prepared some tea inside." Chen Yikji strode confidently into the venue. The assembled tycoons hurried to greet him, aware that in the realm of Korean conglomerates, it was preferable to offend a gentleman than a scoundrel. As the saying goes, one could offend anyone but the paramount financial titan, Chen Yikji. After acknowledging several, Chen Yikji bypassed those of lesser repute, disregarding even a nod. The auction commenced swiftly, and he and his associates were ushered into a quieter room for the proceedings. "Yijun, take a seat," Chen Yikji beckoned, tapping the table to indicate his grandson should sit beside him. Chen Yijun obliged, enjoying a privilege even his own siblings could only envy. The first item up for bid was Longtai Development Zone, with the starting price reduced from 100 million to 30 million. The auction's value had plummeted, and upon learning that Shenyang Group had intervened to develop a waste management facility nearby, the property developers lamented the decline in prices. With a smirk, Chen Yikji lifted the auction paddle and called out, 30 million. The Shenyang Group bids 30 million. Any counteroffers? The auctioneer announced. The crowd murmured. Neither the current value of Longtai Development Zone nor the pressure exerted by Shenyang Group allowed any other conglomerate to compete effectively. Those with foresight chose to withdraw, simultaneously paying their respects to the esteemed elder. After all, the value of Chen Yikji's goodwill far exceeded that of Longtai Development Zone. 40 million. Came the bid from Shenyang Group's longtime rival, Daying Group, clearly unwilling to let Shenyang Group acquire such a prime piece of land without a fight. Daying Group bids 40 million. The auctioneer declared. Chen Yijun's expression darkened. Should the bidding continue, it would inevitably surpass the 50 million stipulated by the system, rendering the mission a failure. Yet, refraining from bidding would allow Longtai Development Zone to fall into Daying Group's hands, resulting in a similar outcome. Caught in deep contemplation, Chen Yijun sought a way to successfully acquire Longtai Development Zone. If all else failed, he would have to resort to his backup plan. Chen Rongji clenched his fists. It's Daying Group again. These scoundrels are truly intent on opposing us. Chen Yikji, an old fox, rose with authority. Apologies, Daying Group, but I too have a fondness for this land. Let the contest begin. Chapter 7. The Rescue. The leader of the Daying Group, Chairman Zhu Rongyi, observed everything with a cold gaze and said icily, that old fox Chen Yikji, even if we do not open a school district property, we cannot allow them to easily seize the Longtai Development Zone. As fellow tycoons, one must always cast a long gaze into the future's value. The Shenyang Group is financially robust, and should they acquire the Longtai Development Zone, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Therefore, they have united with several other major companies to thoroughly drag Shenyang Group into the mire. At this moment, Chen Yijun spoke up. Grandfather, can we apply to halt the auction? Kid, do you think this is your family affair? Just stop it whenever you please. Chen Yijun's uncle, Chen Dongji, interjected, clearly irate. They had transformed their family's territory into a waste disposal site. If the auction failed, Shenyang Group would become a laughingstock throughout South Korea. Such a mutually destructive endeavor would only lead to both sides suffering heavy losses. My son is not someone you can reprimand, Chen Rongji said coldly. This infuriated Chen Dongji even more. Brother, indulge him. Chen Yikji fell into deep thought. Building a landfill could also yield some profit, albeit a meager sum in comparison to the vast difference with the Longtai Development Zone. For him, if you earn money for me, you are my grandson. However, If you involve yourself with Shenyang Group's interests, a storm of bloodshed awaits you. Even Zhu Rongyi, the founder of Dang, mocked Chairman Chen Yangji. Apart from me, there are 5 others in Dang, and in your eyes, there are no family ties, only yourself. This encapsulates the current state of affairs within Shenyang Group, rife with intrigue and devoid of familial affection. Chen Yangji spoke coldly. I will have President Li halt this auction. What are your plans? Chen Yijun took a deep breath, aware that he could no longer conceal himself. Otherwise, he would become the second Chen Runji. Turning his head, he said, Grandfather, grant me 10 minutes. Fine. I will give you 10 minutes. Chen Yijun left, while Chen Yangji cradled his head, murmuring to himself about his age and how he could be swayed by a child's words. In another private room, Zhu Rongyi of Dang Group gazed at the boy with an amused smile. Is there no one else in the Chen family? You send a child to negotiate with me? Chen Yijun replied, Chairman Zhu, I am here to caution you. If you obtain this barren land, you will come to regret it. Zhu Rongyi scoffed. Did Chairman Chen send you to tell me this? Or is Shenyang Group planning to make a move against my Dang Group? The assets of both parties were comparable, and if a conflict ensued, neither would benefit. Is there a chance to discuss this privately? Chen Yijun proposed. Zhu Rongyi narrowed his eyes, intrigued by what a child could possibly devise. He waved his hand. You all step outside. I am eager to hear what the scion of a tycoon has to say. The others in the room departed tactfully, and Zhu Rongyi poured himself a cup of milk tea, saying lightly, Speak. You may not be aware, but my grandfather is constructing a waste disposal site nearby for a reason. How could I be unaware? It is merely a tactic to undermine the Longtai Development Zone's economy. Apologies, but I do not intend to construct school district properties. Rather, I plan to build factories to dispose of pollutants in your landfill. Chen Yijun thought to himself. As expected of Zhu Rongyi, a cunning man akin to Chen Yangji. Since one cannot overpower the adversary, one must destroy them. What I cannot possess, neither shall another. Calmly seated, Chen Yijun continued. In truth, my grandfather did not wish to compete for the Longtai Development Zone. You know well that the recent presidential candidate selection has kept him exceedingly busy, leaving him no time for such a so-called development zone. So why then has he initiated the waste disposal site and pursued the land rights of the Longtai Development Zone? Oh, Zhu Rongyi's brow furrowed, his cup lowered subconsciously. Does your grandfather know something? Indeed, Chen Yijun affirmed. What my grandfather values is not the land area of the Longtai Development Zone, but rather the fertile soil beneath. Soil? Zhu Rongyi nearly laughed. It is well known that Longtai Development Zone is expansive, with soil as hard as iron, making it unsuitable for farming. Moreover, how could Shenyang Group possibly lower its pride? However, Chen Yijun interjected, Chairman Zhu, your primary interest in bidding for the Longtai Development Zone is not the land itself, but rather the oil contained within it, is it not? With this statement, Zhu Rongyi abruptly rose from his chair, his expression shifting slightly. How could this child possibly know of such matters? He was aware that a remote portion of Longtai Development Zone had indeed yielded oil, but the quantity remained uncertain, which is why he did not want it to become part of Shenyang Group's holdings. Chen Yijun chuckled inwardly. Recently, he had secretly perused his uncle Chen Dongji's diary, which revealed his collaboration with Dang Group regarding the oil-extracting land, with a promise of 3 points of profit upon success. Otherwise, today would likely have ended in failure. And so what? Even if the price escalates to 100 billion, I can afford it. However, I doubt Shenyang Group can manage. Zhu Rongyi said with a smile. But I contend that the oil cannot yield you any financial return. What do you mean? You are aware that while the soil of Longtai Development Zone is fertile, the likelihood of oil is merely superficial. If you doubt it, you may make a call. Beneath the soil lies only hard clay and sediment. Having lived 2 lives, Chen Yijun was educated in geography. Sometimes knowledge can indeed save a life. Zhu Rongyi, though reluctant to believe, made the call, and upon receiving confirmation, his expression subtly shifted. Then why did you inform me of this rather than continue to raise the bid? Zhu Rongyi pondered, astonished. If he were to spend 100 billion, it would mean Dang Group would incur nearly 1,000 billion in losses within a year. This was undoubtedly an excellent strategy to crush a rival. Chairman Zhu, you may not realize, but my grandfather is not fond of conflict. As the saying goes, enemies should be reconciled rather than antagonized. My grandfather seeks the better development of Dang Group and our future, which is why I wish to discuss this with you. After all, we are all business people, aiming for mutual benefit. Would you not agree? Only by making a name can one stand firm. After a moment of silence, Zhu Rongyi remarked, I did not expect the Chen family to have such a talent as you. It seems I underestimated you. Chapter 8. The arrival of the sister-in-law. Zhu Rongyi smiled. Today he would grant Chen Yangji a favor. I am curious, what is your name? Junior Chen Yijun, replied Chen Yijun. Chen Yijun Zhu Rongyi said, I shall remember you. Go back and inform your grandfather that the Longtai development zone is to be handed over to him, but he must treat me to a meal. Certainly. With a sense of satisfaction, Zhu Rongyi departed. If the bidding had continued, it would have resulted in a significant loss for their Dane group. Hence the wisdom of heeding counsel to secure a full meal. As Zhu Rongyi exited, Shenyang Group successfully acquired the coveted Longtai development zone for 50 million, a prospect that had attracted numerous wealthy investors. Chen Dongji's expression darkened. The failure of his plan meant yet another opportunity had slipped through his fingers. Chen Yangji chuckled. Kid, how did you manage to get that old fox Zhu Rongyi to relent? After a lifetime of rivalry, this is the first time I've seen him concede so easily. It's quite astonishing. Chen Yijun replied, I merely spoke of other matters. Chairman Zhu expressed a desire to dine with my grandfather when he has the time. Dining is a trivial matter. Chen Yangji laughed heartily. Thanks to you. What reward do you desire? I haven't decided yet. Chen Yangji was a man who believed in rewarding merit and punishing wrongdoing. If you brought benefits to the family, you were like my own grandson. But if you harmed the family, you would be deemed a sinner. Main quest completed, system shop unlocked. The voice of the system echoed in Chen Yijun's ears. A blue panel materialized, revealing a plethora of items available in the system shop, the most basic being the possessions from his previous life, such as mobile phones and luxury sports car designs. Although such items were of little value in the current era, they would become indispensable in the future. Chen Yijun opted to spend 1,000 system coins on the production program for a smartphone. With access to his own manufacturing facility, his phones would become the Moriarty of South Korea. He refrained from sharing this with Chen Yangji, well aware that the old relic would be furious upon learning about smartphones. In his eyes, nothing could rival the Shenyang Group. Otherwise, Chen Runji would not have fallen to such a state. Upon returning home, Chen Yijun purchased various components, preparing for assembly. In this era, most people relied on landlines, and many could not even afford a telephone, having to trek several kilometers to reach a payphone. South Korea's electronic industry was only just beginning, dependent on foreign components and technologies for growth. However, the emergence of smartphones would sweep across the globe, and by then, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards, establishing a solid foundation for the future. The prerequisite for success was gaining Chen Yangji's approval. If all else failed, he thought, perhaps it would be best to let him perish in an airplane mishap. Ultimately, Chen Yijun shook his head. The narrative had already commenced, and Chen Yangji could not die. Even if he chose not to inform, Chen Daoun would relay the news promptly. Chen Yijun was unyielding regarding this matter. The crux of smartphones lay in their chips. And currently, South Korea was incapable of mastering chip production. Shenyang Group's Samsung Semiconductor would become the largest company in the future. And he would personally transform this into his enterprise. Yet, he must not forget that the system could be utilized for purchases, and the prices were exceedingly reasonable, requiring merely 10 system coins. Simultaneously, Chen Yijun sought to acquire methods for chip production and similar technologies, significantly easing his burdens. At that moment, Chen Xingyuan entered the room and noticed his younger brother tinkering with mechanical parts. Brother, what are you working on? He inquired. Something that can help us escape our predicament. Escape a predicament? Chen Yijun leaned forward. As a spoiled child, he was clueless about machinery. You'll find out soon enough. At that point, Chen Yijun asked, Brother, how much money do you have? Money? Chen Xingyuan replied without hesitation, about 5 million. As the eldest grandson of Shenyang Group, his assets were incomparable to others. 5 million had already surpassed a small fraction of business people, though it was merely his pocket money. Could you lend it to me? Curious, Chen Xingyuan asked, Brother, I can give you the money, but what do you intend to do with it? I want to create a product, a phone named after our family. A phone? Chen Xingyuan was puzzled. What is that? Brother, I cannot disclose that information yet. Chen Yijun handed over his bank card. Please transfer the funds here. Feeling sympathetic toward his brother, Chen Xingyuan arranged for his money to be transferred to Chen Yijun, supporting him unconditionally. Now that the initial capital was secured, it was time to acquire the necessary tools. Chen Yijun approached Chen Yongji's room, intending to share his plans for establishing a factory, but upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of a girl of similar age sitting in a chair, swinging her small legs. Who are you? Chen Yijun inquired, as the study was typically off-limits to outsiders. The girl, with an adorable visage and clad in a white dress, leapt from her seat upon seeing Chen Yijun and approached him, bowing slightly. Are you Chen Yijun? You know me? Chen Yijun was perplexed. Having had no prior interactions with anyone, I am Mao Xianmin. Upon hearing that name, Chen Yijun's mind immediately conjured an image. Mao Xianmin was destined to be the sister-in-law. She was also the wife of the eldest grandson, Chen Yijun. From his past memories, he recalled that Mao Xianmin was the eldest daughter of the president of the Xiancheng Daily, a publication closely linked to the fortunes of Chaebols, thus leading to his grandfather's decision to arrange a marriage between the eldest grandson, Chen Yijun, and Mao Xianmin. It was evident that Chen Yijun was the unquestionable heir in his grandfather's eyes, regardless of how exceptional the younger grandson, Chen Daojun, might be. He could not sway that decision. However, Mao Xianmin held a different perspective. She believed only the heir of Shenyang Group was worthy of her. Yet, she was not devoid of romantic aspirations. The colorful escapades of Chen Yijun were beneath her contempt. Even if he promised to forsake such a lifestyle, in her mind, he still fell short of her standards. Yet, the beauty of the sister-in-law was unmatched. "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you," Chen Yijun greeted. Mao Xianmin smiled. "Hello, I've heard my father speak of you as a very intelligent child. I wonder if that is merely flattery." Chen Yijun responded, "Indeed, I am just an ordinary person." Upon hearing this, Mao Xianmin did not display disdain. Rather, she became intrigued. This young man truly was different. If it were Chen Yijun, he would have hastily boasted of his merits, portraying himself as unparalleled. Chapter 9. Publicly capturing the sister-in-law. Chen Yijun. "How old are you this year?" asked Mao Xianmin. 9 years old. 9 years old. Mao Xianmin covered her mouth, exclaiming, "I feel you are far more formidable than Chen Yijun." "How so?" Chen Yijun inquired. In the presence of his sister-in-law, he chose to cultivate a good relationship, as it would be greatly beneficial for his future endeavors. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Xiancheng Daily, destined to inherit the entire newspaper. "I just saw Chen Yijun. Although he is the eldest grandson of the Shenyang Group, I sense your future accomplishments will not pale in comparison to his." Chen Yijun's heart was once again struck with astonishment. Truly, the astute sister-in-law could foresee everything merely through her commanding aura. In his previous life, although the sister-in-law had always harbored affection for Chen Daojun, she ultimately chose to marry Chen Yijun out of rivalry. However, from his perspective, the sister-in-law would never degrade herself to wed Chen Daojun. Marriages among the wealthy are commonplace. Yet Chen Yijun, being the eldest grandson, represented the entirety of the Shenyang Group, while Chen Daojun was merely the son of an illegitimate union, lacking both status and standing compared to Chen Yijun. Thus, the sister-in-law was merely indulging in a fleeting dalliance. In contrast, Chen Yijun had single-handedly compelled Zhu Rongyi, the founder of the Daying Group, to abandon the Longtai development zone, news that had spread to all ears, including the Xiancheng Daily, prompting her to bring the eldest daughter to the Chen family to negotiate with the elder Chen. Mao Xianmin pinched Chen Yijun's nose, asking, "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Chen Yijun snapped back to reality, replying, "Nothing." Main task: publicly kiss the sister-in-law on the cheek. Difficulty: easy success reward, 1,000 system points time. 30 minutes failure penalty. The sister-in-law will belong to Chen Yijun. The system's voice echoed in Chen Yijun's ears. Upon seeing the system's task, he stood in a daze, contemplating the absurdity of kissing his sister-in-law in a crowded space. Wasn't he that the very definition of a rogue? Moreover, he was merely 9 years old. Surely, he need not reveal his true nature. Noticing Chen Yijun's prolonged silence, Mao Xianmin lost interest and waved her hand, stating, "I'm leaving." What a weirdo. Watching her skip away, Chen Yijun clenched his teeth, deciding, "Fine. It's just a kiss on the cheek. It's bound to happen in the future anyway. Why not make her remember me now?" In a conference room, Chen Yangzhe consented to the union between the Shenyang Group and the Xiancheng Daily, yet the choice of the union partner remained uncertain. Chairman Mao, with a glint in his eye, smiled, "I believe Yijun is quite a catch. Young, capable, and the eldest grandson of the Shenyang Group." Chen Yangzhe set down his fine porcelain teacup once more. He was well aware of the Xiancheng Daily's intentions. They were merely focused on Chen Yijun's future prospects. Chen Rongji chuckled, "Chairman Mao, you exaggerate. Yijun is still young. We must also consider his opinions." It was evident he was rejecting the proposal. To heed Chen Yijun's opinion signified that the matter was infeasible. The Xiancheng Daily was merely the tip of the iceberg in the Shenyang Group. They were akin to a toad desiring to feast on swan meat. Yet, sometimes, their assistance was necessary, and Chen Rongji could not afford to sever ties. Thus he maintained a cordial demeanor. Chairman Mao's expression shifted noticeably, and just as he was about to speak, Mao Xianmin entered, asking, "Dad, when are we going home?" "Xianmin, what brings you here? Didn't I tell you to play for a while?" Chairman Mao's tone bore a hint of reproach. Mao Xianmin pouted, standing at the door with a sense of grievance. She's just a child. She doesn't know what we are discussing, Chen Yijun remarked, affectionately ruffling Mao Xianmin's hair. This is where you went wrong. Chairman Mao, recognizing an opportunity, replied, very well then, Xianmin, why don't you go explore a bit? Your grandfather Chen and I have matters to discuss. Okay, Mao Xianmin acquiesced as she was ushered out into the garden of King Sin's High, filled with a myriad of flowers in vibrant hues, bringing a smile to her face. The surrounding servants could only observe, anxious to ensure Mao Xianmin's safety. Just as she was reveling in her play, Chen Yijun appeared. Mao Xianmin, what brings you here? She asked, turning to him. Without uttering a word, Chen Yijun strode confidently before her, and before the gaze of all the servants, pressed a kiss upon her cheek. Her eyes widened in shock, and it was evident that her body stiffened, even her breath caught in her throat. The servants were petrified, their legs trembling, wondering what had come over the young master today. Meanwhile, Mao Xianmin's mother was sipping tea and chatting with Chen Yijun's mother, Sun Zhenglai, discussing plans for a skincare appointment at a nearby salon, when their attention shifted to the garden where their children were. Sun Zhenglai stood abruptly, covering her mouth in disbelief. Mao Xianmin's mother widened her eyes, exclaiming, is this a dream? Brother, what are you doing? Chen Yijun approached, having heard that the little princess of the Xianchang daily was present, eager to catch a glimpse, only to witness an unforgettable scene unfold. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, as the leaves danced in the breeze, celebrating the moment shared between the two. As Chen Yijun withdrew, he noticed Mao Xianmin in tears, sobbing profusely. Mom. The two girls rushed over, and hearing the commotion, Chen Yangzhe and the others emerged from the study, alarmed at the sight of Mao Xianmin weeping, prompting Chairman Mao to rush over, fearing she had injured herself. Sun Zhenglai awkwardly scratched her head, pulling her son close, refraining from reprimanding him, instead expressing concern. Yijun, are you all right? Chen Yijun replied, truly, a protective mother, her concern for her child comes first. I applaud you. What happened? Why is she crying? Chairman Mao inquired. Mao Xianmin's mother recounted the events, and upon hearing this, Chairman Mao's expression shifted. Kissing my daughter in public. Even among the wealthy, such actions were inappropriate. Chen Yijun, upon learning of the incident, was eager to provide a response to the Xiancheng Daily, chuckling, Chairman Mao, do not take offense. Since my son has kissed your daughter, why not consider a union between them? Chairman Mao's brow furrowed thoughtfully, yet reflecting on Chen Yijun's recent actions and potential future prospects. He realized there was even a chance for Chen Yijun to surpass his brother Chen Yijun, with the Shenyang Group becoming a likely acquisition. Chen Yangzhe strode forward, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon Chen Yijun. Chapter 10. Chen Yangzhe's life extension. Chairman Mao had nothing more to say. He took his daughter's hand and hurriedly left the Qingxin studio with his wife. Once they had departed, Chen Yangzhe turned to Chen Yijun and remarked, young man, you possess quite the audacity. Chen Yijun scratched his head and smiled. Grandpa taught me well. Chen Yangzhe raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. Chen Yijun quickly intervened, attempting to curtail his son's remarks. Yet Chen Yangzhe did not appear angered. Instead, he softened his stern demeanor and managed a smile before turning to leave. In his perspective, Chen Yijun was not the eldest grandson, and if this incident could constrain the Xiancheng Daily, it would be advantageous. Chen Yijun's actions had inadvertently provided him with a graceful exit. Chairman Mao had brought numerous gifts to curry favor with the Shenyang Group, leaving him unable to refuse. And the matter of the union had also been deftly handled by Chairman Mao. The sudden turn of events had alleviated his confusion. Chen Yijun's maneuvering brought Chen Yangzhe considerable joy, which spared him from reprimand. Chen Yangzhe let out a sigh of relief, playfully ruffling Chen Yijun's hair. You rascal! How old are you to be engaging in such antics? Sun Zhenglai interjected sharply. On what grounds do you strike my son? His actions were for the benefit of the Chen family. If you dare to lay a finger on him, I will take issue with you. Chen Yijun positioned himself protectively in front of his brother, arms outstretched. Father, if there is punishment to be dealt, let it fall upon me. This matter is not my brother's doing. Faced with his wife's ire, Chen Yijun felt disinclined to further argue. He was merely putting on a show for others, which could also serve as an explanation to the Xiancheng Daily. You may indulge him, he said, turning to leave. Sun Zhenglai tenderly caressed Chen Yijun's small face. Yijun, are you all right? Come, let mother tend to your wounds. I'm fine. Chen Yijun waved his hand, but he could not escape Sun Zhenglai's affection, who insisted on escorting him to the infirmary for treatment. Word of the incident quickly reached Chairman Mao, who lowered his guard against the Shenyang Group, if circumstances permitted. Chen Yijun could indeed be of use. For a time thereafter, Chen Yijun immersed himself in devising plans to create a smartphone. organizing an array of tools, including chips and motherboards, purchased from the system store on his desk. Finally, on the 28th, he successfully crafted his first intelligent device. Eagerly, he powered on the phone, greeted by its latest interface, which affirmed his success through its exceptional touch and performance. Currently, he possessed only a SIM card, lacking a dedicated mobile card. An idea struck him, and he promptly accessed the system to search for mobile cards among the products. The cards were relatively inexpensive, purchasable for a mere fraction of system currency. Without hesitation, he made the acquisition, and before him appeared a sealed mobile card. Skillfully, he inserted the card into the device. And instantly, the 3G signal surged to full strength, a remarkable feat, considering he had previously worked with only 2G, and now he had produced a phone equipped with 3G capabilities, marking him as the first individual globally to possess a smartphone. The impetus behind creating a more advanced smartphone was to deter any potential threats. In this perilous world, his life could easily be jeopardized. He also intended to arrange for the construction of his own base station to ensure coverage. Chen Yijun opened the browser, only to find it devoid of content, indicating a lack of specialized forums for data uploads. Updates would only come after others had interacted with it. With his latest phone in hand, Chen Yijun made his way to Chen Yijun's room, where he found his brother engrossed in his toys. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Yijun stood up, but relaxed when he saw it was Yijun. "Brother, what brings you here?" Chen Yijun presented the phone, saying, "Look, take a look at this." Chen Yijun, puzzled, accepted the dark object. "What is this thin piece of metal for?" "What metal?" Chen Yijun shot him a glare, demonstrating the games Snake and Tetris on the device. With a scarcity of games available, he mused about the potential for creating a game in the future that could achieve remarkable sales. "Is this the phone you mentioned recently?" Chen Yijun inquired, bewildered. "I've never seen a phone like this before. Does it have any special functions?" Chen Yijun elucidated the phone's purposes, leaving Chen Yijun somewhat dazed, but once he held it, he discovered the sheer joy of using it. "Brother, can you give it to me?" "Not just yet." Chen Yijun declined, recognizing the vast business opportunity it represented. Should it be seen by others, imitation would surely follow. Chen Yijun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his brother's words. The family possessed ample technical expertise. Should such an innovative smartphone be misappropriated, it would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma. "Where has Grandpa gone?" Chen Yijun asked. "He has traveled abroad for business negotiations. Today is the 28th, and he will return tomorrow." This revelation triggered memories of the events surrounding Chen Yangji in Chen Yijun's mind. Soon, North Korean agents would plant a bomb on a flight, endangering all 95 passengers and 20 crew members aboard. Later, Chen Daojun relayed the explosion to their grandmother, who subsequently passed the information to Chen Yangji's secretary, ultimately leading to their escape from the disaster. Retrieving the phone from Chen Yijun turned to leave, leaving his brother with a pout, as he still had more to say. Back in his own room, he searched for Chen Yangji's phone number and dialed. After a brief moment, the call connected, and he heard the voice of Chen Yangji's secretary. "Hello, this is Chen Yijun. Where's Grandpa?" Upon recognizing the voice of the young master, the secretary replied, "The chairman is in discussions. Do you require assistance, young master?" Chen Yijun proceeded. "There will be North Korean agents placing a bomb on Cal 828, which is scheduled to fly from Baghdad to Seoul. If preventive measures are not taken, it will detonate over international waters, resulting in the loss of all lives on board." To avoid raising Chen Yangji's suspicions about his identity, he added, directorly, "I dreamt of a plane explosion last night. I fear something is amiss. Please inform Grandpa to refrain from boarding Cal 828 from Baghdad to Seoul." Taken aback, Chen Yangji's secretary glanced at the phone, pressing it closer to his ear. "Young Master Chen, are you certain about this? Relay my message to Grandpa. It is better to err on the side of caution than to dismiss it. Do you understand?" The secretary nodded. "Very well. I will inform the chairman and arrange for a change of flight." After hanging up, Chen Yijun tucked the phone into his pocket, awaiting Chen Yangji's return so he could claim a territory for his smartphone production, while also acquiring the barren land Chen Daojun had sought. This land would undoubtedly yield significant returns in the future. After concluding his meeting, Chen Yangji prepared to return home. The secretary conveyed the details of the call, and upon hearing Yijun's warning, Chen Yangji instinctively furrowed his brow. Yet, the adage that the elderly grow increasingly fearful of death rang true. Despite the flight being the fastest route home, his life took precedence. Chen Yangji inhaled deeply, glancing at the disconnected call. "Arrange for a change of tomorrow's flight. I will return home tonight." "Understood, Chairman." The secretary bowed respectfully. Chapter 11 Morning. The following day, before dawn, Chen Yijun was abruptly awakened from his dreams by a cacophony of sounds. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of his elder brother, Chen Yijun, who entered the room carrying a hefty pile of components. This was all part of a task assigned by Chen Yijun, and as the elder brother, Chen Yijun had hurried to the market to procure all the parts his younger brother required. The majority of these were metallic components, and their clattering produced an excruciatingly sharp sound. Chen Yijun covered his ears and said, "Brother, could you please be a bit quieter?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yijun quickly gestured for the workers to be silent, handling the items with utmost care, fearful that any abrupt movement might irritate his younger sibling. At that moment, Li Biyu, the wife of the second-in-command of the conglomerate and the boy's grandmother, entered the room. Seeing the multitude of metal parts, she instinctively wrinkled her brow. "Xingyuan, what are you doing so early in the morning?" Chen Yijun promptly assisted his grandmother out of the room, whispering for silence. Silence. Li Biyu was taken aback, but soon understood through the crack in the door that her favored grandson was still asleep, and she must not disturb him. Once in the hallway, she inquired, "What does your brother need all these parts for? What are you planning?" Chen Yijun, aware of the secrets shared between him and his brother, could never divulge their plans. He smiled and replied, "Grandma, I'm not quite sure." "Not sure?" Li Biyu pinched Chen Yijun's ear, scolding him. "If your grandfather hears of this, there will be trouble. He returns today, so you best be prepared." Oh, at that moment, Chen Yijun was hardly concerned about their grandfather's return. He was preoccupied with ensuring everything was ready for Yijun. He cast aside his grandmother's words and rejoined the unloading efforts. On October 30th, 1987, at precisely 8 in the morning, Chen Yijun awoke, yawning and gazing at the components in his room. True to form, Chen Yijun was exceptionally efficient. He had amassed 100 mobile phone parts, ready for round-the-clock assembly and processing. Stretching, Chen Yijun stepped out of his room. The family was gathered around the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Upon noticing Yijun was awake, Chen Rongji said, "Son, come eat." Chen Yijun nodded and, still in his pajamas, made his way to the dining room. After freshening up, he sat beside Chen Yijun, where a servant had prepared a bowl of rice porridge for him. Being born into a wealthy family certainly had its advantages, such as having someone to attend to one's every need. Li Biyu began, "Yijun, what are you working on?" "Someone came by early this morning." Chen Yijun took a sip of the hot porridge and replied, "It's a secret." Li Biyu merely smiled, choosing not to pry further, as her grandson's happiness was of utmost importance. Since childhood, Chen Yijun had been frail and often bedridden due to illness, leaving him unable to care for himself. Despite Chen Yangji's efforts in hiring numerous doctors, little progress was made, leading the family to gradually lose hope. However, to everyone's surprise, the bedridden Chen Yijun eventually recovered, a fact cherished by his immediate family, though his uncles Chen Dongji and Chen Huaying secretly wished for his demise, as it would lessen the division of assets. Chen Yijun's thoughts lingered on the land where the Shenyang Group manufactured pottery, envisioning future developments. Chen Daojun had profited handsomely from this land, and he too desired to secure it. 240 billion was not a trifling sum. As he finished his porridge, he heard the television announce a severe weather warning for heavy rainfall. It seemed that what was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass. Night fell. The television broadcasted news regarding Flight Cal 828 from Baghdad to Seoul. The aircraft, carrying 95 passengers and 20 crew members, had vanished over Yangon. Although the cause of the incident was still unknown, the report would include the confirmed passenger list. Upon hearing this, everyone present grew anxious. Chen Rongji sprang from the sofa, exclaiming, "Father's flight is Cal 828 from Baghdad to Seoul." Sun Jinlai quickly suggested, "Call the airline to confirm if father was on that flight." Chen Yijun squinted, sensing that this turn of events was predictable. Simultaneously, four individuals rushed through the front door, the Chen Runji family. Upon entering, Chen Runji immediately asked, "Have you confirmed the passenger list?" Chen Huaying replied gravely, "Elder brother is inquiring." Tension filled the room as everyone fixated on Chen Rongji's phone, his breathing becoming rapid. Once the call connected, he trembled as he inquired, "Is this the final passenger list for the flight from Baghdad?" Upon receiving the information, Chen Rongji's expression morphed dramatically. While Li Biyu asked, "What is the matter? Your father cannot have passed away so abruptly." All eyes turned to Chen Rongji, and even Chen Yijun found himself gazing intently. With a sorrowful face, Chen Rongji lamented, "Mother, I'm so sorry." These words struck Li Biyu like a bolt from the blue, causing her to faint. But a nearby servant swiftly caught her. The room erupted in cries. "Father, please bring me some water." Mother. All three sons wept in anguish, while Chen Yijun's expression remained unchanged, though internally he held on to a flicker of hope. Sometimes, the arrival of a traveler could alter the course of fate. If the secretary had not informed Chen Yangji, his demise would be certain. Mother. Son Junlai stifled a sob, tears streaming down his face. Chen Xingjuan lowered his head in silence, while Chen Daojun and Chen Hengjuan also refrained from speaking, filling the hall with an overwhelming chorus of wails. As the most unfortunate of the three sons-in-law, one embraced his wife, secretly reveling in the thought that the oppressive figure who had tormented him was finally gone, leaving him unrestrained. Just as the family mourned together, the front door burst open, and a cloaked Chen Yangji rushed in. Having heard of the incident involving Flight Cal 828 from Baghdad to Seoul, where all aboard were presumed lost. Even the battle-hardened Chen Yangji felt his heart race and his hands tremble at the shocking news. Father. Chen Huayin gasped. Father. Chen Yangji glared at those present, questioning. What is this? Are we holding a funeral here? Why is everyone in tears? Chen Rongji, with a peculiar expression, quickly replied, Father. You're not on the final passenger list from Baghdad. Chapter 12. Quick-wit Chen Yangji scoffed. So, are you disappointed? Because I am still alive? Chen Dongji, frightened by his father's words, erupted into tears, choking out, Dad, what you just said, it truly saddens me. We are all worried about you. Chen Yangji chuckled, cherishing his renewed life, yet he felt compelled to feign indifference in front of his children. Your father still has a long way to go before becoming a ghost. He turned to glance at his sobbing wife, a smile flickering within as he mused, Your mother is the one who resembles a ghost. Stealing a sidelong glance at Chen Yijun's expression, Chen Yangji ascended the staircase, preparing to change his attire. I arrived in Seoul last night, he stated. The secretary, focusing intently on Chen Yijun, explained, thanks to a layover in Abu Dhabi, we managed to board another flight and narrowly escaped disaster. Chen Rongji and the others rushed upstairs, anxious for their elderly father. However, for Chen Yangji, their concerns were as transparent as burning paper at a grave. He understood their thoughts all too well. At that moment, he announced the acquisition of Yongxin Semiconductor, despite the Shenyang Group's previous declaration to abstain from semiconductor purchases, no matter the cost. He was willing to become a pawn to nurture a great whale. Even with his children's fervent objections, Chen Yangji remained undeterred. He was a man who had returned from the brink of death. What could possibly frighten him now? Chen Rongji and the others could only acquiesce, for there was little left to argue. They had no choice but to respect the old man's decision. As long as one does not give up, a fish pond will eventually transform into a thriving lake, becoming the most formidable entity. Chen Yangji appreciated Yijun's words. Thus, the first order of business upon his return was to acquire Yongxin Semiconductor. Regardless of the circumstances, nothing could impede his resolve. Consequently, rather than returning home directly, he chose to finalize the acquisition. In the grand hall on the first floor, Chen Yijun sat in a chair, perusing the records in the newspaper. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his ear. Main task, acquire rights to the pond while establishing your own factory to create the world's first mobile phones. Deadline, 1 year. Difficulty, moderate. Success reward, 3,000 system points. Failure penalty, revocation of mobile phone production rights. Chen Yijun contemplated the blue dossier before him. The system was compelling him to expedite the completion of the main task, as it would not issue such a critical assignment without cause. Securing the pond was relatively simple. Yet establishing a factory before his father posed a significant challenge. Given Chen Yangji's character, should he discover that his son was venturing into an industry opposing Shenyang Group, he would likely resort to leveraging his status to exert pressure, ultimately leading to failure. Thus, a clever dual-purpose strategy was imperative. The following day, Chen Yijun finally received a message from Chen Yangji, instructing him to await him in his study. Arriving punctually, he found Chen Yangji engaged in a telephone conversation, undoubtedly regarding the acquisition of Yongxin Semiconductor. With his extensive network, the semiconductor acquisition was well within his grasp, and he was also dispatching funds for the upcoming election to the Blue House. Initially, Chen Yangji pondered why Chen Yijun had opted for the third candidate instead of the first or second. However, after the recent events, his curiosity about his son intensified. Fixing his shrewd gaze upon Chen Yijun, he inquired, I am quite intrigued as to why you wish for me to support candidate number 3 rather than 1 or 2. Do you possess the ability to foresee the future? His intense gaze bore down on Chen Yijun, rendering him uneasy. Under such pressure, another child might have divulged everything in fear. Noting Chen Yijun's silence, Chen Yangji smirked, probing. Whether it pertains to the dissolution of the Two Gold Alliance or the potential election of Ro Tae-woo, how did you know that Flight 828 would encounter a catastrophe? Moreover, despite your frail health, diagnosed by doctors to amount to less than a decade of life, what accounts for your sudden recovery and personality transformation? Speak swiftly. Chen Yangji's voice was sharp. With furrowed brows, Chen Yijun realized he could not disclose the truth of his time travel to this old man. For doing so would alter everything. All my actions are derived from recent occurrences I have analyzed. Indeed, I was once frail, yet at death's door. I encountered the Grim Reaper, who declared that I cannot perish. I must ensure Shenyang Group ascends to the pinnacle of South Korea's conglomerates, imparting knowledge of forthcoming events. Chen Yangji's brow knitted in contemplation, his expression grave. Yet, his predatory eyes remained fixed on Chen Yijun, unwavering even as fatigue threatened to overtake him. Chen Yijun, unwilling to show weakness, understood that displaying timidity in front of this old man would result in a life akin to that of Chun Huaying's husband, subservient, forever unable to lift his head high. Meanwhile, those downstairs exchanged anxious glances. Shin Dongji, hands tucked into his pockets, adopted a superior demeanor, questioning. Why is he meeting with Dad alone in the study, even without directorly? Do you think Dad might? Before he could finish, Chun Huaying interrupted, exactly. It's rare for us to receive such treatment. Shin Rongji and his wife clenched their fists, worrying about their son, who had only recently recovered. Being summoned by the old man, Sun Jinlai, concerned for her younger son, felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles. In the study, Chen Yangji returned to his usual demeanor, arms crossed, reclining in his chair, stating, Your explanation is rather satisfactory. Since you've guessed correctly, what reward do you desire? Money? No. I seek a parcel of land, one abundant in greenery and trees, much like King Sensai. Chen Yangji chuckled. You are the first to make such a request. Your brother Chen Xingjuan merely asks for money, always wanting more. Yet, you take an entirely different approach, having lived 2 lives. Chen Yijun understood that the current currency would significantly depreciate in the future. Even if granted 100 million won, its value would plummet in a decade, with inflation rendering money nearly worthless. Simultaneously, the system's insistence on acquiring the rights to the pond was paramount. I want this place. Chen Yijun pointed to the location of the pond on the map. Chen Yangji's eyes flickered, and he sat upright, gazing at the marked spot with surprise. That area was merely a wasteland once used for pottery production. Chapter 13. Successfully acquiring all resources. Chen Yangji scoffed with a mocking smile. Very well. I shall grant your request. 50,000 square meters should suffice. It was important to note that 50,000 square meters was no small amount. To part with such a vast expanse was already a remarkable display of generosity. Had it not been for Chen Yijun's timely rescue, Chen Yangji would never have considered bestowing such extensive land upon him. Grandfather, how about we strike a deal? Chen Yijun proposed. A deal? Chen Yangji casually crossed his legs, responding with indifference. Only that which you lack can be deemed a deal. Everything you possess has been given by me. Thus, it cannot rightly be called a transaction, but rather a demand. True to his reputation as a cunning fox of Shenyang Group, Chen Yijun anticipated the elder's response. He understood that, regardless of the circumstances, Chen Yangji would never jeopardize his own interests for the sake of his grandson. I possess something that Shenyang Group does not, Chen Yijun asserted, which could potentially generate significant revenue for the company in the future. The old man narrowed his eyes, and upon hearing the word revenue, his expression shifted slightly. Though he still replied coolly, You are merely a 9-year-old child. Why should I believe you can provide any profit for the company? The current system mandated the establishment of his own factory within a year, along with the production of the world's first mobile phone. Without Chen Yangji's support, such an endeavor would be impossible, indicating that only the elder could assist him in this venture. Chen Yijun had long pondered whether this old fox might one day sabotage his factory, yet he reasoned that Chen Yangji was a man driven by profit. As long as their interests aligned, he would not act against the factory he helped establish, and the potential value would compel him to provide support. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Why not seize the opportunity? Chen Yijun produced his mobile phone and placed it before the elder. This is what I have created. Intrigued, Chen Yangji picked up the device, inspecting it closely. What is this? A mobile phone, a type of telephone I designed myself. At this revelation, Chen Yangji's gaze shifted to the antique telephone on his desk. Compared to the archaic device, the phone in his hand was far more convenient. However, he was reluctant to believe that a 9-year-old could possess such intelligence. Demonstrate it for me. With practiced ease, Chen Yijun activated the phone, dialing the number of Chen Yangji's office. Moments later, The sound of ringing filled the room. Chen Yangji answered tentatively, "Hello?" To his astonishment, he heard his own voice echoing back from Chen Yijun's phone, and in that instant, he believed in the reality of this invention. As an old tycoon, Chen Yangji had weathered countless ups and downs. He had seen it all. Now, however, he recognized a business opportunity. If mobile phones entered the market, they could ignite an economic revolution, a pivotal moment that could grant him control over the entire financial landscape of South Korea. "How did you create this?" Chen Yangji inquired again. "I used my brain," Chen Yijun replied innocently. Fascinated, Chen Yangji held the phone as he considered the implications. Shenyang Group primarily dealt in semiconductors, materials that exist in various forms: solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. Generally, we refer to materials with poor conductivity, such as coal, artificial crystals, amber, and ceramics, as insulators. In contrast, good conductors like gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, and aluminum are termed conductors. Materials that lie between conductors and insulators are classified as semiconductors. The discovery of semiconductor materials occurred later than that of conductors and insulators, only gaining academic recognition in the 1930s after purification techniques improved. The components within a mobile phone require semiconductor materials, making collaboration with Shenyang Group a logical choice. After a moment of silence, Chen Yangji declared, "I shall invest in this project. I will provide you with $100 million for its construction. Should it fail, you will bear all the risks. Additionally, we shall draft a contract stipulating that 30% of the shares in your company will belong to Shenyang Group. That should not be unreasonable, correct?" "Absolutely," Chen Yijun agreed. Though 30% was a substantial share, one who aspires to achieve greatness does not sweat the small details. Such a sum was inconsequential. "Where do you plan to establish this factory?" Chen Yijun gazed at the map before him, pointing to the location of the Longtai Development Zone. While the land was not suitable for academic housing, it was ideal for constructing a factory. If developed properly, its value could far exceed that of residential properties. Chen Yangji chuckled. "No wonder you were so keen on acquiring the Longtai Development Zone. You intend to build your factory there. Today, I am in good spirits. I will lease it to you for 10 million Korean won per year, with a 5-year interest-free period. That works for me." This was the elder's final concession. As the saying goes, when offered a step, one must descend. Chen Yijun did not refuse, but nodded in agreement. "Follow me," Chen Yangji instructed as he rose. Donning his glasses, with his hands clasped behind his back, he turned and made his way downstairs. Everyone promptly stood, and the uncles and aunts exchanged envious glances, wondering why Chen Yijun had the privilege of accompanying the elder to his study, a privilege they themselves lacked. Chen Yangji announced, "Let it be known that from today onward, the Longtai Development Zone is under the management of Chen Yijun, and he will collaborate with him, my son." Chen Rongji interjected, "Father, please draft a contract awarding Chen Yijun the 50,000 square meters of land and leasing the Longtai Development Zone to him for 10 million Korean won. Furthermore, 30% of the profits from the factory he intends to establish will belong to Shenyang Group." The shock rendered Chen Dongji and Chen Huaying speechless. They had long coveted the Longtai Development Zone, which, while not vast, promised significant returns. They had fantasized countless times about acquiring it, only to receive harsh rebukes from the elder. Why, then, would he suddenly bestow the Longtai Development Zone upon Chen Yijun? It was utterly unfathomable. Yet for Chen Rongji, a smile spread across his face. His son had truly brought him pride. "Father, I shall attend to it immediately," he exclaimed. Chen Xingjuan shared in his brother's excitement, casting a glance at the clenched fists of Chen Daojun. In terms of talent, his brother was far superior to that fellow. Chen Daojun thought to himself, "He has beaten me to it." Chen Huaying, feeling discontented, remarked, "Father, why must we hand the Longtai Development Zone to a child? We could facilitate better development for the company." "Are you questioning me?" Chen Yangji's icy gaze fixed on his daughter. "Do you believe the chairman of Shenyang Group requires your guidance on how to conduct business?" Chapter 14. The official launch of the 3-star phone. Chen Huaying was left speechless as she glared fiercely at her elder brother. She did not believe that Chen Yijun could orchestrate such a scheme. After all, how could someone so young possess such intellect? It was undoubtedly her brother's machinations at play. Should Chen Yangji meet with an untimely demise, the entire Shenyang Group would fall under her brother's dominion, and he would covet the shares held by their siblings. Chen Dongji turned away, realizing that this matter required careful deliberation. Chen Yijun smiled coldly, aware that if he refrained from informing Chen Yangji about the aircraft disaster, Chen Daojun would inevitably disclose the information himself. He would not perish as a result. Otherwise, how could he allow the old man Chen to survive? The ascension of Chen Yijun to the presidency of the Shenyang Group was far more beneficial to him, elevating his own power significantly. However, as the plot unfolded differently, he was compelled to seek alternative strategies. Sun Junlai playfully cradled Chen Yijun's head, inquiring with a smile, "Yijun, tell your mother, how did you earn the old man's approval?" "A secret," Chen Yijun replied, scratching his head. Sun Junlai pinched his cheek and teased, "You little rascal, even hiding things from your mother." Grandmother Li Biu was taken aback by Chen Yangzhe's affection for his grandson, but she also recognized the tensions simmering between siblings, prompting her to interject. "All right, everyone disperse now." In the days that followed, Chen Yijun busied himself with work at home, even turning away Chen Xingjuan when he came to visit. He entrusted all production matters to their father, Chen Rongji, who, with his extensive connections, swiftly brought the prototype of the factory to fruition. And soon the interior could be constructed. The base stations were also established in various regions as per Chen Yijun's specifications, facilitating nationwide circulation. A base station, a form of public mobile communication station, refers to a radio transceiver that transmits information between a mobile communication exchange center and mobile phone terminals within a defined radio coverage area. In essence, base stations ensure that our mobile phones maintain signal connectivity at all times, fulfilling the requirements for calls and message exchanges. Simultaneously, Chen Yijun communicated the necessary tools to Chen Rongji, confident that procuring them would not pose a challenge given his capabilities. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Chen Yijun answered, "Hello? Yijun, I've gathered everything you need. Take some time to have a look," came Chen Yongji's voice. The smartphone manufacturing plant was established under Chen Yijun's name, named Smart Era Group, with a 70% stake owned by him, with the old man's assistance. This venture would soon attract the attention of numerous tycoons, though none perceived it as anything more than child's play. "I understand, Dad. I'll check it out shortly," Chen Yijun replied. "By the way, Dad, I also need a batch of employees, preferably those who can sign a confidentiality agreement." Chen Rongji assured him, "Rest assured, I will personally handle this matter. No information regarding the smartphone will be leaked." "Good." After hanging up, Chen Yijun tidied the tools on his desk and made a call. Within minutes, the driver had been waiting for a while. "Brother, I'm coming with you," Chen Xingjuan said, grinning. "With you around, I can help keep things in check." "All right, let us go," Chen Yijun conceded, thinking of his brother as somewhat of a persistent presence. Yet he was undeniably a reliable sibling. Half an hour later, the duo arrived at their destination, where an 18-story building stood before them. After 8 months and an investment of $30 million, the Smart Era Group had emerged, though several months remained for renovations before it could accommodate personnel. Employees rushed over. Bowing respectfully, young masters Chen Yijun and Chen Xingjuan, "Welcome." "Yes," Chen Yijun replied, "Secretary Sun, there is no need for formality. Please show us around the factory." Secretary Sun nodded and gestured for them to follow. Under Secretary Sun's guidance, the three arrived at an open area. Due to time constraints, most workers were still engaged in constructing the building. To expedite the project, they had erected a color steel house covering approximately 1,000 square meters, a considerable space. Secretary Sun apologized. "I'm sorry, young Master Yijun. Given the tight schedule, this was our only option." "No worries. Just ensure everyone is careful today. I'll double their pay," Chen Yijun declared. Though a mere expression of concern, such words resonated deeply with the workers, motivating them to work even harder. The site was clean and organized, equipped with various tools and devices. The tasks assigned by Chen Yijun would be diligently executed, for without their efforts, completing the factory within the stipulated time frame would be impossible. With only a month remaining until the system was due, urgency was imperative. "Secretary Sun, how are the workers progressing?" Chen Yijun inquired. "Rest assured, young master. The chairman has already arranged everything, and normal operations will commence tomorrow, ensuring no delay in your timeline." Secretary Sun responded. "That is good to hear. I leave this matter in your capable hands." Chen Xingjuan surveyed the surroundings, smiling. "Brother, is there anything I can assist with?" "As a matter of fact, there is," Chen Yijun replied. "From today onward, you shall act as the factory's administrator." He playfully patted Chen Xingjuan's shoulder, adding, "During my absence, you will oversee this place." "What?" Chen Xingjuan exclaimed, his face falling. "Just an administrator? I am your elder brother. Can I at least be the vice president?" "One step at a time, brother," Chen Xingjuan said. "Perform well, and I'll consider a raise. I don't think that is an unreasonable request." "That is quite excessive," Chen Xingjuan retorted, crossing his arms in frustration. "I'll agree, but I want first pick of the inaugural batch of phones." "No problem," Chen Yijun nodded. You can have as many as you desire. Deal. Chen Yijun felt considerably relieved, grinning. From this day forth, I am the administrator of Smart Era Group. In the subsequent days, the factory commenced full operations, producing batch after batch of smartphones through the diligent efforts of hundreds of workers over 8-hour shifts. Concurrently, Chen Yijun procured the necessary processes for developing phone cards within the system, for without network connectivity, the phones would be rendered useless. Before long, this venture captured the attention of Korea, with Chen Yikji seizing the moment to promote the utility of smartphones. Tycoons cast envious glances, astonished at how the Shenyang Group could possibly manufacture such devices. Zhu Rongyi, founder of the Dang Group, lounged in his chair, legs crossed, observing the smartphone model on the large screen. Chairman Chen, what is this called? Smartphone, 3-star, Chen Rongyi replied. Squinting, Zhu Rongyi noted its tile-like exterior, yet under the operator's control. It transformed into a state-of-the-art technology. Whether for gaming, calls, or messaging, it was a product that surpassed its time, leaving them curious about the talent behind the Shenyang Group's innovation. Chapter 15. Chen Dongji's discontent. The Xianxing Daily also joined in the promotion. And upon discovering that all of this was orchestrated by Chen Yijun, President Mao decided to assist the Intelligent Era Group without charging any fees. In an instant, the Intelligent Era had arrived, supplanting the era of public telephones, and under Chen Yijun's leadership, it was sold at remarkably low prices, making it accessible for every household. The trending searches surged, and the presidential candidate endorsed by Shenyang Group achieved complete success. Upon learning of Shenyang Group's endeavors, the candidate, Mr. Liu, chose to lend his support. With the president's backing, the Intelligent Era Group became the first smart group in South Korea, surpassing 300 billion won in marketing revenue within a year, thereby ascending to the ranks of South Korea's second-tier conglomerates. Inside the Kingsinzai, members of the Chaebol gathered, raising their cups in celebration. Chen Yikji smiled and remarked, over the past year, Shenyang Group's position in South Korea has grown even more robust, becoming the largest conglomerate. The Intelligent Era has officially arrived. And all of this is thanks to Yijun. Let us congratulate him. Chen Rongji and his wife beamed with pride, as expected of their son. He raised his glass first, and said, today we are filled with joy. Without Yijun, our Shenyang Group would not have seen a 10-point profit increase in just 1 year. At that moment, the already sullen Chen Dongji interjected, elder brother, the 10-point increase in Shenyang Group's profits is due to father's wise guidance. And given that Intelligent Era Group holds 30% of the shares, I believe that is somewhat lacking. As soon as these words left his mouth, all eyes turned to Chen Dongji. Chen Rongji's expression darkened slightly, but he still asked, then how much do you think Shenyang Group should hold? Naturally, 80%. Chen Dongji replied coolly. All the initial funding for the Intelligent Era Group came from Shenyang Group, while Yijun only contributed his technology. So I believe he should not take the lion's share. Chen Yikji remained silent, quietly listening to the opinions of the others. Chen Rongji, unwilling to back down, countered, Dongji, that statement is erroneous. If it weren't for Yijun, where would this 300 billion come from? By theft? Elder brother, that sounds a bit biased towards your son. Doesn't he it? We both know that this success is indeed due to Yijun, but for Shenyang Group, a 30-point increase equates to 90 billion. Isn't that still far from $100 million? Chen Dongji appeared well prepared, pulling out his phone to send a document to the family chat group. Take a look. This is a conversion rate. $100 million equals over 1,000 billion won. To break even would take at least 10 years, after which only then would they start profiting. Although the current exchange rate between the won and the dollar has a certain gap, in the future, that discrepancy will only widen. If time were to revert, Shenyang Group would not see any income, and if, after 10 years, Chen Yijun announced the company as closure, wouldn't they have wasted their efforts? Chen Huaying nodded in agreement. Indeed, elder brother, you seem a bit selfish. The Intelligent Era Group is essentially a subsidiary of Shenyang Group, and all profits should flow to the parent company. Chen Rongji clenched his fist, his gaze fixed on Chen Yikji, who appeared to be considering the opinions of the others. If possible, he would also support the transfer of Intelligent Era Group's shares back to Shenyang Group. At that moment, Chen Yijun spoke up, second uncle. Do you believe the sales of the Intelligent Era Group will remain consistent? What do you mean? Chen Dongji furrowed his brow. I am calculating based on the entirety of South Korea. Currently, 50% of the population can own your smartphone. Do you think the market lacks saturation? Absurd. Chen Dongji was incensed by this remark. How dare he speak so disrespectfully? Regardless, he was still Chen Yijun's elder uncle. Such insolence warranted a reprimand. Chen Yijun replied, You must understand that while the smartphone market may be nearing saturation, its lifespan lasts 2 years. After 2 years, the devices will become sluggish, and subsequently, 80% of the users will opt for replacements. Thus, we have a 2-year grace period. Furthermore, who says we are limited to selling in just one country? What do you mean by that? A sense of foreboding crept into Chen Dongji's mind. We can sell to various countries. How could the market possibly reach saturation then? Chen Yijun retorted, Grandfather, as long as we transport our phones to different countries for sale, the profits will exceed our expectations, and the company's value will double. Based on my conservative estimates, it could be more than tenfold. This implies that Shenyang Group could garner approximately 1,000 billion won in the coming years. Chen Yangji squinted slightly, clearly impressed by Chen Yijun's reasoning. It made sense. If export trade were feasible, the value would multiply. And they could also export other products, something he had experienced before establishing the group. Chen Dongji, at a loss for words, sat down with a strange expression. He could not comprehend why Chen Yijun, despite his young age, had achieved such remarkable success. After all, he was only 11 years old. Sun Jinlai gently stroked her son's head and smiled. Yijun has grown up. Chen Xingjun chuckled, Brother, you're truly impressive. As the others were left speechless by Chen Yijun's rebuttal, Chen Yangji finally spoke. Yijun is correct. Therefore, this matter shall be entrusted to the eldest's family to handle. The company will continue to receive 30 points of profit, while the remainder will be allocated entirely to Chen Yijun. Seeing this, Chen Dongji could only nod in agreement, though he felt discontented at the sight of the elder brother's family profiting so much. Yet what could he do? Today was New Year's. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer and enjoy our meal, Chen Yangji suggested. As the group concluded their dinner, the brothers settled on the sofa to sip tea and chat. This gathering did not include Chen Daojun's family, due to his status. Chen Daojun had not been favored by the elder and thus did not celebrate the new year with them. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, for 1,000 system coins, including the presidential candidate selection. At that moment, he had a total of 4,800 system coins in his system, with numerous items available in the shop, such as computers, televisions, and more. Chen Yijun mused, System, are there any special items? He surveyed the area but found nothing particularly remarkable. Surely, the system did not contain only these mundane items. After the main task concludes, hidden attributes will commence. Host, please look forward to it. Chen Yijun felt somewhat exasperated. This system had not issued him a task in a year and a half. Although his current net worth had reached several hundred billion, being a multiverse system, he was aware he had another life to explore. Chapter 16. A transformation. Chen Yijun's gaze was fixed intently on Chen Yijun. As the eldest daughter of a prominent conglomerate, her status was only second to Chen Xingjun. However, since Chen Yijun's awakening, her standing had significantly diminished, to the point where even during meals, her grandfather would overlook her. Clenching her fists, Chen Yijun vowed to become a woman of remarkable prominence in the future. A decade had swiftly passed, and as Chen Yijun had predicted, the era of intelligence had transformed the region into the world's foremost mobile phone manufacturing hub, generating annual revenues exceeding 200 billion Korean won. Meanwhile, Chen Yijun had evolved into a billionaire in his own right. 20% of the globe was utilizing the mobile phones produced by his company, which had surpassed the annual income of the Shenyang Group. Concurrently, Chen Yijun had developed a series of mechanical products, including Apple computers, in the Longhai development zone, yielding substantial profits and earning him accolades from the media as the most brilliant heir of the conglomerate. Without delay, Chen Yijun converted 80% of his earnings into dollars, preparing to invest in other industries in the future. This move garnered admiration from all within the conglomerate, as anyone would envy such wealth at a young age. Chen Daojun, on the other hand, had also been accepted into Korea's prestigious Seoul University, majoring in law, which drew the attention of Chen Yangji. Recognizing the genius that money could not buy and the potential to assist the Shenyang Group in winning all legal battles in the future. In recent years, Chen Yijun's pond had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from a small village into a new city capable of housing 390,000 residents. According to the government's urban development plan, the pond area of Songnam City would see the construction of 105,000 medium to large-sized apartments, alleviating the housing burden in the Gangnam area and accommodating approximately 420,000 people. On a certain bridge, an elderly man and a young man gazed at the towering skyscrapers before them, their hearts stirred with emotion. The transformation was nothing short of astonishing. Chen Yangji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the skyline and realizing that Yijun had indeed been correct. Once merely a pond surrounded by farmland, time had wrought immense change. Over the decade, Chen Yikji had aged considerably, his hair graying and his face lined with experience, yet his aura remained unparalleled. Standing beside him, Chen Yijun had also transformed. At 6 feet tall, he possessed striking good looks, with sharp features and mesmerizing eyes that could evoke feelings of infatuation even in young girls. His presence was a rarity, even in all of Korea. With a smile, Chen Yijun remarked, "People say, above is paradise, below is pond. It has been 10 years, and grandfather, you have aged quite a bit." During this time, he had seldom returned, focusing intently on managing his enterprises. Chen Yikji chuckled. "Did you ever imagine it would become this way? I must say, your foresight is commendable, or perhaps it is merely luck." Chen Yijun replied, "You may consider it luck, but I owe much to you, grandfather. Without your support, I might not have acquired such valuable land." The Longtai development zone had become entirely Chen Yijun's domain. The oil had been successfully extracted, and as he had anticipated, the reserves were limited. However, he took the opportunity and profited 30 billion won. Chen Yikji leaned against the railing and inquired, "In a place as vast as pond, do you even know how much you have earned?" Chen Yijun beamed and said, "Grandfather, do you not trust my estimations? I believe the conservative estimate for pond is 240 billion. Upon hearing this, Chen Yikji was taken aback. Truly, the youngest conglomerate owner in Korea possessed extraordinary insight. "Ah, I stand corrected," he admitted. "The land compensation amounts to 14 billion. And the sale of adjacent merchant properties is 100 billion. Together, that totals 240 billion, all earnings for you, Yijun. I have arranged for the funds to be transferred to your company's account, and I wish to discuss the matter of shares with you. Speak freely." Chen Yikji stated candidly, "Yijun, you are aware that my primary concern lies with the Shenyang Group, and now that your worth is considerable. With an annual income in the billions, distributing 30% would yield 300 billion. I should be grateful to you, but recently, the Shenyang Group has faced financial difficulties, and I require your assistance." Listening intently, Chen Yijun's gaze lingered on Chen Yikji, realizing that the old man was indeed tempted. A company earning billions annually in Korea is a rare entity, and a merger could establish the Shenyang Group as the largest conglomerate in the nation, capable of absorbing other families. Chen Yijun responded, "If you have a need, grandfather, please state it directly. Without you, there would be no era of intelligence. I will always comply with your requests." Chen Yikji intended to speak, but was interrupted by Chen Yijun, who added, "Is it due to the share distribution? If so, let us adjust to a 50-50 split. From this day forward, all funds from the Intelligent Era Group will be deposited into the Shenyang Group's account." Though Chen Yijun appeared cheerful and indifferent, he understood the old man's intentions. It was impossible for Chen Yikji not to feel envy. In a few years, should the elder pass, the Intelligent Era would undoubtedly surpass the Shenyang Group. Would a takeover be on the horizon? It was certainly a possibility. As a cunning figure in the Shenyang Group, Chen Yikji had always kept his cards close to his chest. Today, he seized the opportunity to converse with Yijun, seeking to acquire all of his assets, including the Intelligent Era. Chen Yijun's response would surely alleviate Chen Yikji's apprehensions, while simultaneously inducing a tinge of guilt. Over the past decade, the Intelligent Era had contributed 300 billion won to the Shenyang Group, all pure profit. The costs were borne solely by Chen Yijun. He had done more than enough, and now to propose relinquishing 50% of his shares to the Shenyang Group was a final concession. Even a fool could discern Chen Yijun's underlying message. The atmosphere seemed to thicken, and a gentle breeze rustled through. After a prolonged silence, Chen Yikji chuckled, "Very well. I shall take your word for it. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Do come home for dinner when you have the time." Without looking back, Chen Yikji descended the stairs, where a contingent of well-trained bodyguards stood vigil, ever alert to potential threats against Chairman Chen. Chen Yijun watched the departing vehicle, murmuring, "Ah, old man, there is little I can do. If you were to grasp everything, the Shenyang Group would surely face annihilation." Chapter 17. Cataclysmic Mission at Qingshin Studio. Upon returning, Chen Yijun was warmly greeted by Chen Rongji and Sun Junlai, who had come to welcome their long-missed son. Sun Junlai, overwhelmed with emotion, couldn't hold back her tears. "Yijun, you are finally back. Are you tired? Let me take a look at you." She rushed to Chen Yijun, gently pinching his cheeks with concern. "You've lost so much weight." "Dad, Mom," Chen Yijun responded. "Where's my brother? Why isn't he here?" Chen Rongji replied with a hint of irritation, "Your brother is indulging himself. He returned as soon as the holidays began, and upon hearing you were coming back, He dashed off without so much as a word. Over the past few years, aside from matters concerning the company, Chen Yijun had been studying abroad and had not returned home for nearly 2 years. Embracing Sun Junlai, he reassured her, "I want to leave again." Tears of joy streamed down her face as she exclaimed, "My son, what would you like to eat? I'll have someone prepare it for you." "No need. I'm not hungry," he replied. Just then, a few relatives entered the room, including his second uncle Chen Dongji, second Aunt Lu Jina, Aunt Chen Huaying, and the timid uncle Cui Changji. Upon hearing of Chen Yijuan's return, they hastened over, knowing well that he was a man of considerable wealth. Hoping to gain some advantage and perhaps insights from the eldest brother, Chen Yijun turned to face his relatives. Though he had never held them in high regard, he still nodded politely, greeting them, "Second uncle, second aunt, aunt uncle." With smiles all around, Chen Huaying stepped forward, embracing Chen Yijun's shoulders with a grin. "It's been years. Our Yijun has grown and become even more handsome." Chen Dongji chimed in, "When has Yijun not been handsome? Go on, go on." Chen Huaying shot him a playful glare, "You do talk a lot." As laughter filled the air, Chen Rongji led a couple of them upstairs, fully aware that their intentions were not merely to see Chen Yijun. As expected, in the conference room, Chen Huaying candidly addressed the matter at hand. "Eldest brother, we have been watching the recent events unfold. Yijun's sharp acumen has secured a deal worth 24 billion Korean won. But what about Chen Daojun? Have you heard?" Chen Rongji replied, "I have. He has been accepted into the best law school in Seoul, and the old man has funded him quite generously." "Indeed," Chen Huaying continued, her tone turning colder. "It is precisely because of this funding that I have come to see you. The old man has never shown much favor to the Chen Rongji family, so why this investment in Chen Daojun? Isn't it due to his acceptance into law school?" Chen Rongji slowly raised his teacup, inquiring, "So, what do you wish to convey?" With conviction, Chen Huaying stated, "As our father has always said, true wealth does not come from hard work, but from luck. To invest tens of billions in a mere child is somewhat unreasonable. Even Xingyuan, the eldest grandson, has not received such treatment." Her words darkened Chen Rongji's expression, while Chen Dongji, visibly displeased, interjected, "Eldest brother, don't you find this strange? Chen Daojun is merely the son of a mistress. In terms of lineage, he cannot compare to Xingyuan or Yijun. Is our father truly that kind of person? Why then does he show concern over school matters? Have the two of them perhaps reached some understanding?" The two locked eyes, each understanding the unspoken tension, shifting the responsibility squarely onto their elder brother. Should Chen Daojun graduate, it would undoubtedly influence the old man significantly. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Rongji responded, "And what does this have to do with us? Of course, it concerns us." Chen Huaying crossed her arms, smirking. "An outsider gaining our father's favor could potentially threaten the status of the eldest grandson as the heir. Eldest brother, are you not concerned? He is he, and Xingyuan is Xingyuan. I trust our father's decisive authority," Chen Rongji replied, rising and moving toward the door. Pausing, he turned his face slightly, coldly stating, "Forgive my candor, but you two would do better to enhance your own abilities rather than scheming against others. My son has just returned. I do not wish to quarrel over this matter. If you are here to celebrate Yijun's return, I welcome you wholeheartedly. If not, I must ask you to leave." The departure of their elder brother left Chen Huaying and Chen Dongji in a state of confusion. When had he become so indifferent to the status of the eldest grandson? Did he truly not care whether Xingyuan would inherit Shenyang Group? Clutching her bone china teacup tightly, Chen Huaying remarked coldly, "It seems our eldest brother is well aware that Chen Daojun cannot contend with Chen Xingyuan, and even if he could, there is still Chen Yijun to consider. With the old man's affection for Chen Xingyuan, a choice would undoubtedly be made. What do you propose we do?" Chen Dongji asked, his agitation evident as he swept the papers and paintings from the table into the trash. Intelligent Era's sales have soared to 40 billion today, nearing 50% of Shenyang Group's shares. The old man is aging. We must find our own exit strategy. For Chen Huaying, obtaining all the shares of Shenyang Group was paramount. Even if the future heir were Chen Xingyuan or Chen Yijun, they would receive nothing. However, the old man was meticulous, having allocated different shares among them. To gain anything, they would need to present something of value. In the dining room, Sun Junlai served Chen Yijun his favorite kimchi, saying, "Yijun, eat more. Are we not waiting for my brother?" Chen Yijun asked. "We're not waiting for him. Who knows where he has gone to play? He'll return when he has had enough fun. You eat first. If it's not enough, I'll serve you more," Sun Junlai replied. Chen Yijun smiled gently. His parents' concern warmed his heart. Chen Rongji then asked, "Where do you plan to study this time? University?" After a moment of thought, Chen Yijun replied, "I'm not sure yet. I might not even attend." In his previous life, Chen Yijun had been an exemplary student, but now he felt that attending university would be of little use and that managing his career was far more crucial. As he pondered this, a blue panel appeared before him. Main quest. Earn 5 trillion Korean won. Current status. 490 billion 50 trillion difficulty. Cataclysmic success reward. 3 lottery draws to complete this task. Chen Yijun had dedicated several years of effort. Now he realized that he would have to wait over a month to achieve it. The thought of 3 lottery draws piqued his curiosity. He wondered what rewards awaited him. Chapter 18. Hondao Iron. Chen Yijun was actually in search of a means to safeguard his life. The greatest fear of a wealthy tycoon lies in the envious individuals who may resort to extreme measures, launching surprise attacks during one's travels. Without some form of protective strategy, one might very well meet an untimely demise. For instance, consider the incident involving Chen Yangji's flight, which was targeted by agents in a terrifying assault against Shenyang Group, resulting in the tragic loss of over 90 innocent lives. Chen Yangji glared at Chen Yijun and declared, "How can you neglect your studies? I will ensure you secure a place at the finest university in Seoul." Sun Jinlai, similarly, did not stand beside Chen Yijun this time. For them, education was paramount for acquiring knowledge and forging friendships. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed, and one simply cannot rise to prominence while remaining at home. Yijun, heed your mother's advice. Education is of utmost importance, Sun Jinlai said, affectionately ruffling Chen Yijun's hair. Despite her somewhat stern expression, her voice brimmed with tenderness. Very well, Chen Yijun nodded, lifting some kimchi to his lips. Then I shall rely on you. Is there anything to worry about? Sun Jinlai chuckled. It is only natural for parents to do things for their son. Their indulgence was beyond measure. Even Chen Yijun, the elder brother, did not receive such treatment. Yet, he believed whatever his younger brother did was right, for who could resist such an endearing boy? Ding dong. At that moment, Chen Yangji's phone chimed with a message. Upon reading it, he instinctively furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. What is it? Is something the matter? Chen Yijun inquired. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yangji replied. Do you remember Chairman Mao from 10 years ago? I have some recollection, Chen Yijun responded. Chairman Mao had once brought his daughter to King Sinzhai, seeking a union with Chen Yijun. However, due to Yijun's unforeseen emergence, the alliance had faltered, leading the elder Chen to redirect the matrimonial aspirations towards Chen Yijun, which meant that Mao Xianmin, the eldest daughter of Chairman Mao, was to become his fiancée. Chen Yangji was unaware of Yijun's fondness for this girl. He only knew that the Xianqing daily wished to partake in the burgeoning intelligent era. Yijun, should you oppose this marriage, I shall personally intervene to annul the engagement. No need, Chen Yijun interjected. Xianqing daily has assisted in promoting the intelligent era numerous times without charging us a fee. If we were to back out now, it would lead to a rift between both Shenyang Group and Xianqing daily, which would be detrimental for us. Chen Yangji's brows knitted tighter. Had he known better, he would have refrained from placing the engagement on Yijun's shoulders. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yijun was quite elated at the prospect of marrying his beautiful sister-in-law. A treasure not to be forsaken. Brother, brother. A hurried voice resonated from outside. In burst the grown-up Chen Yijun, clutching a large bouquet of roses. Upon spotting his longed-for younger brother, he eagerly embraced him. Brother, you remember me. Chen Yijun, unable to swallow his food in time, hastily exclaimed, Brother, let go of me. My hands are greasy. Only then did Chen Yijun release him, patting Yijun's shoulder with a grin. Yijun has grown. You're quite robust now. I can hardly recognize you. Brother, I heard from Dad that you knew I was coming back and prepared a gift for me. Where is it? Chen Yijun searched for something on Chen Yijun. But apart from the bouquet, he found nothing. Chen Yijun unbuttoned his coat, revealing a watch. How could I forget? Here. I got this for £1,000,000 at an auction. Surely you didn't pilfer it from Grandpa? Chen Yijun teased with a smile. Come now. I've outgrown such antics. Now that I've finally returned to the country, I would never forget to bring you a gift, Chen Yijun insisted, showing his affection for his brother. How long do you plan to stay? Not leaving, Chen Yijun replied. Really? Chen Yijun's heart leaped with joy as he embraced Chen Yijun's shoulders, laughing. I'm about to graduate, and soon we can be together all the time. Hey, I am your biological brother, Chen Yijun quipped. Realizing his words could be misconstrued, Chen Yijun quickly released him and greeted their parents. Dad, Mom. I thought you only had one brother, Chen Yangji grumbled, and your first act upon entering was to seek out your brother while your parents are right here. Chen Yijun sheepishly scratched his head, forcing an awkward smile. I'll be more mindful next time. After breakfast, Chen Yangji returned to the office to manage affairs, while their mother, Sun Jinlai, left for a manicure, leaving only Chen Yijun and Chen Yijun to exchange glances. "Brother, have you heard about a movie set to release soon?" Chen Yijun queried. "A movie?" Chen Yijun recalled that he had invested 30% in Chen Yijun's film industry venture long ago. If not for this mention, he might have forgotten. He had entrusted the management to the company's director, and it appeared the film had gained traction. Indeed, its title Titanic, portraying the somber tale of a luxurious ocean liner exclusively for the wealthy, which meets a tragic fate at sea. Those affluent individuals certainly face their share of suffering. It is said to be one of the hottest films of recent times. Chen Yijun mused silently. Titanic, isn't that the one with Jack? This thought transported him back to the scene at the New York Film Festival, where Chen Daojun crossed paths with the renowned investor Wu Shixian. Wu Shixian, Chen Daojun's assistant and partner, was a miraculous CEO, a prodigy in investments with a keen insight into the world and humanity. Whenever judgment faltered, he would consult the capitalist scripture, deeming money the key to understanding the world and mankind. If one cannot befriend you, then they are your adversary. Chen Daojun's ambitions were far-reaching, and it was Wu Shixian who would ultimately ascend to the presidency of Shenyang Group. A formidable individual indeed. "Yijun, what occupies your thoughts?" Chen Yijun inquired. "Nothing much, just recalling someone," Chen Yijun responded. "By the way, brother, have you heard any discussions within the family regarding Hondao Iron recently?" "Hondao Iron?" Chen Yijun shook his head, replying, "I'm not aware. I just returned not long ago and am still in the dark about what has transpired with Shenyang Group. You should consult Grandpa. He might possess the information." Hondao Iron was a crucial asset. If acquired, it could significantly benefit the entire group, albeit at a steep price. In his previous life, Chen Yijun vaguely remembered that Shenyang Group had expended a staggering 700 billion won to secure Hondao Iron, a considerable expenditure indeed. Even if he were to utilize all his resources, he would still be unable to acquire it independently. Thus, collaboration with Shenyang Group would be the most prudent course of action. Chapter 19. Successfully acquiring Hondao Iron and Steel. Chen Daojun, also a reincarnator, recognized the inherent value of the steel company even before Shenyang Group's efforts to acquire it had come to fruition. He entrusted Wu Shixian with the task of purchasing the steel enterprise. Wu Shixian remarked that the figure involved was substantial, to which Daojun merely smiled faintly. Upon learning that acquiring the steel company required 400 billion Korean won, Chen Yangji deemed the price exorbitant and sent Chen Yongji to negotiate a lower price, aiming to reduce it to 300 billion. However, Chen Yongji was unsuccessful, as an investor had already been commissioned to secure the steel company for 500 billion by Wu Shixian. Subsequently, Chen Daojun initiated his own plan, seeking out his uncle, Chen Dongji. In a moment of impulsivity, Dongji, eager to undermine his elder brother, approached Shenyang Group's staunch rival, Dang Group, with his assistance. Dang Group escalated the price to 600 billion won, prompting Wu Shixian to raise it to 650 billion. Ultimately, Chen Rongji, the vice president of Shenyang Group, acquired Hondao Iron and Steel for 750 billion won. Yet this turn of events delighted Chen Daojun, who felt like a child in joy. His intention was for Shenyang Group to shoulder a debt of hundreds of billions from this acquisition, simultaneously seeking to bring down Chen Yijun's intelligent era company in the process. Thus, this predicament would not be allowed to repeat itself, and he resolved to handle the matter personally. Chen Yijun stated, "Brother, I will take care of this. Please await my return at home." Watching his younger brother leave in haste, Chen Yijun was utterly perplexed by his sudden departure. However, Chen Yijun was determined to secure Hondao Iron and Steel under the name of Intelligent Era before Wu Shixian returned from New York, despite the latter's intentions of acquiring it for 400 billion. Chen Yijun's arrival took the chairman of Hondao Group by surprise. Yet he still stepped out to greet him. Despite being merely a child in his early teens, his investment acumen was astonishing. The chairman of Hondao Iron and Steel, an elderly man with a head of white hair, was of similar age to Chen Yangji but appeared somewhat disheartened due to the group's decline. "Young Master Chen, what brings you here?" Chairman Li inquired. "Please, Chairman Li, I am here to discuss the acquisition price of Hondao Iron and Steel," Chen Yijun replied. Upon hearing this, Chairman Li did not react much, presuming that Shenyang Group had sent him, and simply gestured for him to proceed. Once in the conference room, Chairman Li was straightforward, stating, "We at Hondao Iron and Steel have set the price at 400 billion won, and we do not intend to negotiate further." Chen Yijun did not refuse, responding directly, "Very well, 400 billion it is." Hearing this, Chairman Li's expression shifted, as he thought he had misheard. "Are you certain?" he asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Indeed, Chen Yijun confirmed. Chairman Li pressed further. May I inquire whether young Master Chen represents Shenyang Group or Intelligent Era Group? Both Intelligent Era and Shenyang Group, Chen Yijun clarified. As you know, Intelligent Era is a subsidiary of Shenyang Group, sharing the same roots. I will acquire the company at the full price and additionally offer you 1% of Intelligent Era's shares. Upon hearing this, Chairman Li stood up from his chair in disbelief, scrutinizing Chen Yijun as if questioning his own hearing. The 400 billion price was already considerable, and the prospect of receiving 1% of Intelligent Era's shares promised significant future revenue, even if he did nothing. I do not comprehend the intent behind your words. Young Master Chen, Chairman Li said quietly, since you are acquiring Hondao Iron and Steel at full price, why offer me shares in Intelligent Era? Do not be so surprised, Chen Yijun replied, lifting his teacup. The primary reason I offer you shares in Intelligent Era is to facilitate the direct acquisition of Hondao Iron and Steel and to prevent any competitive bidding. Chairman Li sat back down, deep in thought. Thus, it seemed he could only sell for 400 billion, with no other groups permitted to bid. However, the allure of Intelligent Era's shares was too tempting. He had conducted clandestine inquiries into Chen Yijun, who, at such a young age, wielded capital in the billions. Though it was merely a fraction of shares, it represented a significant sum for anyone. Chairman Li, a seasoned strategist, pondered for a moment before smiling nonchalantly. Young Master Chen, do not rush. There is a saying that I am unsure if I should express. Do share, Chen Yijun encouraged, remaining unperturbed, aware that he had ample time before his father's intervention. Chairman Li continued, I believe Intelligent Era Group will one day become a leading company nationally, perhaps even globally. Therefore, I have decided to lower the original 400 billion valuation of Hondao Iron and Steel to 300 billion, but in exchange, I require 5% of the shares. Chen Yijun instinctively set down his teacup, the crisp sound resonating through the silent room, causing even Chairman Li's heart to skip a beat. Then, there is nothing further to discuss, he asserted, rising from his seat. 5% of the shares will yield thousands of billions in value. Chairman Li, you are indeed a shrewd negotiator. Chairman Li was unaware that Intelligent Era was poised to unveil a new product line, destined to double in value. Your request for 300 billion plus 5% shares is beyond my capacity. This meeting concludes here. I bid you farewell. Chen Yijun departed without a backward glance, prompting a dramatic change in Chairman Li's expression. He hastily grasped Chen Yijun's hand just as he was about to open the door. I was abrupt. Let us negotiate further. I believe it is unnecessary, Chen Yijun replied solemnly. I cannot concede 5% shares. I do not require 5%, merely 3%. And I shall lower the original price to 200 billion. Chairman Li gritted his teeth, burdened by a debt of 100 billion. With Intelligent Era's arrival, there was no question that this was a timely opportunity. If he declined, Hondao Iron and Steel would languish without interest. Upon hearing this, Chen Yijun turned to him. Your price is indeed enticing, but I have a proposal. What is it? After acquiring Hondao Iron and Steel, you will continue in your role as chairman here. Chairman Li paused, incredulous. He had not anticipated that young Master Chen would be so considerate. He had thought he would retire and enjoy his twilight years. Yet Chen Yijun was offering him this opportunity. Is that not agreeable? Chairman Li quickly replied, how could I possibly disagree? I accept. Chen Yijun then resumed his seat. And Chairman Li poured him a cup of tea, stating, I will have the contract printed right away. Very well, Chen Yijun responded, taking a delicate sip of his tea. Please expedite the arrangements. Chapter 20. The admission letter from Seoul National University's Law Department. Li Haorong, the president, exhibited remarkable efficiency, swiftly producing 2 contracts. After Chen Yijun confirmed there were no issues, he signed his name. The two shook hands joyfully. Henceforth, Hondao GTS successfully transformed into a conglomerate of the Intelligent Era. Upon exiting the group, a throng of reporters surged forward, eager for the latest news. Chen Yijun divulged the entire matter, hoping to dissuade the crowd. As anticipated, the media fervently reported the incident, which quickly reached Shenyang Group. Within King Sinzhai, a few individuals led by Chen Yangji exchanged glances. Even Vice President Chen Yongji was momentarily stunned upon hearing the news. How could his son suddenly acquire Hondao Jitia? Brother, your son has done something remarkable. Chen Dongji remarked with a hint of envy. Chen Rongji replied nonchalantly, I was unaware of this matter. I can only wait for Yijun to arrive to understand more. Silently, Chen Yangji removed his glasses, his expression grave. From the news, it appears that Yijun, in collaboration with Shenyang Group and the Intelligent Era Group, has acquired Hondao GTF for 200 billion at a 3-point share price. 3-point shares? Chen Yijun, the third daughter, frowned and spoke up, "Father, this is not a trivial sum. After all, the Intelligent Era is a subsidiary of our Shenyang Group. How could he act without our consent?" The family's paramount concern was profit, and Chen Yijun's actions clearly jeopardized their interests. They could have made the acquisition for 300 billion. Why settle for 3 shares? No one could fathom this decision. Chen Yijun, trusting his son, retorted, "As CEO of the Intelligent Era, Yijun has the authority to utilize company shares. This is none of your concern. Brother, defending your son is one thing, but this is excessive," Chen Dongji chimed in, aligning with his sister Chen Yijun. Chen Dongji, in particular, was eager to push his elder brother aside and seize control of Shenyang Group. However, this incident indirectly positioned Chen Yijun as the next president's chosen successor. Chen Yijun stated, "This demonstrates the strength of a family head." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. Realizing that Chen Yongji's words implied he would determine the heir to Shenyang Group. Even Chen Yongji was momentarily taken aback, looking at his father in shock. He had anticipated that his son's actions would indirectly solidify his status as heir. At that moment, Chen Yijun entered the room, greeting everyone, "Grandfather, Dad. You called for me." Chen Yongji gestured to the vacant seat beside him. "Have a seat." Chen Dongji, feeling both furious and powerless, realized his father's intention was to place Chen Yijun in that position, not for their mother. Chen Yijun sat beside his grandfather without reservation, pouring a cup of tea for him. "Grandfather, enjoy your tea." Chen Yongji lifted his cup, saying, "Yijun, your uncle and aunt are here. Please explain why you dared to acquire Hondao Jitie before Shenyang Group and sign an agreement that excluded any involvement from us." It was clear that if Chen Yijun had not incorporated Shenyang Group into the deal, his grandfather would have been displeased, believing Yijun intended to sever ties with the group. However, by binding Hondao Jitie to both groups, even if Yijun withdrew, Shenyang Group could seamlessly inherit all of Hondao Jitie. This was why Chen Yongji had reserved a favorable position for him. Chen Yijun responded, "Grandfather, you jest. After all, I am a member of the Chen family, and all interests must align with Shenyang Group." Hearing this, Chen Yongji felt a wave of relief. "Well said, indeed." However, he cautioned, "I despise those who betray the family. Should I discover such individuals, their identity will not spare them from my wrath." These simple words sent shivers through the meeting room. The old man's authority remained formidable, his demeanor exuding a commanding presence. Yet, Chen Yijun remained composed, his every action observed by Chen Yongji, who regarded his beloved grandson as merely scratching the surface of a deeper issue. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chen Yijun's mind, startling him. He had yet to complete his main quest, yet the system was issuing another task. Commence side quest, invest in Amazon bookstore. Difficulty, easy success reward, 1,500 system points failure penalty. Increase the main quest limit by 900 billion won. A side quest? Chen Yijun mused, recalling that Chen Daojun had invested in Amazon at $18 per share, reaping a remarkable profit. The system was evidently astute to issue such tasks. Presently, he could allocate 200 billion won for investment, with the expectation that this sum would multiply within the next year. Chen Yijun had already formulated a plan. "Yijun, I heard from your father that you wish to pursue your studies. Is that true?" Chen Yongji inquired, turning to him. "Yes, I aspire to attend university in Seoul, Korea, and spend time with family," Chen Yijun confirmed with a nod. Chen Yongji produced an admission letter, placing it before Chen Yijun. "This is the result of considerable effort. You have been accepted into the law department of Seoul National University, the highest institution in Korea. Typically, entry into the law department required exceptional qualifications. Even Chen Daojun had gained admission through merit. However, Chen Yongji had expended substantial resources to persuade the principal, with the president also subtly approving Chen Yijun's entry into the law department. This was a testament to the unimaginable power of wealth. "Do not disappoint me." Chen Dongji and Chen Yijun felt envious. Even their own children lacked such privileges. It was evident that their father had always regarded Chen Yijun as the heir to Shenyang Group. "Thank you, grandfather." Chen Yijun accepted graciously. Chen Yongji then stood, declaring, "From today onward, Yijun will sit beside me. If anyone has objections, they must bear it." "Dad." Yet the old man had already left, leaving behind two discontented faces. Why was this opportunity not theirs? Chen Rongji disregarded his sibling's sentiments, embracing his son's shoulders with a smile. "Yijun, do not let your grandfather down. This is a hard-won opportunity. Rest assured, Dad." With 7 days remaining until school commenced, ample time remained for him to invest in Amazon bookstore. Chen Dongji stormed off in anger, feeling overshadowed by a mere child. Chapter 21. The wall slam on Mao Xianmin. The Chen family rejoiced for Yijun, as both the acquisition of Han Dao Iron and his acceptance into the esteemed law department of Seoul University were splendid achievements. As the eldest grandson, Chen Yijun reserved a private room in a five-star hotel to celebrate his beloved brother. Inside the private room, the four raised their glasses, and Chen Yijun spoke. Let us toast to our brother's acquisition of Han Dao Iron and his acceptance into law school. Cheers! Cheers! They downed their drinks in unison. Chen Yijun had never felt such happiness. Having such a wonderful son was indeed a blessing from his past life. Sun Zhenglai continually served dishes to her two sons, urging, "Make sure to eat plenty." Xingyuan inquired, "Brother, how did you learn that Shenyang Group wanted Han Dao Iron?" With a smile, Yijun replied, "It appears that Han Dao Iron will be of great assistance to both Shenyang Group and the era of intelligence. After acquiring Han Dao Iron, our financial resources will experience a significant elevation." Upon hearing this, Chen Yijun affectionately embraced his brother's shoulders and chuckled, "As expected of my brother, you are truly clever." Chen Yijun looked at the two brothers and remarked with a smile, "Enough with the pleasantries, let us eat." "Father, after so many years of brotherly affection, can I enjoy a good conversation with him?" Xingyuan muttered, which elicited laughter from the group. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door, and all eyes turned toward it. Yijun, standing closest, approached and opened the door. Before him stood an elderly man with white hair, accompanied by a graceful woman. The woman was strikingly beautiful, standing at 1.75 meters tall, with shoulder-length hair, clutching a light yellow handbag. "Are you President Mao?" Yijun asked, recognizing the man as the chairman of Xianqing Daily, Mao Xianmin's father. "Ah, Yijun, it has been a while," President Mao replied with a warm smile. Chen Yijun, hearing the commotion, rose and said, "Isn't this President Mao?" After a brief handshake, President Mao introduced, "This is my daughter, Mao Xianmin, and this is your Uncle Ranji." Mao Xianmin nodded, "Uncle Ranji." Chen Ranji recognized her as the girl who had an engagement with Yijun, and for the sake of their family's relationship, he complimented. "After many years, Xianmin has become even more beautiful." Mao Xianmin directed her gaze at Yijun, appraising the boy she once knew. After 10 years, Yijun's charm and demeanor were exceptional. Even her father lacked such an aura. "Hello, little brother Chen Yijun." Mao Xianmin extended her flawless right hand, tilting her head with a sweet smile. "Hello," Yijun responded gracefully, shaking her hand. "After several years, I hardly recognized you." Mao Xianmin giggled, covering her mouth. "You jest." "Yijun, please, come in," Chen Yijun insisted, not allowing them to stand at the door, aware that it was a workplace faux pas. President Mao chuckled and took a seat, regarding Yijun with a kind expression. "Yijun, how have you been lately?" "Thanks to you. Everything is well," Yijun replied. Nodding, President Mao continued, "My daughter has just returned home. We were actually here to dine. We heard from the front desk that Vice President Chen Yijun was having a family gathering, so we took the liberty of joining you. I hope we are not intruding." "Of course not," Chen Yijun assured. "Since you are here for a meal, let us dine together." "Thank you," President Mao replied. Chen Yijun frowned slightly. He wondered why outsiders had joined their family gathering. Had it not been for their status, he might have been inclined to dismiss them. The influence of Xianqing Daily was significant, thus they could not afford to make enemies. President Mao got straight to the point. "Ranji, do you remember the marriage alliance we agreed upon years ago?" The title president indicated that in the future, Shenyang Group would become the Chen family's asset. And with the era of intelligence, he was quite invested in this matter. Chen Ranji's expression grew peculiar, yet he replied, "Of course I remember. But Yijun is still young, just coming of age. Is it not premature to discuss marriage?" President Mao discerned the underlying meaning and smiled. "The two children are fond of each other. I believe they can become engaged. I understand that Yijun is still quite young, and an early marriage might invite gossip, which is why I propose engagement instead." Mao Xianmin gazed at Yijun, noticing he did not seem averse. In fact, he appeared to enjoy her company. Indeed, Yijun felt no opposition. Such a beautiful sister-in-law was too precious to let slip away. Securing her would also mean acquiring the entire Xianqing Daily, which would greatly assist his future plans. This was an undeniably profitable venture. However, Chen Yijun felt somewhat gloomy. He did not wish for his son to marry the daughter of President Mao, and both parties began to calculate their own interests. Just then, Yijun broke the tension, stating, "I have no objections. Since our families agreed upon this union in our childhood, to refuse now would be unfavorable for both sides." Upon hearing this, President Mao laughed heartily, raising his glass. "The child has spoken. Surely, Chairman Ranji will not object." Chen Yijun was perplexed, but with his son's declaration, He felt he could not refuse as a father. He reluctantly agreed to the engagement, saying, "Very well, I respect Yijun's choice." As the drinks flowed, both families endeavored to foster the relationship between Yijun and Mao Xianmin, encouraging them to take a stroll together, walking under the bright lights of the bustling street. With shops still open due to the hour, Mao Xianmin asked, "I have a question." "Go ahead. Why did you so readily agree to our engagement? With your status, you could have any woman. Why me? Is it because of Xianxing daily?" Yijun replied, "It is a matter of parental arrangement and matchmaking. Since our families agreed upon this union long ago, to break it now would be detrimental for both parties." Mao Xianmin pressed further, "But do you have any feelings for me?" Yijun halted, swiftly pressing his right hand against the wall, the sudden wall slam causing Mao Xianmin's cheeks to flush. He leaned in, whispering into her ear, "I've had feelings for you since we were young. What about you?" Upon hearing this, Mao Xianmin's face turned scarlet, even her ears blushing, as the scent of the man enveloped her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. This was the first time Mao Xianmin experienced such a feeling. Even during her studies abroad, no man had ever stirred her heart. However, seeing Yijun now, her long-frozen heart finally bloomed, welcoming the spring's vibrant flowers. Chapter 22. Kakao Talk. Chen Yijun released Mao Xianmin, a smile illuminating his face as he said, "I'll head back now, goodbye." "Wait a moment." Mao Xianmin called out to him. "What's the matter?" Chen Yijun turned around. "Could I have your contact information?" Without hesitation, Chen Yijun shared his mobile number with Mao Xianmin and then departed. Mao Xianmin adjusted her hair, still clutching the tag that Chen Yijun had removed for her, her heart stirring with emotion. "He is indeed an intriguing young man. I am delighted to have met you, Chen Yijun." Upon returning home, Chen Yijun instructed his company to allocate 100 billion won to purchase stocks from Amazon's bookstore, currently priced at $18 per share. His subordinate cautioned him, saying that such stocks were prone to sharp declines. However, for someone like him, who had traversed time, it was evident that he was well aware of the market's fluctuations. Ultimately, he invested 100 billion won in the era of intelligence. Side mission completed. Reward 1,500 system coins. The system's voice echoed in Chen Yijun's ears. At that moment, his account reflected the addition of 1,500 system coins, leaving him with a total of 5,000 coins. Chen Yijun opened the system store, examining the offerings with keen interest. Future technologies would determine the value of system coins differently. For instance, a robot production plan required a staggering 100,000 system coins, a sum he could scarcely afford even a fraction of with his current assets. His gaze landed upon the gaming industry. With the passage of time, numerous gaming companies would inevitably collaborate with the era of intelligence. Why not develop a game of his own? The creation of a game required merely 10,000 system coins, and it appeared to be a highly lucrative venture. Chen Yijun decided to save up enough system coins for this purpose in due time. Ding dong. The sound of his phone ringing interrupted his thoughts. Glancing down, he saw a text from Mao Xianmin. "Do you have time tomorrow?" Chen Yijun replied, "I do. Shall we have a meal together?" He did not refuse, responding, "Sure, send me the location." Hotel. Indeed, I could create a chat application, Chen Yijun mused. Initially intending to criticize the inefficiency of mobile messaging, he suddenly recalled the chat applications from his past life, sparking an idea. In the system store, he found an application named Kakao Talk. From his previous memories, Kakao Talk was a popular free messaging app from South Korea, in which Tencent held a significant stake. Akin to QQ and WeChat, facilitating communication across iPhones, Androids, Windows phones, and Blackberries. It was one of the most beloved mobile applications among Koreans. The purchase price was set at 1,000 system coins. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yijun clicked the purchase button. As the system coins were deducted, a Kakao Talk production template materialized as a document. Chen Yijun promptly forwarded the document to the email of the head of the era of intelligence, instructing, "There is no need for testing upon successful creation. It should be released directly." The email was received. Subsequently, Lin Jishuan, the head of the intelligence era, called. "President, are you certain we don't need to conduct tests?" Lin Jishuan's puzzled voice came through the phone. "Generally, any software requires thorough testing to ensure no issues arise that could adversely affect the company." However, Chen Yijun had faith in the plans sold by the system. After all, he had purchased it for 1,000 system coins, and it could not possibly be a counterfeit. Thus, he replied, "Just follow my instructions. Once successful, send me a copy of the template." Lin Jishuan respectfully acknowledged, "Understood, President. I will arrange for immediate production." As the first electronics company in South Korea, the intelligence era boasted 20% of Seoul's talent, making the creation of a chat application well within their capabilities. After ending the call, Chen Yijun reclined on the soft sofa, propping his legs up, while he browsed through recent news on his phone. One of the top stories announced the conclusion of the New York Film Festival. Upon seeing this, Chen Yijun surmised that Chen Daojun and investor Wu Shixian had returned. Little did they realize that their long-planned Hondao Steel had already been acquired by the intelligence era. As expected, in a dilapidated building, Chen Daojun, dressed in a suit, gazed out at the twinkling lights of Seoul. Beside him, Wu Shixian sighed. We have arrived too late. Hondao Steel has been acquired by Shenyang Group and the intelligence era. Chen Daojun turned, perplexed by this turn of events, and quickly inquired. How much did Shenyang Group spend to acquire it? Wu Shixian, still in shock, replied calmly. Shenyang Group did not spend a single penny. Rather, the intelligence era invested 200 billion won, and Chen Yijun, your uncle's younger brother, offered 3% of the intelligence era's shares as payment. Upon hearing this, Chen Daojun fell into deep contemplation. The unfolding events seemed somewhat amiss. Logically, the intelligence era group should not yet exist in Korea, and smartphones would not emerge for many years. Could it be that Chen Yijun was also a reborn individual? He had no clear recollection of this younger brother. His memory's hazy at best. At times, Chen Daojun even questioned whether his own existence had caused the narrative to deviate. Yet, such a significant deviation seemed implausible. Furrowing his brow, Chen Daojun reflected on how he had earned some money for his father over the years, investing all of it in Amazon's bookstore. Together with Wu Shixian, he planned to establish their own company named Miracle. As a fellow reborn individual, he understood that some opportunities could not be missed. Losing 240 billion won had already dealt him a heavy blow. Thus, he aimed to reclaim his losses through Amazon's bookstore. Wu Shixian recognized Chen Daojun's potential, which led him to choose collaboration, as both their identities and mindsets aligned perfectly. Unable to allow Shenyang Group to bear the burden of debt, he resolved to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough with the intelligence era. Chen Daojun's gaze turned icy. This time, he was determined to orchestrate a dramatic turnaround. The following day, the Chen family gathered around the breakfast table. Upon learning that Chen Yijun had agreed to a union with Xianxing Daily, Chen Yangji was filled with indignation. Yijun, he reprimanded. Now that you are the president of the intelligence era, you must consider the bigger picture. Even if Xianxing Daily holds some influence, it is merely a drop in the bucket for Shenyang Group. If you are being coerced, your grandfather can handle these matters. Chen Yangji's eyes, fierce as a tiger's, fixated on Chen Yijun, fearing that Xianxing Daily might use this as leverage to extract greater shares from the intelligence era. This was absolutely unacceptable, even to himself. Chapter 23 Su Mining, Chen Yijun said, I have my own thoughts. There is no need to trouble grandfather with this matter. Do not be so presumptuous. Maintain your decorum. Chen Huaying, who had always looked down on Chen Yijun, raised her voice to assert her presence. Chen Yijun regarded his aunt with a cold, penetrating gaze, akin to that of the Grim Reaper, a flicker of sharpness crossing his expression. He had no desire to meddle in the affairs of Shenyang Group, merely wishing to manage his own company effectively. Yet, his uncles and aunts were insatiably covetous of his company's shares, an insufferable pack of ungrateful wolves. If it weren't for him, Chen Daojun would have long since driven them to ruin. And still, they were not satisfied, making a scene. I have had my fill. Chen Yijun, disinterested, set down his chopsticks and turned to leave. Chen Xingjun, witnessing his brother's indignation, angrily overturned the tableware, storming out in a huff. Chen Huaying's chest heaved with fury as she watched the two depart, realizing her words had been excessively harsh. Father, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to express. Enough. Chen Yangji's thunderous reprimand startled Chen Huaying into silence, and the expressions of Chen Rongji and his wife shifted as well. However, the old patriarch seemed to be genuinely angered, transforming what was once a tranquil breakfast into a cauldron of rage. After exiting King Sin's High, Chen Yijun made his way to the garage, selecting a vehicle to alleviate his mind. Chen Xingjun eagerly leaped into the passenger seat, fearing his brother was about to run away from home. Brother, where are you going? Just out for a breather. What about you? Chen Xingjun exclaimed angrily. What is wrong with Aunt? Why is she so irate this early? Surely her interests have been compromised, Chen Yijun replied with a dispassionate demeanor, unperturbed by Chen Huaying's remarks. As the adage goes, those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Such individuals will find their own way in due course. His focus was on strengthening his own position. Family matters could be entrusted to others. However, it was precisely Chen Huaying's words that would irrevocably alter the course of his future. Driving alone to Seoul University, Chen Yijun parked in the underground garage due to his status and walked into the campus. At that moment, a red convertible abruptly blocked his path, and two young men, of similar age, emerged from the vehicle. The leader, with nonchalant flair, slammed the car door shut. "You are Chen Yijun from the 96th Law Department, correct?" Chen Yijun inquired. "Who are you? What do you want?" The young man replied, "I am Kim Taeyong from the 95th Law Department. This is Jiang Nan from the 94th Journalism Department." Jiang Nan lazily added, "How can you speak like that? Chen Yijun is the president of Intelligent Era, after all, having entered through connections." Chen Yijun's icy gaze fixed upon Jiang Nan, who felt a chill run down his spine as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. Clearing his throat, Jiang Nan altered his tone. "Kim Taeyong's family is involved in future industries, while mine runs the Peninsula Trade Company." Jiang Nan then introduced the girl beside him. "This is Jimin. Her grandfather holds a significant position in the government." Chen Yijun, disinclined to engage further, turned to leave. They were merely a group of privileged youths. Despite their companies being somewhat reputable, they paled in comparison to Shenyang Group and Intelligent Era. In truth, Kim Taeyong's family's future industries were reliant on the support of Intelligent Era, yielding substantial profits. The girl, Jimin, spoke up. "Brother Yijun seems a bit flustered. Haven't you heard of the prestigious club at Seoul University, the Mingmen Club?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yijun instinctively halted, turning to regard them. The Mingmen Club, established by the offspring of Chaebols, included only those with wealth and power. Those lacking such advantages were deemed unworthy of entry. You need not feel constrained. Only those of comparable status dine together. Chen Yijun nearly laughed aloud at the notion of comparable status. As the president of Intelligent Era, he was already of an elder generation to them. Logically, they ought to address him as President Chen. One could only wonder how their fathers would react to this realization. Jiang Nan produced his phone. "Here, provide your number, and we will send you the details for the welcome meeting via text. You know the rule about bringing a companion, right?" Intrigued by the lavish lifestyles of these youths, Chen Yijun shared his mobile number with Jiang Nan. "Understood, but next time, do not obstruct a path with your vehicle. It is quite rude." Kim Taeyong sheepishly scratched his head, aware of Chen Yijun's prowess, and promptly moved the car aside to clear the way. As Chen Yijun turned to depart, Jiang Nan crossed his arms, commenting, "Taeyong, why are you being so courteous to him? He is the president of Intelligent Era. Even my company must rely on them to survive. If my father finds out, I am certain I will face a severe reprimand." Kim Taeyong replied. Jimin narrowed her eyes, piqued by this handsome young man. Being somewhat connected, she had heard whispers of recent events. "Taeyong is right. Jiang Nan, your tone was rather presumptuous. Even your father would likely refer to him as president." Go away, Jiang Nan retorted, startled by the revelation. Having just returned from studying abroad, he was unaware of the recent developments in Seoul and had merely sought a new phone upon his return, oblivious to the fact that the creator of such innovations was Chen Yijun. Upon arriving at school, numerous girls approached him for his contact number, all of which he declined. Guided by a classmate, he traversed the corridor to his classroom. The room was not particularly large, but was adorned with luxury, featuring several desks. However, as the term had yet to commence, the attendance was sparse. Nonetheless, it was evident that the nation placed great importance on Seoul University. As he exited the classroom, he collided with a girl carrying books, who let out a cry as her belongings scattered across the floor. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed repeatedly, bending down to gather the volumes she had borrowed from the library. Chen Yijun also crouched to assist her, and when she lifted her gaze, he was struck by her ethereal beauty. The girl wore a pink outfit, her black hair neatly arranged, secured with a silver hairpin. "Is this Su Mining?" "I'm so sorry, I didn't see you." Su Mining hurriedly apologized, and upon raising her head, she noticed his strikingly handsome visage. So handsome. Chapter 24. The gift. Are you all right? Chen Yijun, the gentleman, handed over the book. Su Mining accepted the book with gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Chen Yijun recognized that the woman before him was Su Mining, the girl Chen Daojun admired, and she was destined to become a prosecutor. Coming from a wealthy background herself, her father was also a prosecutor. Later, she became a prosecutor in the Seoul local anti-corruption department, known for her clear sense of right and wrong. Despite being a rich second-generation individual, she never empathized with the Chaebols due to her status. Su Mining never exploited her family's influence. She became a prosecutor to protect the interests of the citizens. Such a girl was straightforward and easy to communicate with. Chen Yijun extended his right hand. "Hello? My name is Chen Yijun. You are the founder of the Intelligent Era, Chen Yijun?" Su Mining covered her mouth in surprise. She had heard of him long ago. and the announcements at the academy confirmed his identity. His status and wealth were beyond ordinary comparison. The emergence of his intelligent era had propelled the South Korean economy exponentially, allowing everyone to prosper, which was Chen Yijun's principle. Sometimes, not everyone was a villain. It was merely a matter of differing perspectives. Su Minying extended her right hand. Hello? I'm Su Minying. Indeed, it was she. Chen Yijun smiled inwardly, surprised that his presence had led to this encounter, as if it were fate. Be careful walking. Don't bump your head, he said, his considerate demeanor stirring a flutter in her heart. Thank you for forgiving me. How about this? I don't like owing favors. So let me treat you to dinner. This was Su Minying's first invitation to anyone, and she herself was unsure why she said it. But retracting her words would be awkward. Chen Yijun, however, politely declined, as he had another engagement. The eldest daughter of Hyunching Daily, Mao Xianmin, was waiting for him. If he stood her up, future meals together would be jeopardized. Let's save it for next time. I promise to treat you then, he replied with a bright smile, hoping she wouldn't refuse. Well, all right. For some reason, Su Minying felt a twinge of disappointment, having known each other for only a few minutes. This sensation caused her cheeks to flush. They exchanged phone numbers and noted their identities. After Chen Yijun left, it was not long before Mao Xianmin's call came through. Seated in the car, Chen Yijun answered the phone. Hello? Hey, do you have time? Let's grab a meal. Send me the location. I'm free now. Chen Yijun deftly maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand while holding the phone with the other. Upon seeing the romantic hotel location that Mao Xianmin sent, a smile appeared on his face. She certainly knew how to create an atmosphere. The car sped down the highway, arriving at the romantic hotel in about 20 minutes. Under the sunshade at the hotel's entrance, Mao Xianmin elegantly sipped her coffee, her black sunglasses enhancing her grace. She had changed into a pristine dress for this date, a departure from her usual attire. As the car door opened, hotel staff rushed over, promptly taking Chen Yijun's car keys and parking the vehicle in the underground garage. It was known that patrons of this hotel were either wealthy or of high status, thus enjoying exceptional treatment. You're late, Mao Xianmin remarked, tapping her wristwatch with interest. Chen Yijun smiled nonchalantly, producing a jade bracelet worth millions. Of course, this is a gift for you. Mao Xianmin instinctively extended her right hand, tilting her head with a sweet smile. Then please put it on for me, young Master Yijun. Chen Yijun did not refuse, gently holding her delicate hand as he adorned her wrist with the jade bracelet. This tender moment resembled that of a couple. Mao Xianmin's cheeks flushed, yet her noble demeanor remained unchanged. Let us go. I've reserved a private room. Why didn't you wait for me in the room? Chen Yijun inquired. Mao Xianmin playfully linked her arm with his, smiling. Of course, it's because I wanted to see you. You give me a different feeling, and I'm somewhat grateful for the arrangement my father made. If it weren't for Chen Daojun, perhaps her sister-in-law wouldn't have adopted such an attitude. However, in this life, Chen Yijun planned to let her recuperate at home, avoiding interference in workplace matters. As they were led by the waiter, they arrived at a floor designed exclusively for couples. The ambience was intimate, with tables elegantly spaced apart, each accommodating two. Rose petals adorned the floor, and the lighting transitioned from red to white, imbued with the essence of love. Candles flickered safely within protective barriers, not only preventing fire hazards, but also ensuring the flames remained lit, serving a dual purpose loved by couples. The floor was modest, hosting only a dozen or so tables, most of which were occupied by couples in love, their affection evoking envy. They chose a table by the window, where the attentive staff provided 2 alcohol wipes and some personal hygiene tools. Mao Xianmin ordered 2 medium-rare filet steaks, a fruit salad, and 2 pasta dishes, along with a bottle of 1982 Lafite. For the wealthy, Lafite was merely a symbol of status. Nearby patrons approached to greet them. Miss Mao, Chairman Chun. I am Jean Rong from the Fada Group. It's a pleasure to see you both here. Mao Xianmin did not look up to her. Fada Group was merely a newly established company, inferior to Hyunching Daily in terms of strength, and she had no intention of getting acquainted. Chen Yijun, however, stood up, addressing Jean Rong equally. You flatter me, Brother Jean. Jean Rong was overjoyed, raising his glass. Hello, Chairman Chun. I have long admired you, and I am eager to get to know you today. Chen Yijun accepted the toast, downing his drink, which puzzled Mao Xianmin. Why engage with someone from such a newly established company? After Jean Rong departed, Chen Yijun sat back down, looking at the somewhat displeased Mao Xianmin, smiling. What do you wish to say? I don't understand why you would drink with such people. Chapter 25. Woman, you are playing with fire in South Korea. The social hierarchy is rigidly stratified, and Chen Yijun's actions serve only to diminish his own standing. Should word of this incident spread, It would undoubtedly lead others to perceive the era of intelligence as one of vulnerability. Given the ongoing economic crisis in Korea, it is no wonder that Handao Ironworks is up for sale. The so-called affluent conglomerates are merely small enterprises, and none can guarantee survival during this economic turmoil. Yet, Chen Yijun's words left Mao Xianmin momentarily speechless. No one remains perpetually wealthy, nor does anyone remain in perpetual poverty. How could one fail to comprehend that? On some future day, such individuals might rise above you. Without the era of intelligence, without the Shenyang group, perhaps I would be worse off than they are. Chen Yijun lifted his wine glass and took a delicate sip of red wine, stating, one should not judge by appearances, nor should one measure the sea by a single cup. Respecting others is a virtue. However, Mao Xianmin's upbringing did not instill such values. To her, apart from the formidable Xianqing daily, others were merely of lesser worth. She could not fathom that Chairman Chen Yangji of the Shenyang group had never encountered individuals like Chen Yijun. Indeed, Chen Yangji had advised his two sons that those who aspire to greatness must project an air of superiority to instill fear in others, thereby undermining their adversaries. Yet Chen Yijun dismissed such advice, determined to pursue a different path toward uniting the Korean Chaebols. Despite the current insignificance of the affluent conglomerate, in a decade, their company would attain fame, becoming second only to Xianqing Daily. In the face of future competition, it might even bolster his own era of intelligence. As a time traveler, Chen Yijun was aware that on July 2, 1997, the Asian financial crisis would sweep through Thailand, soon affecting Malaysia, Singapore, Japan, Korea, and China. The currencies of Thailand, Indonesia, and Korea would plummet, leading to significant declines in major Asian stock markets. This would devastate foreign trade enterprises across Asia, resulting in the collapse of numerous large companies, widespread unemployment, and economic despair. The rapid economic growth in Asia would come to a sudden halt, plunging several economic powerhouses into recession and triggering political turmoil in some nations. Thailand, Indonesia, and Korea would be the most severely impacted. Consequently, a multitude of companies would face bankruptcy. By early 1998, a fundraising initiative would emerge, showcasing the unity of the Korean people, with various social strata contributing over 220 tons of gold, averaging more than 40 grams per person. Korea would exchange this gold for $2 billion, causing international gold prices to plummet. However, this meager amount of gold could not offset the deficits incurred, and Korea ultimately succumbed to the financial crisis, seeking assistance from the International Monetary Fund and being compelled to sign stringent contracts. Chen Yijun planned to seize this opportunity to acquire some bankrupt conglomerates, simultaneously converting 80% of his company's assets into dollars and investing additional funds, aiming to amass considerable wealth once the economy rebounded. The reason he did not convert 100% to dollars was primarily due to the intelligence era. Without Korean won as a foundation, the company would face immediate collapse. This was why he acted as he did. Yet, Mao Xianmin remained unaware of any of this. As they enjoyed their wine and relished their time together, the evening lights of Seoul illuminated the scene. They conversed about life and investment strategies with Mao Xianmin, a true heiress, demonstrating her profound understanding of investment philosophies, adeptly analyzing the trajectory of conglomerates to gauge their potential. Chen Yijun casually suggested, the best advice is to convert the funds from Xianqing Daily into dollars. Why should we convert to dollars? Mao Xianmin inquired, perplexed. Just a thought, Chen Yijun replied, slicing into his steak. Based on recent trends, with Handao Ironworks facing closure, I suspect another economic crisis is looming. Mao Xianmin furrowed her brow at the mention of an economic crisis. She had not received such news, but remained cautious. If the era of intelligence were to act, she would inform her father to follow suit. It was unfortunate for the Shenyang group, as Chen Yijun contemplated informing him. Yet he knew Chen Yangji's character would render him skeptical, even questioning Chen Yijun's identity. Ultimately, however, the Shenyang group would weather the storm, as long as they preserve their own enterprise. System, how much money do I have left? Main quest, accumulate 5 trillion Korean won. Current amount, 20,500 billion. Difficulty, cataclysm. Success reward, 3 lottery draws. Upon seeing the balance, Chen Yijun scratched his head. Acquiring Handao Ironworks had cost him 20 million, and investing in Amazon had nearly depleted his resources, leaving him with a paltry 20 billion won. Amassing 5 trillion truly felt like a cataclysmic task, yet Chen Yijun remained unperturbed. As the saying goes, steady streams flow long, and he was confident he would eventually gather the required amount. The two elegantly finished their steak. Mao Xianmin picked up a napkin to wipe the grease from her mouth and said, shall we go? Certainly, Chen Yijun replied, having also finished his meal. Thanks to Mao Xianmin's membership card, he had not spent a dime. As they exited the hotel, a courteous attendant brought the car around. "Shall I drive you?" Mao Xianmin chuckled. "You've been drinking. How can you drive?" In 1997, public safety was not overly stringent, and there were few strict regulations against drunk driving, as car ownership was a luxury reserved for the affluent. "Don't worry." "Very well then." Mao Xianmin, in Chen Yijun's presence, slipped off her high heels, her slender feet clad in black stockings touching the ground. She opened the car door and gracefully slid inside, releasing a faint, alluring fragrance. Chen Yijun stole a glance at her nearly perfect long legs as he drove away. Mao Xianmin placed her legs on the dashboard. The convertible drew the attention of onlookers, and even Chen Yijun felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Do they look good?" "Huh." Chen Yijun rubbed his nose, replying, "Quite nice. Would you like to touch them? Is that appropriate? Don't be shy, give it a try. You haven't had the chance before, have you?" As a man, Chen Yijun felt compelled to comply. To refrain would seem disrespectful to the lady. However, upon turning, he realized she was referring to the plush toy nestled in her lap. He suddenly understood his misinterpretation, awkwardly grazing the toy before continuing to drive. Just then, Mao Xianmin unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Chen Yijun's neck, the warm scent of alcohol enveloping him, and he could feel her warmth radiating. "Yijun, you can touch other places too." Mao Xianmin exhaled a warm breath, sending a tickling sensation to Chen Yijun's ear. Chapter 26. The invitation from the esteemed society. As Chen Yijun opened his mouth to speak, Mao Xianmin swiftly withdrew her body and resumed her seat, engrossed in the game of Snake on her phone, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Chen Yijun found himself captivated by his thoughts. How could Chen Daojun have overlooked such a stunning girl? Could it be due to his own inadequacies? It seemed plausible. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at their destination, the Xianxing Daily. A staff member hurried over to open the car door, exclaiming, "Miss, welcome back." Mao Xianmin tossed her bag into his hands, turned around, and leaned against the car door, her calves instinctively lifting. "Well, I'm heading back now." Chen Yijun nodded, replying, "All right, I shall take my leave as well." Before Chen Yijun could fully process her words, Mao Xianmin pecked him on the cheek, her face flushed. "Consider this a punishment for the kiss you stole from me 10 years ago. I'm off now, goodbye." With that, she dashed toward the company like a love-struck girl, quickly vanishing from his sight. Chen Yijun touched his cheek, a faint smile gracing his lips, as he pressed the accelerator and drove away, leaving behind a group of envious staff. One could question the character of a tycoon, but never doubt their discernment. When would he himself bask in such glory? Upon returning to King Sin's High, Chen Yijun had entrusted all matters to the head of Smart Era, emphasizing the urgency of converting the remaining company funds into US dollars. Meanwhile, everyone was enjoying dinner when Chen Huaying, seated at the table, expressed her remorse upon seeing Chen Yijun's return. "Yijun, I must apologize for this morning. It was my fault. Please accept my sincere apologies." Pausing on his way upstairs, Chen Yijun turned back and nonchalantly replied, "It's fine. I didn't take it to heart." Hearing this, Chen Huaying finally felt relieved. The old man had berated her all day over the incident, and without Yijun's forgiveness, her standing within the family would surely plummet. "Where's grandfather?" Chen Yijun inquired, scanning the room for Chen Yangzhe and his father, Chen Yongji. "The old master and your father are in the study discussing recent events. It would be best not to disturb them," Sun Jin advised. Chen Yijun contemplated this and nodded, retreating to his room. Meanwhile, Lin Jixuan of Smart Era announced the launch of the KakaoTalk software, which saw over 1 million downloads in just one evening. Clearly, this chat application was poised to dominate the market previously held by phone cards, promising significant profits. "Chairman, I've taken care of everything you instructed," Lin Jixuan reported over the phone, informing Chen of the software's release. He had also received the latest version of KakaoTalk, which functioned smoothly without any flaws. Chen Yijun encouraged him, "Thank you for your hard work. Please arrange a reward of 500,001 for those involved in the KakaoTalk project, and grant yourself 2 million won as well." Lin Jixuan beamed like a child at this news, nodding fervently, almost bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Chairman. For the sake of Smart Era, I shall give my all." Chen Yijun smiled. "That's well and good, but remember, rewards come with penalties. Should I find any shortcomings in the software, fines will be imposed." Lin Jixuan assured him, "Rest assured, Chairman. I personally supervised the development of KakaoTalk, with rigorous testing conducted no less than 10 times. If anything goes wrong, I will gladly offer my head for you to kick around. Let us not go that far." Chen Yijun chuckled. "Just ensure that the tasks I've assigned you are completed promptly." Understood. I have already arranged for the currency conversion, and it should be completed by 8 tomorrow morning. However, I am concerned that withdrawing 80 of the company's funds may pose a significant risk if unforeseen circumstances arise, and our finances suffer. Chen Yijun interjected, I am well aware of the risks. Just follow my instructions. Very well, Lin Jishuan replied, leaving no room for further argument. After Chen Yijun ended the call, he hurriedly set about fulfilling the chairman's directives. The next morning, Chen Yijun awoke to a message from Jiang Nan, feeling somewhat exasperated by the urgency of his peers. Resigning himself to the situation, he replied and pondered who would be the best companion for the outing. His mind wandered back to the time when Chen Daojun had taken Su Minying out. She had indeed promised to join him. He dialed her number, and soon, the call connected. Hello? Hello, do you remember me? Su Minying, engrossed in her studies, glanced at her phone. Chen Yijun? Yes, he replied, stretching as he rose. Are you free tonight? Would you like to join me for dinner? After a moment's thought, Su Minying did not decline. All right, where shall we meet? He shared the location, and she agreed, preparing to wait for him that evening. Their conversation was brief, yet the allure of his presence was difficult for her to resist. By now, it was past 8, and the elders had already departed for Shenyang Group, leaving only grandmother Li Biyu, who was busy knitting. Upon seeing Chen Yijun descend the stairs, she inquired, Yijun, are you hungry? Breakfast is in the kitchen. Should I have someone heat it up for you? No, thank you, Grandma, Chen Yijun replied. Why are you here alone? Where's my mother? She went shopping with your aunt and second aunt, Li Biyu sighed. They mentioned that several stores are clearing out their inventory. Li Biyu wistfully noted how, if she were a few decades younger, she too would relish a shopping spree. But age had made such endeavors increasingly challenging. Seated on the sofa, Chen Yijun observed his grandmother's knitting and smiled. Grandma, your knitting skills are quite impressive. Of course, I was once a renowned knitting team leader, Li Biyu chuckled. What? Do you wish to learn? Is that possible? Certainly, but keep it a secret from your grandfather. If he finds out you're knitting, he would be furious. She chuckled, knowing her leisurely hobby was at odds with Chen Yijun's high-profile status as the chairman of Smart Era and future heir to Shenyang Group. I understand, Grandma, Chen Yijun assured her. Li Biyu retrieved another set of knitting tools from the cupboard, intended for Sun Jun when she came to chat. However, Sun Jun was often out shopping, leaving the tools unused in the cabinet. Chapter 27. Su Minying's discomfort in his previous life. Chen Yijun often accompanied his grandmother to knit scarves, displaying remarkable dexterity that left his grandmother, Li Biyu, quite astonished. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, Yijun, when did you learn this skill? Some time ago, he replied. I saw you knitting sweaters and picked up a few techniques. Upon hearing this, Li Biyu beamed with joy as she affectionately ruffled Yijun's hair, thinking to herself how much she cherished her grandson. If only Xingjun and Yijun could possess even half of his talent. She found herself increasingly fond of this little grandson, even surpassing her affection for Xingjun. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, Chen Yijun, feeling fatigued, stretched languidly. After a long day of labor, he had finally completed the scarf. Li Biyu had asked him multiple times whom he intended to gift it to, but he skillfully evaded the question, feeling it premature to reveal anything about Su Minying to the family. Seeing his reluctance, Li Biyu chose to remain silent, supporting her grandson in whatever endeavors he pursued. When the appointed time arrived, Chen Yijun drove to the location designated by Su Minying. The biting cold wind made Su Minying shiver as she stood at the entrance. Yet she had no intention of leaving. She believed that, regardless of the weather's chill, it was impolite to stand someone up. After parking, Chen Yijun approached Su Minying, who was unaware of his arrival and was busy adjusting her hair in the reflection of the glass. Upon noticing the image reflecting back at her, she found Chen Yijun gazing intently, leaving her momentarily stunned. Recovering from her surprise, she shyly stuck out her tongue and turned to greet him with a wave. Chen Yijun took a moment to appraise Su Minying, now dressed in a vibrant Mickey Mouse-themed top and carrying a chic black handbag, a stark contrast to her previous appearance as a prosecutor. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Minying asked, her cheeks flushing slightly. You don't think I dressed up for our meeting, do you? With a gentle smile, Chen Yijun produced the scarf he had crafted and was about to drape it around her neck when she took a step back and said, Oh, no thank you. That's unnecessary. It's perfectly fine. I made it myself, he insisted. Really? Su Minying replied, her disbelief evident. How could the son of a wealthy family possibly knit something like this? I refuse to accept it. I'm not cold. Ignoring her protest, Chen Yijun placed the scarf into her hands and turned to enter the upscale bar they had agreed upon, which was merely a gathering place for the affluent elite. Clutching the scarf tightly, Su Meining felt embarrassed but did not discard it. She hurried to catch up with Chen Yijun and asked, Chen Yijun, is this really something you knitted? Do you doubt me? He teased. Su Meining nodded honestly, stating, I can't imagine someone from a wealthy family lowering themselves to do such things. She was aware that affluent individuals typically would not demean themselves with such tasks. Hence the warning from Li Biu not to let their grandfather, Chen Yangji, discover this, lest he reprimand them. Chen Yijun halted, turning around just as Su Meining, her head bowed, collided into him. Because I'm different from them, he murmured playfully, leaning closer to her ear. He then took the scarf he had knitted and, with a gentlemanly demeanor, helped her wear it, saying, You will understand in due time. With that, Chen Yijun led Su Meining into the smoke-filled bar, reminiscent of a club, where the cacophony of voices surrounded them. It was clear that only the offspring of the wealthy could gain entry here. Su Meining covered her mouth and nose, feeling somewhat out of place, yet she followed Chen Yijun deeper into the establishment. Chen Yijun, too, felt a sense of discomfort in this environment. Despite living in this world for years, he had never attended such gatherings and felt distinctly out of place. In an instant, all eyes turned to the duo. Those who recognized him standing in acknowledgement, while others frowned in confusion. You've arrived, Chen Yijun, Jin Taiheng called out, rising from his seat with a grin. What a pleasure to see you here. Jiming, reluctant yet compelled, produced a check and handed it to Jin Taiheng, expressing astonishment. We made a bet. And Xingjuan said you were too engrossed in your career to attend the social club. Chen Yijun squinted, pondering how his elder brother perceived his involvement with the club. He suspected that Jin Taiheng had been spying on him. Where's my brother? He inquired, scanning the room. Xingjuan isn't here. He doesn't have time to mingle with us youngsters. Jiming replied. At that moment, Jiang Nin eagerly scrutinized Su Meining, unable to suppress a chuckle. Well, you really followed the rules. Chen Yijun appeared unfazed, clearly aware of the situation. He was simply taking Su Meining out for a meal together. Jiming crossed his arms, smiling. She has quite a catch, you know. Su Meining from the prestigious Hanri High School. I hear her father works as a prosecutor in Seoul. Yet here she is, joining you as your date. Welcome. As Jiming stepped forward, extending his hand, Su Meining appeared timid. She was not fond of mingling with this crowd. Her desire was to lead a simple life as an ordinary person. Her father, Su Yunhao, was a renowned prosecutor, and she belonged to the affluent class. But she felt a disconnect with these individuals, even perceiving them as a criminal syndicate. Chen Yijun stepped protectively in front of her, stating plainly, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Jin Taiheng questioned, you plan to leave so soon? Upon hearing Chen Yijun's intent to depart, Jin Taiheng felt the urge to intervene, wishing to boast to his friends about knowing the chairman of the intelligent era, but he feared ridicule if Chen Yijun left. What's the matter? Is there something you need? Chen Yijun inquired. Jiang Nin chuckled, nothing in particular, just thought we could share a drink. Not interested, Chen Yijun replied, lacking any enthusiasm, especially for drinking with such privileged youths. He turned to Jiming, saying, tell my brother to come home and find me. With that, Chen Yijun took Su Meining's hand and began to exit. At that moment, a group of individuals unfamiliar with Chen Yijun blocked their path. Hey, Jin Taiheng invited you as a courtesy. Leaving like this seems rather disrespectful to us, one of the men remarked. Chen Yijun's expression shifted slightly. Is there an issue? Before Jin Taiheng could respond, Jiang Nin intervened, eager to observe how Chen Yijun would handle the situation. The leading man coolly stated, I don't know who you are, but you should apologize to Taiheng, and we'll consider this matter settled. Otherwise, crossing a powerful group is unwise. Chapter 28. The pursuers have arrived in France. Chen Yijun possessed little interest in frolicking with the group of youths before him. To his mind, had it not been for the invitation from the few affluent heirs, he would not have graced this so-called prestigious gathering. Now, finding himself in such circumstances, his demeanor began to shift. With his hands tucked casually into his pockets, he offered a faint smile, addressing the young man before him. You must be Lin Donghui, the heir of the trading company. Do you know me? Lin Donghui replied, momentarily taken aback, before quickly adopting a mocking tone. If you recognize me, why not raise a glass in my honor? To him, the youth before him appeared to be the scion of a company as well, yet unfamiliar to him, indicating that he was not a figure of high status deserving of deference. Chen Yijun lifted his glass, swirling the whiskey within, and replied coolly, you may request a toast, but only if you dare to drink. Lin Donghui laughed, what is there to fear? Just consider this toast settled, or else you may find it difficult to leave here today. Huh, Lin Donghui, you certainly have a grandiose sense of self, Chen Yijun retorted just as Chen Xingjuan, the heir of Shenyang Group, strode purposefully towards them, his face etched with an ominous expression. Did you instruct him to toast? The atmosphere shifted palpably as all present rose to their feet, fawningly greeting Brother Xingyuan. Startled, Lin Donghui trembled, his bravado evaporating as he stammered, Brother Xingyuan. What brings you here? You commanded my brother to toast. Who do you think you are? Chen Yijun replied icily. Be brother. Lin Donghui stuttered, a chill running down his spine. He swiftly turned to glance at Jin Taiheng and Jiang Nan in the distance. You conspired together. Jiang Nan, feigning ignorance, smiled brightly. Oh, don't say that. I didn't urge you to target the head of Intelligent Era, Chairman Chen Yijun. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They had all heard of Intelligent Era, and the man before them was none other than Chairman Chen, the grandson of Shenyang Group. The atmosphere shifted as they clamored. Chairman Chen Xingyuan's gaze flickered ominously as he turned to Yijun. How do you intend to handle this? Lin Donghui, now quaking with fear, could no longer suppress his terror and sank to his knees. He understood well that Intelligent Era was among Seoul's foremost conglomerates, backed by the formidable Shenyang Group. Even with extraordinary abilities, he was no match for them. Jimin approached with a sweet smile. Brother Xingyuan, you've arrived. Chen Yijun replied. I told you my brother doesn't appreciate such arrangements, yet you wouldn't listen. Jimin playfully stuck out her tongue. But this isn't our first time playing with Brother Yijun. It has to be exciting. Chen Yijun glanced at the girl beside Chen Yijun, Su Mining, his expression turning curious. Brother, isn't that Su Mining from the Korean-Japanese girls' high school? How did you manage to invite her? I came to treat her to a meal. I didn't expect to encounter this situation, Chen Yijun replied, holding Su Mining's hand. Brother, I leave this to you. I shall take my leave. Chen Yijun smiled. All right. I'll handle it. Enjoy yourself and return home early. As he watched his brother depart, Chen Yijun's jovial demeanor morphed into one of cold disdain directed at Lin Donghui. Jimin cautioned, Brother Xingyuan, the trading company is still part of Shenyang Group. If you act against him, it could lead to consequences. Chen Yijun furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity of Jimin's point. Moreover, Lin Donghui had not committed any egregious act. Thus, he declared, let today's incident be forgotten. Lin Donghui, should anything like this occur again, your trading company may as well cease to exist. From now on, you are no longer a member of the prestigious society. Leave. Lin Donghui, feeling as though he had been granted a second chance, hastily expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Xingyuan. Thank you. Before fleeing without a backward glance. After exiting the prestigious society, Chen Yijun took Su Mining to a nearby noodle shop. After a prolonged silence, Su Mining remarked, had I known you were attending the prestigious society, I would have refused to come. Chen Yijun pulled out a napkin to clean his phone screen and replied, I am not here for the society. I merely came to honor Jimin. She is close with my brother, and I did it to spare him any embarrassment. Then why? Are you still bringing me along? Su Mining furrowed her brow. Just to unwind, Chen Yijun said, offering her a pair of chopsticks. In his past life, he relished noodles, simple yet delightful fare. Even after so many years, he still sought to savor the flavors of his youth. The owner of the noodle shop approached with a smile. Yijun, the usual? Yes, please. 2 bowls of beef noodles, one without ginger or garlic, Chen Yijun confirmed. Certainly. The owner beamed, casting an appreciative glance at Su Mining. What a lovely girl. Is she your girlfriend? Su Mining quickly interjected. No, Auntie, we are just friends. The owner exchanged a knowing look, as if to say, I understand. Young ladies often prefer to be coy. Once the owner departed, Su Mining inquired. Do you frequent this place often? Yes, Chen Yijun replied with a smile. What? You don't believe me? Indeed, Su Mining nodded. I can't picture the chairman of Intelligent Era dining here. A chairman is still human, Chen Yijun responded. Sometimes, indulging in local delicacies is quite enjoyable. Hearing his words stirred something within Su Mining. Was this truly a scion of a conglomerate? The wealthy individuals she knew were all extravagant. Yet this was her first encounter with someone as unpretentious as Chen Yijun. Her curiosity about him grew significantly. He was indeed different from the rest. You are unlike anyone I've met before, she remarked. In what way? Chen Yijun smiled nonchalantly. Am I more handsome than them? Su Mining blushed and rolled her eyes at him. You're getting increasingly vain. Do your family members know? Chen Yijun's appearance surpassed that of 90% of the population in Korea, and coupled with his undeniable charisma, he was indeed the epitome of the ideal partner everyone yearned for. The line of admirers for him could stretch all the way to France. Surely they are aware. Chen Yijun mused with a smile. Why not join Intelligent Era as the chairman's wife? Su Mining burst into laughter. Oh, that joke falls flat. If your grandfather knew. he would surely have a fit. Chapter 29. I will escort you back in the realm of tycoons. Profit reigns supreme. Take Chen Yijun, for instance. Despite being an illegitimate child, he resolutely wed the ordinary Li Hairan, ultimately regarded by Chen Yangji as a mere beggar. Typically, the offspring of affluent families would engage in marriages of equal social standing to fortify their conglomerate's power, making it utterly implausible for Chen Yijun to wed Su Meining. Although she is a prosecutor's descendant, in the eyes of the financial elite, the position of prosecutor seems somewhat trivial. Even Chen Huaying's husband, Choi Changji, despite being a prosecutor himself, must bow and scrape before Chen Yangji, and he would hardly dare to speak loudly in front of Chen Yijun, as a son-in-law must recognize societal hierarchies. Otherwise, the elder would certainly make his life difficult. This is precisely why Su Meining expressed her sentiments so. However, Chen Yijun remained unfazed. Although he is the grandson of the Shenyang group, he essentially embodies the new generation of tycoons in the intelligent era. Even if Chen Yangji were to voice his opinions, he would not display anger. This is primarily because the Shenyang group still requires the intelligent era for capital circulation. Such a lucrative resource would elicit little complaint from anyone. It is entirely reasonable that the intelligent era wields a certain degree of authority. As during meetings at the Shenyang group, the head of the group, Lin Jishuan, would represent Chen Yijun in discussions, voicing any discrepancies that might arise. This explains why Chen Yijun currently holds a higher status than both Chen Dongji and Chen Huaying. I am indifferent, he mused. In my view, one must pursue what one truly desires in life. Relinquishing such aspirations would be a lamentable loss. Chen Yijun lifted his teacup, savoring a sip of hot tea, exuding grace and poise, even leaving Su Meining momentarily stunned, taking a while to regain her composure. At that moment, the proprietress approached, balancing 2 bowls of steaming beef noodles and several other dishes, smiling as she said, Yijun, if there's anything you'd like to eat, just let me know. Chen Yijun nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Andy. His affable demeanor belied his status as a tycoon. Even the noodle shop owner remained oblivious to Chen Yijun's identity, merely knowing he had dined there since childhood. The table was adorned with 2 plates of pickled vegetables, 2 bowls of beef noodles, and a plate of fried dumplings. Su Meining picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, her eyes lighting up as she gave Chen Yijun a thumbs up. This is quite delicious. How come I never discovered this place before? Seoul University is quite far from here, so naturally, you wouldn't know, Chen Yijun replied with a smile. Plus, they close at 10 every night. By the time you finish your studies, they would have long returned home to rest. Su Meining chuckled, taking another piece of fried dumpling, savoring it delicately. Chen Yijun, however, did not share her restraint, devouring a dumpling in one bite and relishing a mouthful of beef noodles, his expression one of satisfaction. After their meal, Su Meining eagerly insisted on paying the bill, but Chen Yijun, being a member there, had his consumption directly offset by his membership card. Su Meining pouted. Well, I'll treat you next time. Chen Yijun responded with a smile. Sure, it's quite late. May I escort you? No, that's unnecessary, Su Meining declined. I can take a taxi by myself. Yet, Chen Yijun grasped her hand and led her outside, the proprietress waving cheerfully. Come again next time. Su Meining, feeling the warmth of their first hand-holding, appeared somewhat flustered, her cheeks flushed. She attempted to pull away, but Chen Yijun's grip was firm like a vice, leaving her unable to resist. Reluctantly, she settled into the car, her nerves palpable as she stammered, thank you. Not at all. It's a pleasure to assist. Chen Yijun replied. By the way, I still don't know where you live. Su Meining hesitated to reveal her address, but eventually shared it, explaining that it was close to Seoul University where she shared a 2-bedroom apartment with classmates, heading there after classes. After about 10 minutes, Chen Yijun safely delivered Su Meining to her destination. Just as she was about to leave, he seized her hand once more. Su Meining jolted, turning to him nervously. What do you want? Just adding you as a friend, he replied. We have each other's phone numbers, right? Su Meining was puzzled. You wouldn't understand. Chen Yijun replied, taking her phone to download the KakaoTalk app, and they added one another as friends. Chen Yijun proceeded to demonstrate a video call, and Su Meining, taken aback, asked, Did you create this software? Indeed. What do you think? Chen Yijun replied. Through the video, Su Meining could see his face distinctly. The remarkably realistic interface prompting her to ponder the existence of such exceptional individuals in the world. How wonderful, she exclaimed, covering her mouth in awe. From now on, if you need anything, just give me a call. It even has voice chat. Chen Yijun explained the app's features. Su Meining, unable to contain herself, blurted out, Appa. It It was only after Su Mining departed that Chen Yijun left as well, yet he did not return to King Sinzhai. Instead, he headed to the Intelligent Era Company. That evening, a group of investors had arrived, specifically requesting to meet with Chairman Chen of Intelligent Era, and as a pivotal figure, he must partake in the discussions personally. Outside the company, a security guard accepted the car keys Chen Yijun offered, and the senior executives had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Chen Yijun, they quickly greeted him. "Chairman, you have arrived." Chen Yijun nodded, inquiring, "Have the guests arrived?" "Yes, Chairman, they are already here. Vice Chairman Lin Jishuan is accompanying them," came the reply. Guided by the general manager, Chen Yijun entered the Intelligent Era conference room, where Vice Chairman Lin Jishuan was engaged in discussions with the guests. Fluently conversing in English, "Rest assured, Chairman has been informed and is en route." The leading American businessman chuckled. "No problem. Let him take care. We apologize for the abruptness." "Who did you think it was?" "Ah, it's you, Bruce Jackson," he continued. Just then, the door swung open, and Chen Yijun strode in, grinning as he spotted the American businessman seated on the sofa. "Hello, my friend. It has been a while," he greeted warmly. Bruce approached and embraced Chen Yijun, commenting, "You are looking increasingly handsome." Lin Jishuan nodded respectfully. "Chairman." "Yes, you may step down. I will handle things here," Chen Yijun instructed. "Understood, Chairman," Lin Jishuan replied, ensuring to close the door behind him to prevent eavesdroppers. Chen Yijun gestured for the two to take their seats once more, leading the conversation with, "Bruce, what brings you here?" Do not underestimate Bruce Jackson. He is the head of one of the world's largest corporations, Coca-Cola, and is poised to enter the Forbes rankings in the future. Chapter 30. Investing in the Coca-Cola Company. The Coca-Cola Company, established on May 8, 1886, is headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, USA. As the largest beverage corporation in the world, it commands a remarkable 48% market share, boasting two of the top 3 beverage brands globally. Coca-Cola ranks first, Pepsi second, and Diet Coke third. The company offers an extensive portfolio of 160 beverage brands across 200 countries, including soft drinks, sports drinks, dairy products, juices, teas, and coffees, making it the world's foremost distributor of juice beverages, including the Minute Maid brand. In the United States, Coca-Cola holds a commanding market share of over 40%. Chen Yijun was fortunate to become acquainted with Bruce Jackson, and upon meeting him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Bruce Jackson smiled and said, "My friend, I am here to discuss a small matter with your esteemed company." Chen Yijun replied, "Please, go ahead. We at Coca-Cola wish to collaborate with your company to promote our products. With the advent of mobile phones and computers, the internet has surged to prominence, and now, in this intelligent era, we can leverage this technology to enhance our global marketing efforts." In early 1997, some households were still unaware of Coca-Cola's existence. However, if promotional advertisements could appear on mobile devices, the economic benefits for the company would undoubtedly be substantial. Chen Yijun stroked his chin and responded, "Collaboration is certainly possible. But how does your company plan to evaluate the promotional value?" Jackson, not one to be caught off guard, had come prepared. He stated directly, "My company is willing to allocate 300 billion Korean won as promotional funding. What do you think?" While 300 billion Korean won was indeed a considerable sum, Chen Yijun refrained from immediate agreement, as he anticipated a significant depreciation of the Korean won in the near future. Instead, he expressed a desire for shares or stock in Coca-Cola. Currently, the stock was valued at 35 per share, but it was poised to double in the future. "If my friend is not satisfied with the price, I can certainly negotiate with the company," Jackson replied with a welcoming demeanor. Chen Yijun articulated, "My friend, I believe 300 billion Korean won is a generous offer. However, given the current economic climate, the won lacks stability. Therefore, I propose that 1/3 of that amount be utilized to purchase Coca-Cola's stock and shares." Upon hearing this, Jackson fell into contemplation. While stock acquisition was feasible, the matter of shares was not solely within his purview, as it required a vote from all shareholders. Chen Yijun remained unperturbed, understanding that time was on his side. Bruce Jackson inquired, "How much equity do you have in mind?" 5%, Chen Yijun stated unequivocally. It was important to note that 5% was a substantial request, considering Jackson himself held only 15%. Clearly, Chen Yijun was being quite ambitious. "Excuse me for a moment, my friend," Jackson said, turning to confer with the shareholders. Lin Jishuan, having overheard their conversation, could not help but ask, "President, do you think they will agree to this?" Chen Yijun replied calmly, "You do not understand. Since Coca-Cola has approached us, it is for the purpose of discussing how to promote their products vigorously. In this global era of smartphones, Coca-Cola has yet to capitalize on this trend. By utilizing our mobile devices for promotion, their stock and overall value will experience a significant uplift. My proposal also serves as a safeguard for us, regardless of whether it is the intelligent era or the American Coca-Cola Company. Both stand on the threshold of a new beginning. Even if they are reluctant, I can secure the 5% stake under a 10-year contract. Upon hearing this, Lin Jixuan could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brilliant, President. Your astute mind is truly exceptional." Time passed, and Jackson returned, though his expression was less than favorable. "My friend, the company is willing to offer 500 billion Korean won for promotional funding, but they do not consent to the equity arrangement." This outcome was anticipated by Chen Yijun, who promptly suggested, "We could establish a time frame. I would require the 5% equity for a duration of 10 years, meaning I seek shares for a decade." Upon hearing this, Jackson's expression transformed noticeably. This proposal implied that his company could enter into a contract with the intelligent era while only sacrificing a 10-year stake to resolve the promotional dilemma. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement would be hard for anyone to decline. Jackson immediately made a phone call. After discussing the matter overnight, the Coca-Cola board agreed to the terms: a base price of 300 billion Korean won, alongside the 5% equity, in exchange for a 20-year contract with the intelligent era, necessitating vigorous promotion on their network. Jackson entered with a contract in hand, stating, "My friend, you are fortunate. The company has agreed. By signing this contract, we can commence our collaboration." Chen Yijun took the contract, ensured there were no issues, and affixed his signature. Subsequently, he converted the entire 300 billion Korean won into US dollars. After the signing, Jackson remarked, "My friend, you must feel proud of your decision today. I shall take my leave now." Chen Yijun stood, shook his hand warmly, and said, "Lin Jixuan, please see Mr. Jackson out." "Of course," Lin Jixuan replied, gesturing, "This way, Mr. Jackson." The representatives from Coca-Cola nodded in agreement. As it was late and company affairs were pressing, they preferred to return home rather than indulge in refreshments. Once they departed, Chen Yijun gazed through the glass at the black car disappearing down the street and calmly remarked, "The company will continue to be in your capable hands." "Yes, President," Lin Jixuan affirmed respectfully. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Lin Jixuan opened it to find members of the board waiting. He quickly bowed and announced, "President, your Aunt Chen Huaying and Uncle Chui Changji wish to see you." At the mention of Chen Huaying, Chen Yijun instinctively turned his head, curious about her visit. The visitor replied, "I am not sure. She brought many gifts and expressed a desire to meet you." "Let them in," Chen Yijun instructed. "Vice President, prepare some tea." "Yes," Lin Jixuan responded, turning to brew the tea. Moments later, Aunt Chen Huaying entered with Uncle Chui Changji, who greeted Chen Yijun with a smile. Placing the gifts on the table, "Yijun, I hope I am not interrupting you." Chen Yijun replied, "Please, have a seat." Uncle Chui Changji sat nervously, his hands rubbing his thighs to conceal his anxiousness. Chapter 31. Chui Changji aspires to be a counselor. Chen Yijun inquired, a late-night visit. "Aunt, is there something you wish to discuss?" Just as Chui Changji was about to speak, he was silenced by a glance from Chen Huaying. With a smile, she replied, "I hope I'm not disturbing you at this late hour." "Not at all," Chen Yijun said, taking a sip of tea. "Feel free to speak your mind." Chen Huaying continued, "Well, Yijun, considering our relationship, I would like to trouble you with a matter." Chen Yijun sensed the underlying motive and set down his cup, replying calmly, "Aunt, if there is an issue, why not consult grandfather? With his capabilities, he should be able to assist you." Chui Changji scratched his head awkwardly. He had initially intended to approach the elder for assistance regarding the acquisition of the failing Hondao Ironworks. However, with the unexpected acquisition of Hondao Ironworks by the intelligent era, his plans had been rendered futile. Chen Huaying shot a disapproving look at Chui Changji. How could he still appear so naive? Lowering her voice, she said, "Yijun, you know grandfather has been focused on the automotive industry lately. The press conference tomorrow night is his lifelong ambition, and we don't wish to disturb him. Thus, we hope you can assist your uncle." Leaning back on the sofa with a nonchalant smile, Chen Yijun replied, "Ah, I see. The matter you refer to must be your husband's aspiration to become a national counselor." Chen Huaying nodded, not hiding her intentions. "Indeed, Yijun, you are quite perceptive. If you can help your uncle, I assure you that you will not be disappointed in the future." However, Chen Yijun remained silent. In the Chen family, her business was a losing venture, and she was not held in high regard by Chen Yangji. In front of the elder, she merely needed to be a cherished granddaughter. Meddling in the counselor affairs was best avoided. Yet, Chen Huaying was unyielding. She could not comprehend why Chen family members would be overshadowed by a mere counselor election. Chui Changji whispered, Yijun, your uncle HM? Chen Yijun glanced at Chui Changji. Chui Changji lowered his head awkwardly. Within the Chen family, he held no status, especially not in front of Chen Yijun, whose commanding presence made his subservience glaringly apparent. Chen Huaying grasped her husband's hand, insisting, Yijun, just tell us how you can assist your uncle. With your capabilities, it should be no problem for you to help him become a counselor. It's not that it's impossible, but why should I assist you? I see no hope in you. Chen Yijun was adamant. Within King Sinzhai, they were family. Yet in the workplace, they were adversaries. Who would help an enemy? Chen Yijun was already aware of Chui Changji's character. If he were allowed to continue his endeavors, it might soon necessitate an investigation by the prosecutor's office into the intelligent era. His words left both of them disheartened. Yet Chen Huaying was not one to concede easily. Yijun, consider this a request from your aunt. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I assure you, I will not refuse. Upon hearing this, Chen Yijun thought of his elder brother and replied, I can assist you, but I require a 10% stake in Shenyang department store. That is all I ask. Absolutely not. Chen Huaying rejected the notion without hesitation. Since the intelligent era's support, Shenyang department store's value had skyrocketed, and there was no way she would agree to relinquish such shares. Then there is nothing to discuss. Chen Yijun shrugged nonchalantly. Aunt, this is my only offer, and do you think I would use your shares for my benefit? It is merely to curry favor with your uncle's superior. Otherwise, I would be investing my resources in exchange for a mere verbal promise from you, which could easily be retracted. That would leave me at a loss. Thus, offering 10% of the shares is not a loss for you. Chui Changji thought this through and nodded at his wife, whispering, Dear, Yijun has a point. If it's not feasible, Chen Huaying, being astute, replied. 10% is simply too much. I cannot agree to that. The most I can offer is 3%. Vice President, kindly see our guests out. I am weary. Chen Yijun said, yawning. If you've said that, I have nothing further to discuss. At that moment, Chen Yijun's phone buzzed with a message from his brother. Chen Xingjun. Upon learning that his brother was returning to school, he sat up straight and called. Hello, brother. Are you leaving so soon? Chen Xingjun, already at the airport, chuckled. I have no choice. There's a 6-month deadline. Work hard and wait for my return. I'll come to see you off. No need, Chen Xingjun declined. Dad and Mom are here. Don't worry. I heard the intelligent era has secured a major deal, so I didn't want to disturb you. Chen Yijun sighed, alas. We brothers must part again. Hey, don't make it sound so tragic. I'm still alive. All right, my flight is boarding. I'll call you when I return to school. Chen Xingjun hastily ended the call, leaving Chen Yijun somewhat speechless as he looked at his aunt and uncle, who were reluctant to leave. So, are you resting here? Very well then, Vice President. Prepare 2 thick blankets. It will be quite cold tonight. Understood, President. Just as Lin Jixuan turned to fetch the blankets, Chen Huaying, gritting her teeth in frustration, finally relented. All right, Chen Yijun, I agree. Tomorrow morning, someone will deliver the 3% stake in Shenyang department store to you. Chui Changji, hearing his wife's consent, smiled broadly and nodded repeatedly at Chen Yijun. Yijun, your uncle is leaving. There's no need to see us off. Chen Huaying pinched Chui Changji's ear, scolding him for being spineless, before turning to leave. Chen Yijun called after them. Safe travels. No need to see you off. Lin Jixuan questioned, President, why do you wish to assist them? He had realized that the Huaying family was nothing but ungrateful opportunists. Allowing them to become counselors could pose a significant threat to the entire intelligent era. However, Chen Yijun calmly discarded the cups they had used into the trash, remarking, trash will never be retrieved, yet it can still be recycled. Do you understand? Lin Jixuan suddenly enlightened, bowing deeply, I understand, sir. Chen Yijun patted his shoulder, stating, remember, the intelligent era belongs to me. Even if it bears the Shenyang Group's name, no one else shall dictate terms. In the Chen family, aside from my parents and brother, there is only interest, not kinship. Learn well. One day you will comprehend my actions. Chapter 32. A twofold gain. On the following morning, bathed in sunlight, Chen Yijun awoke from his slumber, greeted by servants awaiting his emergence. Today marked the occasion when the esteemed patriarch sought to demonstrate that the racing team under Shenyang Group was the finest in all of South Korea. The entire family was to attend the event. Simultaneously, a new car launch event was scheduled for that evening. Dressed and ready, Yijun received his shoes from a perceptive maid, who reminded him, young master, the chairman has already departed. He mentioned that you should hurry if you have awakened. Acknowledging her, Yijun nodded, seized the car keys hanging on the wall, and exited his chamber. Meanwhile, Sun Zhenglai and others were deliberating on their shopping plans for the day when they spotted Yijun and inquired, "Yijun, where are you off to so early?" "My grandfather is hosting a new car launch event. This morning, there will be a friendly race with other group teams, and I must be on my way," Yijun replied. Sun Zhenglai cautioned, "Drive slowly." "Understood," Yijun responded as he donned his shoes and turned to leave. Upon reaching the garage, he took a red SUV and sped off into the wind. Meanwhile, at the Shenyang racetrack, all the Group S racing cars were undergoing pre-race inspections. As the chairman of Shenyang Group, Chen Yikji observed the proceedings with a look of disdain, firmly believing that his group's racing team was unparalleled. Media representatives scrambled to the location, with not just newspapers and television sports reporters, but even financial journalists eager to cover the racing team of Shenyang Group. Chen Yikji felt a sense of satisfaction. With so many vying to report on their vehicles, he thought it would ultimately yield profits solely for Shenyang Group. As the race commenced, Shenyang Group's racing team surged ahead, maintaining a substantial lead over the other teams, with only the Daying Group S cars closely trailing. Chen Rongji remarked, "We are already in the lead at the start of the race." It seems the new car development team was right. The newly launched Athena model's engine far surpasses that of Daying. The heads of Shenyang Group shared a laugh. And Chen Dongji mockingly derided Daying Group, calling them a motley crew. He anticipated that a victory in this grand competition would be a splendid opportunity to showcase their success at the evening's launch, a fortuitous omen indeed. Chen Yikji turned to Chen Yongji and inquired, "Where's Yijun?" "Father, I sent Yijun a message. He said he would arrive shortly," Yongji replied. Nodding, Chen Yikji returned his gaze to the Shenyang racing team. "The public must relish such news," Chen Huaying remarked with a smile, leaning against the railing. "It's quite dramatic." Chen Yikji chuckled at his daughter's jest, while Cui Changji, holding an umbrella, trailed behind his wife, feeling somewhat out of place among the group. Huaying approached, saying, "Father, what will the newspapers say tomorrow?" The chronically underperforming Shenyang automobile racing team will be depicted as skidding wildly on the track, astonishing the industry. At this, Chen Yangzhe's expression darkened. "What do you mean by chronically underperforming? What do you mean by underachieving?" Unaware of the ire her words had incited, Huaying continued, "Otherwise, it would be a rare loss for the group. Shenyang Automobiles, the racing team with no signs of improvement, is simply a bottomless pit for burning cash." As she spoke, Huaying seemed oblivious to the deepening frown on Chen Yangzhe's brow. The expenses for maintaining the racetrack, along with the costs of operating the racing team, compounded with sponsorship fees for the races, created a financial burden that seemed contrary to his usual business acumen. Cui Changji trembled in fright at his wife's audacity to voice such insolence in front of the chairman. All eyes turned to Huaying, while Chen Yangzhe's eyes reflected a mixture of disbelief and disappointment at his daughter. Just as he was about to explode, his secretary, aware of the gravity of the situation, interjected, "Chairman, the weather has turned quite chilly. Perhaps we should relocate." "I'll lead the way, Chairman." "Let's go," the secretary urged. Chen Yangzhe coldly regarded Chen Huaying, and a gust of wind swept past as he turned to leave. Chen Rongji shook his head in resignation, following closely behind his father. Chen Dongji, however, pointed at his sister and mockingly remarked to Cui Changji, "You're in charge of her. Manage her well." "Yes, yes," Cui Changji hurriedly replied. Once everyone had departed, Cui Changji, nearly trembling with fear, lamented, "Wife, what are you doing? Isn't it for your benefit?" Huaying retorted irritably, "I pondered all night. Offering 10% of Shenhuang department store shares is far too much. If father could support us, it would save us a fortune." Cui Changji nodded in agreement, realizing the wisdom in his wife's words. If Chen Yangzhe could assist him, then the 10% of shares could indeed be retained. Determined, Huaying pursued Chen Yijun and her group, calling out, "Father, my husband is your son-in-law. Isn't it a simple matter for you to leverage your influence to help him become a member of parliament? Why do you stand idly by?" Cui Changji, ever the tactician, feigned reluctance. "Wife, please stop." Unyielding, Huaying pressed, "In your eyes, does my husband hold less value than a racing team?" Chen Yangzhe replied coldly, "That's not the case. To me, you are my only cherished jewel. Therefore, you must behave accordingly and not be overly greedy." Upon hearing this, Chen Huaying felt utterly disillusioned by her father, realizing she would not secure his support. "So, you mean to say you will completely refrain from helping my husband become a member of parliament? Just like you, my daughter." "You are quite astute," Chen Yangzhe remarked before departing. Chen Huaying could no longer suppress the feelings of resentment swelling within her. Why could she not earn her father's respect? A series of crisp, delightful claps echoed nearby, drawing the attention of both Chen Huaying and Cui Changji, who turned to see Chen Yijun observing them with an amused expression. What a splendid performance, he remarked. Yijun. Huaying clenched her fists. Did you hear all that? Indeed, every word was crystal clear, Yijun replied, tapping his temple lightly. Aunt, you are truly cunning. Just last night, you were discussing this matter with me, seeking to leverage grandfather's influence to assist Uncle Cui in attaining a parliamentary seat. If successful, you would be released from our prior agreement. Quite the twofold gain, indeed. Chapter 33. Chen Yijun restores Chen Yangji's dignity. Chen Huaying was taken aback, squinting her eyes and asking, What do you mean? Are you mocking me? How could a junior dare to jest with my aunt? Since grandfather has already declined, there is no need for me to assist my uncle, Chen Yijun replied as he brushed past the two. Chen Huaying was infuriated. Hey, Chen Yijun, what do you mean by this? You are being untrustworthy. Untrustworthy? Chen Yijun halted, turning around with a slight smile. Is it not you who is being untrustworthy, aunt? In order to avoid paying 10% of the shares, you sought out grandfather, and coincidentally, I encountered him. How could I possibly disappoint him? I have no reason to oppose grandfather regarding those shares of Shenyang department store. You should just take care of yourself. With his hands in his pockets, Chen Yijun turned and vanished from their sight. Cui Changji stood dumbfounded, completely bewildered. The old man was disregarding him, and even his last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. Cui Changji was on the verge of tears. Wife, think of a way. What are we to do? I am thinking of a way. Chen Huaying retorted angrily. Chen Yijun. Very well, very well. Honey, let us increase his shares. We must secure that congressional seat. Cui Changji insisted. If he were to become a congressman, he would wield considerable power, and at that time, not even the arrival of the intelligent era would intimidate him, let alone Shenyang Group. The prospect was too enticing to relinquish. This was also the reason why Chen Yangji would rather offend his own daughter than allow Cui Changji to become a congressman. He was well aware of Cui's dissatisfaction with Shenyang Group. Allowing him to attain that status could lead to chaos. Chen Huaying understood her husband's intentions and took a deep breath. All right, I understand. I will allocate 20 shares. If you truly become a congressman, I hope you will help me eradicate the intelligent era entirely. Cui Changji nodded eagerly. Thank you, dear. You are truly wonderful. In the lounge, Chen Yijun's arrival eased the old man's previously tense demeanor, and others greeted him warmly. Chen Rongji patted his shoulder, gesturing for him to sit beside him. It is noteworthy that aside from himself and the president's younger brother, Chen Dongji, no one else was qualified to sit in the front row. Even the eldest grandson had to occupy a second-row seat. In the workplace, there is a rule that individuals of the same rank sit together, independent of age. As the vice president of Shenyang Group and the sole heir, Chen Yongji was rightfully seated next to Chen Yangji. Chen Dongji, as the second son, also possessed the qualifications to become an heir, which justified his position in the front row. Chen Yijun, being merely a child and a member of the Shenyang Group's younger generation, would typically be ridiculed for sitting in the front row. However, upon learning that he was the president of the intelligent era, all fell silent. The intelligent era was a dominant force in South Korea. Who would dare provoke it? Chen Yangji stared at the traffic on the large screen when suddenly, the red Shenyang car was overtaken by the Dang Group's vehicle around a bend. Everyone's expressions shifted slightly. As the race neared its conclusion, if they couldn't surpass the Dang Group, it would surely result in another failure. Having completed 24 laps, only 3 remained, and Chen Yangji felt a knot in his stomach. Yet, he refused to relinquish hope. Yijun, who do you think will win? Chen Yangji asked. Until the final result is revealed, I cannot make a judgment, Chen Yijun replied. Though he knew the outcome would likely be Shenyang Group's defeat, he chose not to dampen Chen Yangji's spirits and offered a brief reply. Pouring a cup of coffee for his grandfather, Chen Yijun said, Grandfather, never give up, no matter the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Chen Yangji fell silent, yet uncertainty lingered in his heart. Should they fail, Shenyang Group would once again suffer a loss of face. At that moment, Shenyang Group's secretary, Li Hongzai, spoke up. President, Chairman Zhu Rongyi from Dang Group has arrived. Before Chen Yangji could refuse, Chairman Zhu Rongyi entered, accompanied by his 5 sons, and greeted him with a peculiar smirk. Chairman Chen, good day. Why are you here so early? This remark left Chen Yangji feeling quite uncomfortable. Zhu Rongyi was the one he despised the most. Even though Chen Yijun's earlier actions had somewhat eased the tensions between their factions, the animosity remained unchanged. Everyone promptly bowed in greeting. Chen Yijun narrowed his eyes. Zhu Rongyi, with a dismissive tone, remarked, I apologize. Our Dang Group's employees lack decorum. Since we are in Chairman Chen's domain, they should exercise restraint. It seems the younger generation has taken after their master, showing such a lack of manners. Chairman, you are magnanimous, Chen Yijun replied, his eyes blazing with anger, yet he maintained a smile. It's good to see Chairman Zhu so cheerful. My employees have taken excellent care of you, so I am reassured. Zhu Rongyi laughed heartily and turned to Chen Yijun. Young Chairman Yijun, it seems we meet again. Chen Yijun responded. Chairman Zhu, you appear increasingly youthful. Haha. Zhu Rongyi waved his hand dismissively. I can hardly keep up with my health these days. I heard that your intelligent era acquired Handao Iron and granted 3% of shares to them. Young Chairman Yijun is indeed quite affluent. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhu Rongyi resumed mocking Chen Yangji. Even Chen Yongji found it difficult to endure. After all, his father was the chairman of Shenyang Group, and such remarks made it challenging for him to lead the group in the future. With a radiant smile, Chen Yijun said, Chairman Zhu, do you remember what I told you at the auction? Pray tell, what did you say? Zhu Rongyi inquired, gleefully observing Chen Yangji's discomfort. Enemies are better resolved than created. Chen Yijun replied coldly. Recently, it has been rumored that Dang Group's finances have also suffered, causing you to hesitate in presenting your acquisition of Handao Iron. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rongyi's expression changed. He had not anticipated Chen Yijun would utter such words. Indeed, Zhu Rongyi's 5 sons appeared somewhat taken aback. Chen Yangji chuckled. The child speaks without thinking. Chairman Zhu, please do not take it to heart. I would never hold a child's words against me, Zhu Rongyi retorted, irate. Once, Chen Yijun had managed to convince him to cede the Longtai Development Zone to Shenyang Group, and now, after a decade, this young man's demeanor far surpassed that of Chen Yangji. Chapter 34. Chen Yangji's Fury. Chen Yangji, in a buoyant mood, smiled radiantly, relieved that there was no anger to spoil his health at such an advanced age. Next time, do refrain from bringing all 5 of your sons. I mistook them for your bodyguards. He gestured invitingly. Please, have a seat. Zhu Rongyi's breathing quickened, his gaze sharp as he turned to Chen Yijun, coldly remarking, Chen Yijun, I never imagined that after a decade, you would possess such audacity. It truly surprises me. Chen Yijun responded, Chairman Zhu, your words are too flattering. In your presence, I remain but a junior. That is for the best. Zhu Rongyi slammed his embroidered robe in anger and turned to sit down, preparing to await the conclusion of the competition. At that moment, a staff member from the Shenyang racing circuit rushed in, whispering urgently into Chen Yongji's ear. Chen Yongji's expression instantly froze, and he promptly exited the viewing room with the staff member, clearly indicating that an incident had occurred. Unbeknownst to them, the entire situation was being observed by the Dang Group. Simultaneously, a mishap ensued on the racetrack. A plume of black smoke billowed from the engine. Zhu Rongyi, squinting at the large screen displaying the Shenyang racing ad, chuckled, Chairman Chen, it appears that ad is struggling. Chen Yangji's gaze turned icy. His fists clenched tightly as he focused on the ad on the screen. He sensed something was amiss. Such a predicament had never occurred before. So why was this sudden turn of events happening now? The smoke intensified as the car approached the final 3 laps, but it could no longer endure. The hood shattered, spinning through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Tension gripped the audience as the ad's engine ignited, rendering it completely inoperable. Countless components scattered across the track, and the driver was unable to continue, forlornly pounding the steering wheel in despair. Chen Yangji's expression was more dismal than tears could convey. He understood that Shenyang Group had lost this race, and it was a crushing defeat. Never before had he felt such a sense of frustration. His hands trembled as he gripped the cup tightly. Zhu Rongyi of the Dang Group smirked, Chairman Chen, I do apologize. But allow me to advise you, Shenyang Group's automobiles could never surpass our Dang. Do you know why? Chen Yangji turned to him, his eyes resembling those of death, filled with malice. Yet, Zhu Rongyi felt no fear, instead exuding an air of superiority. Because apart from myself, Zhu Rongyi, there are 5 others in Dang. Meanwhile, you, Chen Yangji, have but one, devoid of family. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present fell into a heavy silence, save for Chen Yijun, who continued sipping tea. Such was Chen Yangji's nature. Throughout his life, he had been focused on generating profit, viewing family as merely a statistic. Do you believe that Shenyang Group consists solely of you? Certainly not. Zhu Rongyi chuckled, ponder well upon my words, Chairman Chen. As Zhu Rongyi's 5 sons nodded in unison. Yes, Dad. Chen Yangji's expression darkened as he bore witness to his rival's mockery. He stared blankly at the driver being rescued, his emotions tumultuous. At that moment, Chen Yongji rushed in, anxiety etched on his face. Don't worry, Dad, I've resolved the matter. I told the media that this incident resulted from operational errors and prevented them from releasing any photographs. A little red envelope will suffice. Upon hearing his son's words, Chen Yangji could no longer suppress his fury and raised his hand to strike, only to be intercepted by Chen Yijun. The members of Shenyang Group were taken aback by Chen Yijun's audacity, for he was the first to dare obstruct the chairman's wrath. Chen Yangji's demeanor darkened as he coldly stated, "You two would prevent me?" Chen Yijun, observing his enraged grandfather and his father attempting to evade the situation, replied, "Grandfather, failure is not to be feared. What is truly dreadful is your refusal to confront it. My father has done remarkably well. He will not interfere with tonight's car launch. For otherwise, Shenyang Group would face utter disgrace." Chen Yangji retorted, "What an excellent plan." With that, he stormed out without a backward glance. Director Li, witnessing the scene, felt a twinge of sympathy for the vice chairman and hurriedly followed after him. Chairman Chen Dongji also rushed out, leaving Chen Rongji to sigh in the empty room. "Yijun, you should not have prevented grandfather from striking me." Chen Yijun replied placidly, "I simply could not bear to witness you being struck before my eyes, even if it is by grandfather. Do you realize that this incident may lead to your grandfather's complete disappointment in you?" Chen Rongji, while not an exemplary chairman, prided himself on being a good father, unwilling for his son to bear the brunt of his father's ire. Yet Chen Yijun remained unperturbed. "Grandfather is merely being impulsive. Leave this matter to me. You should return." With a sigh, Chen Rongji conceded, "Very well, I leave it in your hands," before departing. As all in the lounge exited, only Chen Yijun remained, observing the paparazzi's relentless filming. His expression remained unchanged, for this was all within the realm of expectation. The car launch was imminent. Yet Chen Yangji's absence was conspicuous, causing Chen Dongji and others to grow increasingly anxious. They summoned the designated driver, Chief Liang. Chief Liang, with an apologetic demeanor, explained, "The chairman was still incensed, so he allowed me to leave first." "And what of that?" Chen Dongji replied angrily. "You left the elderly man alone in such a remote location? Speak," he demanded. "Do you wish to tender your resignation?" Chief Liang trembled in fear, repeatedly apologizing. "I am so sorry, so sorry. Indeed, were it not for this man having served the elder for so many years, he would have been expelled from Shenyang Group without hesitation." Meanwhile, the racetrack management had just reached out, having searched high and low for the chairman's whereabouts, only to find him seemingly vanished without a trace. Chen Dongji, in a state of frantic worry, lamented, "What time is it? Where on earth has the elder gone? The time is drawing near." He placed the blame squarely on his older brother, Chen Rongji, believing that if not for his brother's provocations, their father would not be in this predicament. Clenching his fists, Chen Rongji pondered for a long while. "Yijun has already gone out. I trust he will bring the elder back." "How laughable," Chen Dongji scoffed. "If he does not return, what shall we do for the new car launch? Without father present, what will the reporters think?" Chapter 35, Developing the Automotive Industry. In conclusion, I have faith in my son. Director Li offered words of consolation, acknowledging our consensus on Yijun's capabilities. "Let's wait a moment. Perhaps the vice president's words hold merit." "Fine, you all carry on," Chen Dongji retorted. Hands plunged deep into his pockets as he turned away. It was evident that he harbored doubts about Chen Yijun's ability to retrieve the old man's favor. If the old man were angered, not even 10 bulls could bring him back. It was entirely reasonable to consider that Chen Yijun might have provoked him. For the first time, Chen Yangji, who had never tasted defeat, encountered an unfamiliar sense of frustration within the confines of Shenyang Automotive. In such moments, he would retreat to a certain place to rediscover his original aspirations. As Chen Yijun sped down the highway, he, as a time traveler, did not know Chen Yangji intimately, but possessed numerous valuable insights about him. This marked the first occasion Chen Yangji openly confessed in his autobiography. His autobiography was published in the year 2000, during the Millennium commemorative publication of the Shenyang Group, a time brimming with new dreams. Thus, at this moment in 1997, the only individuals aware of where Chen Yangji would go when disheartened were Chen Yijun and Chen Daojun. The setting resembled a hasty small warehouse. At its center stood a truck emblazoned with Shenwang Transport. Chen Yijun pushed open the large door, and twilight was descending. The automotive launch event was about to commence. Should they fail to bring Chen Yangji back, the Shenyang Group would suffer a complete loss of face. The clanging sound of hammers echoed hauntingly in his ears. Inside an abandoned warehouse, Chen Yangji, donned in white gloves, was diligently repairing a sports car according to the blueprints. Due to his advanced age, each movement left him breathless. Yet, for the sake of his dreams, he was unwilling to surrender so easily. Chen Yijun approached from behind, and though Chen Yangji sensed someone's presence, he did not turn, instead gazing forlornly at the engine, lamenting why he could not fix it. "That's how it is," Chen Yangji exclaimed in frustration, rising abruptly to face Chen Yijun. To his surprise, it was not a neighbor but his youngest grandson, Chen Yijun. "What brings you here?" Even Director Li and Section Chief Liang are unaware of this place. "How did you find it?" With a bright smile, Chen Yijun replied, "Grandfather, do you really think there are places in Seoul that I am unaware of?" Chen Yangji's face twitched as he retorted, "Oh, do you believe that by coming here, you will find your grandfather, who adores foreign luxury cars, in a state of despair? You bunch of scoundrels. Yijun, let me be frank with you. Do you think my dedication to Shenyang Automotive is merely the extravagant pastime of a wealthy old man? Is that what you think? Answer me." Chen Yijun calmly responded, "That is not the case. Does grandfather not understand why I am willing to pay a premium for Hondao steel? It is precisely because of the automotive industry of Shenyang Group." Chen Yijun spoke as though he were a partner, not allowing Chen Yangji a moment to ponder. "As someone with experience, can you not see this? Or have you not considered that Hondao steel under the smart era is connected to Shenyang Group?" The unexpected exchange left Chen Yangji momentarily bewildered, yet his anger persisted. "Yijun, you are the grandson I favor. Speak plainly about what you wish to convey. I do not view this as a mere extravagance. The entire automotive industry has its eyes on Hondao steel. If I were to offer 3 points of shares from the smart era, do you think I am playing around? It is all for the sake of grandfather's Shenyang Automotive." Upon hearing these words, Chen Yangji felt a sense of relief. If Yijun truly thought this way, then he could boldly develop his enterprise. "Grandfather, would you be interested in a collaboration with the smart era?" "Huh?" Chen Yangji blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" "You provide the funding, and I will supply Hondao steel along with the subsequent promotional services. You are aware that our group is currently undergoing an economically strained phase. And given the substantial funds Smart Era has entrusted to you over the years, surely you could allocate some." Chen Yangji chuckled. "You are trying to rob the tiger's den. Have you been drinking?" "Of course not." Chen Yijun chuckled. "Recently, I have been researching the automotive industry and have developed a rather impressive car blueprint. I wonder if grandfather would be interested in taking a look." Upon hearing of the automotive blueprint, Chen Yangji's interest was piqued. Throughout his life, he had harbored a profound fascination for oil, chemistry, mechanical engineering, and automobiles. Now that Yijun was also delving into the automotive sector, he immediately urged, "Show me." Chen Yijun presented the blueprints acquired through the system. Chen Yangji furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the meticulously crafted designs, where every component was clearly marked. Even the specifications of each screw were distinctly indicated. Such was the prowess of the system. At times, a golden opportunity can indeed lead one to the pinnacle of life. Chen Yijun aspired to create a car of his own, using Shenyang Group's automotive designs as a prototype, investing 500 system credits into its production. What lay before Chen Yangji was a design that even in the future lacked a corresponding automotive brand. The vehicle was exquisitely crafted, boasting an imposing emblem, with both workmanship and artistry reaching perfection. For a moment, Chen Yangji felt that the blueprint in his hands paled in comparison. Involuntarily, he inquired, "Did you draw this?" Chen Yijun rubbed his nose and nodded. "What do you think?" "Remarkable, simply remarkable," Chen Yangji exclaimed. "After years in the automotive field, this is the first time I've seen such a design." "Yijun, what other technologies do you possess?" With a smile, Chen Yijun replied, "All of this is for the benefit of the family." Upon hearing this, Chen Yangji beamed with joy. Who wouldn't he be pleased by such words? Although Chen Yangji had never regarded his family with much esteem, if it proved beneficial to the company, they were as good as his kin. Chen Yijun's abilities continually reshaped Chen Yangji's perception of the world, first with smartphones, computers, and televisions, and now with new vehicles, whose engines far surpassed its standards. Such automobiles were beyond the imagination of ordinary people in this era. The fact that Chen Yijun possessed such resources led him to suspect that the young man might be from the future. Yet, without evidence, Chen Yangji could not ascertain the truth. Ultimately, as long as he aided Shenyang Group, he was indeed his dearest grandson. If he were of no assistance, he would remain as distant as Chen Daojun, who had never crossed the threshold of the Qingxin studio since Chairman Chen's aviation accident. Chen Daojun had aspired to showcase his capabilities but faced unrelenting rejection, leading to his perpetual unpopularity. Chapter 36. A reminder for the elder. Chen Yangji shrugged lightly, his gaze profound as he posed a question. "I heard from Director Li that you converted the funds from the intelligent era into dollars. Why is that?" His grandfather wished to know. Chen Yijun smiled calmly. I have observed the recent market conditions. Firstly, Hondao Iron and Steel has declared bankruptcy due to financial constraints. And this year numerous companies have followed suit. Therefore, I believe we are about to face a significant challenge. Hearing this, Chen Yikji lifted his head and inquired, what challenge? A potential rupture in the financial chain, even an economic crisis. If grandfather chooses to trust me, you may also consider converting the funds of Shenyang Group. I do not have your luxury of time for such matters. Chen Yikji stood up, lowering his head to continue fiddling with the parts in his hands. I am getting old. My health is not what it used to be. In the days to come, I will need you young folks. I simply wish to realize my dreams. Clearly, he remained unconvinced by Chen Yijun's warnings of an economic crisis. Even if such a crisis were to occur, it would likely only affect smaller companies. For Shenyang Group, a premier company in Seoul, bankruptcy was far from a simple feat. Moreover, with Hondao Iron and Steel under the umbrella of the intelligent era, the notion of bankruptcy seemed utterly ludicrous. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yikji caressed his beloved car. He had come here to rekindle the youthful aspirations of his past, leaving the press conference to his two sons. If they could not manage such trivial matters, how could they ever lead Shenyang Group? He handed a flashlight to Chen Yijun, saying blandly, "Shine this for me. My vision is not as clear as it used to be." Chen Yijun accepted the flashlight and assisted his grandfather in repairing the car's components. About 10 minutes had passed when Chen Yijun sensed the urgency of time. He prompted, "Grandfather, isn't your dream for Shenyang to become the #1 car manufacturer in the nation?" Indeed, Chen Yikji admitted candidly. But what good is it to speak of such things now? Shenyang has always lagged behind in the automotive sector. As your aunt says, we expend vast amounts of resources each year. Once I am gone, it will all come to an end. Have you not considered the designs I provided you? A subtle shift occurred in Chen Yikji's expression as he contemplated. Are you truly certain you can deliver? I am certain. Gazing into Chen Yijun's unwavering eyes, Chen Yikji saw a reflection of his younger self, undaunted, resilient, ready to start anew if necessary. With a firm resolve, he declared, "Very well. Grandfather will accompany you on this journey. You shall handle this matter." Absolutely. Chen Yikji removed his dusty white gloves, donned his clothing, and chuckled, "You little rascal. I am eager to see what kind of vehicle the intelligent era will produce." In future discussions, should anyone inquire, he would respond that grandfather was absolutely on board. All anger dissipated with Chen Yijun's words. If he could indeed create a car more formidable than that of Dang Group, Chen Yijun would undoubtedly become one of the heirs to Shenyang Group. With a cheerful demeanor, Chen Yikji settled into the passenger seat, surveying the interior and teasing, "Yijun, do you have a girlfriend?" Chen Yijun was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected jest. Rubbing his nose, he replied, "Well, how should I put it?" A faint scent of perfume lingered in the air. Though somewhat cheap, it suggested that someone had recently occupied his vehicle. Chen Yikji fastened his seatbelt, cautioning, "Yijun, let me remind you, do you know why I am perceived as a cold-hearted old man by others? Not really. Because family only hinders my progress. You must remember this lesson. In time, you will realize that grandfather's reminders are of utmost importance." As he spoke, Chen Yikji closed his eyes, signaling it was time to depart. Understood. Chen Yijun stole glances at his grandfather, recognizing that his ambition remained undiminished, impervious even to the jibes of Zhu Rongyi. This time, Chen Yijun aimed to dominate the automotive industry across Seoul. He needed to visit Dang Group to discuss matters related to the automotive sector. With Hondao Iron and Steel under his control, he would never lack for partners. As the car sped down the road, approximately 20 minutes later, they finally arrived at the automotive launch event. At that moment, Director Li anxiously paced nearby. Upon spotting Chen Yijun's vehicle, he hurried over. "Yijun, you have finally returned. Knowing I have returned, why not open the door?" Chen Yikji's voice resonated from the passenger seat. Director Li promptly rushed to the front, opening the door and placing his hand atop the roof to prevent the elder from hitting his head as he exited. Chen Yikji frowned slightly, remarking, "Be more careful next time." Of course, Director Li bowed, regaining his composure only after the chairman was out of sight. Curiously, he asked, "Yijun, where did you find the chairman?" "Well, that's a secret." Chen Yikji had instructed that this matter should remain between them, without disclosure to anyone. Even Chen Yongji and Chen Dongji. Director Li sighed in relief. "Thank goodness for you. The automotive launch is about to begin." And the vice chairman suggested canceling the meeting if the chairman did not return. If that were to happen, both the vice chairman and I would face the chairman's wrath. This event was personally arranged by him. How could it simply be cancelled? Seeing Yijun return with the chairman, the tension in his heart finally eased. "Young Master Yijun, please step inside. It is about to commence." Certainly, please lead the way. At the new car launch, dozens of reporters clamored to take photographs. Some even prepared to transcribe every word spoken by Chairman Chen Yikji. Standing at the podium, he surveyed the audience with an air of authority, proclaiming, "Our Shenyang Group may have entered the automotive industry a step later than others, but the automotive sector is the forte of heavy industry giants. I wholeheartedly agree with this notion. Some advise me to stick to what I excel at and not to aim too high, yet they know nothing." Pointing to the vehicle displayed on the big screen, he declared, "The automotive industry is not merely a branch of heavy industry. It is an integral part of the electronics industry. When it comes to the semiconductor sector, Shenyang Group stands as a pinnacle in the field." With fervor, Chen Yikji continued, "Shenyang Automotive is the engine of our Shenyang Group." Everyone in attendance erupted into applause, and Chen Yikji's gaze settled on Chen Yijun. The two shared a knowing nod, silently affirming their mutual understanding. Before the assembled reporters, Chen Yikji joyously approached the vehicle, as if to declare that Shenyang Group and Shenyang Automotive would forever stand united. Chapter 37. Farewell to Chen Daojun. Chen Dongji gazed at his father, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. It was evident that the elder wished to expand the Shenyang automobile industry, which necessitated collaboration with the intelligent age Hyundai. This implied that all of this was orchestrated by Chen Yijun. He must have said something to the old man, given his understanding of his father's temperament. It would have been implausible for him to have attended the press conference so easily otherwise. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Chen Dongji remarked, "Brother, you truly have an exceptional son." Chen Rongji, momentarily oblivious to the underlying implications of the words, stood up and chuckled. Yijun has displayed remarkable talent since childhood. His return must surely be attributed to his efforts. Indeed, Dongji concurred. After the press conference concluded, Chen Dongji sought out Chen Yijun, who appeared eager to depart. Suppressing his enigmatic demeanor, he smiled and said, "Yijun, you have certainly accomplished a great deal this time. The old man will likely collaborate with your Hyundai." Chen Yijun was acutely aware of his second uncle's motives, yet he feigned amiability. "You jest, everything belongs to the Shenyang Group. And the independent performance of the intelligent age has been quite commendable." This statement was meant to convey to Chen Dongji that while the intelligent age was a subsidiary of the Shenyang Group, it could easily evolve into an independent entity. One must not merely observe the surface, for one might find the reality far less favorable than anticipated. Yijun, you speak wisely. However, I am perplexed as to why you are converting the company's funds into U.S. dollars, Chen Dongji inquired, eager to understand the underlying circumstances. Yet, Chen Yijun had no intention of revealing his second uncle's crafty schemes. He offered a terse response and turned to leave, but Chen Dongji was not easily deceived. He fixed his gaze on Chen Yijun's retreating figure until it vanished from sight. Leaving the automobile press conference, Chen Yijun walked along the street, his father having driven the car home, leaving him to return on foot. As he passed a shopping mall, a boy of similar age emerged, accompanied by a middle-aged man. "Chen Yijun?" The boy raised an eyebrow, surprised. "I didn't expect to see you here." Chen Yijun halted, turning to face the boy. "Chen Daojun, it's been a while." Indeed. The figure before him was none other than Chen Daojun, also a time traveler, and the youngest son of a wealthy family, often referred to as the Cunning One. It had been several years since Chen Yijun last saw him. While he had heard of the events transpiring in Korea during his time abroad, Chen Daojun had seemingly vanished, maintaining minimal contact with the Chen family. Even Chen Yongji was unaware of the reasons behind this estrangement, viewing them merely as beggars. Now, after many years, Chen Daojun appeared unchanged, a familiar sight. "Long time no see, Chen Yijun." The two exchanged a handshake. The middle-aged man behind them pretended not to recognize him and turned to leave, but Chen Yijun noted the exchanged glances, recognizing him as Wu Shixian, the representative from PowerShares and Chen Daojun's partner. The miraculous company they founded had not thrived due to their inability to secure the 240 billion won from Bentang, leaving Chen Daojun's circumstances less than favorable. Nevertheless, he had managed to uncover the secrets to wealth, persuading Chen Runji to invest a substantial sum in Amazon, presumably aware that Amazon was poised for a meteoric rise in a few months. "Quite a transformation after years apart," Chen Daojun remarked, concealing his true intentions. "You have benefited greatly, first obtaining 240 billion won from Bentang, and then establishing the intelligent age. I am curious how you acquired such technology. Know that during the 1990s, no one could master 3G phones and computers. I suspect you may share my experience as a reborn soul. Yet, their differing lives had afforded them distinct knowledge and skills." Chen Daojun's memories of Chen Yijun remained vague. as if he were a phantom in this world. Each time he attempted to contemplate this, a throbbing headache ensued, prompting him to gradually relinquish the thought. However, upon seeing Chen Yijun again, his curiosity reignited. "You jest. I have received guidance from an esteemed individual." Chen Yijun replied with a smile. This sage possesses extraordinary foresight regarding numerous events, but met his demise for revealing too much. "What do you mean? Divination? Have you ever heard of it? Divination?" Chen Daojun was perplexed, as such practices were not prevalent in Korea, leaving him ignorant of their significance. "Is it akin to drawing lots? You will understand once you visit Huaxia," Chen Yijun stated. "Would you care to join me for a meal?" Chen Daojun politely declined, flashing a radiant smile. "Perhaps another time. I have matters to attend to. Also, Chen Yijun, let me remind you that one must not judge solely by appearances." Chen Yijun retorted with a smile. Likewise, their gazes locked, and a fleeting anger flickered across Chen Daojun's youthful countenance before he swiftly regained composure. As he turned to leave, he said, "I look forward to our next encounter. Farewell." "Goodbye," Chen Yijun replied, as Chen Daojun soon vanished from sight. As he walked away, he retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his right hand, discarding it into a trash bin as if to release his pent-up emotions. Chen Yijun paid him no mind. If a confrontation was to occur, then let it be. Despite Chen Daojun's memories of his past life, he had the support of his system, and he was not intimidated. Upon returning to King Sinzhai, Chen Yijun opened the system interface, which displayed the main quest. Main quest: accumulate 5 trillion. Current funds: 2,500 billion. Difficulty: cataclysmic success. Reward: 3 lottery draws. He was certain that once this economic crisis subsided, he could fulfill the main quest. Otherwise, the system would not issue another task. The prospect of 3 lottery opportunities greatly intrigued Chen Yijun, envisioning the potential rewards that could ease his journey ahead. With a serene smile, he observed the system's spinning wheel, noting that the draw count stood at 0. A cursory glance revealed that most rewards would be beneficial, such as system coins and 1,000 billion won. "System," he queried, "it stands to reason that time travelers should receive a novice gift pack. Why have I received nothing?" Due to the host's excessive demands, the system is unable to respond. Please complete the current task promptly. Upon completion, the system will issue a main quest based on the host's needs. Moi, Chen Yijun. This system is even more advanced than artificial intelligence, and it dares to express affection with a kiss. I ought to give you a piece of my mind. To the esteemed patrons, may I kindly request your support with a vote, and allow me to extend my best wishes for the new year. Chapter 38. Capturing the chick. At that moment, the ringtone of a mobile phone pierced the air. Chen Yijun glanced down to see a message from his second uncle, Chen Dongji, requesting him to retrieve a document from the drawer in his room for Chen Yongji. He did not decline. It was evident that something significant was happening at Shenyang Group, especially with Chen Dongji working late. However, Chen Yijun was disinclined to interfere with matters beyond the realm of the intelligent era. Dressed in slippers, Chen Yijun stepped out of the villa, the biting cold wind causing him to shiver slightly. He quickened his pace towards his second uncle's residence. The opulence of his uncle's home remained unchanged, yet the vast living room was devoid of any presence. Ignoring it, Chen Yijun ascended the stairs. As he passed by a door, a flicker of candlelight caught his attention. Intrigued, he paused, faintly hearing the sounds of rummaging within. Curiosity piqued, he pushed the door open. By all accounts, his uncle and aunt were not home. So who could be in the room? Perhaps a thief? Yet, that seemed implausible. King Sinzhai, being the largest estate in Korea, possessed impeccable security, making unauthorized entry virtually impossible. Who, then, could be inside? Before him lay a girl's boudoir, the faint scent of flowers wafting in the air. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. Turning, he was met by the sight of a girl clad in a pink nightgown. They were of similar age, appearing around 20, with bright eyes, a delicate nose, ruby lips, and a brow resembling distant mountains, her face akin to a lotus blossom. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, droplets of water still trickling from the ends, suggesting she had just bathed. Yijun, she greeted. Indeed, the person before him was Chen Yijun, the daughter of his second uncle. Their birth times differed by merely an hour, a reason for Chen Yangja to name him Yijun. In the recesses of his memory, Chen Yijun recalled how Chen Yijun had been showered with affection since childhood, living a life of luxury and opulence that most ordinary girls could only envy. She was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also a captivating presence, turning heads wherever she went. Chen Yijun was a favored child of fortune, born into a wealthy family and gifted with talent. Her prowess in the arts, particularly piano, was well known, Everyone who had encountered her at social gatherings remembered her vividly. As a pampered heiress, Chen Yijun naturally possessed a certain pride. From the moment she began to speak, her father had devoted himself to nurturing her as his right hand. However, beneath her radiant exterior, Chen Yijun was not merely a naive beauty. She was astute and financially savvy, fully aware of the path she needed to navigate. In a traditional Korean family where sons were favored over daughters, competition was not an option for daughters, regardless of her beauty and cunning. Chen Yijun found herself ensnared in the power games of men. Yet, this exquisite flower of wealth and privilege was undeniably captivating. The power of money was immense, endowing her with an air of distinction that allowed her to effortlessly stand out in any crowd. They say that money is the touchstone of human relationships, and all connections, be it familial, romantic, or friendly, are subject to its influence. Who can truly surpass the trials of wealth? What brings you back? Chen Yijun could not help but inquire. Didn't you go abroad for your studies? Ordinarily, Chen Yijun would have returned only after Chen Yangji's passing. So what was she doing here today? Turning to pour herself a cup of coffee, Chen Yijun replied nonchalantly, I came home to fetch something. Are you unhappy to see me return? Not at all. I thought we had a thief in the house, rummaging through things at this late hour. Now that I see you back, I'll take my leave, he said, turning to exit, only to be interrupted by Yijun's voice. Hey, what are you doing here? I'm delivering something to Uncle. Do you think I would steal? Chen Yijun laughed lightly, sitting down, her flawless legs becoming visible as she lifted them, each toe adorned with red nail polish, radiating beauty. That's not the case. It would be quite a disgrace if the founder of the intelligent era were caught stealing at home. Chen Yijun chuckled, her laughter as enchanting as a field of blooming flowers. What is it that you wish to convey, Yijunjia? Chen Yijun inquired, glancing at the suitcase on the bed. Returning home without notifying anyone and packing late at night. Surely it's not just a simple errand? At his words, Chen Yijun's expression changed slightly, clearly impressed by his insight. Indeed, I have returned to accomplish something, but I would appreciate your discretion, Yijun. I trust you 1T refuse to keep a secret, she said, moving closer, her pristine hand resting gently on his shoulder. Chen Yijun was taken aback. When had Yijun transformed into this? In his memories, she had always been a strong-willed individual. And now it seemed her youthful demeanor was merely an act. Brother, with no one else at home, would you care to play a game of eagle catches the chicks with me? Chen Yijun frowned. You still want to catch me? I want to play. You always cheat. Memories of childhood games flooded back, where Chen Yijun had fixated on him, perhaps thinking him an easy target. He was indeed easy to catch. She had always managed to pin him down, though her nails had left marks on his skin, lingering reminders of their playful struggles. Come on, sister, hasn't he seen you in ages? She teased, pinching his cheek. After all these years, you've become quite handsome. I have 2 girlfriends. Would you like to meet them? They're all stunning, the school belles. Chen Yijun stepped back, though Yijun was indeed charming, in his eyes. Even the prettiest sister was still just a girl. Sure, I'd be open to meeting those 2 girlfriends, he replied, but let us keep it innocent. I'm only interested in discussing the meaning of life, or perhaps playing some cards. 3's a fair number. With that thought, Chen Yijun couldn't help but chuckle, quickly masking it with an expression of indifference. Yijunjia, perhaps we should save the teasing for another time. With an understanding glance, Chen Yijun said, I assure you, I won't let you down. If you're interested, I have all their details, including their measurements. Chen Yijun lingered briefly before returning home with the document entrusted by Chen Dongji, keeping Yijun's return a secret from others. Meanwhile, Chen Rongji sat before the television, engrossed in the news. Hearing a noise, he turned to see his younger son and inquired, Yijun, where have you been? Why are you back so late? I was delivering a document to Uncle. Had I known you were back, I wouldn't have gone, Chen Yijun replied, handing over the document before stifling a yawn. I'm heading to bed, Dad. You should rest early too. Understood, Chen Rongji said with a warm smile, tearing open the document's packaging. Noticing its contents, his expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to quickly don his coat and rush out the door. The following morning, Chen Yijun, invited by Mao Xianmin, attended the grand opening ceremony of a certain 5-star hotel. The lobby was teeming with distinguished guests, all hailing from illustrious families and noble lineages. Due to the influence of the Xianxing Daily, various groups have gathered for the event, including the Shenyang Group, represented solely by a company manager. Notably, Chen Yangji and others were absent. Clearly, the opening of a hotel does not warrant much attention. The leader, Mao Xianmin, crossed her arms and looked at Chen Yijun with a smile, saying, what do you think? Meals will be half price from now on. The wealthy boss certainly exuded grandeur. With a playful arch of her brow, Mao Xianmin placed her hands on Chen Yijun's shoulders, leaning in close enough that her warm breath brushed against his ear, her alluring demeanor causing an involuntary swallow. Everything from now on belongs to you, Appa. Chen Yijun, unwilling to be outdone, playfully pushed Mao Xianmin back into her chair. Gripping her delicate chin, adopting a domineering tone, "My dear, do not play with fire." An aura of masculinity enveloped Mao Xianmin, making her acutely aware of the pheromones emanating from Chen Yijun. The guests exchanged bemused glances, some shaking their heads in disbelief. Publicly displaying such affection was hardly appropriate. After all, is no one going to intervene? If not, we might as well eat. Mao Xianmin felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body, akin to ants crawling over her skin, prompting her to shift in her seat, instinctively seeking to create friction against Chen Yijun to alleviate the soft, tantalizing itch. However, her spirited nature refused to be subdued. She seized Chen Yijun's neck, leaning in closer until their noses nearly touched, the delicate scent of her perfume enveloping him. Chen Yijun discerned that she was wearing a fruity lip balm. With a triumphant smile, Mao Xianmin tilted her head back to gauge Chen Yijun's expression, her lips curling into a mischievous grin reminiscent of a little fox. Just then, a distinct cough interrupted the moment. Blushing, Mao Xianmin released her hold on Chen Yijun and sat up straight, adopting a more refined demeanor. The newcomer was her father, Chairman Mao. Observing his daughter's impolite behavior, he appeared more amused than angry, smiling as he said, "Daughter, there are many people here. Do be mindful next time." Mao Xianmin nodded obediently, acknowledging her father. Chairman Mao then turned his gaze to Chen Yijun, raising his glass. "Chairman Chen, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Chen Yijun stood, clinking his glass against Chairman Mao's in a gesture of camaraderie. Given the era of intelligence, they were partners, and without this era, Xianqing Daily would not have achieved its current success, hence Chairman Mao's toast. "You flatter me, Chairman Mao. I still consider myself a junior in your presence." Hearing this, Chairman Mao beamed, a look of approval on his face as he patted Chen Yijun's shoulder and introduced him to the gathering. "Allow me to present to you the founder of the intelligent era, Chairman Chen Yijun, the youngest individual in Korean history to attain the status of a top conglomerate at the tender age of 20. Let us extend a warm welcome." All the reporters began snapping photographs. The intelligent era was well known, and such an opportunity to meet Chairman Chen was not to be missed. The others applauded, rising from their seats to greet him as if he were a long-lost relative, unaware of his formidable background. Chairman Mao's intention was clear: to ensure everyone recognized the deep ties between Chen Yijun, the intelligent era, and Xianqing Daily, while subtly warning those who eyed the newspaper with envy of the strength backing them, all without embarrassing the Shenyang group. Mao Xianmin covered her mouth, aware that this was her suggestion to invite Chen Yijun to the opening ceremony. The cunning of her elder sister was not lost on Chen Yijun, who turned to glance at Mao Xianmin, sipping her red wine, contemplating her motives. It seemed she had anticipated the influx of reporters for the hotel's inauguration and had summoned him to fortify the media's understanding of the alliance between the Shenyang group and the intelligent era. Mao Xianmin arched an eyebrow. "Young Master Yijun, what troubles you?" "Nothing," Chen Yijun replied, settling back into his seat. "After all I have done for you, how do you plan to repay me?" Feigning ignorance, Mao Xianmin responded, "I don't quite understand what you mean." In response, Chen Yijun raised his left hand, gently wiping the lipstick stain from the corner of her mouth. "Miss Xianmin, inadvertently, you have signaled to the media the relationship between Xianqing Daily and the Shenyang group." Her cheeks flushed. Mao Xianmin grasped Chen Yijun's hand, teasingly asking, "Would young Master Yijun really claim in front of the media that our relationship is strained?" "Not at all," Chen Yijun assured her. "It is quite the contrary. I hold a significant interest in you." With a glint in her eye, Mao Xianmin suggested, "How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight." "One meal, one tea suffice to earn a favor," Chen Yijun replied. "Then what is it that you desire?" Mao Xianmin half closed her eyes, releasing his hand and playfully lifting her chin, tauntingly asking, "Could it be you wish to play a game of cat and mouse with your elder sister?" Chapter 40. Troubles of the Xianqing Daily. The sudden allure caught Chen Yijun off guard. Indeed, she was the most adored woman on the internet. Her demeanor and actions radiated her enchanting figure. Chen Yijun turned his head, asking, "Aren't you afraid of being seen by others?" "Seen?" Mao Xianmin's gaze shifted, and the wealthy heir at the same table tactfully turned away, adopting an air of indifference. "They won't see us," she replied, lifting Chen Yijun's chin and exclaiming, "What a handsome boy you are. Shall I leave the door open for you tonight?" "That won't be necessary," Chen Yijun instinctively pushed forward, the soft touch feeling almost uniquely tender. Today, Mao Xianmin had donned a magnificent gown for the hotel opening ceremony, a dress so delicate that it barely concealed her form. Reminiscent of a heavenly island, captivating the gaze of onlookers. A white necklace complemented her flawless neck, and her earrings sparkled like jewels, glimmering under the light. Time seemed to stand still. Mao Xianmin blushed, her delicate figure trembling slightly as she pushed Chen Yijun away, her cheeks aflame. Chen Yijun, you're being excessive. Chen Yijun touched his nose, feeling awkward. I apologize, it was unintentional. I hope you can forgive me. Mao Xianmin bit her lip, glaring at him, but her anger subsided. In a gathering of this magnitude, losing her temper could lead to unnecessary complications. It was sensible to remain composed, as the Shenyang group and the intelligent era were indispensable. After a moment's reflection, she felt a bit better knowing Chen Yijun was her fiancé. After all, it was preferable to outsiders. As the saying goes, the fertile water should not flow into the fields of outsiders. The surrounding individuals exchanged glances, pondering the unfairness of the situation. Was the world of the wealthy truly this easy to navigate? The opening ceremony concluded swiftly. Chairman Mao bid farewell to all the journalists and friends from the business circle, then turned to Chen Yijun with a smile, asking, Chairman Yijun, did the meal meet your expectations? Chen Yijun responded, it was satisfactory. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Chairman Mao, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Chairman Mao, however, halted him, his expression somewhat troubled. There is indeed a matter I hope Chairman Yijun could assist us with. Hearing this, Chen Yijun frowned but replied, if Chairman Mao has a request, please speak candidly. I shall not refuse if I am able to help. Chairman Mao got straight to the point, nodding towards his daughter, whose black high heels clicked against the floor. Do you remember the Dang Group? Of course. Our Xianxing Daily inadvertently reported some negative news about the Dang Group. We deleted the information promptly, but they discovered it. And knowing the close ties between Xianxing Daily and Shenyang Group, they have been seeking ways to undermine us, recently imposing economic pressure on us. Mao Xianmin's gaze turned icy, her chest heaving with anger. My father attempted to confront them, but was met with cold rejection. Chairman Chen Yangzhe of Shenyang Group has shown no interest in this matter. Our family has exhausted all options, which is why we sought your presence at the hotel opening, to demonstrate Xianxing Daily's strong relationship with Shenyang Group and the intelligent era. She glanced at Chen Yijun. If you choose to assist us, Xianxing Daily shall not treat you poorly. We can grant any request you have. Chen Yijun's eyes drifted to Mao Xianmin's figure. Mao Xianmin's expression turned wary as she pointed at him. What do you intend to do? Do not misunderstand. Chen Yijun clarified. I have a habit in Huaxia. Upon seeing a Buddha statue, I feel a sense of reverence. Do not read too much into it. Oh, I see. Mao Xianmin touched her necklace, visibly relieved. After careful consideration, Chen Yijun said, I can agree to assist you, but as businessmen, such a significant favor cannot be repaid in a day or two. Chairman Mao, being astute, immediately replied, I understand what Chairman Chen means. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, Xianxing Daily will do everything in its power to promote the intelligent era's new products, without charging any commission. Agreed. Chen Yijun accepted without hesitation. Such a favorable proposition was not one to decline. Mao Xianmin's cheeks flushed, her lips close to Chen Yijun's ear, a warm breath escaping her lips, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. Once this is accomplished, you shall be the benefactor of Xianxing Daily, Appa. Dang Group. In the conference room, Chairman Zhu Rongyi scrutinized the group report in his hands. Son, has the recent economic climate been this dire? His eldest son, Vice Chairman Zhu Zongyi of the Dang Group, wore a grim expression but answered truthfully, Dad, this is the best we can do. For some reason, foreign trade has been deteriorating, and some of our subsidiary companies are on the brink of bankruptcy. Chairman Zhu Rongyi furrowed his pale brows. What about Shenyang Group and the intelligent era? Everything is normal. Zhu Zongyi presented the recent economic data from Shenyang Group, but had no report regarding the intelligent era. Dad, the intelligent era maintains tight security. Only Vice Chairman Lin Zhishuan is privy to the financial movements. Currently, the Korean one they possess is plummeting rapidly. I suspect they may soon face bankruptcy. Chairman Zhu Rongyi smiled nonchalantly. Even if Shenyang Group were to go bankrupt, I do not believe the intelligent era would follow suit. This must be the doing of Chen Yijun. Investigate him and uncover his activities. Yes, Dad. A staff member from the Dang Group knocked and entered respectfully. Chairman Chen Yijun of Intelligent Group Limited and Mao Xianmin, the eldest daughter of Xianxing Daily, have come to visit. Chen Yijun? Mao Xianmin? Zhu Rongyi murmured. I am not surprised by Chen Yijun's presence, but Mao Xianmin of Xianxing Daily. I have no dealings with Xianxing Daily. His eldest son, Zhu Zongyi, reminded him. Dad, do you not recall? Ever since returning from the Shenyang racetrack, you mentioned that Xianqing daily was quite bothersome. Indeed, I did say that. So, we 5 brothers took it upon ourselves to deal with the partners of Xianqing daily, and they must be here regarding that matter. Upon hearing this, Chairman Zhu Rongyi shot a glare at Zhu Zongyi, exasperated. Son, you are truly foolish. When did my eldest son become so reckless? Xianqing daily is merely the tip of the iceberg for the Dang group. It can be easily dealt with, but the intelligent era is a fierce tiger. If it goes mad, Korea will suffer immensely. Chapter 41. Chen Yijun schemed. The president of the camp stood dazed, unsure whether to call or remain silent. Zhu Rongyi, the president, rose and raised his chin. Let them wait for me in the lounge. I will be there shortly. Understood. Father, allow me to go. Is it not inappropriate for your status to converse with 2 juniors? It implies that our camp group is lacking in capable personnel, Zhu Rongyi's younger son suggested. No need. I believe Chen Yijun did not come merely for this matter. The Xianqing daily is but a small company. Offending our camp for her sake is not a prudent move. Father, do you think it could be Chen Yangji? Zhu Zongyi inquired in surprise. Quite possibly. The 5 sons exchanged glances and followed their father, only to be turned down. This matter required his direct intervention, lest it be mishandled. In the lounge, the camps made thoughtfully prepared tea for Chen Yijun and his companion. After fulfilling her duty, she silently departed, knowing that as long as she completed her tasks, it sufficed. She dared not overhear anything that might jeopardize her safety. Mao Xianmin murmured, truly, the camp group has quite the grandeur. If it were just you alone, you would likely have been turned away long ago. Chen Yijun lifted the teacup from the table and took a delicate sip of the hot tea. He spoke truthfully. Despite Mao Xianmin's cunning, it was but a drop in the bucket against absolute power. The camp group would only inform her that the president was unavailable, which was already a concession, especially since the Xianqing daily instigated this situation. Otherwise, it would not have escalated thus. Chen Yijun began to suspect if he had inadvertently sought trouble. Suddenly, the lounge door swung open. Zhu Rongyi, exuding an air of arrogance, strode in, but this time, his face bore no expression. My apologies for the poor reception. I hope for your understanding. Mao Xianmin stood and bowed, only to be directly halted by Chen Yijun. Since the old man wore no smile, there was no need for him to extend courtesies, particularly as his grandfather held no fondness for him. Though the camp group was formidable, in this era of intelligence, aligning with the Shenyang group could lead to its complete downfall. Sometimes, a display of pride was necessary. Much like Chen Yangji, Mao Xianmin, perplexed, felt her heart rate quicken, questioning whether Chen Yijun was merely jesting. Zhu Rongyi's expression became peculiar at this scene. His right cheek twitched as he suppressed his anger, taking a seat in the host's position. He spoke sternly, Chen Yijun, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? I came to see you, President Zhu. You appear to be in good health. Oh, Chen Yijun. It seems you are not one for jest. Did Chen Yangji send you here, or is it merely for the Xianqing daily? I am neither sent by my grandfather nor here for the Xianqing daily. I simply wish to reminisce with President Zhu. It has been a decade since our first meeting at the auction. Mao Xianmin, though confused, chose not to voice her inquiries, recognizing that sometimes silence was the better course. Zhu Rongyi took a sip of tea. Yijun, do refrain from jesting. A decade ago, you were merely a child. Had I known of your talents, I would have pursued the Longtai development zone with all my might, rather than conceding it to your Shenyang group. Zhu Rongyi's tone held a hint of bitterness. Had it not been for Chen Yangji's influence and the scarcity of oil, he would never have relinquished the Longtai development zone so easily. 50 million Korean won, a pittance for such a grand opportunity lost. Chen Yijun responded, President Zhu, you exaggerate. Had you truly acquired the rights to the Longtai development zone, whether concerning oil or residential properties, it would not have been a straightforward gain, and even at the lowest price, it would still incur losses. Thus, I am here to assist you. Assist me, you say? Zhu Rongyi slammed his embroidered robe in anger. Even at a loss of several billion Korean won, I cannot allow your era of intelligence to become Seoul's premier smart company. My mercy has led to my own detriment. Then I must apologize if you feel that way. Chen Yijun replied, President Zhu, we are all businessmen. Mutual benefit is our principle, would you not agree? Only through renown can one achieve prominence. The camp group is a comprehensive enterprise in South Korea, primarily engaged in construction, shipbuilding, and automotive industries while also involved in steel, machinery, trade, transport, cement production, metallurgy, finance, and electronics, among others. It stands as Shenyang Group's most formidable rival, endowed with substantial financial resources. Their coveted asset is the Han Dao steelmaking Hondao steelmaking is the industrial treasure sought by all Chaebols. The one who secures it will gain a commanding position in future enterprises. Chen Yijun understood this well, and thus stated, I have come to propose a collaboration. Collaboration? Zhu Rongyi chuckled, reclining on the sofa with his hands behind his head. What could a mere child like you offer our camp group? Hondao steelmaking, Chen Yijun declared. Upon hearing those words, Zhu Rongyi's expression shifted dramatically. He sprang to his feet. Hondao steelmaking had forever been his foremost desire, now seized by the era of intelligence. What do you mean by that? Zhu Rongyi asked coldly. Do you intend to resell Hondao steelmaking to me? Not at all. I wish to collaborate with your esteemed company to establish a new automotive industry. Chen Yijun produced his phone, presenting a prepared document. Zhu Rongyi's displeasure was palpable as he nearly overturned the table. You, Chen Yijun, dare to set your sights on our camp group? Your collaboration is a ruse. You intend to swallow us whole. The document clearly indicated that this automotive industry development would be jointly managed by Shenyang Group, the era of intelligence, and Camp Group. With an investment of 1 trillion, led by the era of intelligence, with Shenyang and Camp as support, resulting in a profit split of 62 to 38. Chen Yijun, a 62 share? You played your cards well, Zhu Rongyi scoffed repeatedly. And on what grounds should I collaborate with you? To fortify your position while two parties conspire to devour my camp group? President Zhu, you exaggerate. My intentions are purely for the advancement of the South Korean economy. Partners collaborating with me, Chen Yijun, typically retain a 20 net profit. All that is required is for the camp group to acknowledge our partnership and provide immediate Korean won for the era of intelligence. Hondao steelmaking will supply all materials necessary for vehicle production, and I will leverage the promotional capabilities of Xianxing Daily to enhance the value of our collaboration. Chapter 42. Girls always love beauty. Chen Yijun's words were evidently aimed at assisting Xianxing Daily in extricating itself from its predicament. The underlying intention was not merely to discuss business. It was clear that Zhu Rongyi, the president, had discerned the implications of his statement. Zhu Rongyi resumed his seat. His breathing growing labored, and the hand holding the cup trembled slightly. At over 70 years of age, he had weathered countless storms. Chen Yijun was clearly intent on acquiring Dang Group, though he had not explicitly stated so. And Zhu Rongyi suspected that this matter was intricately linked to Chen Yangji of Shenyang Group. However, refusing the proposal would likely provoke the cunning Chen Yangji into a confrontation. Zhu Rongyi fell into deep contemplation, unaware that Mao Xianmin had already raised her thumb and cast an admiring glance at Chen Yijun, who was indeed a man of her high regard. President Zhu, have you considered why numerous companies have been collapsing one after another recently? You must have some understanding of the situation, she remarked. What do you mean by that? Zhu Rongyi furrowed his brow, questioning. Do you have some inside information? Not exactly inside information, but merely offering Dang a lifeline. Collaborating with us will ensure your fame and fortune, Mao Xianmin interjected. In the past, you may have overlooked Xianxing Daily, but as President Chen mentioned, the financial issues have caused companies of all sizes to falter. Your discussion of the automotive industry is to aid Dang in escaping its plight. If Dang chooses to ignore this, we will remain silent, but as you said, failure could lead to starting from scratch. Zhu Rongyi's expression shifted, his countenance betraying his internal struggle. He turned to Chen Yijun and inquired, what kind of returns can we expect? At this moment, it remains uncertain, but conservatively speaking, it will match the value of my intelligent era, Chen Yijun responded confidently. He elaborated that the new models would surpass the old ones in both performance and functionality, thereby significantly increasing profits. Moreover, with national trade promotion, it was anticipated that their vehicles would gain global traction. Chen Yijun had also considered that they would not merely produce a single model, but would continue to innovate with many perfect designs in the future. Zhu Rongyi, not lacking in acumen, recognized that while the current value of intelligent era might not rival that of Dang or Shenyang Group, it would not be long before it ascended to the pinnacle of power in Korea. The potential profits of a partnership were enticing, yet he remained pensive. A union was advantageous, but if Chen Yijun resorted to underhanded tactics, Dang Group could find itself ensnared by Shenyang Group after his demise. He doubted his son could contend with such a formidable opponent. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. President Chen, I need to ponder this matter further. You may leave for now. Very well, the matter is in your hands, Chen Yijun replied, taking Mao Xianmin's hand as they exited the conference room. With the dismissal clearly stated, it was prudent for them to depart. Upon learning of the situation, Zhu Rongyi's sons expressed their vehement dissatisfaction. Why should Shenyang Group impose its will upon us? Zhu Zongyi, the vice president, exclaimed in anger. Dad, This is an affront. Everyone in Korea knows that Daeng Auto is a top-tier enterprise. Even Shenyang Group cannot compete with us. To suggest we should willingly work for them is nothing short of absurd. Indeed, father, you must make a decision. What is this intelligent era to us? Daeng fears nothing. His brothers chimed in, mocking the intelligent era. Zhu Rongyi, however, felt a headache coming on from their incessant banter. He slammed his palm on the table, restoring a brief moment of silence. Do not forget, the force behind intelligent era is Shenyang Group. Zhu Rongyi stated coldly. If Chen Yijun did not rely on Chen Yangji, we could sever their financial lifeline in an instant. But that old fox Chen Yangji will never allow the behemoth of intelligent era to falter. How many companies under Daeng have gone bankrupt? Zhu Zongyi responded. Dad, I've calculated, recently, around 20 small companies have collapsed, and 3 large ones as well. At one point, 1/10 of our capital was lost. And how much liquidity does the group have left? Zhu Rongyi inquired. His second son, responsible for finances, had prepared the documents and handed them over, stating, the available liquid capital is less than 300 billion. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rongyi visibly trembled. For it appeared that Chen Yijun's words rang true. More companies were bound to fail. If they were to cooperate now, there still remained a chance for revival. After careful consideration, Zhu Rongyi resolved, eldest son, accompany me to Shenyang Group. Dad, what are we going to do at Shenyang Group? Zhu Zongyi was taken aback. Of course, to discuss collaboration, Zhu Rongyi replied, as if rejuvenated, speaking with newfound confidence. The fate of Daeng Group now lay in the hands of intelligent era. Notify the others that the companies allied with Xianxing Daily will continue operations and have President Mao come to Shenyang Group for discussions. Understood, father. As they departed Daeng, Mao Xianmin playfully pinched Chen Yijun's cheek, pouting with a hint of grievance. Why did you leave like that? What about Xianxing Daily? Rest assured, Chen Yijun took her delicate hand in his, reassuringly. If I dare to take such action, I am confident that President Zhu will no longer regard Xianxing Daily with suspicion, but rather as an ally. Mao Xianmin's palms grew clammy, her cheeks flushed, yet she persisted. How can you be so certain that that old man Zhu will spare Xianxing Daily? Do you remember what I said about promotion? Yes, she nodded, then suddenly exclaimed. You mean to leverage cooperation to escape our predicament? And what other options do we have? Chen Yijun replied, driving towards the company. Sometimes, one must think critically. Consider this. If I had not taken this approach, why would Zhu Rongyi have lifted his pressure on Xianxing Daily? Do you think it's merely because of your beauty? Mao Xianmin produced her phone, checked her reflection, and pouted. I suppose I look all right, quite pretty. Chen Yijun. It seems one cannot escape a woman's vanity. In conclusion, this matter would be left to his grandfather, Chen Yangji, and his cohorts to handle. Chen Yijun's responsibility lay solely in fostering research and collaboration, delegating discussions to the cunning old fox Chen Yangji. He dialed his grandfather's number. On the other end, Chen Yangji was in his office, conferring with his secretary. Upon hearing Chen Yijun's account, he instinctively furrowed his brows. Chapter 43. The joyride. It was unexpected that his grandson would so defiantly engage in discussions with the founder of the Daeng Group, Chairman Zhu Rongyi, without informing him in advance. However, upon hearing Chen Yijun's plan, Chen Yangji couldn't help but chuckle, drawing a look of skepticism from Director Li beside him. What was going on? One moment he frowned, and the next he laughed. Surely, the chairman wasn't he having a stroke? After ending the call, Chen Yangji smiled and instructed Director Li, please arrange a private room at the hotel. I need to discuss the new car production with Chairman Zhu Rongyi and Chairman Mao. Director Li inquired, Chairman, new car production? Our company hasn't prepared for this project, has it? That's Yijun's undertaking. Just make the arrangements, Chen Yangji replied, feeling an unprecedented joy, knowing that his longtime rival, Zhu Rongyi, had been outmaneuvered by a mere child. Haha, Zhu Rongyi, look at you now. Little did he know that everyone harbored ulterior motives and chose to compromise for their interests. Such was the nature of the wealthy and the trajectory of their conglomerates. In the serene atmosphere of King Sin's High, Mao Xianmin felt less of a stranger on her second visit. Memories of events that transpired in the garden came flooding back. She had been just a teenager, naive yet beginning to grasp the complexities of love. After returning home, she had wept for several days, only managing to forget the incident when school resumed. In the living room, Sun Zhonglai prepared some fruits for the two and remarked with a smile, Xianmin, you are becoming more beautiful. Auntie, you are looking increasingly lovely as well. You seem younger than ever, Mao Xianmin replied, flattered by the compliment, which made Sun Zhonglai beam with delight, nurturing a thought of accepting this girl as her daughter-in-law. Initially, she had not intended for Mao Xianmin to marry her son. as the girl appeared far from yielding. At over 40, I am getting older. Yijun will need your care in the future, Sun Zhenglai mused. Chen Yijun, munching on an apple, interjected, Mom, I'm not a 3-year-old. I don't need looking after. Sun Zhenglai shot him a look, saying, in my eyes, you will always be a child, even at 80. She then pulled out her phone. Xianmin, look at these pictures of Yijun when he was little. Isn't he adorable? Flipping through the album, they found numerous photos of Chen Yijun during his elementary school days. He was still wetting the bed at 4. Mao Xianmin burst into laughter, casting a teasing glance at Chen Yijun, who turned crimson. That has nothing to do with me. I only came here when I was 9. Yet, the memories from his past insisted on their authenticity. Xianmin, Sun Zhenglai began, your mother and I have discussed it and agreed on the union of our families. Now that you two are together, we won't interfere. If he bullies you, just tell me, and I will stand up for you. She gently patted Mao Xianmin's hand, resembling a mother imparting wisdom to her daughter. Blushing, Mao Xianmin nodded obediently. Thank you, Annie. Chen Yijun shook his head in resignation, thinking how sweet and endearing his sister-in-law was. Sun Zhenglai presented a bracelet, saying, this was given to me by my elders at my wedding for everlasting love. Today, I give it to you. Mom, we aren't married yet. Isn't this a bit premature? Chen Yijun protested. Mao Xianmin echoed, yes, auntie. It feels a bit early for gifts. Sun Zhenglai glared at Chen Yijun. Why are you so chatty today? Xianmin is your future daughter-in-law. It doesn't matter if the gift is given early or late. Chen Yijun was taken aback by his mother's unexpected behavior. Had she taken some strange medicine? She had never been this lenient before. He used to be asked about the sweetness of fruit. Now, it seemed she had forgotten her son altogether upon gaining a daughter-in-law. I admit I'm a bit jealous, he thought. Picking up the remote, he turned on a Korean drama, leaving the two women to their discussion. It was not until nightfall that he finally drove Mao Xianmin back from King Sin's High. The two had had a delightful conversation, devoid of any stereotypical mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. They seemed more like one person. In the car, Mao Xianmin removed her black stockings and gazed out at the trees, smiling at Chen Yijun. Where are you taking me? To the woods? Or the outskirts? Clearing his throat, Chen Yijun replied, I'm just taking a shortcut. Don't think of me as anything untoward. Oh, that's not off the table, Mao Xianmin teased. I haven't tried it yet. I wanted to, but my family said I was too young. Covering her mouth, she asked, how old are you this year? I should be nearing 20, Chen Yijun answered. Well, that is not too young. You should have tried it by now, she chuckled. A young man of your stature would have experienced much more by now. Chen Yijun touched his nose. You should be ready then. Just don't scream. I wouldn't want anyone to hear. You know, I prefer a wild approach. I have a strong tolerance, Mao Xianmin flirted, but just then, an unexpected surprise occurred as a steep incline appeared out of nowhere. Chen Yijun pressed the accelerator hard. With a whoosh, they soared into the air. Slow down, brother. We're flying, Mao Xianmin exclaimed, her heart racing as she felt a surreal connection to her late grandmother. Had it not been for the night, their daring stunt would have been a technical marvel. As the car landed smoothly, Mao Xianmin's heart raced with exhilaration. It was her first experience of such excitement. She found it surprisingly enjoyable. Was that thrilling? Chen Yijun asked with a grin. Thrilling, she replied, catching her breath. Just moments ago, it felt as though she had seen her grandparents holding hands, guiding her along. The car sped ahead while her spirit chased behind. That was quite the scare. Next time, give me a heads up before you let me fly. I might not manage it well. Mao Xianmin took out a bottle of water, drinking slowly until she regained her composure, taking a full half-hour to calm down. Upon returning to Xiancheng Daily, Chen Yijun waved his arm, saying goodbye. Mao Xianmin trembled slightly as she exited the car. Just as she was about to close the door, Chen Yijun called out, Hey, you left something behind. Only then did she remember the black item under the windshield. Blushing, she hurriedly stuffed it into her bag and dashed into the company. Chen Yijun smiled nonchalantly, thinking to himself that he would take her on another exhilarating adventure next time. Chapter 44. The schemes of Chen Dongji. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, within the confines of the villa, brothers Chen Rongji and Chen Dongji were engrossed in a discussion regarding the recent events surrounding the Daying group, with Chen Yangzhe attentively listening to his sons. Meanwhile, Sun Zhenlai and Li Biyu sat together, leisurely enjoying fruit and engaging in conversation. Occupying the main seat, Chen Yangzhe maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze fixed on the documents in hand, struggling to regain his composure. After a considerable pause, he lifted the teacup from the table and spoke slowly, Daughter-in-law, where is Yijun? Why hasn't he returned yet? Sun Zhenlai responded, Father, I've messaged him. He will be back shortly. No sooner had she spoken than Chen Yijun entered, inquiring with urgency, "What is the matter that required my immediate return?" Chen Yangji gestured for Chen Yijun to sit on the sofa, asking, "What is going on?" As Chen Yijun settled onto the sofa, he noted his grandfather's smile, indicating that the discussion had likely taken a favorable turn. Chen Yangji smiled briefly, though his tone remained icy. "Yijun, we owe you a debt of gratitude. The Dang Group has suffered a significant setback." Chen Yijun replied, "It's not entirely a loss. It has its advantages, and it does alleviate some pressing issues." He continued, "Without profit, Zhu Rongyi, that wily old fox, would never agree to collaborate with the Shenyang Group. Even if his cash flow were in jeopardy, he would not wish to reveal his failures to Chen Yangji, his rival." Nevertheless, Chen Yangji was unconcerned by the minor profits. His sole desire was to see Zhu Rongyi of the Dang Group humbled. After decades of competition, it was truly gratifying to have the Dang Group beneath his heel. Chen Yijun asked, "Grandfather, when do you plan to commence work?" "In a month," replied Chen Yangji. "Due to material procurement, we must acquire a batch of steel from abroad for Handao iron." Chen Yijun pondered this. The value of the Korean won had yet to depreciate. Once the economy surged, depreciation was inevitable, making the current purchase of steel a prudent decision. Otherwise, in the midst of an economic storm, even a collaboration between Dang and Shenyang might not suffice to procure necessary materials. "Yijun, do you know why I have achieved what I have today?" The eyes of Chen Rongji and Chen Dongji were fixed on their elderly patriarch. Chen Yangji's gaze was as frigid as ice, his voice resonating with a demonic intensity. "Because I never forgive those who betray me, even if they are my own blood relatives or children." Upon hearing this, Chen Rongji and Chen Dongji's expressions shifted. The elder had just been in high spirits, yet now he appeared foreboding. Chen Yijun squinted, realizing that his grandfather had never truly trusted him. A person capable of posing a threat must always be regarded with suspicion, even if they are beloved kin or brothers. Chen Yangji's statement was not made lightly. As he turned to inquire, "The bank contacted me. The account of Intelligent Era suddenly received an influx of 300 billion won from Coca-Cola, which was promptly exchanged for dollars and invested in Coca-Cola stocks. Yijun, you are aware of the recent turmoil faced by both Dang and Shenyang groups. Yet you remain unfazed, leveraging the situation to navigate the automotive industry. Tell me, why did you do this?" Observing Chen Yijun's silence, Chen Yangji coldly pressed on. Chen Rongji interjected, "Father, Yijun, did I ask for your input?" Chen Yangji's sharp retort silenced Chen Rongji, whose complexion paled under the elder's fierce aura, rendering him incapable of meeting his gaze. Li Biu attempted to defend her grandson, but was interrupted. Amidst the crowd, only one person was secretly smirking, Chen Dongji, Chen Yijun's second uncle. He had been the one to inform the elder, harboring doubts about Chen Yijun's altruism. For Chen Dongji, the ultimate goal was to undermine his elder brother's family, a priority above all else. Chen Yangji, lacking any skepticism, was soon confronted with recent financial statements from Intelligent Era. He discovered that a considerable amount of funds were being circulated, indicating that Intelligent Era was effectively a shell company. Then where has all the money gone? Chen Yijun narrowed his eyes, asking, "Grandfather, are you questioning my integrity? If you were truthful, I wouldn't have to utter such words. Yijun, as my grandson, remember this. What I give you is yours, but what I haven't given is not for you to seize." Casting a glance at his uncle's expression, Chen Yijun had already formed a conjecture. He declared, "I invested the company's money. My intention in seeking investment from both major companies stemmed from Intelligent Era's financial strain, and of course, it also benefits the Shenyang Group. You can imagine why I entrusted the automotive sector to you, to generate substantial revenue for the company." Standing upright, his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Yijun coldly stated, "Over the past decade, I have earned several 100 billion won for the Shenyang Group. Yet all I receive in return is my grandfather's suspicion. I, Chen Yijun, have never wronged the Shenyang Group in any regard. If you choose to believe the slanders of petty individuals, then I have nothing further to say. The automotive industry is entirely yours to manage. Intelligent Era will not interfere." Upon hearing this, Chen Yangji furrowed his brows, realizing that Chen Yijun was genuinely upset. He raised his hand, saying, "Yijun, when have I ever blamed you? I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the company's funds." Chen Yangji glared at his second son before adding, "I am weary. I shall retire for now." As the elder departed, Chen Yijun's gaze fell upon Chen Dongji. "Uncle, do you wish to see our family brought to ruin?" Chen Dongji's expression shifted, and he quickly replied, "Yijun, what do you mean by that? How could your uncle ever wish for such a thing?" What you do is beyond my knowledge. Chen Yijun retorted coldly, but I am well aware of your words. You slander me. Slander? Chen Yijun scoffed. Uncle, surely you haven't forgotten that shortly before I acquired Hondao iron, you conspired with Dang to inflate prices. I presume grandfather remains oblivious to this. You. Chen Dongji clenched his fists, his breath quickening. He understood he could not remain there any longer, otherwise his plans would be exposed. In haste, he departed under the scrutiny of his elder brother, Chen Rongji, who, as the eldest son, preferred to avoid familial discord. He sighed, saying, Yijun, regardless of the circumstances, he is still your uncle in the world of Chaebols. Familial bonds are often overshadowed by ambition. Chen Yijun's words struck a chord in Chen Rongji, for they held a ring of truth. Chen Dongji had made multiple attempts to undermine him in his quest to inherit the Shenyang Group. Had he not been magnanimous, the Shenyang Group might have long since been in Chen Dongji's possession. Chapter 45. The invitation from Choi Changji in the study. Chen Yangji stood by the window, a mocking smile creeping across his face as he overheard voices from downstairs. If one were to consider the feelings of parents and siblings, adhering to the principles of propriety, how could a businessman ever hope to prosper? It was the family feuds that Chen Yangji yearned to witness. Only the victor could inherit the Shenyang Group. Without ruthless tactics, how could one ever emerge victorious in future contests? Chen Yangji aspired to raise a child who mirrored his own ambition to inherit the Shenyang Group, for that was the path to ultimate success. Meanwhile, Chen Rongji sat in a chair, his gaze vacant, unable to put down the cigarette in his hand. His son's words plunged him into deep contemplation. He had not anticipated events would escalate to such a degree. He once believed that assisting the family business would earn him the favor of his siblings. Yet what he received in return was treachery. If the second brother acted in such a manner, surely the third sister, Chen Huaying, would be even more unrestrained. What of Yijun? Chen Rongji turned to glance at his wife. However, son Jinlai responded curtly, he ran off because of you. Do you even know how to be a father? After all, Yijun is still your son. With a sigh, Chen Rongji lamented, you know my father's temperament. It's unpredictable. How can I, as a younger generation, dare to speak? Son Jinlai coldly turned away, placing her cup of hot tea on the table. Finish your tea and go to bed. I've messaged Yijun, telling him to come back early after he's had his fun. Observing his wife's retreating figure, Chen Rongji silently lit his cigarette and took a long drag. At a nearby stall, Chen Yijun sat drinking, reflecting on everything that had transpired. No matter the circumstances, his father, Vice Chairman Chen Rongji, remained pathetically weak. It seemed he could only rely on himself to assist his father in successfully inheriting the Shenyang Group. Yijun, what are you doing here? Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. Chen Yijun instinctively turned to see his uncle, Prosecutor Choi Changji, approaching. Upon spotting Chen Yijun, he hurriedly jumped out of the car, eager as a sycophant. Care for a drink? Chen Yijun replied nonchalantly. Unaware of the argument Yijun had with his family, Choi Changji poured a glass for him, cheerfully suggesting, it's chilly. Why don't you come to my place for a drink? I have several fine bottles. He intended to introduce himself as uncle but refrained, realizing it would be foolish to assume a superior role in front of Chen Yijun. The glass that Chen Yijun had raised paused mid-air as he observed Choi Changji's awkward demeanor. Then he chuckled. Uncle, you are truly delightful. Choi Changji looked surprised. It was the first time he had received such a compliment from Yijun. He quickly nodded and bowed. You're joking, right? Shall we go? After pondering for a moment, Chen Yijun stood, grabbed his coat from the chair, while Choi Changji eagerly paid the bill and opened the car door for him. Thank you. After all, he was his uncle, and some decorum was necessary. Though Choi Changji was not highly regarded within the Chen family, he could still serve as a useful pawn. Choi Changji was as gleeful as a child, instructing the driver to start the car immediately and informing his wife to prepare a feast of fine food and drink. Chen Huaying had initially planned to use 20% of Shenyang department store's profits to win over Chen Yijun. However, due to the recent economic crises faced by the company, she had been too preoccupied to seek him out. Now that the opportunity had finally arisen, she could not let it slip away. The journey was smooth with little traffic at night, only the streetlights illuminating the path home. Inside the car, Choi Changji chattered incessantly, which began to wear on Chen Yijun's patience, yet he bore it silently. Finally, they arrived at their destination, Choi Changji's residence. As they approached the door, the bodyguard stepped forward, but before he could open it, Choi Changji rushed out and opened the car door. Yijun, we've arrived. The bodyguards were taken aback. Was this truly the prosecutor they knew, lowering himself to open the door for a young man? Choi Changji, however, held no such reservations. In his eyes, Chen Yijun was far more formidable than the cunning Chen Yangji. Given 5 more years, he believed the national economy would be entirely under Yijun's control. Thus, it was wise to befriend such a person rather than oppose him, even if it meant risking everything. Standing at the door, Chen Huaying greeted him with a beaming smile. "Yijun, you're here." "Hello, Aunt," Chen Yijun responded. "The car is outside. Come inside quickly. It's quite cold," Chen Huaying urged, gesturing for him to enter. Inside the dining room, an array of dishes was prepared, from lobsters and abalone to caviar, indicating that the family lived quite comfortably. Chen Yijun casually removed his black coat and took a seat. Choi Changji wasted no time, retrieving 2 bottles of fine liquor from the cabinet and pouring a glass for him, cheerfully declaring, "Yijun, come taste this." Chen Yijun inhaled the fragrant aroma of the clear, transparent liquor. Upon tasting it, he found it rich and smooth, leaving a lingering sweetness in his mouth. "Excellent wine," Choi Changji remarked. "This was given to me by a good friend in 91, and I've never had the heart to drink it. Isn't that a waste?" "What are you saying?" Chen Huaying chuckled. "When you come to your aunt's house for a meal, it's only right that I treat you well. Eat to your heart's content. There's plenty of wine. Then I shall not hold back." Choi Changji poured himself a glass as well. "Yijun, this toast is for you." They clinked their glasses and emptied them in one go. Choi Changji was not accustomed to drinking, and the first glass nearly twisted his expression. He quickly grabbed a bite of food to quell the urge to gag. Chen Yijun smiled lightly. "If you can't handle it, perhaps you shouldn't drink." "That's out of the question," Choi Changji insisted. "Since Yijun has come, I must show my appreciation." With that, he poured himself another glass, took a deep breath, and tilted his head back to down it. The fiery liquid coursed through his throat and into his belly, stirring a tempest within. It was clear that forcing a non-drinker to consume 2 large glasses of strong liquor was quite the challenge. Chen Huaying, concerned, placed her hand on his. "Perhaps you should drink less." Choi Changji turned to find Chen Yijun watching him intently, prompting him to take another sip. After 3 glasses, his face had turned red, and his glasses dangled precariously from his lips. Had it not been for Chen Huaying, he would have surely swallowed them whole. Chapter 46. 3 requirements that should suffice. Chen Yijun took a bite of his dish and remarked casually, "You called me here today, presumably regarding the previous matter." Choi Changji nodded, his tongue slightly tied. "Yijun, I truly aspire to become a member of the National Assembly. Without you, I can hardly envision another person to turn to. And what sum are you willing to offer?" Chen Yijun retorted. "It is a universal truth that financial expenditure is essential. Without it, the notion of Choi Changji ascending to the National Assembly is but a fanciful delusion. It is quite logical that he would have to take matters into his own hands, which entails considerable effort, even suggesting that other elite members of the Assembly participate in the voting process." Choi Changji cast a glance at his wife. Chen Huaying, understanding the silent cue, produced a pre-prepared transfer agreement for 20% of Shenyang department store and handed it over. "This is our sincerity, Yijun. Please take a look." Chen Yijun accepted the document and scrutinized it. Upon seeing that Chen Huaying was willing to relinquish 20% of the department store shares, he chuckled. It is worth noting that his initial request for 10% was merely a tactic to quickly secure cash, aiming for maximum speed. However, as an economic crisis loomed, even a 20% stake might soon be worth little. Observing the eager expressions on their faces, Chen Yijun set the document down and stated, "While 20% is indeed enticing, I currently have no need for it." At this pronouncement, their expressions shifted dramatically. Choi Changji could not comprehend why Chen Yijun would suddenly forfeit the shares in Shenyang department store. It is common knowledge that 30% of the Shenyang Group's profits stem from department store sales, yielding a substantial annual net profit. The mere thought of Chen Yijun relinquishing such an asset was baffling. Chen Huaying furrowed her brow, tightly grasping her husband's right hand. Chen Yijun's decision to forego the department store shares was primarily due to the anticipated decline in its value over the next 6 months. Accepting a 20% stake now would be detrimental, both personally and to the intelligent era. Therefore, it was wiser to abandon it and await the resolution of the current situation. With a calm smile, Chen Yijun reassured them, "Rest assured, I require no shares from the department store this time. What I need is for your uncle to agree to one matter. Not only can I facilitate your ascension to the National Assembly, but I can also secure your position as the mayor of Seoul." Upon hearing this, both of them stood dumbfounded. The prospect of becoming a member of the National Assembly was already a cherished dream, let alone the notion of being the mayor of Seoul, an idea too audacious to contemplate. Choi Changji stammered, "Yijun, is what you say truly real?" Chen Yijun took a sip of his drink and replied, "When have you ever known me to deceive?" Chen Huaying's breath quickened. "Yijun, what should we do next?" "Await my instructions." Chen Yijun elegantly set down his chopsticks, retrieved 2 napkins, and dabbed the grease from the corner of his mouth. This matter required patience. A perfect opportunity was needed, and once the time was right, he would undoubtedly assist them. "However, I do have 3 conditions. If you agree, I can make arrangements." Before Chen Huaying could respond, her husband eagerly nodded. "I will agree to anything, Yijun. Please, proceed." "Very well. First, all expenditures incurred will be your responsibility. The intelligent era bears no liability." "Agreed." Chen Huaying nodded. "Money is best when it can be spent. Otherwise, what good is it even if one possesses vast wealth? Second, regardless of what transpires, you must not disclose this matter to anyone, especially not to your grandfather." Chen Yijun was acutely aware of the old man's temperament. A single outburst could frighten the white son-in-law into submission. Thus, a warning was necessary, should he expose himself. Chen Yangzhe would assume that Chen Yijun had orchestrated Cui Changji's actions, possibly leading to economic repercussions against the intelligent era. After a moment of contemplation, Cui Changji declared, "As long as you can assist me in securing the mayorship of Seoul, I will agree to any conditions you set forth." "Very well." Chen Yijun cut straight to the chase. "Third, you must heed my instructions. You will do as I say." Cui Changji hesitated at this pronouncement. Within the Chen family, he was already viewed as a sycophant, with everyone except his wife holding him in low regard. Now, to be commanded by Chen Yijun, wasn't that tantamount to becoming his subordinate? Chen Huaying interjected, "Yijun, is this request a bit excessive? You know that your uncle is the chief prosecutor. If he becomes a member of the National Assembly, his status will be significant. To make him your subordinate." Chen Yijun replied calmly, "I do not intend for your uncle to become my subordinate. I merely wish for him to heed my counsel. Sometimes, a single word can alter the course of a person's life. Thank you for your hospitality today. I must take my leave." Chen Yijun rose gracefully, donned his coat from the wall, and turned to exit. However, the inebriated Cui Changji was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. He had been the son-in-law for several years. Was it not time to prove himself? To show that Cui Changji was not a timid, ineffectual man? "Wait, Yijun." Chen Yijun halted but did not turn around, his voice tinged with indifference. "What is it?" "I agree to your terms." Cui Changji proclaimed loudly. "I will comply with whatever you request, as long as you grant me power." Chen Huaying, aware of her husband's struggles at home, shed a silent tear. She was but a woman, and most of the work at Shenyang Group was delegated to Chen Rongji and Chen Dongji, leaving her only the department store to manage. In an era before the rise of the internet, Shenyang Department Store had faced annual losses, with the Shenyang Group serving as its financial backbone. Yet, her father had grown weary. Had it not been for Chen Yijun's assistance, the department store might have long since closed its doors. A slight smile graced Chen Yijun's lips as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding, "Then await my news. Do not worry, it will not be long. Remember what I just said. Should there be a breach of agreement, our collaboration will cease irrevocably." With that, he turned and departed from their home. Cui Changji appeared utterly spent, collapsing into a chair, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Clearly, it took immense courage to utter those words. Chen Huaying's expression turned icy. "Husband, I will ensure you are not a laughingstock among them any longer. Yes, if this endeavor succeeds, I, Cui Changji, shall undoubtedly become a competent chief prosecutor." Chapter 47. The onset of the economic crisis. Time flies. The economic crisis has officially arrived. In the first half of the year, South Korea's export rate soared above 30%, elevating it to the status of a leading trade nation. Yet, amidst this success, the South Korean economy has plunged into turmoil. The government has resolved to seek financial assistance from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, urging the populace to tighten their belts, share the burden, and overcome the current hardships together. The entire nation is in a state of frantic activity regarding this matter. At the Intelligent Era Tower, Vice President Lin Jishuan, along with the senior executives of Intelligent Era, follows closely behind Chen Yijun, their expressions brimming with joy as if celebrating the chairman's decision. "Chairman, this time they demand the opening of financial markets, the relaxation of labor markets, and the completion of Chaebol reforms in exchange for the IMF's relief package of $21 billion. As the Chaebol of Intelligent Era, this news swiftly reaches Chen Yijun's ears. During this national crisis, it is noteworthy that Intelligent Era has remained largely unaffected. This is because most of the company's capital has been invested in Amazon and Coca-Cola, leaving only $1 billion on hand. Even if that dwindles, it bears little consequence for him. Lin Zhishuan inquires, Chairman, what should we do next? Should we liquidate our invested stocks? The gaze of the company's executives simultaneously rests upon the chairman. Do not rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. Chen Yijun replies calmly as he enters his office. At that moment, over a dozen employees rise to their feet in unison, greeting him. Good day, Chairman. Please, take your seats. Chen Yijun responds briefly, then, under the watchful eyes of his subordinates, takes his place at the head of the table while the others begin to report on the company's situation. The stocks of Intelligent Era have begun to decline. Fortunately, the company's current market value is not high. And given that most of the funds have been converted into USD and invested in companies like Amazon, otherwise, even he would face the specter of an economic crisis. Lin Zhishuan arranges for the projector to be turned on, picking up a stick from the table to point at the stock information, respectfully stating, Chairman, this is the stock information for our company over the past 2 months. Due to the sudden economic crisis, our stock price has dropped from $20 per share to $18. Since we operate in global trade, this has only resulted in a withdrawal of funds from the domestic economy, without causing significant issues. The general manager of Intelligent Era, Piao Changji, stands and respectfully adds, Chairman, our factories producing mobile phones, computers, and appliances are still operating normally, while over 80% of industries across South Korea have declared shutdowns or even bankruptcy, resulting in widespread unemployment. As our company continues to operate, many citizens are eager to join our intelligent factory. How should we respond? Chen Yijun takes a sip of water to clear his throat and asks, what are your thoughts? Piao Changji replies, I believe that a massive influx of workers into the intelligent sector is not a wise move. Currently, with national trading companies ceasing operations due to the economic crisis, our products cannot be exported overseas. If we hastily recruit more employees, we risk accumulating excessive inventory. Continue. Chen Yijun encourages nonchalantly. Yes, Piao Changji continues, presenting prepared documents on the projector screen. Look here. The nation's second-largest conglomerate, Yajing Motors, has declared bankruptcy due to an inability to repay 4.5 trillion Korean won, leading to significant job losses among its workforce, who average around 25 years of age, at a stage in life where supporting a family necessitates financial stability. Meanwhile, both Shenyang Group and Dane Group's automotive divisions have ceased operations. Only Intelligent Era remains active, but this partnership is financially strained. Rushing to absorb these liabilities could plunge our company into crisis. Piao Changji continues, I suggest we halt external recruitment, consolidate our resources, and await the resolution of this crisis. At this moment, Chen Yijun has become the individual with the most US dollars in all of South Korea, an amount not easily accessible to anyone else. If he were to liquidate now, Intelligent Era could potentially outpace all competitors, including the 2 major groups. Li Chairman, head of Hando Steel, sits beside Chen Yijun, knowing that without the chairman, he would be a complete failure. Thus, he regards Chen Yijun as a figure of reverence. Vice President Lin Zhishuan personally refills Chen Yijun's glass. Nodding in agreement, that makes sense. Currently, in terms of economic development and company shares, Intelligent Era stands as South Korea's largest enterprise. However, we should still heed the chairman's counsel. Upon hearing this, the gaze of the others returns to Chairman Chen Yijun, recognizing that sometimes, decisions must come from the top. What are your thoughts on Yajing Motors? Chen Yijun inquires. The group exchanges puzzled expressions, with Vice President Lin Zhishuan asking, Chairman, you don't mean to acquire Yajing Motors, do you? They are burdened with massive debts. Do you not see the vast potential for development in Yajing Motors? Chen Yijun counters. The room falls silent, as no one can comprehend the prospect of acquiring a bankrupt company fraught with debt, fearing that such a move would lead Intelligent Era to its own downfall. Just then, a staff member enters, respectfully stating, Chairman, all the Chaebols have gathered at the Prime Minister's office, inviting you to join them. Chen Yijun nods in acknowledgement. I understand. You may leave now. Yes. The staff member replies. Chairman, please do not act impulsively. If we take on all this debt, Intelligent Era could be dragged into the abyss. Another warns. Chen Yijun rises, exuding an air of confidence. You are focused solely on the present and fail to foresee the future. Although the South Korean economy has suffered unprecedented blows, let us not forget that we have not lost. I will personally oversee the acquisition of Yajing Motors. Chairman, could you provide us with an explanation? Vice President Lin Zhishuan requests, feeling the need to discuss matters with the other shareholders. Do we at Intelligent Era possess the capacity to manufacture automobiles? Chen Yijun inquires. The room falls silent, as the collaboration with Dang and Shenyang groups was predicated on their established automotive production chains. Otherwise, how could such a lucrative opportunity have fallen into the hands of the two major groups? Moreover, Chen Yijun has long awaited this opportunity, having partnered with Dang and Shenyang to find a means to execute his plans while preventing anyone from seeking to exploit the nation's empty treasury. Now, with the second-largest conglomerate Yajing Motors up for sale, this represents his first step towards unifying the Chaebols of South Korea. Chapter 48. Attending the meeting thus. This marks our second step onto the global stage, Chen Yijun declared with a commanding presence, his hands clasped behind his back. Do you now comprehend the profound significance of a robust economy for a nation? This year, the unemployment figures have soared into the millions. While the economy has been surging ahead, with vast resources being hoarded and sold to us at exorbitant prices, you must understand the lives that hang in the balance. This cadre of capitalists, under the guise of ensuring that everyone has enough to eat, relentlessly squeezes every last coin from the common people. I, Chen Yijun, pledge that every household will have an abundance of food on their tables and warm clothing to wear. His impassioned speech ignited applause from all present. With such decisiveness from the president, how could they not strive for excellence? Outside the conference room, the nation's tycoons had gathered, with Zhu Rongyi and Chen Yangji, the leaders of the two foremost conglomerates, at the forefront. Zhu Rongyi seized the opportunity to jest. What good has it done to be out of office for 4 terms? The national treasury he oversees is still empty. What misfortune? Chen Yangji retorted coolly. Is the intent to replenish the treasury and demonstrate our might to the tycoons, thereby cementing a historical position? They claim it's a breakfast meeting, but it's merely a veiled attempt to suppress our group, and they chose this moment deliberately. Zhu Rongyi chuckled. President Chen, have you been sleeping well lately? Chen Yangji's expression shifted slightly as Zhu Rongyi continued. You must sense the impending crisis with Yajin Motors collapsing. Does Shenyang Motors face no issues? Moreover, where is President Chen Yijun? Surely, he could not be absent with all the tycoons present. Chen Yangji loosened his collar, his voice low as he replied. To say I am unconcerned would be a lie. Yet, the industry leader, Dang Motors, seems to have no thoughts of expanding overseas to earn dollars, preferring instead to reign supreme domestically. How quaint. Chen Yangji continued to mock. Is the international market so daunting? Or shall my Shenyang group take the initiative? Their conversation crackled with tension, with the other tycoons eagerly watching, hoping for a fierce clash between the two groups, ready to profit from their mutual destruction. Zhu Rongyi taunted. When it comes to magnanimity, I truly cannot compare to you, President Chen, especially regarding your second son. At the mere mention of those words, Chen Yangji sensed something amiss. This man was turning the tables on him. Frowning, his demeanor shifted as he fixed his piercing gaze upon Zhu Rongyi. Your son scurries over to my Dang group to collaborate on a cigarette project. Had he been my son, I would have broken his legs and erased his household registration. To protect such a treacherous wretch who would stab his elder brother in the back. How curious your affection is. Zhu Rongyi stood his ground, acknowledging the admirable breadth of your perspective. Just then, Chen Yijun entered, and the skirmish between the two halted with his arrival. The tycoons nodded in unison, welcoming him. Chen Yijun smiled as he strode confidently to the second row, taking a seat beside Chen Yangji, a clear indication of his superior standing among the tycoon elite. President Yijun, how do you fare? Zhu Rongyi inquired with a calm smile. Our joint venture has prepared a new vehicle for launch. What are your thoughts? Chen Yijun replied. I leave everything in your capable hands. In the automotive industry, I am but a junior, unworthy of comparison to your esteemed self. Chen Yangji adjusted his glasses, subtly reminding the others that although he may be a junior, his presence here signals a future that eclipses them all. The tycoons exchanged glances, yet words escaped them. At that moment, a voice resonated through the room, causing all to stand in peculiar expressions as they welcomed the elderly gentleman in a suit. The leader of Korea, resolute and unwavering, halted at the front and announced, Please, be seated. I have summoned you not merely for breakfast, but for a matter of great importance. The leader took his seat, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the tycoons. You are undoubtedly aware that Korea is in the throes of an economic crisis, with numerous companies on the brink of collapse or already fallen, while export prices soar. And our economy plummets, depleting the national treasury. So, Zhu Rongyi interjected softly, you wish for us to contribute funds to replenish the treasury? Chen Yangji felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Only the founders of these two conglomerates would dare speak so boldly to him, and as a cunning old fox, he was reluctant to see his group face an economic downturn. The leader continued, since both of you have broached the topic, I shall not hold back, indeed. We have sought a loan from the IMF, and we hope for your assistance. Chen Yijun remained unfazed, turning to Chen Yijun. Yijun, what do you intend to do? Grandfather, as you know, I have invested all my assets in major companies. Our firm is currently facing economic strain, compounded by unpaid wages for employees, at this moment. We truly cannot provide assistance. However, the leader interjected, might President Chen Yijun consider liquidating some shares to aid us with dollars? That may be difficult. Chen Yijun declined, explaining that the duration of the shares he signed prevents withdrawal until the term concludes, and premature liquidation incurs a 30% penalty. The leader's expression turned peculiar, yet he was left with no recourse. After all, Smart Era had exchanged all its won for dollars long before the onset of the crisis. Had they done so at the crisis's inception, he could have justifiably accused them, but with so many witnesses present, offending Smart Era would be tantamount to incurring the wrath of Daying Group and Shenyang Group. It was clear that neither of the two would let this slide easily. Zhu Rongyi, the founder of Daying Group, smiled. President Yijun makes a valid point. Leader, you must have heard of my collaboration with Shenyang Group. Thus, I find myself unable to assist. The Korean leader fell into deep contemplation once more, his inner frustration mounting. How he loathed these cunning old foxes, each more shrewd than the last. Chapter 49. The contest for acquiring Yijun Automobile. The meeting concluded swiftly, as the three major groups at the forefront were reluctant to contribute to the national treasury amid the economic crisis. The South Korean leaders could only pin their hopes on others. However, the results were scant, compelling them to issue orders to acquire all subsidiaries of the conglomerates and demand donations of private wealth for the sake of the nation. The negotiations between the Blue House and the IMF were far from pleasant, as the latter sought to reform the Chaebols and monopolize all of South Korea's resources, which is why the issue remained unresolved. Meanwhile, the Blue House maintained a rigid stance, pressuring large enterprises to undergo restructuring, with Shenyang and Daying groups unable to escape this fate. Intelligent Era, on the other hand, maintained a neutral position, as the Blue House could find no fault to justify coercive restructuring, which would undoubtedly incite nationwide unrest. The subsidiaries of Shenyang Group also faced the risk of bankruptcy, and the elders seemed to age decades in an instant, collapsing onto the sofa. For Intelligent Era, there was a slight advantage. They had no subsidiaries and merely possessed assets of 20 billion won, rendering them relatively impoverished and exempt from the burden of maintaining substantial expenditures. Chen Yijun had anticipated such a scenario, which is why he had refrained from developing subsidiary operating rights, ensuring that the company he painstakingly built would not fall into the hands of those old men. The Blue House was not intimidated either. The notion of halting their restructuring was sheer folly. Chen Yijun reached out to Bruce Jackson, the head of Coca-Cola Company. Under his authority, safeguarding Intelligent Era posed no issue, and the company could be leveraged to persuade the Blue House into selling Yijun Automobile to him. Shenyang Group wished to insert itself into the fray, having contributed little over the years. According to the original narrative, Chen Yijun had spent a considerable amount of won to acquire Hondao Steel, compounded by the economic crisis that rendered the combined funds of all their companies insufficient to secure Yijun Automobile. Yet this time, a favorable contender emerged. Chen Yijun was resolute in not relinquishing Yijun Automobile, as it would significantly benefit the future of Intelligent Era, even if it meant expending substantial resources. In the Shenyang Group's high-level conference room, Chen Yijun's gaze was piercing as he stated, "Our current funds suffice to acquire Yijun Automobile. Yijun, you should have no objections, correct?" Chen Yijun cautioned, "Grandfather, since you possess Shenyang Automobile, why pursue Yijun as well? Given the current circumstances, acquiring Yijun would lead to a sharp increase in future expenses, and by then, the primary trading bank would have reached its credit limit, making it difficult to secure additional loans." Chen Yijun appeared to grasp something, retorting, "Is it because of the automobile we three jointly created?" Chen Yijun remained silent. This silence caused Chen Yijun to breathe rapidly, as he never expected his favored grandson would employ subterfuge to render Shenyang and Daying incapable of competing for Yijun Automobile. "Why?" Chen Yijun exclaimed in anger. "I have valued you, aiding Intelligent Era in becoming the foremost technology company in the nation, and yet you repay me with this treachery. What are your intentions, Chen Yijun?" His voice resonated loudly, leaving Chen Rongji and his brother too frightened to speak. "If necessary, I still have real estate." Chen Dongji awkwardly scratched his nose. "Father, due to your dealings with Daying Group, the funds we presented were borrowed from the bank." "So," Chen Yijun barked, "are you implying we lack the means to acquire Yijun Automobile?" "I'm afraid so, father." Chen Yangji glared at Chen Yijun, demanding, "What do you truly desire?" "Grandfather, there's no need to be so furious. Sometimes, Lady Luck still favors us." Chen Yijun's words left Chen Yangji momentarily speechless. "What do you mean by that? Am I mistaken?" Chen Yijun rose, speaking calmly. "Whether it concerns intelligent equipment or the materials I provide, they are resources the world cannot comprehend. The collaboration with Daying Group exists to enhance the profit margins of Shenyang and Intelligent Era Group. My intention in dissuading you from abandoning the acquisition of Yijun Automobile is to ensure Shenyang Group maintains its utmost strength while we handle the arduous tasks." Chen Yangji squinted, mockingly asking, "Do you believe you possess the capability to acquire Yijun Automobile with your current resources?" "I have my methods," Chen Yijun replied. "I can propose an agreement with you, grandfather. Should Intelligent Era successfully acquire Yijun Automobile, I shall allocate 30% of the profits to you." Initially irked, Chen Yangji regained his composure, pondering why Chen Yijun would make such a proposal. Despite the financial backing and connections, Intelligent Era had always been inferior to Shenyang Group. Yet, acquiring Yijun Automobile was a clear course of action for Shenyang Group. Why would Chen Yijun seek to intervene? His motives seemed dubious, as he must have ulterior intentions. "Tell me, why pursue this course?" "For the entirety of Shenyang Group." A simple phrase, yet it resonated with commanding authority. Director Li stood astounded, questioning whether such words could genuinely emerge from the lips of a young man in his 20s. Chen Yangji's stern visage reflected the composed countenance of Chen Yijun. "Yijun, how much have you concealed from me? Before grandfather, I still remain a child, disregarded by all Chaebols. Yet paradoxically, it is this very child who has propelled Shenyang Group's funds to unprecedented heights, surpassing even Daying Group. Consider this, without Intelligent Era, how could Shenyang Group have achieved its current stature?" "Yijun," Chen Rongji bellowed, attempting to prevent his son's insubordination. While the statement held merit, addressing such remarks before the elder was akin to courting disaster. However, Chen Yangji regained his rationality, recollecting the economic support Intelligent Era had provided to Shenyang Group over the years. In a mere decade, it had transformed Shenyang Group into the most formidable Chaebol force, an achievement largely attributable to his efforts. Furthermore, had it not been for Chen Yijun's Intelligent Era, Shenyang Group would presently be on the brink of bankruptcy. With Miracle Company CEO Wu Shixian likely to ally with Qin Daojun at any cost to seize Yijun Automobile. Unbeknownst to many, Chen Yijun was, in fact, rescuing the Chen family, with the most significant beneficiaries being his father and brother. Chapter 50. Chen Xingyuan's return from abroad. Chen Yangji gazed deeply at Chen Yijun, his thoughts inscrutable. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke, "You deceived me. Do you expect me to trust you now?" Chen Yijun replied with clarity, "Grandfather may choose not to believe me, but have you ever considered that without the advent of the Intelligent Era, would Chang Wade have spared Shenyang Group?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yangji raised an eyebrow and coldly retorted, "What do you mean by that? Do you possess a method to halt Chang Wade's restructuring of Shenyang Group?" Chen Yangji was reluctant to believe that his young grandson had such capabilities, as even he was merely a minor figure within Chang Wade. The Blue House, newly constructed during Roh Tae-woo's administration, serves as the official residence of the President of South Korea, comprising offices, reception halls, meeting rooms, and living quarters, along with ancillary buildings such as the Secretary's office, security room, and guest house. Today, it stands as the political nucleus of South Korea, symbolizing the pinnacle of political authority and serving as the abode of the nation's leader. The name Chang Wade derives from the blue tiles of the main building, a distinguishing feature. Amidst the current economic crisis, officials at Chang Wade have united to assess the status of South Korea's Chaebols, with those who defy their orders facing the peril of insolvency. They possess a means, yet what they lack is capital. "You mean money?" Chen Yangji queried, his expression peculiar. "But how much do you intend to contribute to fill this gap? Moreover, you just mentioned that the Intelligent Era is keen on acquiring Yijing Motors. Judging by the current state of the Intelligent Era, it appears you lack the necessary resources." Chen Yijun smiled and replied, "I have my own methods. Please trust me." Chen Yangji regarded him with a calm demeanor and, after a moment, nodded. "Then I shall await your good news." At Seoul Airport, Chen Yijun sat in a chair, dialing a number, while the voice of Bruce Jackson echoed in his ear. Jackson viewed the upcoming auction as a loss, yet under Chen Yijun's persuasive rhetoric, he decided to accompany him in this endeavor, albeit without investing a single cent, relying entirely on the Intelligent Era. This was merely a concession to the capitalist's obligations. Just then, a familiar voice reached his ears. Turning, he saw Chen Xingyuan, clad in a beige long coat, smiling broadly at him. "Brother," Chen Yijun said as he approached, embracing him and teasing, "have you been popping champagne lately?" Chen Yijun chuckled, "If you fancy champagne, I shall procure a couple of bottles for you. That won't be necessary. I'm not fond of it," Chen Yijun replied, releasing his brother. "It's been half a year. I've missed you dearly." "Indeed. Time flies," Chen Yijun said, producing a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one. Chen Yijun waved his hand. "You know I don't smoke." "Come on," Chen Yijun said, lighting his cigarette. "As the head of the intelligent era, there are times when you must indulge." "I can manage with alcohol," Chen Yijun retorted. Chen Yijun laughed heartily, grabbing his suitcase and heading toward the exit. "Yijun, I've heard about recent events. Is everything all right with the intelligent era?" Chen Yijun responded. "I exchanged all my won for dollars ahead of time. As of now, I am the largest holder of dollars in all of South Korea." Upon hearing this, Chen Yijun chuckled. "No surprise there. You are indeed my brother." At the entrance, Vice President Lin Jishuan had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing the two emerge, he rushed forward, taking the suitcase from Chen Yijun's hands and opening the car door with a gesture of invitation. "Young Master Yijun, you are," Chen Yijun recalled, "Lin Jishuan, Vice President of the Intelligent Era, right?" "Indeed," Lin Jishuan nodded. "I didn't expect you to come to greet me. I am truly honored." Chen Yijun settled into the back seat and took a large swig from a bottle of water, while Lin Jishuan thoughtfully handed him a pack of tissues, smiling. "The chairman sent me. How could I not come? Your influence is quite substantial," Chen Yijun teased, pinching his younger brother's cheek. "I wonder if I will have such treatment in the future. There's no need for that between us. If you desire my position, I gladly relinquish it to you," Chen Yijun replied. Chen Yijun waved his hands in refusal, jesting, "I lack your talent. If you entrusted the intelligent era to me, it would face bankruptcy within 3 days. All right then, it's time for us to return. The elders await your presence." "Sure." At King Sin's High, within the villa, Li Biyu, Sun Zhonglai, and Chen Rongji had been waiting for some time. Chen Yijun spread his arms and approached Li Biyu, expressing his affection. "Grandma, it's been tough on you. My dear, you've endured so much for your studies, living away from home, subsisting on hamburgers. Your face has lost so much weight," Li Biyu said, her heart aching. Chen Yijun laughed. "Not at all. I've gained 5 kilograms, Grandma. That's merely water retention, a sign of malnutrition." Yijun came back in a similar state. Li Biyu remarked, pinching his cheek. "Seeing both of you change like this makes my heart ache." She then turned to Sun Zhonglai, instructing, "Wife, why are you standing there? Our eldest grandson is hungry. Prepare him something to eat." Sun Zhonglai nodded, "Of course." At that moment, Chen Rongji interjected, "Mother, let him greet his father first." Chen Yijun turned to his brother, and, with Chen Yijun's nod, his expression gradually softened. "Grandfather is in the study, right?" "Yes, he is," came the reply. Li Biyu encouraged. Go on. Grandma is waiting for you to eat." "Then I shall head there first," Chen Yijun said. "Brother, are you not coming?" "I have a matter to discuss with father," Chen Yijun replied. "Very well." Chen Yijun turned and walked toward the study on the upper floor. While Chen Rongji turned to inquire, "Yijun, is there something on your mind?" "Father, please follow me," Chen Yijun said. Although Chen Rongji did not comprehend his intent, aware that he could not discuss matters openly here, he followed nonetheless. Outside the study, Chen Yijun adjusted his appearance, ensuring everything was in order before knocking on the door. "Grandfather, it's Yijun. I'm coming in." Chen Yangji, lost in contemplation, turned at the sound of his grandson's voice. His face broke into a broad smile as he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "You're back. Oh, it's wonderful to have you home." Chen Yijun embraced Chen Yijun tightly. "Let me take a look at you, my boy." Chen Yangji held Chen Yijun in high regard, and despite Chen Yijun displaying capabilities beyond ordinary comprehension, the position of the eldest grandson remained unassailable, which is why Chen Yangji's joy was so profound upon seeing Chen Yijun. Chapter 51. Occupying half the sky with a smile on his face, Chen Yijun remarked how his grandfather's health had improved remarkably. "Haha," Chen Yangji responded. "It should not be a problem for him to live for a few more years. You have put in a lot of effort to finish your studies at his insistence. My dear grandson, it is just the beginning of my learning journey. I will diligently follow my grandfather and study hard," Chen Yijun humbly replied. "Good. This is indeed my grandson," Chen Yangji thought with satisfaction, recognizing that Yijun was worthy of his nurturing. "Yijun, you are the pillar of our family." This sudden declaration made Chen Yijun furrow his brow, as it was apparent that his grandfather's words implied that Yijun had not been granted any authority within the Shunong group. Despite his brother's decade of diligent work for the company, he was met only with suspicion. It seemed that his brother's assertions were not unfounded. Chen Yikji did not regard him as family. Much of this strife stemmed from the ambitions of the intelligent group. Although it had undeniably brought benefits to Shenyang, they were still not truly family, much like their uncle Chen Yijun. Go rest now. I am sure you are exhausted after a day of flying. Chen Yijun nodded. Yes, I shall take my leave, grandfather. As he departed, Chen Yikji's expression shifted, the smile fading as his gaze turned from the door to the family portrait on the wall. He murmured, Yijun, I hope you do not disappoint me. Otherwise, in another lounge, Chen Yikji frowned and reprimanded, Yijun, how could you utter such righteous yet misguided words? If your grandfather hears this, it will be the end of your lineage. Chen Yijun poured a cup of tea for his father and replied coldly, Dad, have you not noticed the recent changes in grandfather? Changes? What do you mean? Chen Yikji asked, perplexed. Since the nationwide crisis, Han Daoji Iron had continued its operations, remaining the only industry still functioning, while grandfather's automotive sector had come to a halt. Under the suspicions of their second uncle, it was inevitable that he would inform grandfather about the ongoing opposition between the intelligent era and Shenyang Group. Do you think that our second uncle's family will not meddle? He has always sought to undermine you. Chen Yikji's composure began to crack as he stood up. That is impossible. No matter how muddled your grandfather may be, he would not heed Dongji's words. You are being overly suspicious, Yijun. Overly suspicious? Haha, Dad. You do not realize that such caution could save our lives. Chen Yijun organized the documents on the table. If possible, would you support me? Chen Yikji fell silent, his father's actions leaving Yijun disappointed. The original Chen Yikji was feeble and ineffectual, ultimately proving unworthy, which explained why he was so thoroughly entangled by Miracle Company. Now, it was time for Yijun to take action. After this economic crisis in Korea, their company would ascend to become a top conglomerate. Father, I will step out for a moment. Ah, Chen Yikji nodded. Return soon. Yet, Chen Yijun had already exited the lounge, leaving his father alone to sip tea, his mind replaying Yijun's words. Outside the headquarters of Yijun Automotive, countless workers, filled with anger, united in voicing their grievances against the group, demanding the settlement of their wages. Lin Jishuan anxiously awaited until a black car came to a halt before him, his expression easing. Chairman, you have finally arrived. Chen Yijun stepped out of the car, straightening his attire, and inquired, so, what is the situation? Chairman, a foreign company is also interested in acquiring Yijun Automotive. Which company? Chen Yijun asked. It is an investment firm called Miracle, which has spun off from PowerShares under the representation of Wu Shixian. I have heard of them. But have they made any moves yet? Lin Jishuan replied. Not yet. I heard they intend to discuss matters with the chairman of Yijun Automotive tomorrow. Upon learning this, we immediately sought you out. Let us go. Understood, Chairman. In the reception room of Yijun Automotive, the chairman, Song Xianchong, personally welcomed the two, which was rather unexpected. What a surprise. I did not expect you to personally inspect the factory, especially amidst the recent turmoil caused by the union protests, Chen Yijun remarked. Song Xianchong shook his head helplessly, gesturing for them to sit. I am not here as the chairman of Yijun Group today, but rather as a representative of Yijun Automotive's employees, seeking partners to save the company. Chen Yijun smiled, truly impressive, rising from technician to CEO. It is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Yijun, the chairman of Intelligent Era. Instead of showing panic, Song Xianchong remained composed. I know who you are. I saw you at the press conference. You are the youngest Chaebol in Korean history, Chairman Chen Yijun. I am also glad to meet you. Lin Jishuan presented a document before them, and Chen Yijun spoke. This is our company's proposal. Please review it. If you genuinely care for Yijun Automotive, you would find it hard to decline our suggestions. Song Xianchong opened the acquisition proposal with skepticism, his expression turning to disbelief as he read the contents. Are you certain you want to proceed with this? Chen Yijun replied, since I am here, I have no intention of leaving empty-handed. The acquisition plan entails a full purchase of Yijun Automotive, along with assuming 30% of its debt crisis. This means Intelligent Era must invest 1 trillion Korean won in this acquisition, which is no small sum. Even Miracle Company and Shenyang Group would struggle to muster such financial strength. Chen Yijun calculated that the profits from investing in Amazon's bookstore had already yielded 3 trillion won, not to mention the film investments. The value of Coca-Cola would be even greater, as annual stock profits represented a significant income. In other words, Intelligent Era currently possessed over 7 trillion won in dollars. Acquiring the nation's second-largest Yijun Automotive would be more than feasible, Even settling all their debts would be effortless. Song Xianchong took a deep breath, still unwilling to believe the reality of the situation. Chairman, are you indeed certain about this? Once I have made a decision, I do not retract it. If there are no issues, please sign the contract. In 1 month, my intelligent era will pay the full acquisition amount. And you will remain as the CEO of Yijun Automotive, just as Han Daoji Iron's head remains loyal to intelligent era. After the acquisition of Yijun Automotive, he would dominate half of Korea. A New Year's letter to my readers with only 3 days until the new year. I want to wish everyone a happy new year. I have been writing for some time now, and overall, it has been a journey, perhaps due to my lack of skill. Since the addition of monthly votes for updates, I have been diligently typing and updating, and this book has now exceeded 100,000 words. It remains in the recommendation position, and if I succeed in advancing, I will choose to update once more. As always, 10 monthly votes will earn an extra chapter, and 10,000 rewards will also garner an additional chapter. I welcome all patrons to support the author generously. To all the patrons, Happy New Year. I love you all, moi. The author wishes you all a Happy New Year in advance. Chapter 52. The acquisition of Yijun Automobile Chairman Song Xianchong. Congratulations on our official collaboration. May we mutually benefit and create brilliance together in the future. Chen Yijun rose and extended his right hand. After a moment of contemplation, Song Xianchong reciprocated the gesture. At this moment, there were few individuals in South Korea who could assist him to such an extent. Not only did Chen Yijun allow him to remain as the chairman of Yijun Automobile, but he also offered to take in the workers, an ability that other companies lacked. At this juncture, the two men formally entered into a partnership, and the future of South Korea would belong to them. Upon leaving Yijun Automobile, Vice Chairman Lin Jishuan inquired, Chairman, why do you still want Song Xianchong to lead Yijun Automobile? In this era of intelligence, what we lack is certainly not talent. Do you believe that Song Xianchong ascended from a mere technical position to CEO purely by luck? How much do we have left after acquiring Yijun Automobile? Lin Jishuan asked, as he pulled out his laptop and began furiously typing. To report to the chairman, the acquisition of Yijun Automobile cost a total of 1 trillion won. As it was a complete acquisition, we will assist in clearing 30 of the debts, but the remaining 70 will need to be covered by our company in the future. Overall, from the data, our situation is not particularly favorable. We are left with only 6 trillion won as support. Chen Yijun pondered briefly and suggested, withdraw 1 trillion to invest in yuan technology stocks in China. Lin Jishuan questioned in confusion, Chairman, why are we investing in Chinese stocks? Chen Yijun responded, during my studies abroad, I gained some insights. Simply follow my instructions. Furthermore, once this economic crisis concludes, withdraw all dividends from our shares in Amazon and Coca-Cola to our company account. Understood, Chairman. Though Lin Jishuan felt perplexed, he recognized that the chairman's intelligence was unparalleled. If he wished to invest, it must be due to some insider information, so he resolved to comply. He also decided to invest his own assets, enjoying the fruits of following his leader. Upon returning to the company, the two immediately convened a shareholders' meeting. Present were Li Shichong, head of Shenyang Group, Zhu Zongyi from Daying Group, and Mao Xianmin from Xianqing Daily. Clearly, this was an important meeting for them. Chen Yijun, seated at the head of the table, surveyed the several major shareholders. Presumably, everyone is already aware that the era of intelligence has acquired Yijun Automobile, he began. Mao Xianmin rested his chin on his hands and smiled as he gazed at Chen Yijun. Chairman, shall we promote your esteemed company through our Xianqing Daily? That would be splendid. Chen Yijun replied with a smile, it would be my pleasure. However, Vice Chairman Zhu Zongyi of Daying Group wore a grim expression. Chairman Chen, why was the news of the Yijun Automobile acquisition just released? What do you mean, Vice Chairman Zhu? Chen Yijun queried. I simply wish to understand why we were not informed in advance. Surely, Shenyang Group harbors similar sentiments. Li Shichong remained silent, but his expression mirrored Zhu Zongyi's discontent. Although Chen Yangzhou was aware of the acquisition, he did not anticipate it happening so swiftly. Just moments ago, they had been discussing it, and now it had been executed. Along with assuming all debts of Yijun Automobile without prior consultation, Chen Yijun pondered briefly before responding. Since when does the era of intelligence require Daying Group's approval for its actions? What do you mean by that? Zhu Zongyi retorted, furrowing his brows. Chen Yijun, do not forget that it was you who sought collaboration with Daying Group. As partners, why was this matter not communicated to us? Do you truly consider us partners? Vice Chairman Zhu, I advise you to refrain from raising your voice. Otherwise, do not blame me for calling security, Lin Jishuan coldly reminded. What was Zhu Zongyi? Compared to the chairman's authority? If he was dissatisfied, he could summon his father. You, Zhu Zongyi, on the verge of losing his temper, ultimately succumbed to reason, sinking back into his chair, though his chest heaved with agitation. Lin Jishuan, how could you speak to Vice Chairman Zhu in such a manner? After all, he is a guest. Chen Yijun feigned anger. Yes, Chairman. My subordination was indeed presumptuous. Lin Jishuan replied apologetically. Vice Chairman Zhu, please do not take offense. Chen Yijun smiled. The reason for the expedited acquisition of Yijun Automobile is the economic crisis in Korea, which is why we were unable to notify everyone in advance. I hope for your understanding. Our collaboration with President Zhu Rongyi of Dang Group remains splendid, and I believe we will officially commence exports in 2 months. The anticipated revenue is evident. Zhu Zongyi scoffed, his smile devoid of warmth. I presume this is due to independence. Both Shenyang Group and Dang Group possess their own automobile manufacturing plants, while the era of intelligence does not. Should I surmise that this entire situation is part of your scheme? On what grounds do you assert that? Chen Yijun countered. You first collaborated with our 2 major groups to invest in new automotive enterprises, incurring substantial expenses in one. Now, due to this economic crisis, we find ourselves incapable of competing for the acquisition of Yijun Automobile, while your era of intelligence reaps the benefits. Chen Yijun, I never imagined you possessed such cunning. Li Shichong turned his gaze toward Chen Yijun. Yijun, tell me the truth, is this really the case? Yet Chen Yijun would never concede. That is utterly absurd, Li Shichong. How much did our 2 companies invest in the new automotive production project? Approximately 200 billion won, I believe. 200 billion, a staggering sum for the average person, but merely a drop in the bucket for the 2 major groups in Seoul. I do not believe that this incident would induce financial losses for either group. The economic crisis was unforeseen. Is Dang Group attempting to place the blame on us? Chen Yijun's counter-question left Vice Chairman Zhu Zongyi at a loss for words. There was no evidence to substantiate that this was his plan, yet it was apparent who stood to gain the most. Given this, I shall report today's events to my father. To speak candidly, Chairman Chen Yijun, Dang Group is far more formidable than you might imagine. With that, Zhu Zongyi departed in anger without looking back. Li Shichang also excused himself. Mao Xianmin smiled and remarked, Young Chairman Yijun, you have certainly offended Dang Group this time. Not at all. I believe it will not be long before they realize how advantageous collaboration with us truly is. Chapter 53. Chen Yangzhe's thoughts. Mao Xianmin smiled slightly. So, what about our collaboration? Still ongoing, came the response. Xianxing Daily holds significant value in the era of intelligence. It cannot be discarded unless absolutely necessary. Especially since Mao Xianmin is my fiancé. Vice President Lin Jishuan personally poured a cup of hot tea for the president, murmuring, President, the matters you entrusted me with will yield results shortly. Very well, I leave it to you. Yes. At the press conference, a voice emerged. High-ranking officials from the government declared their commitment to lead a fundraising initiative, contributing to the national crisis. On the 51st day of this movement, the resolve of the nation remained unshaken, having raised a staggering 130 tons of gold and 2 billion this year from gold sales alone. Government representatives stated that the funds raised exceeded expectations by 5-fold, amounting to at least 10 billion, demonstrating a profound patriotic spirit with the potential to transform the economy. It was, indeed, a considerable sum. Chen Yijun witnessed all this, having anticipated such an outcome. He knew that the nationwide donations would alleviate the country's debt crisis. Chairman Mao stood nearby, smiling. Ms. Li Biu is leading the donation of substantial gold jewelry. Xianxing Daily will feature a prominent report on the front page tomorrow. This will significantly boost participation in the activities, Chairman, Chen Yijun remarked, turning his head. Make the photos larger. A single image speaks louder than 1,000 words. And we must also promote it online. In the future, the internet will supplant all physical stores and usher in a new wave of change, with numerous shops being replaced by online counterparts, ultimately leading to their closure. Chairman Mao beamed. The chairman is indeed visionary. Chen Yijun glanced at Chen Yangzhe and the others gathered at the tea table, observing his uncle serving tea and water with an obsequious demeanor reminiscent of a sycophant. During this time, Chen Yijun had honored his initial promise, assisting Cui Changji in his bid for a congressional seat. However, due to the economic crisis, Cui had yet to truly become a congressman, but his candidacy remained established. Xingjuan, Yijun, come here for a moment, Chen Yangzhe's voice called from behind. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, nodding in mutual understanding, their hearts filled with suspicion as they approached Chen Yangzhe. What is it, grandfather? Chen Xingjuan inquired. I am aware of Yijun's successful acquisition of Yijun Automobile. The old fox Zhu Rongyi has informed me that you intend to annex Shenyang Group, Chen Yangzhe stated. nonchalantly crossing his legs and fixing an imperious gaze upon the two brothers. "Grandfather, my brother's actions are undoubtedly for the family's benefit. Why must you hold on to past grievances?" Chen Yijun defended his brother. Although he had spent years abroad, he was still aware of domestic affairs. The intelligent era had elevated the economic status of Koreans by 2 decades, had it not been for the current economic crisis. Chen Yijun would likely have ascended the Forbes rankings. The eyes of Chen Dongji and others lingered on the old man, eager to hear his reasoning for chastising Chen Yijun. However, Chen Yangji's words were unexpected. "You have done well, but do not forget our agreement." The agreement implied that Chen Yijun was to resolve matters concerning the Blue House. Had it not been for his willingness to assist Chen Yangji in hindering Shenyang Group's reconstruction, the old man would have surely been enraged by the acquisition of Yijun Automobile. Chen Dongji abruptly stood, his expression perplexed. Did not father always desire Yijun Automobile? Why the sudden change of heart? Acquiring Yijun Automobile would undeniably represent a significant economic asset for Shenyang Group, propelling it to the forefront of the automotive industry and alleviating its struggles. Chen Yijun sighed in relief, grateful that grandfather did not blame his brother. However, Chen Yangji then spoke. "Yijun, there is one more matter for which I require your assistance." "What is it?" 50% of Yijun Automobile's usage rights must be transferred to Shenyang Group. His words caused an uproar in the room. This was clearly a threat. Shenyang Group sought to acquire 50% of Yijun Automobile's shares and usage rights without contributing a single cent. Who would agree to such terms? How shameless. To take advantage of others while contributing nothing. Truly a cunning fox of Shenyang Group. Chen Yangji. Chen Rongji exclaimed. "Dad, is this not a bit excessive? You are not yet the leader of Shenyang Group. Who is your father? Address him as chairman." Chen Rongji clenched his fists, lowering his voice. "Chairman, your actions threaten the very foundation of the intelligent era. The company has diligently contributed so much to Shenyang Group, yet you." "Brother, do you remember what I once said?" Chen Yangji interjected sternly. "In tumultuous times, harsh measures are necessary. Compassion cannot govern a nation." "Father, Yijun, what do you think of my actions?" Chen Yangji chuckled coldly, his eyes betraying his profit-driven nature. Unfazed, Chen Yijun replied, "Grandfather, if you truly wish to acquire Yijun Automobile, I can transfer it to you. However, given Shenyang Group's current situation, sustaining such an expense would be exceedingly challenging. If grandfather desires 50% of Yijun Automobile's shares and usage rights, I must candidly state that you will need to make an investment of equal value." At this moment, Chen Yijun resolved not to yield to his grandfather. Upon hearing this, Chen Yangji's smile vanished, replaced by a predatory expression. "Yijun, are you suggesting that the intelligent era solely belongs to you?" "I dare not," Chen Yijun replied. "The intelligent era is inherently a branch of Shenyang Group. Its achievements are not without your assistance. Theoretically, if grandfather wishes for Yijun Automobile, I must comply. However, for the future trajectory of the group, I must proceed as I see fit, and I hope for your understanding." "And what of the laborers?" "Naturally, they will remain." "Does that make sense?" Chen Yangji scoffed. "That group of laborers holds no value for the group. Do you know why we must care for laborers and ensure they want for nothing? Because they might think themselves the masters. Layoffs are inconsequential. They merely serve to remind them of who truly holds authority. To me, money is the only path. Without it, how can one acquire food and clothing?" Chen Yangji rose, coldly regarding Chen Yijun, before departing the lounge with Director Li. To him, those who opposed money were merely opposing themselves. Such individuals would never achieve greatness. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yijun retained the laborers at Yijun Automobile precisely because they were skilled workers and would greatly aid future development. Chapter 54. Are you confessing? Chen Yijun gazed at the departing figure of Chen Yangji, his expression gradually growing cold. In this world, rife with self-interest, each individual is akin to a lone wolf. Only through relentless strength can one earn the respect of others. Moreover, he had now become one of those whom Chen Yangji regarded with trepidation. Having lived for 70 years, Chen Yangji had encountered all manner of experiences, and with his discerning eye, he could perceive the promising trajectory of Chen Yijun's future. Yet, this very realization stirred unease within him. First, the acquisition of Hondao Ironworks, then the takeover of Yinjin Motors, followed by converting all his won into dollars to invest in various foreign industries and stocks. These actions painted a picture of Chen Yijun as someone intent on monopolizing all the conglomerates in Korea. "Don't worry, grandfather has this temperament. He'll be fine soon," Chen Yijun said, recognizing his brother's concerns and stepping forward to offer comfort. However, Chen Yijun brushed off the matter. At times, relying on oneself proved more prudent than depending on others. I understand, Chen Yijun replied, turning towards Mao Xianmin, who stood beside President Mao. Today, she wore a beige outfit, her earlobes adorned with 2 emeralds the size of pigeon eggs, a testament to her elevated status. Hello, Chen Yijun. Mao Xianmin greeted with a cheerful wave. Chen Yijun, following his brother's gaze, noted that she was Chen Yijun's fiancée and couldn't help but lower his voice. Yijun. This person is not to be trifled with. Her business acumen rivals our own. Chen Yijun's words were not without merit. He had witnessed many scions of prominent families abroad, most of whom were nothing but debauched youths, with only a few possessing exceptional intelligence. His experience informed him that Mao Xianmin would not be easily swayed. Rest assured. I am well aware, Chen Yijun replied with a cheerful demeanor as he approached her. It has been quite a while. Indeed, it has been over 10 days since your acquisition of Yinjin Motors. I truly missed you, Mao Xianmin said with a smile, rising to present him with a watch. Here, I personally selected this for you. For a man, the most important thing is his demeanor. Chen Rongji and President Mao exchanged knowing glances and discreetly moved to another table to chat over tea. Chen Yijun, not wishing to intrude on his brother's private affairs, noticed a familiar face and followed suit. Mao Xianmin crossed her legs, her alluring posture evoking an impulse to engage. President Chen Yijun, today is my birthday. What gift do you intend to present me? Birthday? Chen Yijun was taken aback. What would you like? Mao Xianmin placed her delicate finger on her lips, contemplating for a moment. A gift should be intimate. As you know, a gift loses its significance once spoken aloud. Tonight at 8, there will be a birthday party at the hotel affiliated with Xianxing Daily. Do remember to attend. She handed him an invitation, smiling as she departed the Shenyang Group's lounge. Chen Yijun looked at the invitation in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. This girl, he mused. At 3 in the afternoon, Chen Yijun drove to a quaint CAF named Tranquil Coffee House, nestled within a residential area. The CAF, due to its location, primarily catered to local residents. After parking, Chen Yijun entered to find a rather unremarkable establishment, furnished with 4 or 5 tables and decorated with an array of porcelain vases to heighten its serene ambience. Chen Yijun, what brings you here? Su Minying, a part-time barista, exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. Aren't you busy with company matters? Isn't this a welcome sight? Chen Yijun retorted. Of course, every customer is a blessing. As the saying goes, the customer is king. We must cater to their every need, especially since you are a regular here. She replied. Chen Yijun picked up the menu and casually glanced at it. I'll have a Vienna coffee, please. Don't you want cinnamon? Su Minying asked. Less sugar, please. You always order the same thing. Doesn't that get monotonous? She questioned, puzzled. Vienna coffee every day? I suspect you must truly adore that flavor. I primarily enjoy the tranquility here. They say wealthy individuals often feel burdened. While I share that sentiment, my visits to Tranquil Coffee House seem to elevate my spirit, bringing profound relaxation. Su Minying returned with the prepared coffee. Here is your Vienna coffee. You had it ready already? He inquired. Of course. You always order the same drink. So I must pay attention, she teased, sticking out her tongue playfully. She then took out a notepad. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, Central Library. I prefer a seat by the window. Today's coffee is on me. That's generous, Chen Yijun replied, savoring a sip of his coffee. I feel rather guilty having you treat me all the time. Su Minying smiled knowingly. You think I don't notice? You come here every day just for me. Don't you? Chen Yijun chuckled. Oh, Miss Su, are you implying something? Su Minying transformed into a sleuth, playfully deducing. Otherwise, why would you always stroll near my workplace? Choosing to visit during my shifts and order that same monotonous Vienna coffee? How else could one interpret such a predictable script? With your loyalty card? You could enjoy 12 cups of coffee for free, she added. Ah, I didn't realize you were so attentive, Chen Yijun said, leaning on the counter, his chin resting in his palm, grinning. Do you have a crush on me? Su Mining's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away. What are you saying? I'm just an ordinary person, while you are the grandson of Shenyang Group and the founder of the intelligent era. We are worlds apart. Well then, next time, I shall use my loyalty card for coffee. I hear you enjoy reading by the window, so I shall reserve that spot for you. Until tomorrow. Thank you for the coffee, Su Minying. With that, Chen Yijun departed. Yet Su Minying, deprived of his response, felt a pang of disappointment as she watched him leave. An inexplicable sensation swelling within her heart. Turning to her colleague, she asked, Did you see him just now? Was he confessing to me? Huh, you were the one confessing. Weren't you, Miss Su Minying? The CAF staff chuckled. What are you talking about? I could never. Su Mining stammered, resembling a child caught in mischief, her words tumbling over one another. Chapter 55. The lottery. Upon departing from the tranquil CAF, Chen Yijun proceeded to a luxury boutique to purchase a bracelet. As the eldest daughter of the Xianxing daily, Su Mining, who had been raised with a proverbial silver spoon in her mouth, had seen it all. It would indeed be a challenge to captivate her without some financial means. The economic crisis was now a thing of the past. While seated in his car, Chen Yijun dialed the number of Lin Jixuan, the vice president of the intelligent era. Upon learning that all assets had been converted into U.S. dollars and transferred to his account, Chen Yijun eagerly accessed the system interface. Main quest. Earn 5 trillion Korean won. Current status. 50 billion difficulty. Cataclysmic success reward. 3 lottery draws. Main quest. Completed. Reward. 3 lottery opportunities. Congratulations to the host for completing a cataclysmic level task. Reward. A novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? I'll draw a lottery first. Chen Yijun could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the system's lottery page, having waited several years to accumulate the requisite funds. With a press of the button, the lottery wheel began to spin. The system rewards were categorized into 3 tiers. The most common Korean won, represented in yellow, the moderately useful system coins, in red, and the most coveted, in gold, commonly referred to as the golden legend. As the pointer slowed, Chen Yijun's heart raced, but it settled on red for his first draw. Congratulations. Host, you have received 10,000 system coins. Current total, 13,000 coins. Chen Yijun muttered in disappointment. Couldn't I have gotten something more useful? He pressed the button again. The system pointer whirled rapidly, and Chen Yijun fixated on the screen, silently wishing for gold. Gold. Yet it landed on yellow, further frustrating him. What kind of wretched system is this? Can I at least get something useful? Congratulations. You have received 1 trillion Korean won, a considerable sum indeed. However, Chen Yijun scoffed. 1 trillion Korean won was merely a fraction for intelligent era, and he still had to complete his next traversal. With that thought, he inquired, System, can the money I earn here be used in this world? The system does not specify its usability, but given your industrious nature, we will make an exception and allow you to possess all the wealth of this world. You have 1 lottery opportunity remaining, and you have yet to use the novice gift pack. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have opened the novice gift pack, which includes 3 additional lottery opportunities. Reward, 10,000 system coins. Current total, 23,000 coins. Reward, a smartphone with a 4G network enhancement plan. Chen Yijun was still reveling in the system's rewards when he realized there was no further notification. Is that all, system? Yes, host. You still have 4 lottery opportunities. Would you like to wager them all? Chen Yijun felt a mix of confusion and frustration. Were there truly no life-saving items? Each outing left him with an unsettling sensation, as if someone were always watching him, perhaps envious of his talents, even contemplating sending an assassin after him, much like the incident that befell Chen Yangji. The thought sent shivers down his spine. He decided to take a gamble, and the 4 lottery opportunities gradually settled on designated spots. Chen Yijun dared not look. But suddenly a golden light burst forth, prompting him to exclaim, Finally, my golden legend. He received 3 red rewards and 1 golden reward. The red rewards included 1,000 system coins, a Porsche, and a Fortune Cat. Fortune Cat generates 1 million Korean won daily for the host. A must-have for traversers, used cautiously to avoid theft. Astoundingly, the golden legend bestowed upon him the Eye of Foresight. You have acquired the Eye of Foresight. It allows you to predict all events occurring within the next hour. Triggered up to 10 times a day, safeguarding the hostess' life and property. Chen Yijun was too excited to even glance at the red rewards. The Eye of Foresight was exactly what he needed for his safety. With 10 uses daily, he could foresee events for 10 hours, a veritable profit. Eagerly, he activated it, and his pupils transformed into a sapphire blue. Events unfolded in his mind like a cinematic reel. After 5 minutes, he had memorized everything that would transpire within the hour and turned to observe a small boy playing in the dirt. According to the Eye of Foresight, in 3 minutes, the boy's mother would approach with a broom and deliver a sound thrashing. To test the accuracy of his foresight, Chen Yijun remained in his vehicle, intently watching. As predicted, 3 minutes later, a woman stormed over with a broom, delivering a swift reprimand to the boy, who erupted into tears as she dragged him home. What a remarkable tool! Chen Yijun rejoiced, astounded by the rewards of the golden legend. He resolved to accumulate more lottery cards, as a 10 draw would grant an extra card. One must seize every opportunity. Ding dong. The phone chimed. Chen Yijun glanced down at the illuminated screen. It was a message from Mao Xianmin. Mao Xianmin, how's the preparation going? The party is about to start. It was 6:30 in the evening, with only an hour remaining until the 8 o'clock event. After a brief reply, Chen Yijun drove towards the hotel managed by Xianqing Daily. Meanwhile, in the underground garage of Intelligent Era, a Porsche, an automobile not yet available in this era, mysteriously appeared. Employees assumed it was a prototype from their recent research and eagerly snapped photos in remembrance. This was their first encounter with such a finely crafted sports car, its impeccable design and vibrant color affirming its status as the finest automobile in all of Korea. Unbeknownst to Chen Yijun, he had already delivered the system-rewarded vehicle to the company. Within the five-star hotel owned by Xianqing Daily, Mao Xianmin's birthday celebration attracted numerous celebrities and aristocrats eager to cultivate relationships with the publication. For them, being acknowledged by Xianqing Daily was a lifelong honor. Mao Xianmin possessed beauty, charm, and a formidable background, qualities any man would desire. Chapter 56. Chen Yijun's fury upon Chen Yijun's arrival. The esteemed disciples of prestigious families came forth to greet him. For them, establishing a rapport with the age of intelligence presented an immense opportunity for their entire lineage. Hello, Chairman Chen. You look more handsome than ever. The female disciples cast envious glances, dreaming of the possibility of becoming Chen Yijun's significant other, a thought that made them smile in their sleep. Chen Yijun returned their greetings, though he recognized none among them. However, he was familiar with their corporate backgrounds. Most belonged to second-tier conglomerates, akin to the Xianqing Daily. Mao Xianmin approached, her high heels clicking on the floor, elegantly holding two goblets filled with exquisite Lafite. Appa, you have arrived. Chen Yijun presented her with a gift he had prepared, saying, Here, this is for you. Mao Xianmin's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled alluringly. Appa, you are too kind. At the birthday banquet, Mao Xianmin had invited friends from the industry, with gifts starting at several million won, some even exceeding 100 million. Such lavish presents were intended to forge connections with Xianqing Daily. With great anticipation, Mao Xianmin opened the gift box, revealing a stunning necklace that captured the attention of all the girls. One exclaimed, "Isn't this the newly released diamond necklace worth 500 million won?" Hearing this, Mao Xianmin beamed with delight. Appa, your gift is far too extravagant. How can I accept it? Such a token is but a trifle, Chen Yijun replied nonchalantly. A few men exchanged glances, bemused by his casual attitude towards such wealth. I dislike boasting, especially when it cannot surpass my own. Appa, shall we toast? Certainly. Chen Yijun accepted the offered goblet, clinking it gently with Mao Xianmin's before downing its contents. She giggled, then gestured for him to enter, saying, Please, Appa. Thank you. The birthday party soon came to a close. Just as Chen Yijun intended to leave, Mao Xianmin stopped him, stating she had something to deliver. He did not refuse. They made their way to a quieter room, and after confirming their privacy, Mao Xianmin retrieved a confidential document from her bag and handed it to him. Chen Yijun furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the document titled Sole Inspectorate. He inquired, What is this? This is something my father asked me to give you, Mao Xianmin replied, reclining in her chair with her legs crossed. It seems that your age of intelligence may be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Chen Yijun opened the document, revealing that the local prosecutor intended to investigate Chairman Song Hyunchang of Yajing Automotive Group for corruption. Chen Yijun sprang to his feet, exclaiming, What does this mean for your age of intelligence? Appa, please calm down, Mao Xianmin sighed. I'm not entirely sure what has transpired, but my father believes it involves your grandfather. At this moment, Chen Yijun's expression turned serious. It appeared his grandfather was determined to confront him in the age of intelligence. He could not comprehend why the Shenyang Group would take such measures, as if they genuinely believed the age of intelligence could become the next Daeyang Group. Excuse me for a moment, Chen Yijun said, stepping into the restroom to call his uncle, Choi Changji. The call connected swiftly, and Choi Changji, aware of the reason for the call, spoke with a hint of resignation. I'm sorry, Yijun, but this time it is your grandfather's doing. The prosecutors are secretly investigating, enough to sue Chairman Song Hyunchang for all his collaborative projects. He continued, there may have been improper actions when the troublesome company signed the payment guarantees, and they are currently investigating for potential falsification of accounts and embezzlement. If the chairman is arrested for corruption, the public image of Yajing Automotive will be difficult to uphold, and this will inevitably implicate the age of intelligence. Chen Yijun gritted his teeth, his voice resolute. Uncle Choi, are you involved in this? Choi Changji quickly replied, Yijun, don't misunderstand. I have no part in this. Your grandfather is aware of my recent closeness to you and is utilizing a different prosecutor to conduct the investigation. If I discover any link between this matter and you may as well forget about running for parliament. Chen Yijun hung up and stormed out of the restroom. Mao Xianmin attempted to say something, but he brushed past her, making his way out of the five-star hotel owned by Xianqing Daily. At that moment, it was already 1:30 in the morning. Chen Yijun was thoroughly enraged. With a single call, all senior executives of the Age of Intelligence gathered in the conference room. Even Lin Zhishuan could sense the fury in Chen Yijun's voice, prompting him to rouse the company's personnel without delay. This time, they could not allow the old man to seize Yijing Automotive. In the conference room of the Age of Intelligence, over 20 senior executives exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the unfolding situation. Choi Chang-ji could not contain his curiosity. Vice Chairman, what is happening? Why were we summoned in such haste? Lin Zhishuan, the Vice Chairman, replied, something significant must have occurred. The Chairman's tone was urgent and laced with anger. I couldn't ask too many questions, so I called you all here first. Before anyone could grasp the situation, Chen Yijun burst through the door. Everyone stood abruptly, bowing respectfully. Chairman. Chen Yijun took his seat, slamming the document onto the table, and declared, I presume you are unaware of the actions taken by the Shenyang Group. Lin Zhishuan was the first to open the document, and upon reading its contents, he quickly understood the source of the chairman's rage. This is outrageous. We have already signed an agreement with Yijing Automotive, and now this group in Seoul is seizing the opportunity to investigate Song Hyunchang. This is clearly a declaration of war against the Age of Intelligence. Hearing this, the others also perused the document and found themselves seething with anger. However, Chen Yijun asserted, we must acquire Yijing Automotive at all costs. And Chairman Song Hyunchang is one of us. If the old man intends to ruin him, it is time for us to take action. Chairman, what do you mean? How are the companies we invested in abroad faring? Chen Yijun inquired. All is aimed at maximizing profits. The revenue is considerable, Lin Zhishuan replied. Let them spare no expense to take action. Contact all subsidiaries of the Shenyang Group and cancel all collaborations. All liabilities will fall upon the foreign enterprises. Chapter 57. The downfall of two major corporations. What? Lin Zhishuan was taken aback. President, are you certain you wish to proceed with this course of action? Once this transpires, Shenyang Group will face a massive collapse, and it may even be said that Shenyang will fall from grace. Indeed, President, Piao Changji interjected, perplexed, attempting to dissuade him. If this situation unfolds, both Shenyang Group and our intelligent era will suffer irreparable damage, which is the outcome we most wish to avoid. However, Chen Yijun had already reached a conclusion in his mind. The primary motive behind Shenyang Group's current actions was their desire to acquire Yijing Automobile. Despite Chen Yijun having meticulously managed the internal controls of the Blue House, this had only resulted in the old man conducting thorough investigations at any cost. Should Chairman Song Xianchang be found guilty of embezzlement, the head of the parent company would be rendered powerless, and the contracts previously signed with Intelligent Era would become null and void. Furthermore, the initial investments made by Intelligent Era would be rendered futile. 1 trillion Korean won is no trivial sum. If his benevolence led to an irretrievable situation, it would be a grave miscalculation. Moreover, should Chairman Song Xianchang encounter difficulties, the supervisory department would inevitably direct their focus towards Chen Yijun and his associates. It would be a twofold advantage that Chen Yangji could not afford to overlook. Equally, Chen Yijun would not acquiesce. Since they exhibited a lack of compassion, he would not hesitate to act without righteousness. Intelligent Era wished to refrain from interfering in the disputes of the Chaebols, yet failing to inflict harm would only allow the situation to escalate further. Main task: deplete the resources of the two major corporations, Shenyang Group, and acquire Yijing Automobile, thereby becoming the largest Chaebol in all of South Korea. Difficulty: moderate time limit, 7 days success reward, 10 lottery draw system penalty. None. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Yijun felt increasingly assured of his course of action. Since the system had spoken, they would soon understand the might of Intelligent Era. Follow my instructions, if you believe this to be erroneous. You may depart from Intelligent Era starting today. His words left everyone speechless. Intelligent Era, established for less than a decade, had already surpassed Shenyang and Daeing in economic growth. Yet should they engage in such a fierce struggle with Shenyang Group, they would inevitably plunge into the abyss. Vice President Lin Zhishuan and the others exchanged glances. Reluctantly nodding in agreement, they belonged to Intelligent Era. Chen Yijun withdrew his phone and sent a message to Su Meining. instructing her not to wait for him as he had matters to attend to. In the ensuing 2 days, Shenyang Group's stock plummeted, and all associated companies announced their withdrawal of investments. Simultaneously, Shenyang Department Store declared a halt to the sale of any products related to Intelligent Era. Shenyang Group was now 3 trillion won in debt, facing the looming threat of bankruptcy. As the president, Chen Yikji aged overnight, his expression grave as he trembled while holding the withdrawal documents. Director Li hesitated, saying, "President, a foreign company has offered a high price to acquire our subsidiary, and most of Shenyang Group shareholders are withdrawing their investments. The company's stock is crashing." Chen Yikji appeared to age decades, summoning all his strength to shout, "Who is responsible?" Director Li responded apologetically, "According to our investigation, it is a company named HereSXH, but we cannot find any information about them. What should we do now?" Yongji, Dongji, Dad. His eldest and second sons rushed in, their faces heavy with concern. Upon learning of the situation, they had hurried there without delay, fully aware of its gravity. In just 2 days, Shenyang Group had become the laughingstock of all Chaebols in Korea. "Investigate. I want a thorough investigation." Chen Yikji roared in near madness. "Yes, Dad. I will dispatch someone immediately," Chen Rongji replied, taking his brother and swiftly leaving the conference room. Identifying the instigator was now of utmost importance. Chen Yikji's trembling hand reached for the cup on the table, but it slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. At that moment, a member claiming to be from the Blue House arrived. Observing Chen Yikji's distress, he smiled and said, "President Chen, greetings." "You." Chen Yikji suppressed his fury. "What brings you here?" "President Chen, you are aware that we are in extraordinary times. Given Chairman Song Xianchang's current predicament, we need to discuss the acquisition and merger of Yijun Automobile. You mentioned that Intelligent Era would withdraw from competition, yet I have not received any communication from President Chen Yijun or Vice President Lin Jishuan, which is why I'm here to seek clarification." The Blue House representative continued nonchalantly. "Moreover, I have heard about the recent developments concerning Shenyang Group, which I presume renders you incapable of acquiring Yijun Automobile. There is another party interested in negotiating this acquisition." Chen Yikji's eyes widened in anger as he recognized the familiar figure appearing on Shenyang Group's premises, and his rage reached a boiling point. "Zhu Rongyi, you old fool." Indeed, the visitor was Zhu Rongyi, the founder of Dang Group, who appeared vibrant, seemingly decades younger than Chen Yikji, and walked with an air of triumph. Zhu Rongyi laughed heartily. "President Chen, did you not advise me to cease being a local big shot and venture overseas to earn dollars? So you orchestrated this?" "Of course not." Zhu Rongyi waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "I lack the ability to dismantle the entire Shenyang Group. You should ponder whether you have offended someone." "Offended someone?" Chen Yikji's mind immediately raced to the head of Yijun Automobile, Chairman Song Xianchang. Yet, the latter's power could not possibly dismantle Shenyang Group. Could it be Intelligent Era? Chen Yikji suddenly stood, his brow furrowed as he barked. "Are you implying Chen Yijun?" Zhu Rongyi smiled. "President Chen, I have said nothing. You must investigate this matter yourself. My purpose here is to acquire Yijun Automobile. Since Shenyang Group lacks the capability for the acquisition, Yijun Automobile will become part of Dang. With Intelligent Era pouring substantial resources into rendering Shenyang Group a debt-ridden entity, Dang Group now had the opportunity to regain its footing. With the timing ripe, how could he possibly relinquish the lucrative prize that was Yijun Automobile? However, before he could savor his triumph for more than 3 seconds, Zhu Rongyi's eldest son, Zhu Zongyi, rushed in, panic-stricken. "Not good, Dad. Can't you see we are in discussion? Leave." Zhu Rongyi glared at Zhu Zongyi, clearly displeased. "Dad, the company's shares have plummeted. The subsidiaries are declaring bankruptcy, and all investors are pulling out. My company now bears debts comparable to those of Shenyang Group." Zhu Rongyi seemed unable to withstand the shock, his vision darkening as he collapsed. Chapter 58. Investigative findings at the Intelligent Era Corporation. In the conference room, Vice President Lin Jishuan burst into hearty laughter. "President, you've made my day." Upon learning of the company's bankruptcy, the founder of Dang Group, President Zhu Rongyi, fainted and is currently in the ICU. Chen Yijun inquired softly, "What is the extent of the company's losses?" Piao Changji produced the account statements, and with a grave tone, he remarked, "We have incurred a total expenditure of 70 trillion Korean won, surpassing South Korea's GDP for this year. If this continues, we will face significant financial outflows." Unperturbed, Chen Yijun responded, "How is the company's economic situation?" He noted, "With a mere 10% stake in Coca-Cola, we are barely surviving. Currently, our liquid assets stand at 3 trillion won. If this persists, bankruptcy is imminent." To dismantle the two major conglomerates, spending 100 trillion won is not excessive. In fact, it is quite cost-effective. Vice President Lin Zhishuan expressed concern. President, if this information reaches the ears of those two individuals, matters could become exceedingly complicated. Given the personalities of Zhu Rongyi and Chen Yangji, should they discover that Chen Yijun from Intelligent Era is behind this, they would undoubtedly spare no effort in seeking retribution. However, Chen Yijun was well prepared. The current actions were primarily conducted by an investment firm, not Intelligent Era itself, and the company had not disclosed any economic ties with this firm, creating a facade of unfamiliarity. After this endeavor concludes, they would disband the foreign entity, declare bankruptcy, and establish a new company under a different name elsewhere. Lin Zhishuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, regarding the matters of the two conglomerates, it is of no consequence. We shall proceed as planned. The primary goal is to undermine the two groups, not to obliterate them entirely. The destruction of South Korea's largest conglomerates would lead to a catastrophic economic collapse, potentially even the downfall of the nation. All indications suggest that if the Ing and Shenyang Group were to perish, South Korea's economy would plummet uncontrollably. To prevent this from impacting Intelligent Era, Chen Yijun has decided to halt all pressures when the two conglomerates are on the brink of bankruptcy, allowing them to manage their operations freely. Suddenly, staff members rushed in, whispering, "President, people from the Blue House have arrived." Oh, so soon? Although Chen Yijun had anticipated a visit from the Blue House, the swiftness caught him off guard. It seemed they were indeed concerned about Yajin automobile. "Please, Lin Zhishuan, prepare tea." Yes. The others discreetly exited, and after about 5 minutes, the representative from the Blue House, Director Liang, entered with a hearty laugh. "President Chen Yijun, long time no see." "Director Liang, your humor is appreciated," Chen Yijun replied, rising to shake his hand. "Please, have a seat." "You are undoubtedly aware of the purpose of my visit," Director Liang stated directly. "The leaders of South Korea, Chen Yangji and Zhu Rongyi, are facing an economic crisis. The Blue House is particularly invested in the situation surrounding Yajin Automobile. So I am here to inquire whether your company intends to proceed with the acquisition." "Well," Chen Yijun feigned difficulty, "given the current predicament, my company is also facing an economic crisis. It is not only Shenyang Group that is in dire straits. The Ing Group is experiencing catastrophic losses as well. Thus it may not be feasible." Upon hearing this, Director Liang felt a sense of foreboding and quickly reassured. "Rest assured, the debts owed by Yajin Automobile are not urgent. We are fully aware of the recent developments, and the Blue House is willing to grant you some time." A high-ranking official from the Blue House had a close relationship with Chen Yijun, and typically, they would not deliberately impose difficulties on Intelligent Era. With the current situation, they had the right to offer assistance. Seeing that the plan was falling into place, Chen Yijun pretended to ponder. "Very well, considering Director Li's reputation, I shall proceed with the acquisition of Yajin Automobile. However, this matter requires the Blue House's assistance in publicizing it. Otherwise, we cannot genuinely complete the acquisition, wouldn't you agree?" Director Liang assured him, "Do not worry. We will handle this matter at the Blue House and ensure your peace of mind. Then we shall have a pleasant collaboration." Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. They shook hands. In King Sinzhai, President Chen Yangji sighed deeply. Was there truly no lead? Was it indeed Yijun's doing? Chen Rongji interjected. "Impossible. This matter has absolutely no connection to Yijun. He is one of us, no matter what he does." Before he could finish, Chen Dongji interjected. "Eldest brother, one cannot truly know a person's heart. Without concrete evidence, how can you assert that this matter has no ties to Chen Yijun? What do you mean by that? Do you also suspect my son?" Chen Rongji's anger flared. "I am merely speculating. Until we uncover the key players, no one can guarantee anything. Eldest brother, do not assume that just because Yijun is your son, he lacks ambition. Allowing the two conglomerates to face bankruptcy, only to reap the benefits, is not something just anyone can endure. Enough." Chen Yangji slammed his palm on the table, and the two exchanged furious glares. However, with the patriarch visibly angered, they could only sit in silence, breathing heavily. Just then, Director Li rushed in, breathless. "President, we have clarified the situation." At this revelation, everyone's curiosity was piqued, eager to learn who the true instigator was. Yet, the next statement left Chen Yangji in stunned silence. "This incident is unrelated to Intelligent Era. After our thorough investigation, we discovered that a foreign company orchestrated this sudden crisis to destabilize our economy. Even Intelligent Era is facing economic challenges." "What?" Chen Rongji sprang to his feet. "Is Yijun's company also affected?" "Yes," Vice President, Director Li confirmed. Our investigation revealed that Intelligent Era has incurred losses exceeding 10 trillion Korean won. Initially, we suspected a connection, but all evidence indicates that Intelligent Era has no dealings with the foreign company known as XH. Hearing this, Chen Yangji's expression shifted as he queried, "And where is Yijun now?" Young Master Yijun is currently occupied with company matters and cannot return at the moment. Chen Yangji's apprehensions began to ease, yet he still harbored doubts. Why had other conglomerates faced no calamities while the one vying for Yijun Automobile's acquisition fell into bankruptcy? It was hard not to associate this with Chen Yijun from Intelligent Era. The investigation must continue. Father, why must we keep investigating? Until the true instigator is found. This matter cannot rest. Chapter 59. The eye for recognizing people. Upon hearing the news, Chen Yijun reluctantly ordered an investigation. However, he remained cautious, suspecting that the root of this matter lay within the Intelligent Era. The old man's dispatch of a prosecutor to investigate Chairman Song Xianchang would undoubtedly provoke Yijun's displeasure. He understood his son well and recalled the words Yijun had once spoken to him. It was highly probable that the Shenyang group was indeed orchestrating this scheme. Chen Yangji took a deep breath, his mind still preoccupied with the acquisition of Yijun Automobile, and inquired, "What is the current status of Yijun Automobile?" Director Li was also eager to discuss this issue, noting that the Blue House had decided to downgrade Yijun Automobile under the Intelligent Era. "We have lost this round." Silently closing his eyes, Chen Yangji's contorted expression testified to the enormity of his fury. "I must meet with the general." The press conference announcing the acquisition of Yijun Automobile by the Intelligent Era was underway. Chen Yijun, as chairman, personally took the stage amidst a flurry of cameras, journalists eager to capture the nuances of his expression. From this day forth, Yijun Automobile officially becomes a subsidiary of the Intelligent Era. In light of the unprecedented foreign exchange crisis, we at the Intelligent Era shall collectively shoulder this burden. We assure you that all Yijun Automobile employees will retain their positions, and the debts incurred will be settled by the Intelligent Era. Upon hearing these words, employees watching from their screens erupted in cheers, their burdens finally lifted. Chen Yijun continued, "I will ensure that Yijun Automobile, akin to a finely tuned engine, transforms into a globally recognized automotive company. Furthermore, I urge everyone to support the Intelligent Era. It is through the Intelligent Era that we have established our home." Applause resounded as Chen Yijun's maneuver significantly elevated the company's value, causing a surge in stock prices and garnering extensive coverage from the Xianxing Daily. The valuation of the Intelligent Era had now eclipsed that of both Shenyang and Dang groups, soaring to trillions of Korean won. Moreover, a plethora of investors flocked to support the Intelligent Era, aiding its successful emergence from the current predicament. Upon returning to the office, Chen Yijun ascended to the highest floor of the Intelligent Era, specifically designed for the chairman, featuring a lounge, conference room, entertainment room, and even a cinema, all aimed at ensuring his utmost comfort while working. With access restricted to high-ranking officials, any unauthorized individual would be promptly expelled from the company. Seated on the sofa, Chen Yijun quietly opened the system interface, gazing at the tasks before him. Main task: deplete the funds of the Dang and Shenyang groups, acquire Yijun Automobile, and emerge as the largest chaebol in all of South Korea. Difficulty: moderate. Time limit: 7 days. Success reward: 10 lottery draws. System penalty: none. Main task completed. Reward of 10 lottery draw opportunities. Lottery: with 10 draws, one is guaranteed a golden reward, along with an additional striking opportunity, an exceptionally considerate offer. As rewards continuously appeared on the screen, the most frequent were yellow cards, with Korean won comprising 80%, totaling 10 trillion won, equivalent to nearly 70 billion RMB. 2 red cards were also drawn, one yielding 1,500 system coins and the other a private jet, Seoul Airport. The most significant prize, however, was the golden legend titled The Eye for Recognizing People. The Eye for Recognizing People, a system scan to determine an individual's identity, personality, age, loyalty, preferences, and various other attributes to prevent the host from being ensnared by unknown persons. A discerning eye, a prescient gaze. System, are you certain you are not jesting with me? The system confirms, stating it is not playing with the host. If the host does not believe, the reward may be destroyed in exchange for system coins. Impossible. Chen Yijun retorted. To suggest returning such a valuable item is absurd. Why not recycle yourself instead? System, no further information available. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door was rapped upon. Chen Yijun retracted his attention from the system, saying, "Come in." Lin Jixuan entered with a large stack of documents. "Chairman, several companies wish to join us. but I am uncertain, so I wanted your insight. Chen Yijun glanced at Lin Jixuan, activating the eye for recognizing people's skill. An overview akin to a character introduction soon appeared above his head. Name: Lin Jixuan. Age: 35 years. Position: Vice Chairman of the Intelligent Era. Background: from a humble family. Personality: meticulous. Loyalty level: 100. Preferences: stockings and beautiful women. With a sputter, Chen Yijun expelled his tea, and Lin Jixuan hurried over, concerned. Chairman, are you all right? I'm fine, Chen Yijun managed, suppressing a smile as he adopted a stern demeanor. Lin Jixuan, evaluate the companies on your own merit. Our company does not entertain those merely biding their time. As the vice chairman of the Intelligent Era, you must comprehend your position. If I were to entrust the Intelligent Era to you in the future, I would not want you continually seeking my counsel, causing me to feel disheartened. Hearing this, Lin Jixuan quickly adopted an apologetic expression, clearly understanding the chairman's implications and the potential opportunity to ascend as CEO of the group. Realizing this, Lin Jixuan's loyalty to the chairman shone brightly. It was my oversight, he acknowledged. Chen Yijun patted his shoulder, softly stating, you must cultivate your own opinions. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Lin Jixuan replied, Chairman, Director Li from Shenyang Group called, inviting you to a dinner at home tonight at 8. Dinner? Yes, it seems the old man himself requested it. Though we are still unclear on the particulars, Lin Jixuan expressed. Understood. Chen Yijun produced a black card and slid it across the table. This contains 10 trillion won. Convert it to USD, allocate 30% to the company account, and transfer the remainder to mine. 10 trillion won. Lin Jixuan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that the chairman could conjure such wealth. This amounted to approximately 100 billion USD. Chairman, where did this come from? That is of no concern to you. Just remember, this money is clean and not of dubious origins. Follow my instructions and conduct the transfer through Coca-Cola Company. Chen Yijun wished to keep the source of this sudden wealth a secret. Otherwise, prosecutors would likely swarm the company to investigate. At times, one must remain vigilant, much like the actions taken by Shenyang Group. Fortunately, Chen Yijun's timely response ensured that Yajin Automobile did not fall into the hands of Chen Yangji. Chapter 60. The Porsche 918 Spider. The abode of the affluent appeared unusually desolate. Even the security guard stationed at the entrance had mysteriously vanished, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere of a family devoid of warmth. As Chen Yijun navigated the striking Porsche through the quiet estate, the sound of the engine drew the attention of Chen Rongji and others, who hastily emerged from their chambers, their faces adorned with expressions of astonishment upon glimpsing the novel vehicle. Yijun, is this your car? Chen Dongji exclaimed, eyes wide with curiosity. How peculiar. Where did you acquire this Porsche? The Porsche 918 Spider, a mid-engine sports car designed by Porsche, made its debut as a concept at the 80th Geneva International Motor Show in March 2010. In September 2013, a prototype equipped with Michelin Pilot Sport Cup 2 tires shattered the Nürburgring lap record with a time of 6 minutes and 57 seconds. The 918 Spider is a plug-in hybrid vehicle featuring a 3.4-liter V8 engine powering the rear wheels, while 2 electric motors drive the front wheels. In March 2011, Porsche announced the commencement of limited production for the 918 Spider, capping it at just 918 units, with a domestic price of 13.388 million. Equipped with a mid-mounted V8 engine exceeding 4.0 liters in displacement, it boasts a maximum output of around 500 PS, 368 kilowatts, 493 brake horsepower. 2 electric motors, one on each axle, augment the total output by 160 kilowatts, 218 PS, establishing the 918 Spider as an all-wheel drive supercar. It features a 7-speed dual-clutch PDK transmission, capable of accelerating from 0 to 60 miles per hour, 96 km/h, in a mere 3.1 seconds, with the top speed reaching 199 miles per hour, 320 km/h. In 1997, the 918 Spider was nothing short of a revelation. Amid the commotion, Chen Yangji approached with his hands clasped behind his back, reprimanding, "What is this ruckus at such a late hour? Father, look at this car," Chen Yijun implored. Through the throng, Chen Yangji's gaze fell upon the illustrious 918 Spider. To an automobile aficionado like him, he had encountered myriad models, yet this particular Porsche remained an enigma. In disbelief, he removed his spectacles and delicately caressed the sleek paintwork, his eyes, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, widening in astonishment. Eagerly, he climbed into the vehicle, absorbing the plush interior and the array of advanced technology that seemed to transcend the current era. leading him to ponder if it was indeed too avant-garde. Brother, where did you procure this car? Chen Yijun inquired, as the group turned their attention to him, yearning for a plausible explanation. However, Chen Yijun could hardly disclose that it was a reward from the system. Instead, he fabricated a tale that the vehicle had been procured through a friend of Jackson, the head of the Coca-Cola company. Upon hearing this, Chen Yangji appeared momentarily dazed. Has Coca-Cola achieved such a formidable status? He mused. Exiting the vehicle, he gently closed the door as if the Porsche 918 Spider were his own progeny. Yijun, what is the value of this car? He queried. Approximately several billion Korean won, came the reply. Shin Dongji was taken aback. What? Several billion? My heavens, did I hear that correctly? Yijun. Spending billions on a Porsche seems rather extravagant. What do you know? Chen Yangji interjected. This is art. Exquisite craftsmanship and stunning aesthetics. It surpasses all the sports cars in Korea combined. Shin Dongji felt a bit embarrassed by the old man's reprimand, lowering his head in silence. Yijun, may I study it for a couple of days? Chen Yangji implored, his eyes filled with hope. I have never seen foreign technology so advanced. Chen Yijun politely declined. I'm sorry, Grandpa, but this car needs to be returned to the factory for disassembly first thing tomorrow morning. What? Chen Yangji immediately objected. What purpose does disassembly serve? Is that not an insult to the designer's artistry? Nonetheless, Chen Yijun aimed to share the Porsche 918 Spider's technology with the seasoned employees at Yijun Automotive, seizing the opportunity to craft a vehicle befitting the intelligent era before the new year. Grandpa, you worry too much. This is also for the benefit of the Korean automotive industry. Chen Yangji had intended to assert his authority over Chen Yijun and inquire about the situation's developments. Yet he was taken aback by the arrival of such a formidable beast, which caused him to waver internally. Had there been no barriers between them, perhaps the rights to this vehicle would rightfully belong to Shenyang Group. Observing his father's preoccupation, Chen Rongji quickly interjected, Yijun, your grandfather is quite fond of cars. Could you possibly? I'm sorry, Dad, but I have already made a commitment to the company, Chen Yijun asserted, no longer concerned about the family's opinions. He knew that only by strengthening himself could he elevate his family's standing. Otherwise, he would forever remain a mere pawn in someone else's game. Chen Huaying observed the unfolding drama with a detached demeanor, remaining silent and choosing not to align with anyone. Internally, she harbored doubts about why her husband had yet to secure a position as a congressman. Perhaps Chen Yijun had no intention of assisting them. Yet without concrete evidence, she dared not leap to conclusions. Chen Yangji retreated into the house, where a lavish spread of delicacies adorned the table, yet he cast not a glance in their direction, feeling a wave of nausea at the mere scent of the feast. Yijun, please lend the car to Grandpa for 2 days, Chen Yijun urged. Brother, if you trust me. Refrain from interjecting. Whether it was the weight of those words or something else, Chen Yangji's fury erupted as he hurled the food from the table to the ground, shouting, Ungrateful wretches! A family of ingrates! What sins have I committed to raise such a brood? Chen Rongji and his brother rushed into the room, attempting to soothe their grandfather's ire, but the old man was beyond listening at that moment, even striking Chen Dongji in frustration. Leaning against the vehicle, Chen Yijun said, Brother, hand me a cigarette. Huh. Chen Yijun, momentarily stunned, retrieved a pack of cigarettes and passed it to him. In the biting cold, he lit his first cigarette. Yet the wind hastened its consumption. Moments later, Chen Yijun discarded the cigarette and strode into the villa, where chaos reigned. Food strewn across the floor, and the family portrait hanging on the wall lay shattered. Chen Yijun, what are you still doing here? Return to your company. Chen Yangji scolded, furrowing his brow. I came to inform you, Grandpa, that if you continue this way, Shenyang Group may very well meet its demise under your stewardship. I have arranged for the contracts for the shares in the intelligent era. They will be transferred to Shenyang Group at the maximum compensation price. Chapter 61. Su Mining's concerned Chen Yangji suddenly stood up from his chair, sensing something amiss, and exclaimed in anger, What are you trying to do? Chen Yijun, unfazed, replied, Since Grandpa is unwilling to trust me, then our collaboration is no longer necessary. The era of intelligence will provide a reasonable explanation for Shenyang Group, and the land use rights will be acquired. The automotive shares created in partnership with Dane Group will belong entirely to your company. The era of intelligence will not take a single cent. If Grandpa is dissatisfied, the era of intelligence can discuss it with you. Chen Yijun took out a check for 1 trillion won from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is the last fund I leave for the Chen family. Farewell. With that, he turned and left without looking back. From this day forward, the era of intelligence would no longer be bound by anyone. Chen Yangji's chest heaved violently. his eyes reddening as he stared at the check on the table, unable to calm his inner turmoil. $1 trillion was a staggering sum. The era of intelligence was undoubtedly far more powerful than he had imagined. After a brief farewell, Chen Yijun strode away. Chen Yijun intended to stop him, but his brother had already vanished, leaving only a faint scent of gasoline lingering in the air. Chen Yikji clenched his fists, contemplating for a moment before also leaving the house. A perfectly good meeting had been disrupted. Anyone in his position would feel equally unsettled. After leaving Kingxin's High, Chen Yijun returned to a luxurious villa in the outskirts, a property he had acquired at a minimal price during its initial development. As he sat sipping tea, the identity of Chen Yikji materialized before him. Name: Chen Yikji. Age: 71. Position: Chairman of Shenyang Group. Background: from a poor family. Personality: vengeful and ruthless. Favorability: 5 interests: automobiles, money. Chen Yijun inquired of the system. Will Chen Yikji take action against us? According to big data analysis, Shenyang Group currently has total assets of 100 trillion won, with operating funds of less than 1 trillion. Meanwhile, the host company has total assets of 20 trillion won, with operating funds as high as 8 trillion, so the host need not worry. Upon hearing this, Chen Yijun felt a sense of relief. Shedding the name of Shenyang Group was the first step toward the era of intelligence stepping onto the world stage. Although Shenyang Group was the parent company, it had never provided any support over the years, only to come for dividends at the year's end. Anyone in his position would find it unacceptable, had it not been for his family ties. Chen Yijun would have acted against Chen Yikji and even provided several trillion won to Shenyang Group as compensation, which could be considered an act of benevolence. After downing 2 glasses of strong liquor, Chen Yijun reclined on the soft sofa, gazing at the television. At that moment, the phone rang unexpectedly. Turning his head, he was surprised to see that it was Su Mining calling. Chen Yijun answered the phone, and Su Mining's agitated voice quickly filled the line. I've called you so many times. Why haven't you been answering? Chen Yijun finally realized that he had been in meetings every time Su Mining called, which was why he had set his phone to silent mode. Sorry, I was in a meeting. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Chen Yijun told her his location, but Su Mining, ignoring his explanation, hung up hastily as the rain began to fall outside. About 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang, and Chen Yijun quickly stepped outside. The cold wind was biting, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. There stood Su Mining in a cotton coat, looking pitifully at him, wearing the handmade scarf he had given her. Come in, he said. No. Su Mining replied directly. You said you had something to do that day. You should at least call to explain. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I was afraid something had happened at your home, or that you were unwell. Yet you had the mood to drink. I can smell the alcohol on you. With tears in her eyes, Su Mining choked out. Yes. I was the one who gave you my number. I worked at the CAF, waiting for you every day. I was the one who reached out first to speak to you. Yet what does that matter if you treat me so carelessly? Su Mining's words made Chen Yijun feel a twinge of guilt. He had not realized how deeply she felt about him. Without an umbrella, Su Mining turned to leave in the rain, but Chen Yijun pulled her into his embrace, and at that moment, she broke down in tears. Why do you treat me this way? Chen Yijun held her tightly, apologizing. That day was my fault. I'm sorry. Su Mining lamented. I know you have many responsibilities at your company, but couldn't you return a call? Time slipped away, and the driver outside began to urge them. Su Mining wiped away her tears and said, I should go. Stay? Chen Yijun grasped her hand. I made you a bowl of ginger soup. Maybe not. Su Mining instinctively took a step back, her face slightly flushed. We can just chat on the phone. Tomorrow, can you go to the library? Sure. I'll reserve a spot for you. Su Mining extended her pinky finger. Deal. Chen Yijun chuckled, surprised that she still believed in childish promises. Yet he honored the vow and extended his pinky in agreement. Then I shall take my leave. Su Mining pointed to the taxi behind her. After receiving Chen Yijun's response, her anger seemed to dissipate. Wait a moment. Chen Yijun opened the door and emerged with a bag of food and an umbrella. This is for you. Su Mining squinted and asked with interest. Did you know I wouldn't stay here all along? What? I don't understand what you're saying. Chen Yijun rubbed his nose to hide his embarrassment. It would be better if you could stay. Su Mining took the food, and before Chen Yijun could react, she gently kissed his cheek. Thank you. With a flushed face, she ran off without looking back, even shyly neglecting to open the umbrella. Watching the taxi disappear, Chen Yijun touched his cheek and let out a bitter smile. Ah, this girl. The next morning, at the headquarters of the era of intelligence. In the conference room, Vice Chairman Lin Jixuan and General Manager Piao Changji sat on the sofa, staring at the data displayed on the large screen. The latest news is that Shenyang Life Sciences has gradually become one of the nominal subsidiaries due to poor management, Piao Changji commented. Since the IMF crisis, a plethora of related reports have emerged, all under the guise of a nation filled with hope and dreams. Because it's a recommendation, the bosses should best follow along daily, and we must increase our output. I'll be storing up content during this period to ensure no one is disappointed. Little Wong guarantees this. Here, I sincerely thank the great benefactors for their monthly tickets and rewards, and I wish everyone a happy new year. Chapter 62. Chen Yijun begins to act thanks to the reports from this group of individuals. After the IMF crisis, the stocks of Shenyang Life Sciences, which had plummeted, set a record for consecutive surges. Trusting in the reputation of the Shenyang Group, small shareholders and retail investors bought the stocks without hesitation. Vice Chairman Lin Jishuan remarked, however, Shenyang Group has chosen not to continue investing in the company, but to dissolve and liquidate it. Indeed, Piao Changji adjusted the information on the screen and responded, in business operations, any variable is possible. This is what truly matters. Institutional investors must carefully time their buying and selling. An overseas investment firm called Nanos, a private equity fund, capitalized on the volatility of Shenyang Group's life sciences stocks, reaping substantial profits through short-term trades. Nanos, Chen Yijun, with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. He recalled that this very incident had led to the death of Chen Daojuan's mother, and she was not alone. Many others across the nation had perished due to this affair. As an investment expert and seasoned financial manager, Piao Changji could not help but comment. Considering the high-risk nature of this approach, it seems to be a speculative hedge fund. Regrettably, for the current Republic of Korea, hedge funds serve as a veritable paradise, affordable and highly profitable. Yet, I fail to comprehend why they do not invest in Korean stocks. Vice Chairman Lin Jishuan queried, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Nanos had engaged in 8 trades over the course of 2 months. The day they sold Shenyang Group's life sciences stock coincided with the day Chairman Chen Yikji finalized a significant transaction policy. It was also the day Shenyang Group announced its dissolution and liquidation due to this major deal. Indeed, Lin Jishuan asserted, the first to receive news were the management teams of Shenyang Group, and their strategic planning was executed without our knowledge. Chen Yijun interjected, "When did I authorize you to invest in Shenyang Group's scientific stocks?" The two exchanged glances, lowering their heads simultaneously. They had assumed that Shenyang Group's strength precluded such actions, but were taken aback by the reality. Chen Yijun understood. These two were merely acting impulsively. He stated, "Next time, consult with me before making such decisions." "Yes, Chairman," Lin Jishuan replied, his demeanor akin to that of a remorseful child. "Do you mean to suggest that Nanos has a connection to Shenyang Group?" "Yes, Chairman. We have dispatched personnel to investigate Nanos, and we have discovered that all of Nanos' investors are financial executives from Shenyang Group." Piao Changji remarked, "Nanos can be considered Shenyang Group's secret fund, utilizing those clandestine funds to acquire Shenyang stocks. Aside from you, who else is looking into this matter?" Piao Changji shifted his gaze to Lin Jishuan, aware that as vice chairman, he possessed information beyond his own reach. Lin Jishuan retrieved a list from a cabinet, stating, "In addition to us, a domestic company named Miracle is also conducting an investigation." "Miracle?" "Yes," Lin Jishuan confirmed with a nod. "It is said to be a foreign investment firm, led by a Mr. Wu Shixian. We have scrutinized all available information on Wu Shixian and learned that they not only seek to acquire Yajin Motors, but also wish to retain all personnel of the group. Much like you, Chen Yijun's motives were driven by business interests, while Miracle's intentions stemmed from the plight of Chen Daojuan's parents in their previous lives. However, following the recent stock crash, Chen Daojuan's mother had tragically passed away. Under the pressure of public opinion, Shenyang Group was compelled to explain that everything stemmed from the separation from the headquarters of the intelligent era. In other words, Chairman Chen Yikji had shifted all the blame onto Chen Yijun, and Vice Chairman Chen Rongji was dismissed, with his uncle Chen Dongji successfully inheriting the position of Vice Chairman of Shenyang Group. Despite some dissent, the employees had no choice but to acquiesce, as this was the elder Chen's direct arrangement. "What a mess," Chen Yijun scoffed. "Chairman, what shall we do?" Lin Jishuan leaned closer. "Arrange for Prosecutor Choi Changji from Seoul to meet with me. At the same time, promote this matter and inform Chairman Mao of the Haiyangqing Daily that all the scandals of Shenyang Group should be exposed. Assure him that he need not fear Shenyang Group. For as long as I am here and the company remains, no one can touch the Haiyangqing Daily." "Understood, I will arrange it immediately." Piao Changji swiftly made a phone call to summon Choi Changji to the company, while the uncle, witnessing the unfolding situation, promptly abandoned the meeting and hurried over. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Choi Changji sat nervously in a chair. Upon seeing Chen Yijun enter, he immediately stood up, his demeanor unchanged, resembling an eager sycophant. "Chairman, no need for formality," Chen Yijun replied, raising his right hand. "I assume your uncle has informed you of the National Assembly application?" Choi Changji smiled. Yes, thank you. Chairman Chen, without you, I might never have become a member of the National Assembly. Now, I require your assistance with a matter. If successful, you shall become the mayor of Seoul. Are you interested?" Choi Changji's eyes brightened at the prospect. "What do you need me to do, Chairman?" Chen Yijun produced a document containing information regarding Shenyang Group's tax evasion and the recent stock crash. As a National Assembly member and prosecutor, you have the capacity to investigate this thoroughly. He placed the file before Choi Changji. It was evident that he had no choice but to agree. This was also to ensure that Choi Changji distanced himself from Shenyang Group. Otherwise, Chen Yijun could not guarantee that his feeble uncle would not become the next Chen Yangji. Trembling, Choi Changji opened the document, his complexion paling as he absorbed its contents. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Chen Yijun interrupted. "This is your only opportunity." Prosecutor Choi Changji. Hearing this, Choi Changji took a deep breath, his gaze filled with determination. He then bowed to Chen Yijun, assuring him, "Chairman, rest assured, I will handle this matter and will not disappoint you." After years of feeling suppressed in the Chen family, it was time for him to seek retribution. As Chen Yijun watched Choi Changji's departing figure, his expression remained unchanged. To achieve peace, one must inflict pain, making the elder understand that the intelligent era does not belong solely to him. For many years, the elder had received countless riches from the intelligent era, yet all that resulted was suspicion and trepidation. Since the elder relentlessly scrutinized them, it was time for him to experience the sensation of falling from grace. Chapter 63. The success of the first phase of the plan at Qingxin Studio. A family gathered around the dining table, yet silence enveloped them. Chen Yangji, his countenance stern, was the first to break the quietude, declaring that they must engage in a protracted struggle against the intelligent era and the Dane group. Only the victors, he asserted, are worthy of being called true magnates. Grandmother Li Biu remained silent, perplexed by Chen Yangji's motives. Was it truly necessary to ruin his own grandson over a mere car? Presently, the closest allies of Chen Yangji were Li Biu, the couple Chen Dongji, and, subsequently, the Chen Rongji family. It was evident that the elder had directed all his ire towards Chen Rongji. Chen Rongji, too, felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Had he possessed half the courage of his son, such a predicament would not have arisen. Chen Xingjuan set down his soup spoon and stood up, apologizing. "I'm full. Grandfather, I will take my leave." "Xingjuan," Chen Yangji called after him. "You must understand that you are the eldest grandson of the Shenyang Group. Everything is for the sake of profit. The intelligent era is merely a band of beggars on the street." Chen Yangji's proud visage flickered with complex emotions. "If you choose to remain with your so-called brother, then from this day forward, you need not stay here." "Grandfather," Chen Xingjuan exclaimed, "why do you persist in targeting Yijun? You must know how he has treated you. Yet for the sake of a car, you dare to declare before so many that the intelligent era is a beggar's company." Chen Dongji frowned and chastised. "Nephew, how can you speak to your grandfather like that?" "Forgive me, grandfather," Chen Xingjuan bowed apologetically. "I shall take my leave." As he watched Chen Xingjuan depart, Chen Yangji's chest heaved with agitation. He slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming with fury, "Chen Rongji, is this the kind of son you have? It's merely a title I could bestow upon you. There is no need for such scheming." With a mournful expression, Chen Rongji replied, "Father, I truly do not know." Chen Yangji scoffed at his eldest son's words and turned his gaze toward his daughter, Chen Huaying. "Where is your husband?" Chen Huaying timidly responded, "He is working overtime." "Overtime?" Chen Yangji retorted. "At this hour, he still thinks of overtime? No wonder he is merely a son-in-law." Chen Huaying clenched her teeth, swallowing her grievances, while the others dared not utter a word, fearful of drawing the elder's ire upon themselves. At that moment, Chen Rongji's phone rang unexpectedly. Chen Yangji's indifferent gaze shifted to him, instantly associating the call with Chen Yijun. "Answer it, put it on speaker. I wish to see what your precious son intends to do." "Yes, father," Chen Rongji complied, trembling, and took out his phone. Assuming it was his son calling, he answered and activated the speakerphone. However, it was not the familiar voice of his younger son, but rather the anxious tone of Director Li from the Shenyang Group. "Vice President, it's bad. The Seoul prosecutor has suddenly stormed into the company and seized all evidence regarding the Shenyang Group's scientific stocks. Quickly, inform the chairman." "This is serious." Upon hearing this, Chen Yangji rose abruptly. Directorly, what did you say? Chairman, the investigation into the company's tax evasion has also been launched. The Blue House is now involved, and the company is under complete lockdown. Chen Yangji stood in shock, the spoon slipping from his fingers and clattering to the ground. At that moment, he felt a deafening buzz in his ears, as if struck by artillery fire. Who dared to provoke this? Director Li took a deep breath. It's Prosecutor Choi Changji. Choi Changji. Chen Yangji's gaze shifted to Chen Huaying, realization dawning upon him. No wonder his son-in-law had not joined them for dinner. He had been secretly entangled in such unscrupulous activities. Chen Huaying trembled, defending. My husband is merely undervalued in this household. Outside, he is a leading prosecutor fighting corruption. Father, you often assign him trivial matters. That does not justify raiding my home. Chen Yangji rebuked. A son-in-law of the esteemed Shenyang Group ends up leading the charge against his father-in-law? How splendid. How splendid indeed. Those who spend their days on trifles cannot accomplish great deeds. Your son-in-law, Choi, is perfectly suited to be a prosecutor. This incident concerning the Shenyang Group is likely a stepping stone for him to run for mayor of Seoul. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to succeed. Chen Yangji hastily donned his coat and strode towards the exit, the urgency to return to the company overwhelming him. Otherwise, its reputation would plummet. Chen Dongji stood up, chuckling. Sister, it seems this time your husband may face expulsion from the family. If the Shenyang Group could be so easily toppled, it would not be the largest company in Korea. With that, he followed his father out. The Chen Rongji family remained silent, merely sighing before leaving the dining table, realizing that this family gathering had lost all significance for them. Typically, children from impoverished families are adept at reading the room. This news swiftly reached Chen Yijun's ears. At that moment, he stood on the rooftop, holding a cup of coffee, gazing out at the towering buildings of Seoul. Behind him, Chen Yijun wore a puzzled expression, struggling to comprehend why his brother would recklessly interfere with the Shenyang Group. Brother, do you remember what you told me when we were children? Huh? Chen Yijun paused. What did I say? You said I must inherit the entire Shenyang Group and take Qingxin Studio. Only then did Chen Yijun recollect his words from their grandfather's 60th birthday banquet. So many years had passed, yet his brother still remembered. Brother, I do not understand why you must be at odds with grandfather. Chen Yijun took a sip of his coffee, his demeanor calm. Brother, sometimes the elder's words ring true. In the Shenyang Group, there is no familial affection, only relationships driven by profit. My actions are for a better future. I do not comprehend. Chen Yijun shook his head. Only by doing so can the company truly become yours. You just mentioned that Chen Daojun attended last night's family gathering, correct? Yes. Chen Yijun rubbed his forehead, perplexed by what their grandfather saw in him. After all, he had merely excelled in his studies to enter a prestigious law school in Seoul. And what did he say at the gathering? Chen Daojun said nothing, merely listened to grandfather arguing with the family. Alas, Uncle Choi Changji is likely in trouble. Having offended the Shenyang Group, he might lose everything. Chapter 64. Weak Leg's brother. Is this part of your plan as well? Of course, Chen Yijun replied with a smile. Sometimes, being merciful is not a clear-cut decision. The old man has been ruthless all his life, and I've learned quite a bit from him. Chen Yijun, taken aback by his brother's words, shook his head and asked, never mind that. When do you plan to return home? Mom and Dad miss you. Chen Yijun paused, his coffee cup hovering midair. Before he replied thoughtfully, brother, I want to be going back for now. If Mom and Dad miss me, they can come to the Smart Era or the villa in the suburbs. If all else fails, Dad can retire from Shenyang Group. I can still support our family with the Smart Era. What are you thinking? If leaving Shenyang Group were that easy, I would have done so already. Grandfather entrusted me with the construction sector of Shenyang Group, and one day, I will reclaim Dad's position as vice president. At this, Chen Yijun turned to his older brother with an expression of calmness. Are you saying that Father's vice presidency has been usurped? Chen Yijun sighed softly. Father lost his position because of you, but I believe it's only temporary. With his reputation, he'll soon regain the support of those old-timers in the company. Chen Yijun remained silent for a long while. He was not concerned that Shenyang Group would fall into Chen Dongji's hands. His uncle lacked the strength to command the entire conglomerate. What surprised him was Chen Yangji's furious reaction. His temper was indeed explosive. This time, the old man aimed not only to make Chen Yijun aware of his own power, but also to demonstrate to others that Shenyang Group's status was not to be trifled with. As evening descended, the brilliant starlight enveloped the entirety of Seoul. In the villa, Chen Yijun reclined leisurely on the soft lawn, gazing up at the starry sky. Beside him lay a charming woman a few years his senior, her face radiant. Chairman Chen, did you invite me here just to stargaze? What is wrong with that? Chen Yijun retorted. Not at all, Mao Xianmin replied, resting her hands behind her head, her flawless skin exposed as she stretched her arms. But I fear Shenyang Group may be in serious trouble. Prosecutor Choi Changji has uncovered several cases of tax evasion and framing. There are troubles indeed. But sanctions will not follow, Chen Yijun countered, turning his face towards her. If Shenyang Group were to collapse, the entire economy of South Korea would plummet. And those in the Blue House are well aware of the gravity of the situation. Don't you have a good relationship with the members of the Blue House? Why aren't they helping you this time? I orchestrated it this way. Only by doing so can we gradually diminish Shenyang Group's overall strength and economic growth. Otherwise, if Shenyang Group were to collapse, it would lead to mass unemployment, plunging the economy into a decline, ultimately making it one of the nations with the lowest GDP in the world. This would indirectly affect the economic development of the smart era. So how could I allow that? I want Chen Yangji to experience pain, but not to perish. This is the most prudent course of action. After this incident, he will likely have a headache for a long time. At that moment, Chen Yijun felt a heaviness on his chest. Looking down, he saw Mao Xianmin had unknowingly nestled against him, gazing at him with a feline allure. Appa, you're truly the smartest tycoon I've ever encountered. Chen Yijun, playfully brushing her hair aside, smiled, and said, you wouldn't comprehend my world. The soft touch, her enchanting visage, the magnificent landscapes of distant lands. Even the battle-hardened Chen Yijun felt momentarily overwhelmed. In a time of abundance, it was indeed a prosperous era. Appa, I wish to experience that exhilarating feeling of flying again. It was so thrilling. With a swift movement, Chen Yijun pinned her down on the lawn, their noses nearly touching, the heat radiating from their breaths. Mao Xianmin blushed, shyly wrapping her arms around his solid abdomen. Isn't this inappropriate? What's wrong? This is the suburbs. Most residents are either wealthy young heirs or pampered mistresses. Shall we take flight? Slow down. I'm a bit scared. Weren't you just saying you hadn't had enough of the thrill? Why are you scared now? Chen Yijun teased. He then gently caressed her supple thigh, reclining back, causing Mao Xianmin to relive the joys of her childhood, bursting into laughter as she settled atop him. You're so naughty. I absolutely adore it. Seated in a sports car, their gazes locked. Chen Yijun gallantly fastened Mao Xianmin's seatbelt before drifting at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour across the open space. Woohoo! Mao Xianmin exclaimed, her hands outside the car, reveling in the excitement. Shout all you want. I won't heed you, Chen Yijun replied. His primary reason for purchasing property here was to avoid suspicion. It was delightfully quiet, with ample amenities and, moreover, the company of beautiful women. Next door lived a lovely widow. After several thrilling rounds, Mao Xianmin begged for mercy, her body drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted as she lay motionless in the seat. Get up, what's wrong? Can't you handle it? Chen Yijun chuckled. I can't. Mao Xianmin rasped. That was exhilarating. I've lost my voice. Shall we try again tomorrow? No, this will suffice for me to relish for a few days. Mao Xianmin steadied herself against the car, her legs trembling. Do you need me to support you? Chen Yijun, with an air of nonchalance, exited the car and gently embraced her warm body, laughing. I told you. You wouldn't be able to endure it. I'm still in my prime. Go away. Mao Xianmin retorted, pouting. If I hadn't inhaled that cold air, I wouldn't have given up midway. TSK, I almost believed you. Didn't you call me daddy? I hope you haven't forgotten that. At his words, Mao Xianmin's cheeks flushed deeper. It was an involuntary exclamation, a primal instinct. Who doesn't cry out for daddy in times of fear? Chen Yijun took out a towel, wiping the fragrant sweat from her body. You really need to exercise more. You can't handle just a few rounds. Hey, I'm quite strong, you know. Next time, Mao Xianmin teased, pinching Chen Yijun's cheek. I'll make sure you know my prowess, and you'll experience the feeling of weak legs. Chapter 65. Choi Changji becomes a hero in the eyes of the public in the International Assembly. Choi Changji's gaze was profound as he faced a majority of Seoul's prosecutors and officials from the Blue House. They had gathered to support Prosecutor Choi amidst the scandal involving the Shenyang Group, which had elevated his status and earned him significant public admiration. Additionally, with the recent mayoral elections in Seoul, Choi Changji had emerged as the preferred prosecutor in the hearts of the people. With the aid of the intelligent era, a representative from the Blue House personally convened a meeting to honor the public-serving prosecutor, Choi Changji, presenting him with a banner crafted by the citizens. Congratulations, Mr. Choi Changji. On behalf of the Blue House, I extend warmest wishes. Your contributions to Seoul have been monumental, and we are deeply gratified, the official expressed. Choi Chang-ji promptly accepted the banner, nodding appreciatively, expressing gratitude to the government and the public, declaring his unwavering commitment to serving Seoul, even at the cost of offending the Shenyang group. Upon hearing his words, all present wore satisfied expressions, and the Blue House official remarked, "There is no need for modesty. Mr. Choi Chang-ji, this recognition is well-deserved. Once more, I would like to ask you." As the surrounding journalists clamored to capture every moment, one inquired, "We understand you are the son-in-law of Chairman Chun of the Shenyang Group. Why, then, did you investigate your father-in-law's company? Is there a secret?" Choi Chang-ji's gaze shifted to another official, Lee, a partner mentioned by Chen Yijun, who subtly nodded, indicating that the truth must be revealed to quell public skepticism. He knew that if he were perceived as acting rashly against his wife's family, it would be a devastating blow to his reputation as a prosecutor dedicated to the people. However, Chen Yijun had anticipated this issue and devised a strategy beforehand. Adjusting his black suit and glasses, Choi Chang-ji declared with conviction, "Though I am the son-in-law of the Shenyang Group, I am first and foremost a prosecutor for Seoul. It is my duty to safeguard the property of the citizens and ensure their well-being, even if it means offending the Shenyang Group. I will rescue the populace from the clutches of the Chaebols." The Blue House official nodded approvingly and turned to the cameras, proclaiming, "With such a considerate prosecutor as Choi Chang-ji in Seoul, how can we not aspire to become a leading nation? Choi Chang-ji, Choi Chang-ji, Choi Chang-ji." His impassioned speech stirred the hearts of all who watched, prompting enthusiastic support for the righteous prosecutor. That evening, Choi Chang-ji was invited to deliver a speech at a press conference. The Seoul District Prosecutor's Office was investigating a corruption case involving Jia Construction, revealing that Chairman Jiang Wanshou had illegally transferred 36 billion won in cash abroad, with complicity from Customs Director Jin Jongbak. "We have applied for arrest warrants for both individuals. This case is evidently a systemic corruption scandal. We assure the citizens that we will not yield to any external pressures and will see this through to the end," Choi Chang-ji reported. As he attempted to leave, a group of journalists intercepted him with pressing questions. "Prosecutor Choi Chang-ji, have you faced external pressures while investigating current government officials? As the son-in-law of Chairman Chen Yijun, why risk everything? Is there something you are hiding? Recently, it has been said you have connections with the intelligent era. Have you investigated them for corruption or tax evasion? Please, speak to us." Choi Chang-ji responded, "The intelligent era is leading our nation onto the global stage with technology. I have conducted investigations and found them to be a corporation dedicated to the welfare of the people. The case of Yajing Motors is a prime example. You may have heard of their signing of a 4.5 trillion won deal, yet the intelligent era acquired them and returned all workers' rights. Do you believe such a company would engage in corruption?" He continued, "The reason we have managed to recover from this economic crisis so swiftly is largely due to the intelligent era's collaboration with the IMF during critical times. We should express our gratitude to Chairman Chen Yijun, not condemn him." With that, Choi Chang-ji departed without a backward glance, having fulfilled his purpose with that statement. The incident continued to escalate, leading to an internal investigation of the Shenyang Group, while Chairman Chen Yijun had already arranged a scapegoat to absorb all blame, thereby avoiding scrutiny from the Blue House. The Xianxing Daily fervently promoted the news of Prosecutor Choi Chang-ji's devotion to the citizens, rendering him a figure of national support. The headlines proclaimed, "For the citizens' voice, Prosecutor Choi Chang-ji stands with us in suffering, truly a beacon of justice." At the Intelligent Era Group, Piao Chang-ji smiled, saying, "Chairman, your foresight is remarkable. All shares of Jia Construction held by the Jiang Wanshou family now belong to our company." He presented the signed contract. "You truly are an idol in my eyes. This incident has gained enough traction. Miracle Company is indeed pursuing an acquisition, but we have acted preemptively, securing 50% of the shares and becoming the largest shareholder of Jia Construction. We are also qualified to participate in the Seoul New Town Development Project." Vice Chairman Lin Jixin remarked, "Are we utilizing Prosecutor Choi Chang-ji to undermine Jia Construction and the Shenyang Group, or are we promoting him after the downfall of Jia Construction?" Chen Yijun replied with a smile, "The most important aspect is that we have already secured Jia Construction and hold 50% of the shares. The Shenyang Group would never have anticipated this. Indeed, they remain unaware for now," Lin Jixin noted. "Chairman, why promote Prosecutor Choi Chang-ji specifically? Is it because he is your brother-in-law? What do you think? With the chairman's capability, even an ordinary individual could be elevated to the position of prosecutor." However, Choi Chang-ji was timid and ineffectual, his demeanor betraying a lowly character, rendering him unfit for significant responsibility. Chen Yijun stated calmly. I do not wish to hear such talk from you. Lin Zhixian quickly lowered his gaze. What of the underprivileged? As long as he possesses the ability to benefit the people, even a beggar can be a hero in the eyes of the public. Do you remember how you once were, Vice Chairman Lin Zhixian? When Chen Yijun first discovered Lin Zhixian, he was a freshly graduated student, cast out by his family due to lack of wealth and influence, living under a bridge for 6 months. As a final note, I sincerely appreciate the support from esteemed patrons through monthly votes and donations, and I extend my heartfelt wishes for the new year to everyone. Chapter 66. Assisting the election. Moreover, having a mayor in Seoul is a tremendous boon for us in this age of intelligence. Within the Blue House, there are only a few individuals from the political sphere, and now that Choi Chang-ji has the potential to become the mayor of Seoul, this will greatly benefit them. Sometimes, companies truly require their support and assistance. I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Chairman, Vice Chairman Lin Zhixian nodded. Next, we have finally taken our most crucial step. Chen Yijun coldly fixed his gaze on the large screen behind him, a faint expression flickering across his exquisite visage. In the opinion polls regarding the next mayor of Seoul, Choi Chang-ji, the head of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Special Investigations Unit, publicly announced his entry into politics today as the son-in-law of the Shenyang Group. The question of whether Choi Chang-ji, the former head of Special Investigations Unit 1, could be a candidate for mayor has garnered significant attention from all quarters. In the Shenyang Group office, Chen Yangji abruptly turned off the television. He had no desire to hear that braggart Choi Chang-ji. Chairman, Chen Yangji cursed vehemently. As the son-in-law of Shenyang, he dares to boast before the media. What a character, Choi Chang-ji, what a prosecutor. He wants to be the mayor of Seoul, but I will not allow him to achieve his aspirations. Directorly, Chairman, investigate all of Choi Chang-ji's corruption and bribery cases from recent years. I want them to see what kind of person the prosecutor in the hearts of the people truly is. Director Lee appeared troubled, his voice faltering. Chairman, all information regarding the son-in-law of Choi has been secretly processed. What? Chen Yangji spun around, his eyes wide with rage. When did this happen? Just a few days ago, someone broke into the archives and burned all the information on Choi Chang-ji from the past years. Moreover, the computer backups were also hacked. Upon hearing this, Chen Yangji felt darkness envelop him, his body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to bear the strain of his 70-year-old frame, slipping into unconsciousness. Dad, Chairman. This time, the other elites of the ruling party had already secured their positions among the candidates. Brother, what do you think? At a certain golf course, the Chen brothers, Chen Xingjun and Chen Yijun, discussed the incident, with the former polishing his golf club, embodying a privileged youth. The position of uncle-in-law is already solidified. It's obvious that this time the mayoral candidate will undoubtedly be Choi Chang-ji. I feel the same way. The old man was so enraged upon learning of this that he ended up in the hospital. You didn't know this, did you? Indeed, I did not. Chen Yijun had been preoccupied with discussing the group's plans and the production status of Yajin Motors, seldom engaging with Shenyang Group personnel. Moreover, the old man's hospitalization was primarily due to Choi Chang-ji's run for mayor, and he certainly wouldn't tell me. Brother, you handled the information on Choi Chang-ji, right? Chen Yijun paused, his coffee cup momentarily still before he replied nonchalantly. What do you think, brother? Huh, you just like to make me guess, Chen Xingjun chuckled. Regardless of whether it was you, I will support you unconditionally. Moreover, under the pressure of public opinion, the old man shouldn't act against you for a while. However, grandfather will not stand idly by, whether it's regarding the uncle or that group of elites. Chen Yijun narrowed his eyes, and at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Looking down, he saw it was Choi Chang-ji calling. Excuse me for a moment. Chen Yijun stepped aside to a secluded spot and answered the call. Soon hearing the anxious voice of his uncle. Yijun, this is bad, this is bad. What's wrong? Choi Chang-ji replied. Your father he called President Jin Shengwan, saying that this matter involves Yajin Motors and Hondao Iron Works, and that it was I who instigated the investigation, which will be reported as the headline tomorrow morning. I have a high chance of being eliminated. Choi Chang-ji's voice trembled with distress. Your father also asked me to find him, and I fear he don't panic. I have already devised a strategy. Chen Yijun had anticipated that Chen Yangji would resort to such tactics, even without evidence linking Choi Chang-ji to the intelligent age. Chen Yangji's methods and demeanor would undoubtedly intimidate many. Just follow what we discussed, without any psychological burden. We will handle everything. Just remember, you are not alone. Chen Yijun's words warmed Choi Chang-ji's heart. In the Chen family, his status was even less than that of a dog, and now being valued felt akin to being reborn. I understand, Chairman. Good. If anything arises, just call me. After they hung up, Chen Yijun called the election head, Jin Xinghuan. Jin Xinghuan was taken aback to receive a call from Chen Yijun, the head of the intelligent age. Hello, Chairman Chen. Oh, it has been a while since we last connected, President Jin Xinghuan. How have you been? Everything is well, Jin Xinghuan nodded, smiling. What brings you to call today? Oh, nothing in particular, just wanted to catch up. This even a fool would understand that if he called, there must be something on his mind. Jin Xinghuan's expression turned peculiar as he hesitated, but ultimately spoke his thoughts. The reason for your call must concern Choi Changji, am I correct? Indeed, Chen Yijun admitted. I merely wish to inquire about your designated candidate for mayor. We initially intended to elect Choi Changji as the mayor of Seoul, but speak plainly, Chen Yijun preferred directness. However, Chairman Chen of Shenyang Group mentioned that the Hyeonseong Daily has obtained some significant news, and if we elect Choi Changji, it will be reported tomorrow that this matter concerns you. The review committee has discussed multiple times, and in order to prevent disappointing the public, we have no choice but to resort to this strategy. Chen Yijun smiled. What if I said that Hyeonseong Daily will not interfere in this matter? Are you implying that Hyeonseong Daily will not support Chairman Chen? You are a clever man. Sometimes, I prefer not to be too explicit, just understand what I mean. I can assure you that in this incident, Hyeonseong Daily and Intelligent Age will not engage in any promotional activities. Even if there is any, we will suppress it at the first opportunity to avoid unnecessary trouble. After pondering for a moment, President Jin Xinghuan replied, I understand. Then I shall trouble Chairman Chen Yijun. Chapter 67. Choi Changji finally stands up in the conference room of Shenyang Group. Chen Yangji, a prominent tycoon, leaned against the sofa, still feeling weak from his recent discharge from the hospital. He coldly scrutinized the document in his hand, which detailed the facts concerning Choi Changji. Opposite him sat the candidate for the mayor of Seoul, who happened to be Chen Yangji's son-in-law. Choi Changji was palpably tense, his hands nervously rubbing against his thighs. Despite Chen Yijun's reassurances, the invisible aura emanating from the elder left him trembling with fear. This feeling was a result of long-standing tension, and correcting it in a short time proved difficult. Have you tasted joy, my son-in-law? Chen Yangji glared fiercely at Choi Changji, tossing the document before him. If this appears in tomorrow's morning newspaper, our Chui's son-in-law's imitation of the righteous prosecutor will come to an end. Do not be disheartened. Since you are stepping down from your position as a prosecutor, I shall assist you in establishing a law firm. Am I not correct? At that moment, Chen Yangji was unaware that President Jin Xinghuan had already received news from the intelligent era and believed he had successfully cast his son-in-law down from grace. As the chairman of Shenyang Group, Chen Yangji's status was not to be trampled upon by anyone, not even by his own son-in-law, son, or grandson. Now that Chen Yijun had utterly disappointed him, how could he allow another son-in-law to escape the Chen family's grasp? Choi Changji took a deep breath, striving to recall Yijun's words. Father, you are correct. I should no longer emulate the righteous prosecutor. Oh, Chen Yangji raised an eyebrow, momentarily believing that his son-in-law had gained insight, and a strategic smile spread across his face. However, I am now contemplating a different path, to become a tycoon sniper. At these words, the joy on Chen Yangji's face abruptly faded, replaced by a cold indifference. Choi Changji's expression of disdain ignited a fire within him. Before Chen Yangji could speak again, Choi Changji interjected, Father, the survival rule of Shenyang Group during substantial transactions is to bypass the company liquidation steps, due to the necessity of secret funds for illegal inheritance. And so, Chen Yangji retorted sharply, do you intend to inform the prosecution? He could hardly fathom that a timid and ineffectual son-in-law would utter such audacious words. Do you believe they will support you? He scoffed. Precisely for that reason, as I depart from Shenyang Group, I will hold a press conference and plan to infiltrate a live broadcast, becoming the tycoon sniper, Choi Changji. As a son-in-law of Shenyang Group, I will make a statement with a clear conscience. Live broadcast. Chen Yangji removed his glasses, his expression icy. It was Chen Yijun who instructed you, wasn't it? No wonder you are so fearless. You have the formidable intelligent era backing you. Choi, do you remember that if it weren't for me, you would not have achieved such success? Choi Changji inhaled deeply, turning to gaze at Chen Yangji, his head held high. This matter has nothing to do with the intelligent era. Moreover, do you think public opinion will support you? Chen Yangji's anger gradually mounted. Yet Choi Changji's words rendered the old fox momentarily silent. Choi Changji had a point. Sometimes, public pressure could leave an indelible mark on an ordinary person. Shenyang Group had many unsavory dealings, and if all were brought to light, his position could be jeopardized. After much contemplation, Chen Yangji's expression shifted slightly, his voice softening. There is an old saying, parents cannot surpass their children. A son-in-law is indeed akin to a child. How could I prevail over you? Then, promise me one thing. Chui Changji's eyes flickered. Father, what is it? Never collaborate with the intelligent era, or you too shall be cast aside like I was. This simple statement contained an overwhelming depth of meaning, causing a tremor within Chui Changji. Indeed, as Chen Yijun had foretold, persuading the elder to acquiesce was not impossible. The primary concern was the fear that Chui Changji, upon becoming the mayor of Seoul, might assist rival companies. Following his nephew's instructions, Chui Changji outwardly agreed, knowing that once he became the mayor, he would no longer be subject to threats. After his departure, Director Li hurried in, astonished. Chairman, did you truly agree to your son-in-law's request? Is this truly wise? What else can be done? Chen Yikji gently rubbed his forehead. One must use a knife meant for a chicken to slaughter a cow. There are those behind Chui Changji aiding him. Li Hongcai, investigate whether it is the intelligent eras. Chen Yijun. Understood. After leaving Shenyang Group, Chui Changji hurriedly arrived at a villa area on the outskirts of Seoul. By this time, he was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling, nearly collapsing as he exited the car. Did you succeed? Before him stood a young man in his 20s, dressed in white sportswear, wearing a baseball cap, casually swinging a golf club. Chui Changji eagerly poured himself a glass of water, gulping it down, visibly anxious. Chairman, you were absolutely right. I followed your words, and my father agreed. That's splendid. Congratulations, uncle. Chen Yijun set down his golf club, turning with a smile. Call me Yijun when we're alone. We are family. At these words, Chui Changji felt a profound shock. He hadn't expected Yijun to consider him family. His heart swelled with emotion. For years in the Chen household, neither Chen Yikji nor his two brothers-in-law had ever regarded him with any respect. Even a teenager commanded his deference, lest he provoke their ire. Yet now, Yijun had not only aided him in obtaining the list of candidates for mayor, but also secured the elder's support. Thank you, nephew. Chui Changji bowed deeply. Chen Yijun smiled and helped him up. There is no need for such formality between us. The elder must have discussed the alignment with you. Chui Changji recounted everything that had transpired, including the final words exchanged. Chen Yijun remained calm. He had anticipated Chen Yangji's actions. For certain reasons, anyone who attempted to thwart Chui Changji's candidacy for mayor would surely face dire consequences. Chen Yikji was not foolish enough to put his company in jeopardy over a mere son-in-law. His agreement to Chui Changji's candidacy was largely motivated by his desire to prevent a connection between his son-in-law and his own grandson, while also ensuring that Shenyang Group could stand out in future endeavors. Chapter 68. The system's favorable task in the following 2 days. Chui Changji dedicated himself wholeheartedly to vying for the position of mayor of Seoul. The intelligent era provided invaluable assistance, and the Haiyunqing Daily fervently promoted his campaign, propelling it to the top of trending searches. The entire nation eagerly awaited the final list of candidates. At this juncture, media reports indicated that Chui Changji garnered an impressive 53.6% of the votes, while his rival, Yang Du-young, received 41.7%. The candidates represented 6 from the New Democratic Party, 6 from the Liberty Democratic Party, and 4 from the Justice Korea Party. Ultimately, it was confirmed that Chui Changji, the candidate from the previously ruling New Democratic Party, was elected. The supporters from the intelligent era erupted in applause, joyfully uncorking a bottle of champagne and toasting to their success. Chen Yijun raised his goblet, gesturing towards the television broadcast. Now, the mayor of Seoul is one of ours. Vice President Lim Jihyun smiled and remarked, as long as Mayor Choi honors our agreement to grant the development rights of the new city district in Seoul to our company, construction, all will be well. Pyo Chang-ki inquired. He should be trustworthy, considering Chairman Chen Yangcheol is also involved. Yet, there lingered a sense of uncertainty. No one could guarantee that Chui Changji wouldn't seek independence and distance himself from the intelligent era. Such occurrences were not unheard of. 2 years prior, a company executive had ardently supported his subordinate in becoming an official at the Blue House in Seoul, anticipating a bright future. However, he was taken aback when the individual abruptly changed course, leading to the company's closure, and the original owner tragically leaping into the river, his body never recovered. Since then, the nature of human trust had become increasingly enigmatic. I fear that the indecisive Mayor Choi might falter, Chen Yijun said with a reassuring smile. Rest assured. I chose him with the conviction that the elder would not outmaneuver me. I have a principle. I trust those I employ without suspicion. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the hallmark of a true leader. Vice President Lim Jihyun remarked, Chairman, our company holds 50% of the shares in Jia Construction. Logically, We should have a decisive say. Why then do you support Choi Chang-ji as mayor of Seoul when Yang Du-young is also a commendable option? Chen Yijun instantly discerned the underlying reason. Your friend? He speculated. Indeed, nothing escapes your perceptive insight. Lim Ji-hyun sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. He is a friend of mine, and I intended to discuss this matter with you through him. But since you supported Choi Chang-ji, I refrained from bringing it up. Chen Yijun patted Lim Ji-hyun's shoulder, handing him the goblet without uttering a word before turning to leave. Lim Ji-hyun, puzzled, murmured, "Did the chairman say anything?" Pyo Chang-ki interjected. "Today is a joyous occasion. Why bring up Yang Du-young? Are you unaware that a year ago, the Seoul prosecutor investigated the intelligent era? That prosecutor is none other than Yang Du-young. The chairman has long been aware of your connection, which is why he has refrained from mentioning it to you," he explained. At this revelation, Lim Ji-hyun's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not realized that Yang Du-young was the prosecutor investigating the intelligent era. Had he known earlier, he would have certainly avoided any interactions with him. Upon leaving the company, Chen Yijun drove the newly crafted Porsche from Yijun Automobile, testing it on the open road. Having just completed production, he was eager to experience the vehicle himself. He believed that any senior technician with over 5 years of experience could replicate the design and components from the blueprints. The car's seating and performance rivaled that of the Porsche 918, which was the epitome of a sports car in Chen Yijun's eyes. Main task: acquire Daeyoung Group's automobile division and establish a personal automotive enterprise. Difficulty: challenging success reward. 2 system lottery draws system penalty. None time limit. 2 months. Chen Yijun cast a glance at the side panel of the system, surprised that it would require him to acquire the illustrious automotive division of Daeyoung Group. Considering Chairman Zhu Rongyi's character, obtaining Daeyoung automobiles would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Hence the difficult rating. Fortunately, with a 2-month time frame, he had ample opportunity to amass further funds. Side task: establish South Korea's premier entertainment industry. Difficulty: moderate success reward. 500 billion Korean won. The notion of the entertainment industry, the most chaotic sector globally according to his past memories, struck him as absurd. Yet, the prospect of 500 billion Korean won was not to be dismissed lightly. It was a considerable sum that he couldn't afford to overlook. Moreover, as stars would dominate the market in the future, venturing into this realm would undoubtedly ignite a wave of fervor. At a tranquil CAF, Chen Yijun sat at the counter, ordering a cup of Viennese coffee, gazing at the enchanting Su Min-young before him, his expression bemused. "Why is there no sugar this time? It's rather bitter." Su Min-young playfully stuck out her tongue. "I forgot to procure it yesterday." "What about the others?" "Not an issue. You're the last customer." Su Min-young replied nonchalantly. Chen Yijun was momentarily rendered speechless by her unexpected comment. He suspected she was targeting him, yet he had no proof. "You haven't attended classes recently. Is everything all right at home?" Su Min-young inquired while wiping the cups. "Nothing significant. The company is currently competing for the Jia construction project. So I've been quite occupied," Chen Yijun responded, sipping his coffee. "And you? How have you been?" Su Min-young pursed her lips, pausing her actions to ponder before answering. "Same as always, attending school, studying, working, living reasonably well. Would you be interested in a little outing to clear your mind?" "Where to? How about a movie?" "A fantastic new romantic film just released." Chen Yijun propped his chin on his hands, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at the girl before him. I haven't finished work yet." Su Min-young turned to glance at the wall clock. It was 3 in the afternoon, with an hour remaining until her shift ended. "It could be a day off. Then I must consult my boss." Su Min-young was not the type to take liberties. She adhered to her principles. Unless her boss granted her permission to take a break, she would have to wait until her shift concluded. Chen Yijun smiled. "No need. I've purchased this establishment." Su Min-young paused, her face reflecting surprise. "You mean, this shop is yours?" "Absolutely. If circumstances permit, you could be the proprietress here." Su Min-young's cheeks flushed crimson. It was her first encounter with a confession from a male, albeit somewhat awkward, yet it left her heart fluttering with excitement. Chapter 69. Frugality and Household Management. The afternoon cinema was less crowded than in the evening, with only a few individuals trickling in just before the start of a screening. Chen Yijun purchased a bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of cola. Though he did not particularly enjoy sweet flavors, he felt that a movie experience was incomplete without popcorn. Su Min-young removed her scarf and turned her head, inquiring, "What are we watching?" The film was an American romantic tale, depicting 2 unrelated individuals trapped in a primeval forest. The man hailed from humble beginnings, while the woman was a prominent CEO of a publicly listed company. After 100 days of forest life, They developed feelings for each other, ultimately leading to a blissful existence filled with unrestrained joy, a narrative that resonated with the audience. After the tickets were checked, the duo found their seats in the middle of the last row. The theater was sparsely populated, with only a third of the seats occupied. The last row was mostly taken, save for a corner occupied by another couple, the nature of their activities a mystery. Chen Yijun placed the 2 chilled colas into the armrest recess and set the popcorn between them. Su Mining, feeling slightly embarrassed, remarked, "Are we really going to share a bucket of popcorn? Well, I mentioned we only had one left. Do you believe it? I don't." Su Mining shook her head in amusement. Chen Yijun chuckled, "All right, this is a matter even ghosts would find hard to believe." He touched his nose and added, "If you don't like it, I can check for more. It should be ready by now." "Never mind, the movie is starting." Su Mining bit her lip. As the lights dimmed, the theater was enveloped in darkness, and the opening scene began. The story unfolded with the female lead, a spirited heiress, who, against all caution, hired a yacht for a deep-sea adventure. Unfortunately, she encountered a tsunami, leading to a tumultuous start to their 100-day romance. Su Mining watched intently, indulging in popcorn at the film's climax, embodying a certain grace as she ate, particularly in the company of someone special. Chen Yijun's gaze drifted to a man nearby, robust and hefty, devouring popcorn with little regard for decorum, seemingly oblivious to the quantity he consumed. He had even ordered 5 cups of cola, raising Chen Yijun's eyebrows in bemusement. After a moment of observation, he turned back to find Su Mining watching him. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Nothing. Nothing at all." "Caught." Su Mining lowered her head, reminiscent of a child caught in mischief. In her past life, she had been a formidable prosecutor, exuding an icy demeanor, as if her very presence was a bulwark against evil. Noticing her silence, Chen Yijun gently tugged at her sleeve. He sensed a subtle shift in her demeanor, yet felt an irresistible urge to draw her closer. When he held her hand, she stiffened momentarily before instinctively attempting to withdraw. "Just for a moment," he reassured, tightening his grip. "Be gentle, you're hurting me." Su Mining's face burned crimson, her remaining hand fidgeting awkwardly against her thigh. "My apologies, I'll be gentler." The film concluded swiftly, and as the lights illuminated the hall, patrons exited in an orderly fashion. The nearby heavy-set man remained blissfully unaware, still fast asleep. Truly, a testament to the saying that one person's fullness can satiate an entire household. "Shall we go?" Chen Yijun asked. "Yes." Su Mining quickly bent down to gather her unfinished cola and half-empty popcorn, loath to waste what had cost money. Chen Yijun found her thriftiness amusing and mused about how fortunate her future husband would be. "Do you like it? I can get you another." "No. No need." She waved her hands in refusal. "I'm just worried about wasting it. There's enough popcorn left for me to enjoy at home." Hand in hand, they departed the cinema, the night having fully descended, and the nightlife beginning to stir as throngs of people flooded the snack street, reveling in the delights of food and drink. Chen Yijun adjusted her scarf and tidied her hat, asking, "Shall I see you home? Or would you prefer to come to my place?" "Let us head home. It's dark, and my family will worry." Su Mining felt a flutter of anxiety. She wasn't ready to spend the night at a man's home. "Very well, I'll escort you." No need. I'll take a taxi." Before Chen Yijun could respond, Su Mining hailed a cab, feeling a twinge of reluctance as she said, "I'm off now. See you tomorrow." Just as she took a step down, she hesitated, then swiftly turned to peck Chen Yijun on the cheek, shyly saying, "Thank you for sharing this unforgettable day with me." Chen Yijun replied softly, "With me around, every day will be unforgettable." "Yes." They exchanged farewells, and Chen Yijun drove his Porsche back to his suburban villa. Qingxin Studio. In the old man's office, Chen Yangji observed Cui Changji on the television before picking up the landline and dialing his son-in-law's number. A smile broke across his tense visage upon connection. "Ah, congratulations, son-in-law. You know, no matter where you are or what position you hold, you are my only source of pride. Remember that." While feigning congratulations, Chen Yangji harbored ulterior motives, as he needed the mayor's approval for a significant matter, the development of a new town. After hastily ending the call, he retreated to his study, believing he would soon secure the development rights, and gleefully began practicing calligraphy. Meanwhile, Li Shizhong, standing behind him, wore a worried expression, glancing repeatedly at his watch, pacing nervously without daring to voice his concerns. "Speak plainly, if there's something to address, Hung Tsai." Li Shizhong took a deep breath and stepped forward, declaring, "Chairman, the bidding results for the Seoul New Town development rights are in, but Executive Chen Xingyuan has yet to make contact." "Oh." Chen Yangji turned, inquiring, "Did our Shenyang group secure it?" uncertain at this moment. Just then, Chen Yijun, as the heir of the Chaebol, entered the room, drawing the anxious gaze of Li Shizhong as he approached the old man. A smile crept across Chen Yangzhe's face. Ah, look who's back. Chapter 70. The workplace is a battlefield. What was the outcome? Chen Yangzhe remained lost in his own thoughts, convinced that the development rights to the Seoul New Town would undoubtedly belong to Shenyang Group. However, Chen Yijun's subsequent words gradually froze his expression. The development rights for the Seoul New Town had been seized by Dia Construction. Director Li was equally stunned, hastily glancing at Chen Yangzhe. He had never dreamt that the son-in-law of Mayor Choi would not diminish the development rights for Seoul New Town in favor of Shenyang Group, but instead would hand them over to Dia Construction. Chairman. Chen Yangzhe's breathing grew labored, his fierce eyes glaring at the calligraphy beneath him. Call Choi back. Yes. Throughout this exchange, Chen Yijun remained silent. Although he found the situation regrettable, further discussion seemed futile. It would be best to let the elder handle it. At Chen Yangzhe's command, Director Li dared not delay, swiftly summoning Choi Changji back. About an hour later, the gates of King Sinzhai slowly opened, and a black sedan drove into the estate. Upon stopping in front of the villa, the bodyguard promptly opened the door and bowed respectfully. A slight smile graced Choi Changji's lips. This sensation was entirely novel to him. If one word could encapsulate it, it would be delightful. Surveying his surroundings, Choi Changji approached a viewing platform where Chen Yangzhe was coldly feeding koi fish. Are you waiting for me outside? Hearing the commotion, Chen Yangzhe abruptly tossed aside the fish food and coldly regarded his son-in-law. In the past, Choi would have greeted him with a dad, yet now he merely uttered you. Chen Yangzhe felt increasingly displeased with Choi's ascendance to the mayoralty. However, he forced a smile and said, Ah, our esteemed mayor has graced us with his presence. Of course. I must come out to welcome you. Please, come inside. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Yangzhe intended to retreat indoors for discussion. However, today as Choi Changji was no longer the same as before, he firmly asserted, let us discuss matters here. In that moment, Chen Yangzhe's smile vanished. His piercing gaze fixated on Choi Changji. Turning away, Choi Changji feigned composure, though panic surged within him. Dad, I am quite busy with official duties. Who is it? Chen Yangzhe could no longer contain his fury, bellowing. Who is your backing that you dare act so arrogantly? Handing over the development rights of Seoul New Town to Dia Construction was instigated by that person, wasn't he it? Chen Yangzhe inched closer, coldly stating. The one behind you is Chen Yijun of the intelligent era, correct? Under the oppressive pressure, Choi Changji's face paled, yet he maintained his facade of calm. You should not be unaware that my support comes from the 10 million citizens of Seoul. Taken aback, Chen Yangzhe stammered. What did you say? As the mayor of Seoul, I chose Dia Construction through fair legal procedures for the brighter future of our city, rather than Shenyang Construction. Should there be other municipal matters to discuss? Let us meet at City Hall next time, Chairman. With that, Choi Changji left without looking back, not even uttering a word of dad. Chen Yangzhe's anger simmered. He slammed the teapot on the table to the ground, shouting hoarsely, Choi Changji. At Xianxing Daily, Chen Yijun sat at the table, taking a delicate sip of tea while sitting across from the attentive Mao Xianmin, who was scrutinizing the documents before them. I heard that the development rights for Seoul New Town have been secured by Dia Construction. It should be related to you, correct? I enjoy dealing with intelligent individuals. Chen Yijun placed his cup down, smiling lightly. So, will you inform the old man, Chen Yangzhe? Not at all. Mao Xianmin crossed her arms, intrigued. I recall this was the first venture of Executive Chen Yijun. He must be quite disappointed, right? He wouldn't be angry that you've taken his project, would he? Little brother Chen Yijun? My brother has known about this for some time. Upon hearing this, Mao Xianmin raised an eyebrow, asking if he knows. Why allow you to secure the development rights for Seoul New Town so smoothly? Because even if I were to give it to my brother, it would ultimately be snatched away by someone else. Chen Yijun retrieved a document from his bag and tossed it onto the table before Mao Xianmin. She opened the sealed document with skepticism, revealing the names of several major companies competing for the project: Miracle Company, Dane Group, Longjing Group, among 5 others vying for the rights. However, Chen Yijun was only concerned about Miracle Company, as Chen Daojun was a reincarnated individual who, despite lacking a system, had amassed considerable wealth through his past life's memories. Intelligent Era holds the operational rights to Dia Construction, Chen Yijun mused. Oh, you are becoming increasingly inscrutable, Appa. If you all understood me, wouldn't I be at your mercy? Mao Xianmin narrowed her eyes, her charming smile gradually disarming him. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration, Chen Yijun Appa. To a fruitful collaboration, he replied, shaking her hand. Chen Yijun refrained from transferring the development rights for Seoul New Town to Chen Yijun for several reasons. First, Miracle Company held a 5% stake. Despite Intelligent Era owning the majority, together they could still prevail. It was reasonable, as he had learned from Choi Changji that the CEO of Miracle Company, Wu Shixian, had previously sought a partnership with him, only to be rebuffed. With Intelligent Era as a formidable ally, any competing company would be easily vanquished. Secondly, if Shenyang Construction were to obtain Dia Construction's project, it would bolster the entire group significantly. Chen Yijun was unwilling to hand such a valuable asset to his father. Based on his understanding of Chen Yangji, once the economy stabilized and rapidly advanced, he would undoubtedly seek to suppress former adversaries. Although Intelligent Era feared no company, blind conflict would ultimately lead to mutual destruction. Regardless of who emerged victorious, their standing would plummet, likely resulting in absorption by other firms. The workplace is indeed a battlefield. Victors thrive while the vanquished perish. Chen Yijun had also mentioned the development rights for Seoul New Town, yet upon hearing Chen Yijun's words, he naturally grasped the answer. Thus, he refrained from disclosing the events between him and Chen Yijun to others. The brothers were united in their endeavors, often fighting side by side against common foes. The third matter concerned Chen Daojuan's ambition. His secretary Rachel had once divulged the trajectory and plans of Miracle Company, prompting Chen Yijun to remain vigilant against Chen Daojun. Chapter 71. The Special Investigation of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office in a quaint CAF in Seoul. Rachel, the secretary of Miracle Company, leisurely sipped her coffee, adorned with a duckbill cap and dark sunglasses, as though awaiting someone. After approximately 20 minutes, the door of the CAF was gently pushed open. Upon seeing the visitor, Rachel stood up with a bright smile, exclaiming, "Chairman, I've had quite a wait for you." "I apologize, I was delayed by some matters," he replied. Rachel chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and gestured for him to take a seat. "Would you like something to drink?" "Just a glass of plain water, please." Chen Yijun settled into a chair. "What brings you here today, Rachel? Isn't it because of the recent happenings at Miracle Company?" Rachel shot him a sidelong glance. "Chairman, when can I return? I don't favor Miracle Company. I feel much safer by your side." Indeed, Rachel had long been a loyal aide to Chen Yijun. Having been integrated into the Intelligent Era many years ago, he had entrusted her with the role of secretary at Miracle Company, ensuring a steady stream of valuable insights from her. Years have passed, and Rachel now demonstrated remarkable efficiency, having organized nearly all matters pertaining to Miracle Company. She meticulously documented Chen Daoyun's recent activities, intentions for investments, and destinations. Little did Chen Daoyun suspect that his secretary would betray him. However, it was not so much a betrayal as Rachel had always belonged to the Intelligent Era. Rachel returned with a glass of water. "Chairman, here you go." "Thank you." Chen Yijun took a sip and remarked, "You've worked hard these years. You've lost weight." With a blush, Rachel settled beside him, entwining her arm with his. "It is my duty to serve you, Chairman. However, I wish to remain by your side. Rest assured, it won't be long before you can return in good standing." "Really?" Rachel's heart soared with joy as she retrieved a printed document from her bag. "Chairman, this outlines the current situation at Miracle Company. Please take a look." Chen Yijun examined the document closely, noting numerous critical points, including the internal affairs of the company. This document encapsulated Miracle Company's plans over the years. "You've worked hard," he acknowledged. "Indeed, as the saying goes, a secretary's work is never done," Chen Yijun remarked with a smile as he put the document away, turning to glance at Rachel, who was playfully tracing circles on his thigh. "Fear not. You will always belong to the Intelligent Era." Rachel looked up, pouting slightly. "Then do I belong to you alone?" Chen Yijun was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Of course you do." Hearing this, Rachel beamed and impulsively kissed him on the cheek. "Chairman, I must return now. If anything comes up, please call me." "You're leaving so soon?" Rachel nodded. "Yes, I snuck out. Otherwise, I would have loved to engage in a lengthy discussion with you." "You little rascal," Chen Yijun coughed lightly. Leaning close to his ear, Rachel whispered playfully, "Appa, I'm off. Goodbye, and next time. I hope our conversation is on a hotel bed." Before Chen Yijun could respond, Rachel dashed out, disappearing into the bustling streets without a backward glance. With a faint smile, he mused, "That girl remains unchanged." Now, it was time to address the most pressing matters concerning Miracle Company and Chen Daoyun. The following day at Miracle Company, a group of inspectors from the supervisory office re-entered, brandishing a document and announcing loudly, "We are from the supervisory office and are commencing a seizure investigation." The leader turned to Rachel, still at her desk, and inquired, "Is Representative Wu Shixian here?" What is the matter? Wu Shixian hurried back upon receiving the news. His expression grave. What do you intend to do? I am from the 3rd Investigation Department of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. We have received reports claiming that you aim to secure development rights for the new city district of Seoul, offering substantial bribes to Mayor Choi Chang-ji. The inspectors proceeded to gather all pertinent materials, leaving the entire company in chaos. Wu Shixian replied, "What does this have to do with us? We did not obtain the development rights for the new city district." The inspector replied coolly, "I'm afraid we are not concerned with that. We are only investigating whether Miracle Company bribed Mayor Choi Chang-ji. Are you intentionally targeting us?" Wu Shixian retorted angrily. "Why not investigate Intelligent Era instead? That has nothing to do with you." The lead investigator dismissed him, continuing to direct the search and warning Wu Shixian not to interfere, or he would bear the consequences. Wu Shixian felt powerless, unable to comprehend who was deliberately targeting Miracle Company. Could it be Shenyang Group or Intelligent Era? Meanwhile, at Intelligent Era, the special investigation team had already been waiting for some time. They were respectful rather than rude, stating, "Chairman Chen, we are here on official business." "On whose orders? The Blue House or the so-called Shenyang Group?" Chen Yijun replied with a calm smile. The head of the investigation team hesitated to respond. In the presence of Intelligent Era, the special investigation team was but a fragile entity, and the allegations of corruption had led to numerous complications. Vice Chairman Lin Jishuan spoke up, "Secretary Kim, you are aware that we at Intelligent Era are law-abiding citizens. If we were to be branded with this label, it would adversely affect the company. We have already reached out to Chief Liang at the Blue House. Should I call him again?" Secretary Kim smiled amiably. "That won't be necessary. I trust that Intelligent Era is in the clear. All companies under DIA Construction are being investigated, and since Intelligent Era holds a 50% stake in DIA, it naturally becomes a target for the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. Since Chief Liang has already stated this, why should I trouble myself further?" Chuckling, Chen Yijun said, "Secretary Kim, I recognize the gravity of this matter. If you return without addressing it, you might be implicated in corruption. How about this? I have a document that could help you navigate this situation smoothly. Would you be interested?" Upon hearing this, Secretary Kim felt a surge of excitement. He was acting on orders, and if he left hastily, he might face dismissal. However, if he could redeem himself, he might retain his position or even rise higher. Chapter 72. The bankruptcy of Dang Automotive. What significant resources do you intend to provide me? Secretary Jean squinted. Chen Yijun snapped his fingers, and Lin Jishuan produced a confidential document, an exclusive piece of information known only to him and the chairman, unheard of by anyone else. Its significance was, therefore, evident. As a series of senior executives, including Piao Changji, exited the conference room, they allowed Secretary Jean ample room for conjecture. Sometimes, certain information must remain undisclosed, for one could never predict the gravity of potential consequences. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Secretary Jean tore open the packaging, revealing a history of embezzlement linked to Dang Group's automotive division. At that moment, Secretary Jean sprang to his feet, nearly screaming, "How is this possible? How could the Intelligent Era possess records of corruption within the Dang automotive industry?" His astonishment was palpable. As one of the largest conglomerates in Seoul, Dang was beloved by the public, and the vehicles produced by its subsidiaries were widely distributed across the nation, generating substantial revenue. Yet, he had never heard whispers of any dark past. Now, with the evidence laid before him, how could he not be shocked? Chen Yijun lifted the teacup from the table and took a measured sip, saying, "I entrust this matter to you. It should pose no problem." This. Secretary Jean fell silent. Dang Group held significant influence even in the Blue House. While not as powerful as its headquarters, it still had the capacity to sway decisions. Should the allegations be substantiated, the Dang Automotive Division would face bankruptcy, sending shockwaves through domestic investments. What say you, Secretary Jean? A promotion and a raise lie before you. Are you not tempted? Chen Yijun scrutinized him with an inquisitive gaze. It was not a lack of desire that held Secretary Jean back, but the fear that a hasty investigation could lead to the collapse of the Dang automotive industry, plunging the Korean economy into crisis once again. "You need not worry about that. We have our means," Chen Yijun continued. At this, Secretary Jin's expression shifted slightly, and he grasped the underlying implication. The Intelligent Era sought to absorb the Dang Group's automotive division. The rumors were true. Chairman Chen Yijun had successfully disentangled himself from Shenyang Group and was preparing to establish his own dominion. If they were to ally, he would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of Korea's most influential executives, second only to the Blue House. As the head of the Special Investigations Division, Secretary Jean held a prominent position in Seoul, his status rivaled only by a select few Chaebols. Furthermore, his identity as an official within the Blue House had safeguarded his position for years against any challengers. I understand. Await my news, Secretary Jean declared, placing the document into his briefcase. Chairman Chen, may I inquire about your confidence in acquiring the Dang Automotive Division? 10 out of 10, Chen Yijun replied. Understood. With this revelation, Secretary Jin's mind began to race. As long as there was assurance, he could proceed without fear. Otherwise, he risked becoming a historical pariah in Korea. Chen Yijun watched Secretary Jin depart, employing his keen perception skills, revealing the entirety of the man's profile before him. Name: Jin. Take age: 58. Position: head of the Special Investigations Division. Personality: meticulous, never engages without certainty. Loyalty level: 25. Hobbies: fishing at present. This individual did not fully trust him. He could at best be deemed a partner in mutual benefit. Once the Dang Automotive Division was acquired, the entire automotive industry in Korea would fall under the aegis of the intelligent era. Lin Jixuan strode into the room and whispered, Chairman, do you truly intend to acquire the Dang Automotive Division? Do you believe I am merely posturing? Chen Yijun replied coolly. To become the most powerful Chaebol in Seoul requires audacity. If I do not seize the opportunity, others will devour me instead. Understood, sir. Lin Jixuan. I require your assistance with a matter. Of course, Chairman. Lin Jixuan bent closer, eager to hear the confidential details. Upon learning of the chairman's secret, his eyes brightened, brimming with confidence. Rest assured, Chairman, I will not disappoint your trust in me. Very well, proceed. After Lin Jixuan exited, Chen Yijun opened the system interface, revealing two tasks before him. Main task: acquire Dang Group's automotive division and establish an automotive industry of your own. Difficulty: difficult. Success reward: 2 system draws. System penalty: none. Time limit: 2 months. Side task: establish Korea's top-tier entertainment industry. Difficulty: moderate. Success reward: 500 billion KRW. Failure penalty: deduction of 500 billion KRW. Chen Yijun pondered for a while. Acquiring Dang's automotive division was not overly challenging, nor was creating a vehicle for the intelligent era. However, establishing a premier entertainment industry in Korea proved daunting, as he had little affinity for celebrities in his past life, and thus lacked familiarity with the field, knowing only a few renowned figures. Now, the system had assigned him a task of such caliber, it felt like a method to siphon funds from him. Chen Yijun racked his brain for potential candidates to undertake this responsibility. Amidst his contemplation, an advertisement on the broadcast captured his attention. The voice was unmistakably Rachel's. Of course, I should enlist her assistance, he realized. With Rachel's capabilities, creating an entertainment industry would be a breeze. He promptly messaged her. Given the ongoing investigations involving prosecutors, Miracle Company was currently under operational suspension, and Rachel was also at home awaiting inquiries. Rachel responded almost instantaneously. Don't worry, Chairman, I'll take care of it. Chen Yijun. Good, thank you. If you require funds, utilize the company account. The location has already been chosen, next door to Intelligent Era. Rachel, Chairman. Chen Daojun recently took photos of you and Mayor Choi Chong-ji. He may attempt to leverage that against you. Chen Yijun, I understand. He has likely recognized the current situation of the Intelligent Era and seeks to forge alliances with other companies. I will handle this. Do not forget your assigned tasks. Rachel, understood, Chairman. I'll get to work now. Talk later. Bye. Chen Yijun quietly closed his phone. The 3 major powers in Seoul had begun to stir, and Chen Daojun's ambitions to profit from the chaos were nothing short of folly. It was time for him to cast his net. 3 days flew by. Under Secretary Jin's investigation, the Dang Automotive Division was caught off guard, unable to destroy evidence in time. All critical documents were seized by the Special Investigations Division, leading to the detention of numerous high-ranking officials for questioning. Ultimately, they were charged with embezzlement, amounting to a staggering 30 trillion KRW, with over 200 company executives implicated. Overnight, Korea's largest automotive industry announced its cessation of operations, and shareholders hastily withdrew their investments to dissociate from the scandal, while a flood of outstanding debt surfaced. In the end, burdened with a debt of 20 trillion KRW, Chairman Zhu Rongyi announced the bankruptcy of the automotive division, preparing it for sale. The officials in the Blue House, caught off guard by this abrupt bankruptcy, promptly dispatched personnel to investigate the matter thoroughly. Chapter 73: The Invited Guest of Dang Group. At this moment, the atmosphere within the company was fraught with anxiety, with some employees hastily packing their belongings and departing. As the person in charge, Zhu Rongyi found himself overwhelmed. while his 5 sons were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend the sudden bankruptcy of Korea's leading automotive industry. The debts incurred were suffocating. Zhu Rongyi lightly rubbed his forehead, his face haggard, murmuring, "Heaven has forsaken Dang." His eldest son, Zhu Zongyi, quickly interjected, "Father, this must be a deliberate act. Perhaps if we identify the perpetrator, we can alleviate our immediate crisis." "Do you truly believe that a weakling could orchestrate such a blow to our group?" Zhu Rongyi retorted angrily. "It must be that old fox, Chen Yikji." To him, the number of individuals capable of threatening Dang Group was scant, and the one most eager for its downfall was undoubtedly Chen Yikji, the founder of Shenyang Group. "I beg to differ." Just then, the office door swung open, and a boy clad in simple attire entered. Upon recognizing the visitor, Zhu Rongyi coldly remarked, "Isn't this Chen Yangzhe's grandson, Chen Daojun? What brings you here? Are you here to mock me? Go back and inform your grandfather that this matter is far from over." Chen Daojun replied calmly, "Chairman Zhu, please do not misunderstand. I have not come to ridicule you, but rather to reveal who has brought down Dang Automotive. Just recently, my company was also under secret investigation." At this, a sharp glint flashed in Zhu Rongyi's eyes, yet he remained reluctant to put faith in a child's words. He immediately scolded, "Who else could it be but Shenyang Group? The intelligent era?" At this statement, Zhu Rongyi's body stiffened, his brows furrowing tightly as he sank heavily into his chair, his voice laced with fury. That brat Chen Yijun could not possibly possess the power to annihilate Dang Automotive. Why not? Chen Daojun seemed to have an inkling of the unfolding events and stated directly, "I presume you are unaware that a few years ago, Intelligent Era invested in Amazon and Coca-Cola, acquiring a 10% stake in the latter, alongside substantial financial backing from Shenyang Department Store. Their valuation has already surpassed 1 trillion. Moreover, they have recently acquired Hondao Ironworks and Yajin Automotive, holding 50% of the shares in Dia Construction. Do you believe all this is mere coincidence?" Zhu Rongyi fell silent. He glared fiercely at Chen Daojun, questioning, "Why are you divulging this to me? Aren't you also a grandson of Shenyang Group? That is a matter of perspective." Chen Daojun, undeterred, remained composed in the face of adversity, producing several photographs that captured moments between Chen Yijun and Choi Changji. These photographs, which undoubtedly depict a meeting between Chen Yijun and Choi Changji, could serve as a means for you to redeem your reputation. Where did you obtain these? Zhu Rongyi squinted. With these photos, he could substantiate the connection between Mayor Choi Changji and Intelligent Era, especially given the rampant rumors of Choi's corruption. Should this information be disclosed, it would likely lead to a complete overhaul for Choi's son-in-law. You need not concern yourself with that. We are friends now, and it is only natural for friends to assist one another. Wouldn't you agree, Chairman Zhu? Chen Daojun responded with a mischievous grin. Zhu Rongyi, no fool, understood that his journey to this point was not merely due to luck. He discerned Chen Daojun's intentions, realizing that the young man sought to exploit him in a vendetta against Intelligent Era while positioning himself to reap the benefits. The Chen family truly were cunning foxes. Much like his grandfather, with the group on the brink of collapse, Zhu Rongyi had no choice but to act decisively to thwart Chen Yijun's plans, potentially turning the tables on him. "Why assist me instead of informing your grandfather?" Zhu Rongyi inquired skeptically. Chen Daojun replied, "As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, we are allies. The miracle company has been shut down, and all of this is the work of Chen Yijun. Therefore, our current adversary is him." Well said, Chen Daojun. The Chen family is indeed ruthless, Zhu Rongyi mused inwardly. Better to cooperate for now and cast him aside once the dust settles. A mere miracle company does not possess the authority to dictate my actions. With this thought, Zhu Rongyi rose, declaring, "Eldest son, withdraw all investments with Intelligent Era and Shenyang Group to alleviate pressure on the company, and inform Chen Yijun and Chen Yangzhe that I wish to have a word with them. Second son, go to the bank and mortgage our land and properties. I need you to secure 1 trillion won in a short span. The rest of you, back up this information. Once I give the command, I will ensure that Intelligent Era's reputation is tarnished." Understood. Zhu Rongyi's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to Chen Daojun. "I wonder if young Daojun would care to join me for a cup of tea? That would be delightful." Upon receiving the news, Chen Yijun let out a cold laugh, but did not refuse. Everything had unfolded as he anticipated. Given his understanding of Chen Daojun, he knew the boy would likely ally with the other 2 major groups to pressure Intelligent Era for breathing room. Otherwise, the miracle company might face imminent bankruptcy. To exercise caution, Chen Yijun decided to utilize his unique skill, the Eye of Foresight, which he had only employed once since acquiring it. After retrieving an hour's worth of memories, Chen Yijun found no signs of Dang Group's covert maneuvers. Their interaction was more akin to a veiled threat. However, with the assistance of the Eye of Foresight, acquiring vital intelligence was hardly a challenge. In the study of Dang Group, Chen Yangji, founder of Shenyang, stared coldly at Chen Daojun, who evidently posed a significant threat. Daojun, why are you here? Chen Yangji demanded aggressively. Grandfather, I have come to discuss a potential collaboration with Dang Group. Collaboration? Chen Yangji turned, a sardonic smile spreading across his face. Chairman Zhu certainly has a long reach. Having even taken my grandson away. Zhu Rongyi chuckled. Chairman Chen, you misinterpret the situation. I merely share a rapport with Daojun, which is why we are enjoying a cup of tea together. Tea. Chen Yangji nearly burst into laughter. You, a centuries-old fox, wish to engage in idle chatter? Zhu Rongyi summoned me here for a reason, undoubtedly related to Dang Automotive. At first, Chen Yangji had been taken aback by the news. But upon learning of Dang Group's impending collapse, he was elated, having spent the night celebrating with a family gathering, inviting numerous officials for drinks and conversation. Who would have thought this old fellow would find himself in such a predicament? Chapter 74. The resounding slap to Chen Daojun's face. I have received news that the automotive industry under the Dang Group is likely on the verge of collapse. Zhu Rongyi, half closing his eyes, chuckled and replied, those are mere rumors. Our dying will not allow the automotive sector to declare bankruptcy. Of course, if Chairman Chen can lend a hand, I would be immensely grateful. Chen Yangji, however, had no intention of assisting dying. In fact, he would relish the thought of this old man exiting the business realm. If he could outlast him, the entire South Korean economy would fall into his grasp. How could one even entertain the notion of assistance? Zhu's remarks were perhaps predictable, given the current tense situation at Shenyang, which truly leaves us in a position of helplessness. He let out a cold laugh. Chen Yangji's gaze turned towards his grandson. Chen Daojun. Daojun, I never imagined you had ties with Chairman Zhu. Chen Daojun replied, we share only a cooperative relationship, Grandpa. There's no need for you to be wary of me. Let us hope that's the case. Chen Yangji lifted the teacup from the table, took a delicate sip, and coldly stated, Chairman Zhu, your invitation today must surely entail more than just tea. If there is something to discuss, please speak plainly. Very well. I shall not beat around the bush. I assume Chairman Chen is curious about the identity of the person behind Chui's son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Chen Yangji's expression grew grave, his eyes, cold as death, emanating an aura of frost. Who is it? Zhu Rongyi, unfazed, produced several photographs that Chen Daojun had previously provided. He slid them across the table, revealing images of Chui's son-in-law in close association with the intelligent era, indicating a profound connection between the two. Chen Yangji's countenance darkened further. He had long suspected this matter tied to Chen Yijun, yet without evidence. He refrained from drawing conclusions. Now, these photographs served as irrefutable proof of the connection between Chen Yijun and Chui Changji. Before Chen Yangji could finish his thoughts, the conference room door was gently pushed open, drawing the attention of all three men. Chen Yijun, clad in a black suit and wearing a smile, approached Chen Yangji. Grandpa, it's been a long time. I am the best partner of Chui's son-in-law, Chen Yijun. On his way here, Chen Yijun had already utilized his foresight to conduct an investigation and discovered that Chen Daojun, the treacherous little man, had been secretly probing into him. It seemed he did not wish for Intelligent Era to become the strongest conglomerate in Seoul. Chen Yangji seethed, you aided Chui's son-in-law, causing me embarrassment, and seized the development rights of a new city in Seoul, leading Shenyang Group to losses of billions. Was this all you're doing, Yijun? You exploited my reluctance to relinquish the automotive industry, using Yinjin Auto as bait, to conspire with Dying to develop a new vehicle, seizing our shares in the automotive sector. The audacity of this scheme, executed by my own grandson, Chen Yijun. Is it truly you? Chen Yijun adjusted his attire, casually seated himself in a chair, seemingly indifferent to Zhu Rongyi's menacing demeanor, and nodded. Indeed, Grandpa. Chen Yangji nearly screamed in madness. Why? Why would you do this? What is your reasoning? Do you think that by doing so, you can detach Intelligent Era from Shenyang Group? Chen Yijun, without me, your company would have long since collapsed. I cannot believe you would turn against me. Have you forgotten you are of the Chen family? Chen Yijun replied, it is not that simple, Grandpa. My ambitions extend beyond the automotive industry. I seek the entirety of Dying and Shenyang Group. At this declaration, Zhu Rongyi could no longer contain his fury. Chen Yijun, you wretched brat. How dare you secretly contact Secretary Jean to undermine my automotive industry? Do you truly believe we would not dare retaliate against you? Ah, Chairman Zhu, please remain calm. Chen Yijun lifted the teacup from the table, letting out a cold chuckle. Your company is already powerless to resist. It would be better to yield to intelligent era, where the Korean automotive industry can thrive, rather than stagnate. Zhu Rongyi nearly ground his teeth in frustration, his chest heaving violently. He hastily retrieved a bottle of calming pills, poured out a few, and swallowed them. While the medication alleviated his symptoms, emotional turmoil still needed a remedy. And you, Chen Daojun, you have schemed meticulously to pit me against the two major groups, secretly investigating all my information. Did you think I was unaware? As Chen Yijun turned his head, Chen Daojun had already risen, his expression perplexed. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Allow me to elucidate. Chen Yijun stood, and before Chen Daojun could react, he delivered a resounding slap to his face. The force sent Chen Daojun sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This is the answer. Chen Yijun stepped on Chen Daojun's swollen cheek, expressionless as he poured the remaining tea over him, eliciting anguished cries from Chen Daojun. Even the two elder men were momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the Chen Yijun I know? Chen Daojun, 2 years ago, you secretly investigated Intelligent Era, covertly acquiring 5 of my company's executives and stealing a vast amount of data, resulting in losses of hundreds of billions of Korean won. Your actions were not to save Dying Group, but to instigate a conflict between the two conglomerates and me, hoping for mutual destruction, allowing your miracle company to benefit and use your funds to acquire Shenyang Group. Am I correct? I do not understand your accusations. Chen Daojun, panic-stricken, realized that only he, Wu Shixian, and Secretary Rachel were privy to this information. How could he know? Could it be Rachel is in league with you? Very astute. Chen Yijun raised his foot, stating, Rachel has been mine for many years. I am aware of your schemes, which is why I placed her by your side as my informant. Little did you know, your plans have long been known to me. You calculated every move, yet never anticipated this moment. Chen Daojun struggled to his feet, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, looking utterly disheveled, with a large shoe print emblazoned on his face. One misstep leads to total defeat. Chen Yijun, you are indeed formidable. I never imagined I would fall to your hands, but this matter will soon pass. Our struggle has only just begun. Chen Daojun dared not linger any longer, turning to leave the Dying Group conference room, leaving only the 3 of them behind. Zhu Rongyi, his expression grave, spoke in a low voice. Chen Yijun, what must you do to spare my dying automotive? The arrow has been knocked, it must be released. Chen Yijun replied, Chairman Zhu, the lifespan of your enterprise is drawing to a close. Chapter 75. Chen Yangzhe was on the verge of losing his temper. Zhu Rongyi slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming in anger, a lean camel is larger than a horse, we shall see. Are you implying that you wish to kill me? Chen Yijun replied with a cold smile. In the eyes of the financial magnates, anyone who obstructs their paths to wealth must be eliminated, regardless of their identity, even if they are a son, daughter, or spouse. Zhu Rongyi's voice resonated with power. Then Chairman Chen Yijun, just wait and see. A conglomerate fighting for survival will not make it easy for you. Dream on if you think you can acquire Dying Group's automotive industry. Then there's nothing left to discuss, Zhu Rongyi retorted without hesitation. Chen Yangzhe had intended to remain silent. He too was curious about how Dying Group would respond. A scenario in which both conglomerates suffered mutual destruction would be ideal. However, should an unexpected event occur, the Intelligent Era would ascend as the most renowned conglomerate in South Korea, monopolizing the nation's economic development. You wish to acquire Shenyang? Use your own funds. Chen Yangzhe inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger, and said calmly, indeed, casually offering 1 trillion won as compensation leads you to believe that acquiring Shenyang Group is a mere trifle. Does it? I have never underestimated Shenyang Group. It was built from your experiences as a delivery man at the Incheon rice mill, now transformed into a conglomerate with 200,000 employees. You have invested immense effort into Shenyang, but under your stewardship, will it truly become the mightiest conglomerate? Chen Yijun's gaze was profound. According to big data, Shenyang Group had reached its zenith. Yet, those who attain the summit often fall prey to pride and indulgence. Shenyang was no longer the company it once was, a source of pride. My father was ousted from the chairman position. Although you appointed my uncle as the vice chairman of Shenyang Group, it seems to be a measure to prevent Shenyang from falling into the hands of the Intelligent Era one day. Chen Yangzhe exclaimed in anger. Do you know why I took such actions? It is because I do not wish for Shenyang to become the next conglomerate to be swallowed. Had I known this would happen, I would never have allowed you to start your own company and become my adversary. Grandfather. I have made my intentions clear. Shenyang and Dying Group are mine for the taking. Zhu Rongyi clenched his fists. What arrogance from a young one. Chen Yijun, I am keen to see if you possess the strength to back your claims. Chen Yijun rose and smiled nonchalantly. Then I invite Chairman Zhu to anticipate the outcome. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Do you recall what I said? Chen Yangzhe interjected. Once you betray me, whether it be children or grandchildren, I shall show no mercy. From today onward, you will be expelled from Seoul University's law department. I can sever ties with you, just as easily as I can reclaim them. Of course, you may also transfer the construction rights of the 10,000 square meters in Seoul's new town to Shenyang. We are still family. Otherwise, the scandal regarding the mayor's bribery will escalate, and while I may not take down the intelligent era, ensuring that Chui's son-in-law resigns is well within my capabilities. Chen Yangzhe sipped his tea. This was his final opportunity for Chen Yijun. He did not wish for matters to escalate further. Heh. Chen Yijun chuckled. Grandfather, your bargaining relies on my needs. I will secure all rights to the development of Seoul's new town. Moreover, the bribery scandal involving Chui's son-in-law may not unfold as you expect. What evidence do you possess to substantiate his corruption? Mere photographs? Haha. Grandfather, you are overly naive. Do you think a few photographs can prove Chui's son-in-law's guilt? Chen Yangzhe gritted his teeth in frustration. You truly wish to be my enemy. As I have stated, the arrow is already knocked and must be released. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. After Chen Yijun departed, Zhu Rongyi turned to Chen Yangzhe, whose body trembled with rage, and mockingly remarked, You have raised a fine grandson. Under the oppression of the intelligent era, the two conglomerates sought to transform their conflict into cooperation, uniting against a common enemy. And at great financial cost, they announced the bribery incident involving the current mayor of Seoul. Though lacking the covert assistance of the Xianqing Daily, some media outlets still acquired the information. At the Transformation Center, a press conference featuring the new mayor of Seoul, Chui Changji, was about to commence, with local media clamoring for coverage, eager to obtain first-hand news. In the lounge, Chen Yijun sat with his leg crossed. Beside him was his uncle, the mayor of Seoul. Chui Changji. Yijun, this may not be as simple as it seems. The investigation has yielded results. It appears someone exploited undisclosed internal data for illegal land acquisition in the new town development area. As he spoke, Chui Changji produced a document titled Watercolor District Land Ledger, which contained numerous listings closely related to Chen Dongji. Moreover, they have discovered my unusual ties with the intelligent era. It is likely that investigations will be launched under public pressure, and I wonder if we will be implicated. Chen Yijun patted his shoulder and replied with a smile. Rest assured, I will handle the rest. Sometimes, public pressure is not simply a weapon for destruction. It can also be an ally. Chui Changji, though puzzled, chose to trust Yijun's judgment. For him, they were now bound together, and any evidence against them would ensnare them all. If the media were to uncover that Mayor Chui Changji's benefactor was none other than Chen Yangzhe's grandson, the situation would become quite intriguing. Yijun, are you suggesting? Chui Changji's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, the old man would have thought of this. Identity can often be the opportunity for our reversal, and Dang Group's reputation will plummet. Its automotive industry will fall entirely into my grasp. In due time, others will surely come to learn of this affair, most likely linking it back to Chairman Chen Yangzhe, perhaps even suggesting his orchestration. Chui Changji nodded. I understand. I will now attend the press conference. Their conversation was captured clearly by the listening device in front of them. Chen Yangzhe had initially planned to eavesdrop, intending to broadcast their dialogue at the press conference. But he did not anticipate such audacious claims from Chen Yijun. Chen Yangzhe was so enraged that his hands trembled. He could hardly place his cup on the table. Truly, the saying held, inflict harm on 100 while suffering 80 in return. What a brilliant scheme to fleece the unsuspecting. Should this information leak, whether regarding the reconstruction of Gangnam or various government-led development projects, Shenyang Group would find itself devoid of any opportunities. Chapter 76. Zhu Rongyi's anguished Chen Yangzhe clenched his fists tightly, while the director Li stood by, rendered speechless. Young Master Yijun's intellect had transcended all others. A prodigy unlike any seen throughout history. To successfully seize the era of intelligence was akin to chasing a mirage. Chen Yijun. Chairman, please remain calm, Li quickly intervened, anxious that the elder's fury might further jeopardize his health. Chen Yangzhe, in profound distress, shut his eyes and pondered for a long while before speaking. Hung Tsai. Negotiate on my behalf. Abandon the investigation into Chui's son-in-law's corruption and focus all efforts on supporting Dang Group Limited to safeguard its automotive sector. Director Li was momentarily taken aback and then inquired, Chairman, why assist Dang Motors? Wouldn't their bankruptcy be advantageous? How could you be so naive? Chen Yikji rebuked, his brow furrowing. Though Dang Group is our adversary, we now face an even more formidable foe in Chen Yijun. Should he truly take control of Dang Motors, then Shenyang Automotive would essentially fall into his grasp. Li lowered his head in silence, aware that he could not voice his support for young Master Yijun, as the chairman held little regard for him. Reluctantly, he relayed this matter to Zhu Zongyi, the vice chairman of Dang Group, who acquiesced and prepared to dedicate all resources to thwarting the intelligence era. Meanwhile, Seoul's mayor, Choi Chang-ji, commenced his address before the media. In order to eliminate real estate speculation and prevent insider trading, the Seoul New Town Development Area will designate the Suizong region, selecting the Sangyan area as its focus. A journalist posed a question. Will a list of those involved in real estate speculation be made public? Is it true that members of the societal elite are implicated? Choi Chang-ji replied, this matter has escalated rapidly. I possess a list that includes Zhu Rongyi's wife and the president of the automotive division, Lin Jingsheng, along with over 50% of the senior executives of the industrial company involved in speculation. I, Choi Chang-ji, vow here not to allow speculation-driven investors to further burden our homeless citizens. In front of the television, Chairman Zhu Rongyi rose abruptly, fury coursing through him. Bastards! These scoundrels dare to attack our automotive sector in this manner. Choi Chang-ji, father, please calm down. Zhu Rongyi's son implored. I will not rest until I see Chen Yijun destroyed. Suddenly, Zhu Rongyi felt a sweetness rising in his throat and coughed up blood, collapsing heavily into his chair. With great effort, he raised his trembling right hand and declared, Chen Yijun, I, Zhu Rongyi, will not rest until one of us is dead. The pain overwhelmed him, and darkness enveloped his vision as he fell unconscious. Father! Father! Dad! Zhu Zongyi shouted in near madness. Ambulance! Ambulance! Chairman! Sir! Zhu Rongyi was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Outside, his 5 sons anxiously awaited news. Damn Chen Yijun. If it weren't for him, Dad wouldn't be in this state. Zhu Zongyi slammed his fist against the wall. Eldest brother, let us take action. If we don't, this guy will ride roughshod over us. The second son fumed. Indeed, brother. Eliminating a mere pest should be trivial. After deep contemplation, Zhu Zongyi's eyes turned icy. Second brother, it's up to you. Spare no effort to eliminate him. Understood. Chen Yijun, if you are not dead by the end of today, I shall not consider myself a man. The news was not only a concern for Zhu Rongyi's family, but also startled the Chen family. Sun Zhenglai gasped, covering his mouth. I'm fortunate not to have engaged in speculation. Otherwise, we would be in jeopardy. Chen Rongji, too, sweated profusely. Had it not been for Yijun's warning against speculation, their names would undoubtedly have been on that list. Dang Group was finished, overnight. All high-ranking officials in its automotive division were apprehended. Had Zhu Rongyi not been in a coma, he too would likely face investigation. Officials from the Blue House were equally invested in the matter, determined to investigate thoroughly and ensure that those guilty of corruption paid a severe price. Sun Zhenglai pondered, wondering how Yijun was faring. Dear, will our son truly be all right? Chen Rongji remained silent, realizing that offending a tiger was unwise, especially with Yijun intent on dismantling Dang Group, an act that would sever their financial lifeline. My son, trouble is surely brewing. Since the vice chairmanship was snatched away by Chen Dongji, his influence had waned, leaving him with little voice. He could only engage in minor tasks at home, excluded from significant meetings. Chen Rongji understood that the elder feared he might leak information to the intelligence era, then devise a plan. Sun Zhenglai urged anxiously, as a father, if anything happens to our son, I will divorce you. Chen Rongji picked up his phone and dialed Chen Yijun's number, but it went unanswered, causing his heart to race with dread for his son's safety. No answer. Then we must search for him. As vice chairman of Shenyang Group, he needed to maintain composure. He quickly called his eldest son's number. The call connected swiftly. Hello, Dad, what's up? Came Chen Xingjuan's voice. Where are you? Chen Rongji inquired. I'm at Mingmen Club. I just heard that Chairman Zhu coughed up blood in anger and is currently undergoing emergency treatment at IU. I fear that Dang Group will not rest until they retaliate against Yijun. At this, Chen Xingjuan leaped from his chair, spilling his champagne onto the floor. Where is he? We can't reach him. I'm going to find him now. Mom and Dad, don't worry, my brother will be fine. Chen Xingjuan hurriedly hung up, and his companions, seeing his distress, asked, Brother Xingjuan, what is going on? What happened? My brother is missing. Notify everyone at Mingmen Club to commence a search. His friends exchanged glances, pondering the implications of the intelligence era's sudden wealth and his disappearance. However, from Xingjuan's expression, They sensed the gravity of the situation and promptly began mobilizing all members for an immediate search throughout Seoul. Meanwhile, Chen Yijun remained in his villa, engrossed in reviewing the system's documentation, with only one final step remaining before acquiring Dang's automotive division. Chapter 77, An Unexpected Encounter with Aunt Lee Hiren. Main quest: acquire Dang Group's automotive division and establish a personal automotive industry. Difficulty: challenging. Success reward: 2 system lottery draws. System penalty: none. Time limit: 2 months. Remaining time: 1 month. Currently, under the scrutiny of Chen Yikji, Dang Group faces imminent bankruptcy. Even with the assistance of Shenyang Group, survival is unattainable. This aligns perfectly with Chen Yijun's plan, as Dang Group's downfall is inevitable. Should Shenyang Group intervene, they would undoubtedly suffer substantial losses, which is crucial for Chen's future acquisition. Ding dong. Detection indicates the host is facing a life-threatening risk. Would you like to spend 5,000 system coins for an investigation? Life-threatening risk? Chen Yijun was taken aback. Are you suggesting that someone from Dang Group has arrived? System unknown. The host must spend system coins for exploration. Upon hearing this, Chen Yijun stroked his chin, deciding to conduct a preliminary investigation with his foresight. However, he had remained in the villa for the past hour without discovering any useful clues. Yet, the system's detection of danger indicated that someone intended to take his life. For the sake of his safety, he reluctantly spent 5,000 system coins for further investigation. 5,000 system coins deducted successfully. Remaining system coins: 25,000. Detection in progress. Please wait. Detection successful. A time bomb is installed in the garage 500 meters away, set to detonate in 1:48 minutes. The bomb's power is equivalent to 500 TNT, capable of leveling the villa development area with an estimated death toll of 1,000. The host may escape in time to avert the threat of death. Yet, what are those left behind? Chen Yijun spoke solemnly. 1,000 lives sacrificed for his own, even morally untenable, especially since this predicament stemmed from his actions. Yes, the system's detection is based on big data, providing the most accurate estimations. The host's vehicle is equipped with a GPS tracking system, rendering escape impossible. Is disassembly an option? Yes, but the host must pay 10,000 system coins for disassembly. Such an exorbitant price. Chen Yijun exclaimed, incredulous at the system's pricing. Would you like to proceed with disassembly? Yes, no? Chen Yijun fell silent. 10,000 system coins were akin to a priceless treasure, capable of procuring more resources and earning additional currency. Yet, failing to utilize the system coins could lead to 1,000 deaths. It was akin to a scenario where $1 billion lay beside 10 unrelated individuals tied up, granting him the power to decide, a battle between humanity and reason. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Chen Yijun contemplated disassembly, a sudden knock at the door startled him. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a strikingly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her 40s, with a tall stature and a visage that could rival that of a 30-year-old. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, and she emanated a faint fragrance, likely just after a shower. "And what brings you here?" It was none other than Lee Hiren, the wife of Chen Yijun and mother of Chen Daojun. Lee Hiren presented a package box with a smile. "Yijun, I brought you some food. It's a festive day, and I made some pastries for you to try." Chen Yijun furrowed his brow, somewhat taken aback. By the look of her, she seemed unaware of the recent incident involving her son. Otherwise, she would not be delivering him food. "It's cold outside. Please come in," he gestured. Lee Hiren accepted the invitation, clearly having noted his residence here but refraining from visiting due to familial ties. Seated on the sofa, Lee Hiren rubbed her pale thigh and inquired, "Yijun, have you been living here alone?" "Yes, I hadn't anticipated encountering you here," Chen Yijun replied, pouring her a cup of hot water. "Aunt, did you purchase a house here?" "Indeed," Lee Hiren admitted. "A year ago, your uncle bought me a villa here, but he has been busy with work and rarely returns." "And Chen Daojun?" "Alas," Lee Hiren sighed, "he's been quite occupied. I've heard the company has encountered difficulties, and he hasn't come home in ages." As expected, Lee Hiren remained oblivious to their current relationship. It was surprising that Chen Yijun had not returned home for an entire year. "Yijun, I came to ask you for a favor." "Go on," he prompted. Lee Hiren pressed her lips together and continued, "There's an issue with Daojun's company. I was hoping you could assist your cousin. Rest assured, I won't ask for anything unreasonable. Whatever you desire, I can provide." Chen Yijun cast a glance at Lee Hiren's chest. "Excuse me?" Lee Hiren's demeanor suddenly turned wary, pointing at him. "What are you implying?" "Please don't misunderstand," Chen Yijun clarified. I have a habit from my time in Huaxia. Seeing a Buddha statue invokes a sense of reverence. Please, think nothing of it. Oh, I see. Li Hairan touched her necklace, visibly relieved. She had misinterpreted his intentions. Yet, a slight blush adorned her cheeks. After all, her husband had been absent for a year, and her son seldom visited, leaving her feeling quite lonely. Chen Yijun offered her a tissue. Aunt, please don't be anxious. Do you enjoy sausages? I have one left in the fridge. Li Hairan shook her head. No, thank you. I just had a meal, and sausages tend to choke me. Very well. I'll make sure to offer you some next time, Chen Yijun said. Aunt, has anyone visited your backyard? No, she replied. My backyard is rather small. Even Runji hasn't been there. It's only accessible when it rains. Li Hairan smiled. However, if you're interested, I have no objections, though it's not particularly appealing. I recall there is a cellar next door. How deep is it? The cellar. Li Hairan gently caressed her lips. It's not deep at all. It's quite easy to reach, though it is rather dirty, as it hasn't been cleaned in ages. If I wish to go, I must tidy it up, she added. But it's narrow, and most people can't fit inside. Understood. I also wish to store something there, Chen Yijun said, feeling a sense of urgency. With only an hour remaining until the explosion, he turned to Li Hairan and asked, Are you not planning to return home? Chapter 78. The successful acquisition of the Dang Group recently. There were no plans to return. As you are aware, the relationship between Runji and the elder was rather strained. Even with Dao Jun's assistance, there was still no opportunity to go back. Li Hairan sighed. Yijun, you haven't mentioned whether you can help Annie? This. Chen Yijun fell into contemplation. After much thought, he replied, It's not that I do not wish to assist you, but rather that I cannot. Given the current state of the miracle company, the risk of bankruptcy stands at 80%. Should I intervene, it might salvage the company, but it would come at a considerable cost. Li Hairan bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed as she said, Yijun, although I have 2 sons. Hengjuan is focused solely on music, while Dao Jun is dedicated to entrepreneurship. He has worked hard to establish his own company, and I do not wish to see him face ruin. I know you can help him. I beg you. Chen Yijun stroked his chin, realizing that this was not the right moment for such discussions. The priority was to defuse the bomb. How about this, Andy? When I have time, I shall visit your garden, and we can discuss this matter while I stroll. Would that be agreeable? Li Hairan understood that Yijun had his own affairs to attend to, and she nodded, placing a set of keys on the table. Yijun, come to find Annie once you've made your decision. After her departure, Chen Yijun reopened the system, noticing that only 50 minutes remained. Without hesitation, he clicked the yes button, spending 10,000 system coins, leaving him with 15,000. The system is automatically disarming the bomb. Please wait. Approximately 5 minutes later, the time bomb was successfully disarmed. Furthermore, as the system recognized that the host had been framed, it transferred the bomb to a subsidiary of the Dang Group. An eye for an eye, as they say. As it was already evening, the subsidiary was deserted. With the passage of time, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout Seoul, South Korea. In an instant, a mushroom cloud soared hundreds of meters into the sky, and buildings crumbled at a visible pace under the devastating blast. Scorching flames engulfed the vicinity, shattering nearby structures in the wake of the sudden explosion. It was undoubtedly a sleepless night ahead. The 5 brothers, who were still plotting to eliminate Chen Yijun, were struck with despair upon learning of the subsidiary's destruction. The remaining 4 brothers collapsed in shock. Only the eldest, Vice Chairman Zhu Zongyi, with bloodshot eyes, muttered, It's over, it's all over. The Dang Group is finished. Inside the subsidiary lay a plethora of documents, including vital plans for routes, buildings, and vehicles, all of which were obliterated in the blast. This effectively announced the complete bankruptcy of the Dang Group's subsidiary, resulting in a significant decline in status. Although it could not be entirely eradicated, it was undoubtedly left severely weakened and unable to resist. The following morning, the media, including the Xianxing Daily, rushed to report that the Dang Group's subsidiary had been destroyed by a terrorist blast. Although no lives were lost, it sent shockwaves throughout the nation. At Shenyang Group, Chen Yangji displayed a look of astonishment upon witnessing the news of the Dang Group's subsidiary explosion. Director Li rushed in, exclaiming, Chairman, this is terrible. The Dang Group's branch has turned to ruins overnight. I see, Chen Yangji replied, unfazed, with a cold smile. It seems the Dang Group is on the brink of bankruptcy. He had awaited this day for a long time. Now, with the subsidiary's demise, he could formally declare the Dang Group bankrupt. Director Li continued, Chairman, our investigation suggests that this was an act orchestrated by the Dang Group itself. They have brought this upon themselves. Oh, Chen Yangji raised an eyebrow. intrigued that the Dane group had unwittingly inflicted this upon itself. But I do not understand why a bomb would be planted within their own subsidiary. Do they truly wish for their own demise? And what of Chairman Zhu Rongyi? Chen Yikji inquired, taking a sip from his teacup, seemingly indifferent to the fate of the Dane group, even finding a sense of amusement in it. He is still in the ICU, undergoing emergency treatment, Director Li replied with a smile. He may not awaken anytime soon, if at all. We should seize this opportunity to acquire their assets. Chen Yikji nodded. Let us acquire Dane Automotive. With the subsidiary's explosion, the Dane group will undoubtedly face disputes and debts. And I doubt Vice Chairman Zhu Zongyi will object. I understand, Chairman. I will make the arrangements immediately. Chen Yikji had never felt so invigorated. Just then, Chen Rongji and Chen Dongji entered, their faces alight with glee upon learning of the Dane Group's subsidiary's sudden obliteration. Father, our group is entering a prosperous era. Chen Dongji exclaimed with a laugh. This time, the Dane Group has truly reached its end. Indeed, you both have seen the news, correct? Chen Yikji's expression turned serious. This time, I have a task for you. Acquire all companies and assets under the Dane Group. Understood. The two brothers smiled, eagerly anticipating this long-awaited moment for Shenyang Group. However, at that moment, Director Li received an urgent phone call. Upon hearing the news, his expression shifted dramatically, and the smile faded from his face. After hanging up, Director Li approached Chen Yikji, trembling and bowing his head deeply. Chairman, there is something I must inform you. Tsai, after all these years, just speak plainly. Chen Yikji replied cheerfully. By the way, we are holding a celebration banquet tonight, inviting all the tycoons of Seoul, the Dane Group. Its automotive sector and real estate have been acquired by Intelligent Era. What? Chen Yikji's eyes widened in shock as he sprang to his feet. What did you just say? Chairman, the Dane Group's automotive sector, real estate, and steel have all been acquired by Intelligent Era. They offered double our bid, and the Dane representatives handed everything over to them. The deposit was made 30 minutes ago. Intelligent Era. Chen Yikji felt his teeth grind in frustration. He had long dreamed of becoming the strongest Chaebol in Korea, yet the outcome was that it was Chen Yijun who seized it all. With a sudden surge of anger, Chen Yikji spat blood, collapsing to the ground. Despite his strong composure, the feeling of soaring to great heights only to be pulled back down was too much for him to bear, and he fainted. Chapter 79. Preparing for overseas investment in the age of intelligence. The shareholders' meeting has resolved that the Dane Group will be wholly acquired, with the company disbursing a staggering 20 trillion Korean won for this double acquisition. This can certainly be considered a substantial income. Lin Jishuan, the vice chairman of the company, remarked with a smile, with this event, our company will become the largest limited liability group in Korea. The other shareholders nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting satisfaction. Thus, apart from Shenyang Group, there would be no rivals left in Seoul. Within a decade, it is inevitable that we will absorb Shenyang Group. By then, the Age of Intelligence will not only be the strongest group in Korea, but will also hold a significant position worldwide. Meanwhile, Piao Changji presented a document, bowing respectfully. Chairman, here is the financial report from the acquisition of Dane Group. According to previous calculations, combined with our company's electronic technology, our annual net profit will exceed 10 trillion won, possibly even more. How is our current funding situation? Chen Yijun inquired. We still have 1 trillion won in liquid assets, was the reply. Upon hearing this, Chen Yijun breathed a sigh of relief. At least the company had some liquidity. Otherwise, even if they acquired all of Dane Group's industries, it would be impossible to retain control. What about Chairman Zhu Rongyi's condition? He has emerged from life-threatening danger. However, the debt disputes arising from the explosion at Dane Group's subsidiary have reached a staggering 20 trillion won. Considering our acquisition price, Chairman Zhu may have to start from scratch. For Chen Yijun, Zhu Rongyi was merely a victim of his own making. Without the system's assistance, he would likely have turned to dust by now. Out of courtesy, he decided to arrange for someone to negotiate, intending to visit in person the following morning. Seated at the head of the table, holding a coffee cup, Chen Yijun continued, I would like to express my gratitude for everyone's support and assistance to the Age of Intelligence over the years. The shareholders stood in unison, bowing deeply towards Chen Yijun, collectively exclaiming, we are ready to face any challenges. Please, take your seats. Following the conclusion of this matter, I shall embark on an overseas trip. I entrust family matters to you. If there are uncertainties, Vice Chairman Lin Jishuan will assist you. The attendees exchanged glances, yet none dared to inquire about the chairman's destination. After the meeting, work resumed its normal pace. Chen Yijun retreated to his office and opened the system panel. Main task, Acquire Dang Group's automotive division and establish our own automotive industry. Difficulty. Difficult success reward. 2 system lottery draws system penalty. None time limit. 2 months. Main task completed. Congratulations, host, for exceeding expectations. In just 38 days, you successfully acquired Dang Automotive and all its subsidiaries. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 2 system lottery opportunities. Additionally, the system grants 3 extra draws for exceeding the task requirements. Lottery. The lucky draw commenced. Out of 6 chances, he won a total of $5 billion, equivalent to over 35 billion renminbi. This fortune could indeed drive the entire nation into a frenzy, as every 10 draws yielded a golden legend. There remained 4 opportunities to secure an exclusive skill or other rewards. Chen Yijun, however, was not overly concerned with this. His primary focus remained on generating wealth. With memories from his past life, he perceived substantial threats from future developments, particularly from foreign companies. 1997 was a year filled with golden opportunities. Side task: create Korea's top entertainment industry. Difficulty: moderate success reward. 500 billion Korean won. Congratulations, host, for successfully establishing Korea's top entertainment industry. Reward: 500 billion Korean won. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Chen Yijun couldn't suppress a smile. Rachel's efficiency was still remarkable. According to the system, Rachel had founded Korea's SM Entertainment, launching a girl group in 1997, comprised of members Choi Sung-hee, Si, Kim Eugene, and Ryu Soo-young-shu. Their names were already known to Chen Yijun and were sure to ignite dreams in the hearts of millions. Next, it was time to earn substantial commissions. The following day, at a top hospital in Seoul, in the intensive care unit, Zhu Rongyi's 5 sons knelt in anguish, embodying the saying, "A single misstep leads to total ruin." Zhu Rongyi, having just awakened, was unaware of the calamity that had befallen them. Struggling to sit up, he feebly asked, "Why are you kneeling? Get up." The eldest son, Zhu Zongyi, with a haggard visage, trembled as he uttered, "Father, our company is finished." "I am sorry. What do you mean by that?" A sense of dread washed over Zhu Rongyi as he repeatedly inquired, "What transpired during my 2 days of unconsciousness?" The second son recounted the events, revealing that the subsidiary had been destroyed by individuals he had appointed. Overnight, all company operations had ceased, and all subsidiaries had been acquired. At that moment, Zhu Rongyi felt utterly bewildered, akin to the first emoji on his phone. The empire he had painstakingly built over a lifetime was annihilated in an instant. He even questioned whether this was a nightmare, yet the searing pain in his heart confirmed its reality. You all." Zhu Rongyi pointed at his 5 sons, his chest heaving violently, as if he might perish at any moment. "Father, please calm down. We can rise again," Zhu Zongyi quickly interjected, attempting to alleviate his father's sorrow. "Rise again?" The words elicited a cold laugh from the over 70-year-old Zhu Rongyi. Having entered his twilight years, the prospect of becoming Korea's largest conglomerate once more seemed an impossible dream. Just then, a knock echoed through the hospital room. Zhu Rongyi's 5th son stood up, and upon opening the door, he froze in place, his expression turning furious. "Chen Yijun, how dare you show your face here?" Indeed, the visitor was none other than the founder of the Age of Intelligence, Chen Yijun. "What's this? Not welcome?" "Of course not. Leave this place immediately." Zhu Zongyi glared with a deathly gaze, almost wishing to eliminate Chen Yijun on the spot. However, the bedridden Zhu Rongyi commanded, "Let him in." At their father's behest, the brothers' expressions darkened. Though they harbored grievances, they allowed Chen Yijun to enter the room, eager to discern his intentions. "How is your health these days?" Chen Yijun cheerfully inquired, placing the flowers he held on the bedside. "Thanks to you, at least I am still alive." Zhu Rongyi clenched his fists, seething. "Chen Yijun, you are truly ruthless." Chapter 80. Considerate crew members. Haha. "President Zhu, you jest. I have no idea what transpired, only that it seems your company's personnel have laid waste to a subsidiary." Chen Yijun remarked with a smile. "Your company possesses such talent, it is beyond my imagination." Zhu Rongyi's smile was devoid of warmth. "Chen Yijun, you have triumphed. In merely a day, you have usurped the decades-long dominion I painstakingly built. How ruthless you are! I wielded my sword only once, yet I have sharpened it for over a decade." Taking a deep breath, Zhu Rongyi inquired, "What brings you here today? To mock me, perhaps?" "Certainly not," Chen Yijun replied, producing a bank card. "This card contains 100 million Korean won, sufficient for your future livelihood. Return home and refrain from meddling in politics." Upon seeing the bank card, Zhu Rongyi erupted in laughter, a tear escaping from the corner of his eye. He never imagined that as the founder of the esteemed Daeng Group, one of Korea's most formidable chaebols, he would find himself in such a predicament. Dad. Several sons attempted to rush forward but were halted by Zhu Rongyi, who grasped the bank card and challenged, "Are you not afraid I might use this money to stage a comeback? If President Zhu had that capability, I would not be concerned," Chen Yijun replied, fully aware that 100 million won, while substantial for an average household, would merely serve as Zhu Rongyi's startup capital, potentially restoring his former glory. However, at 75 years of age, he had little time left, and his 5 sons, even when united, could not contend with the era of intelligence. It would be wiser to take this money and live a comfortable life in the countryside, enjoying their twilight years. Zhu Rongyi steadied his trembling body and acknowledged, "President Chen, you are indeed a generous man. I have no words left. As the saying goes, one should leave a line for future encounters." Chen Yijun seldom resorted to complete annihilation. Otherwise, desperation leads to calamity for all involved. "President Zhu, focus on your health. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me." Zhu Rongyi nodded. "Very well. I shall not see you off." Once Chen Yijun departed, Zhu Zongyi could not contain his curiosity. "Dad, that fellow surely harbors ill intentions. Why not utilize the 100 million won to make a comeback? With our connections, restoration would merely be a matter of time. When that time comes, we shall repay them 100-fold. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to turn the tide. With Zhu Rongyi's connections and abundant resources, they could become the most powerful chaebol within a decade. However, after a prolonged silence, Zhu Rongyi finally spoke. "Enough. There is no opportunity left. Do you believe you possess the capability to contend with the age of intelligence?" "That," Zhu Rongyi continued, "since Chen Yijun dares to provide us with this sum, he has no intention of allowing us to rise again. He is merely 20 years old, while I am 75. What qualifications do I have to engage him in conflict?" Laboriously, Zhu Rongyi rose from his bed, instructing, "Take your families and return home." "Dad." "Home." Zhu Rongyi had grown old and lacked the time to embark on new ventures. He wished to prevent his sons from straying down the wrong path. 100 million won was sufficient for them to live comfortably in the countryside for the rest of their lives. At Seoul Airport, Chen Yijun sat in the waiting area with his suitcase. His first destination was Huaxia, as in his previous life. He was also from Huaxia and possessed a profound understanding of the nation's economic development. Returning to his homeland was his utmost desire, which explained his 6-year study abroad in Huaxia. His second girlfriend, Su Meining, thoughtfully organized his clothes and said, "Wherever you go, remember to call me. Don't make me worry." "Understood," Chen Yijun replied with a smile. "When I return, I expect you to have some local delicacies ready for me." Su Meining's endearing demeanor tugged at his heartstrings, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Pouting, she warned, "Be sure to stay safe while abroad. I'll be waiting for you at home. Rest assured, Huaxia is the safest country. Nothing will happen," Chen Yijun reassured her. Su Meining retrieved a bracelet crafted from her hair and personally placed it on Chen Yijun's wrist, saying, "This is a safety bracelet I prayed for at the temple. You must not remove it without my permission." Chen Yijun affectionately ruffled Su Meining's hair, chuckling, "Don't worry, I won't take it off without your consent." As the boarding for the flight to Huaxia commenced, Su Meining reluctantly hugged Chen Yijun, mustering her courage to tiptoe and plant a kiss on his neck, inhaling deeply. Time seemed to stretch as Su Meining's face flushed. A distinct red mark appeared on Chen Yijun's neck. Quickly, she covered the spot, blushing, and urged, "You should go now. The plane is about to take off." "Okay, goodbye," Chen Yijun said, pulling his suitcase toward the airport entrance, while Su Meining gazed longingly at him, wishing for his swift return. It was only after Chen Yijun exited the airport that she reluctantly departed. Flight G108D was on the verge of takeoff. The flight attendant attentively poured Chen Yijun a cup of coffee and knelt to offer her service, saying, "Mr. Chen, as a platinum member of our airline, please feel free to request anything you need." "There's no need for such formality," he replied. "Mr. Chen, please don't be modest. Would you like me to hang your coat for you?" she inquired. "No, thank you. Mr. Chen, we will serve meals after takeoff. Since this is an international flight and the duration is longer, we will provide you with lunch. Is there anything specific you would like?" "Yes. Something a bit on the salty side." The flight attendant nodded, "Noted, Mr. Chen. We also have disposable slippers. Would you like me to assist you with those?" "That's not necessary." As the president of an intelligent era corporation, Chen Yijun frequently traversed various international flights, thus achieving platinum member status and enjoying all associated privileges. The chief flight attendant approached, kneeling down. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am the chief attendant for flight G108D. You can call me Lu. We are expected to land around 7:30. Given the lengthy flight, I recommend you stay hydrated. Please bring me a bottle of mineral water. Certainly, Mr. Chen. I will arrange that immediately. Please hold on. Before long, the chief attendant returned with 2 bottles of water, kneeling before Chen Yijun once more, smiling as she said, "Here you go, sir. 1 bottle contains hot water, and the other cold." It must be said that the service on flight G108D was exemplary, especially for members. As one of the few platinum members in Korea, they certainly spared no effort to ensure Chen Yijun's satisfaction. Authors note the day of publication has arrived, marking a moment of trepidation for us aspiring authors. I am uncertain how subscriptions will fare. This book will be continuously updated without interruption or unforeseen issues. The launch will take place promptly at 12:05 a.m. Today's 2 chapters have been postponed until the evening, not considered an additional update. I humbly request your support through subscriptions. Before the launch, I will provide an explosive update exceeding 10,000 words. The update schedule remains regular. Should there be any changes, it would merely be due to joyous circumstances. If performance is favorable, I may continue to provide substantial updates for over a month, potentially reaching 10,000 words per day, equating to 5 chapters based on a 2,000 word count. Typically, 5 chapters do not constitute a large volume. However, it could significantly affect average subscriptions. The situation will depend on the plot's progression, and perhaps chapters will be combined into 2 or 3. The update times are 9:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. Additional update conditions: 1 additional chapter for every 10,000 rewards, and so forth. Of course, I hold no particular expectations, as the subscription count will be calculated from the launch. Once the initial 500 subscriptions are reached, I will add 1 extra chapter, continuing in this manner, aiming for increments of 100 subscriptions. 10 monthly votes will also yield 1 additional chapter, excluding the 6 daily votes. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to my esteemed readers for their ongoing support and encouragement. I am particularly thankful to those who have been with me from the beginning. Today, I came across a humorous expression shared by a friend, depicting a plea for subscriptions and support. One might whimsically envision the author humbly beseeching for your patronage. Allow me to reiterate. This narrative features multiple heroines and a harem theme. The selection of characters will be limited to a few, so let us take our time and not rush. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to secure the desired outcomes. Chapter 81. The first encounter with teacher Mom Mr. Chen. Given the duration of the journey, we have prepared the latest newspapers for you. The chief attendant thoughtfully handed over several papers, all featuring recent news with high viewership ratings. Mr. Chen, should you require anything, please feel free to contact our crew. We wish you a pleasant journey. After several hours of travel, the plane landed smoothly, and Chen Yijun arrived at his destination, Hangzhou Airport in China. The chief attendant and others, including Mr. Xie and Mr. Tang, looked on in astonishment at Zhu Yongsong's actions. After receiving the decree, Su Ruanmei was the only one from the harem to come forward to offer congratulations, while other concubines, though not present, sent gifts. The queen had even dispatched her confidant, Aunt Yuan, to convey her well wishes. The essence of Jin Yuan continuously surged through Chun Chen's body, the intense pain causing his complexion to pale slightly. Yaya was exceedingly joyful, running about to play without needing to be held by Lamangxi and Li Zimo. Li Zimo closely followed her, fearful of any mishap. In a fleeting moment, a carrier pigeon flapped its wings and flew towards the concealed villa of Ji Yuni in Bianliang City. Meanwhile, Li Zimo had already risen, dressed in his work attire, expertly tying his tie. As the time approached for kindergarten dismissal, Yu Xiaodian called his mother to look after Shuexiyu while he drove to pick up Pampin from school. I hastily waved my hand to interrupt her, declaring that I was no princess, merely Xiang, and I had forgotten. As I spoke further, my voice inevitably softened. Not due to a lack of opportunity to remember, but because I had given up, preferring to regain my eyesight. Was this, for him, a form of betrayal? Gu Xianin and Melina were yet to comprehend the situation, but the lead figure, Wen Ping, suddenly halted, causing Melina, who had been instinctively advancing, to bump into him. Historical records from the previous 7 epochs indicated that the celestial realm had existed since time immemorial. For humans to ascend to immortality, they need not endure tribulations, but would ascend automatically. However, following the calamity of the 8th epoch, all cultivators, regardless of their lineage, were required to traverse heavenly tribulations to ascend. The rather rotund individual exclaimed as he grasped a crowbar, energetically hammering away at the glazed tiles. creating a progressively larger hole that eventually reached nearly a meter in diameter. The bewildered old hag, entirely out of the loop, could hardly fathom how Chiu'er had dashed outside. Lin Yiming was known for holding grudges. As soon as Fang Qiming and Luo Zheng made their bids, he would immediately raise his hand to counter. Typically, even if he harbored thoughts about Zhao Yuefang, he would not display them outwardly. Upon learning from Tan Xiang that Yun Xian had chosen to go to the Qilin ancient tower, Liang Bo was exceedingly pleased. Having had an early breakfast before heading out to wait, "This condition is unacceptable. Please propose another," Situ Xian asserted, not being foolish enough to misjudge the gravity of the situation. After all, this individual was deeply entrenched in the halls of power, with rumors suggesting he might ascend to the highest position in the next term. Indeed, when Tommy departed, the spirits of everyone in the room were immediately ignited, illustrating how vividly Tommy had embodied his role as a mere nuisance. The gesture I offered the old man was twofold. It was an expression of respect and a means to gauge his reaction. If he understood the significance of my gesture, it would indicate that he was indeed a veteran in the tomb raiding circle, a peer of ours, or had once been in our company. It seemed necessary for Lin Yiming to inquire about the identity of the owner of the blood-jade vermilion bird with the old man in the martial arts community. If Ling Chun introduced himself, it would not be surprising for everyone to recognize him. However, in the entirety of the cabin, there was not a single martial artist. And yet you all knew the name Ling Chen? Regardless, at that moment, the mouse felt a bit drowsy. Although it had not yet eaten, it could not resist the urge to sleep, curling up and dozing off in its nest. Chapter 82. Successful contract signing. Manager Wang's implication was quite evident. It seemed excessive for a newly established company to present 5 million as initial investment. Chen Yijun replied calmly, stating that before he founded Intelligent Era, he was much like Master Ma. However, who could predict that today as obscure individuals might achieve great renown in the future? If one day Master Ma truly became legendary, would you not reflect on today as decisions with regret? Tian Dan was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that Lord Chang'an would wait until they arrived in Handan before sending someone to propose, yet he chose such a peculiar time and place. In the later stages of the extraordinary period, there lies a crucial challenge on the path of cultivation, a transformative leap wherein one's body undergoes a significant metamorphosis, akin to a rebirth. Ning Fuchan was utterly perplexed, witnessing the golden light enveloping the soul entity, gradually merging until the shadow dissipated into nothingness. Moreover, this young master was not merely a name without substance. Lord Chang'an was the beloved youngest son of the regent of Zhao, having received a title early on, along with numerous treasures and lands, ensuring a steady flow of wealth. Outside, the commotion had escalated significantly, and if not resolved promptly, it could lead to real conflict. Should injuries occur, it would be regrettable. Otherwise, the mere presence of 7 or 8 two-legged flying dragons could easily deplete the ranks and plunge them into a fierce struggle. There was no need for excessive concern about subsequent matters. Simply spending time with the children and teaching them would suffice. A few onlookers could no longer suppress their laughter. Few dared to laugh openly, while most chuckled discreetly. "I won't falter. I will certainly strive diligently," the fairy Ling Xiao said, somewhat bashfully. In Zhao Zhongyang's live streaming room, the atmosphere became lively as viewers reacted fervently to the unfolding events, bombarding the chat with messages. Due to their proximity, she could distinctly feel the vibrations of his chest, so palpable and striking. His elegant fingers contorted her lips into an octopus-like shape, and with a disdainful gaze, he uttered 2 cold words. Her return indeed surprised him. Yet it raised numerous questions. For instance, she inexplicably blushed in his presence, an occurrence previously unimaginable unless she had committed a faux pas. Otherwise, Lan Xing'er's cheeks would not easily flush. "Thank you, senior brother," Xian, who held the bowl, her expression somewhat stiff, awkwardly expressing her gratitude. In response to Lord Chui, the subordinate stated that he had apprehended an offender, not a eunuch, with Chao Xian wearing a broad smile. Before long, the helicopter successfully landed, the rotor blades gradually coming to a halt. The cabin door opened, revealing a nearly 2-meter-tall African man, who descended while wielding a Gatling gun. He spotted a rope suspended with countless droplets of rain. Chun Hu immediately recognized it as a thin line detached from the parachute. Chongzhen smiled. "Today we celebrate, and all who come shall be rewarded." The crowd rejoiced, kneeling in gratitude, as Wang Qingyan hurriedly presented golden beans and distributed silver leaves among them. At that moment, Chun Hu had already secured a nearly half-meter diameter stainless steel pot to his back with several vines, giving him the appearance of a tortoise clad in armor. Yet, just after taking a few steps, the branches of the willow tree began to tremble, producing a rustling sound. As Chen Hu sensed impending danger, he saw dozens of vibrant green willow branches striking towards him like lightning. Chapter 83. The first encounter with programmer Ma. Chen Yijun gazed through the glass at the distant airport, resigned to the necessity of sitting on a chair, waiting for the rain to gradually subside before making further plans. He was not alone in this predicament, for individuals were ensnared in the same circumstance, 2 men and 2 women, none of whom anticipated the sudden downpour. A man beside him, clad in a suit and sporting glasses, caught Chen Yijun's attention. He seemed oddly familiar. Chen Yijun could not quite place him, so he inquired, "Are we?" The number of red dots, Jiang Fan estimated with a cursory glance, is likely over 1,000. With such a vast quantity of raw materials, devouring them here would leave a considerable amount of waste to manage, which is indeed a troublesome affair. Following Chun Feng's annihilation of the Starry Sky Warden, he had gifted the Warden's corporeal form and celestial essence to the Void Marauder, subsequently assisting the Marauder in vanquishing the gluttonous demon from the devouring dimension. Old Wang scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall from where. "All right, next," he announced, "for 399. With a clang, the door swung open, and an elder stepped in against the wind, handcuffed just like Lin Yu. The moment Xiao Fei and Ai Shiva's images appeared in the live stream, countless viewers showered him with gifts, rockets, and airplanes filled the screen, while fishballs and shark fins poured in by the hundreds. "I shall not allow you to incur losses, after all. This is your domain," Xiao Qianro stated coldly. "However, for every bit he dismantles today, I shall compensate accordingly." With that, she turned and departed. Moments later, the two found themselves outside the equine medical room, where a plastic round table and 4 plastic stools were positioned nearby, and they sat down to converse. Whoosh! Just as Du Yuan, Shenyueyu, and Bing Yu stepped into Longyin Town, a flash of cold light shot forth from the remnants of a dilapidated structure. Most individuals prefer to sell only martial arts manuals without sharing insights, for no one wishes to see others grow too powerful and pose a threat to themselves. The chaotic celestial energy is a force even mightier than the Qian Gang celestial energy. After the creation of the world, the chaotic aura was initially incompatible with existence, leading to the downfall of many deities born during the primordial chaos. We must investigate the clues. It is imperative to uncover who is behind this. Yang Hua remarked before them. Donghai City stands as the largest metropolis in Huaxia, the nation's principal economic hub and trading port, the most comprehensive industrial city, and a vital center for technology, trade, finance, and information throughout Huaxia. Suddenly, Tua Luo erupted into maniacal laughter, blood seeping from his mouth with each guffaw. Zhou Yi's admiration for Gao Wei stemmed not solely from his gaming prowess, but also from the fact that despite his gaming and online escapades, he consistently excelled academically, making entrance into a prestigious university a mere formality for him this time around. Enough is enough. Thank you all. Heaven transmitted its will through the life essence connecting to those who infused him with vitality. It is Changgu, not Changji. Chang Ning corrected with a smile, while seated in Director Yu's office chair. Fenger, do you truly wish to? The Jade Emperor was overjoyed, for the elusive figure had indeed chosen to remain for his sake. To the left of the entrance stood a bamboo pole from which several tattered garments hung, while a few dragonflies perched upon them, quietly observing the autumn afternoon's beauty. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiwei exhaled in relief, stepping out to find Chang Ning's office. Upon peeking in, he discovered the fellow lounging with his feet propped on the desk, sound asleep in his chair. What is the current situation? Xinger felt an emptiness within, struggling to find her words. Nevertheless, Diablo's sacrifice was not in vain, for with the collapse of the light beam, the lightning striking Luo Bei's head dissipated almost simultaneously. After ensuring Leo was comfortably fed, the training commenced in earnest, starting with the dragon breath body refinement, exhausting Leo to the brink of fatigue. After a brief respite and some medicinal sustenance, he transformed into flames, merging within to undergo another phase of dragon demon chi refinement, continually absorbing medicinal essence to enhance List's dragon fighting spirit. Chapter 84. Ma Huateng remarked, President Chun, as you can see, this is a fleeting vision from a conversation I had with my classmates, and I utilized my resources to program it. Currently, it remains unnamed. After observing for quite some time, Chen Yijun realized that this was indeed identical to a software he had used in his past life. It appeared that Teacher Ma was on the precipice of his first step, with only a few months left until 1998. It implied that this software would soon be successfully launched. Meanwhile, in the gaze of Sun Wukong, which was filled with concern and affection, The six-eared macaque suddenly felt a sense of belonging. Just as he was about to speak, the phone rang, and upon seeing the number, his good mood vanished instantly, replaced by worries and troubles. After hearing this, Chen Yikji seemed to feel that everything was within his grasp and spoke directly. Witnessing Ma's temper flare, everyone hurried to persuade and restrain him. Zhang Zishi wrapped his arms around Ma to prevent his explosive anger from reaching Chen Yikji. However, the moment those words were uttered, Cici, perhaps recalling the frightening experience from earlier, felt tears welling in her eyes. Chen Yijun found it ironic that these individuals did not envy the top achievers, but instead chose to attack someone like her, who was merely mediocre. Ultimately, everyone was accustomed to high achievers always standing out and were unwilling to witness their peers rise against the odds. The phone buzzed incessantly with incoming calls, and Yuan Zhe, feeling annoyed, switched it off. Ku Xner stood up, scanned the surroundings, and approached an elderly cultivator dressed in vibrant colors with Baijio. Inside the portal of shrinking earth, as the vortex vanished, Chu Fan found himself enveloped in darkness, with only a faint light ahead amidst the vast blackness. Perhaps because of their close relationship with Lung Xiaoyu, they had developed a habitual way of thinking. Naturally, those queuing were merely ordinary guests, as distinguished patrons had already been attended to. No host would make their esteemed guests wait in line, which would surely be a sign of folly. Regardless, she would never disclose that this trial was to vent her own pent-up grievances. As dawn broke, soft red clouds timidly peeked through. Yet they could not withstand the chilling force of the cold, failing to impart warmth to the people. In reality, during the recent acid rain, those fortunate enough to evade disaster had taken refuge in a pile of shells, inadvertently seizing their precious weapons in the process. Hence, their armaments remained largely intact. Samuel's student side, their 8th-tier student had already lost. Yet, that student displayed no signs of despondency. Instead, he wore a smile, realizing that gaining insight during battle and enhancing his strength was what truly mattered. A report came in from 5 miles ahead, indicating the presence of a cavalry unit, among which was a 1,000-man troop, all clad in the attire of wolf cavalry. The sentinel spoke. Upon hearing the report, Lung Weihong was taken aback. The fish was excessively large, over 10 meters long and weighing several thousand pounds, truly a behemoth of its kind. As he spoke, Yi Hao conjured a light yellow stone tablet out of thin air, which was the item drawn from the lottery. Among the hundreds of young talents present, aside from the 5 undergoing assessment, the auras surrounding the other talents had vanished. This contrast made Yi Hao and the others appear even more remarkable. After learning that the venue for the Southern Domain Genius Exchange would be at Yuhua Pavilion, Yi Hao decided to stay at the inn directly opposite. It wasn't that he didn't wish to reside at Yuhua Pavilion. Rather, it had been fully booked by the Biluo Lu family long ago. The succubus silently observed their actions without making any moves to pursue. Behind her, Yi Hao understood the succubus's intentions as clearly as a mirror reflects the truth. Chapter 85. The fisherman prophet's Chen Yijun did not exhibit any tone of mockery. Rather, he was intrigued by the old gentleman's intentions. In a few days, I'll be returning home. Grandfather must prepare a splendid feast for you, he chuckled. Chen Yangzhe smiled and remarked, as the old new year approaches, I plan to have the family gather for a meal and some heartwarming conversations. What do you think, Yijun? Dining? Chen Yijun expressed doubt, wondering if this was indeed the same fierce grandfather. Qiangxi felt a painful ache in her chest, struggling to breathe as an overwhelming wave of uncontrollable sorrow enveloped her, ultimately causing her to faint. This is the reward for this mission, a heartstream pill, a token of my appreciation for the child. I handed the box directly to Wu Xiao, not waiting for her response before retreating to my own chamber. Do not feign ignorance. Let us converse. I am yet unfamiliar with you. The moment you utter a falsehood, your demeanor betrays you. Additionally, do not fret. Can you seek me out? Lu Yu mentioned that Lu Xian seemed slightly flushed. Lu Yu appeared to have approached Lu Xian of his own volition, though this brother seemed somewhat inept. Yin Lin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of guilt. Despite not being the ones to harm their son, she had nonetheless acted without hesitation to inflict injury. The inexplicable inquiry left Kai Hao perplexed. He pondered carefully, unable to grasp why Elder Mu Ling posed such a question. Since I have been granted a second chance at life, the days in the volcanic underworld are no longer unbearable. 800 years, after all, have passed. Shui Gao gazed at Kai Hao in astonishment, who kept his eyes shut, clearly indifferent to the matter. Very well, I shall visit the elderly this weekend. Lu Xian reflected, seemingly acknowledging this as a truth. Qian Xian's expression finally softened. The great fox, due to its unique and anomalous nature, could only articulate human speech upon reaching the pinnacle of the earthly realm, unlike other beasts. Indeed, the 5 of us shall return alive, Suha declared firmly, locking eyes with Yu. Having witnessed the earlier scene, she had not given it much thought, acting almost instinctively to protect her master. In the 55th minute, Lennon delivered a cross, and Modric set up Bent, who shot over the goal facing the goalkeeper. Thus, on the journey back to the spirit mine, I devised dozens of spiritual techniques, inscribing them onto spirit jade. The match on the field grew intense once more. In the 76th minute, Ashley Young's low shot from 25 meters was seized by Neuer. Shortly thereafter, Touré's attempt in the penalty area was valiantly blocked by Raphael, followed by Carrick thwarting Touré's subsequent strike. At that moment, despite his severe injuries and nearly depleted energy rendering him harmless, Lin Fei cast a lingering glance in his direction. As the second half commenced, the dynamics of the game maintained the first half's momentum. Como employed splendid offensive coordination to besiege Birmingham, who could only threaten Como's goal through a few counterattack opportunities. Meanwhile, Yi Daeron's feet stirred a fragrant flurry, akin to unleashing a tide of blossoms. Wang Jume scoffed, her right hand tracing circles in the air as the red sun ascended repeatedly into the sky. Zhu's shouting wore a troubled expression. Sharing a bed was already quite scandalous. Must he also hold her? Spending the night together like this might jeopardize their innocence. However, their mastery over factors beyond human control allowed their transgressions to escalate without limit. This habit enabled her to detect the enemy's traces and traps in advance, ingrained deep within her being. It matters not. Let us rent a villa for now, and invite Suyu to stay with us. Once I have earned enough, I shall purchase a villa. When I attain a stable income and savings, we shall marry, truly. In reality, shall we? Lin Shay gazed earnestly at Zhou Xiao, who was touched by his sincerity and shyly nodded in agreement. Chapter 86. Return to the homeland after more than 10 days of deliberation. A significant portion of the domestic market has been invested in the era of intelligence. Although many remain perplexed by this decision, Chen Yijun refrained from providing a direct answer. In the coming 20 years, these individuals are poised to become a new class of magnates in this world. Once the issues were resolved, Chen Yijun boarded a flight back to Seoul, South Korea. He had initially intended to travel to Japan in search of promising investment opportunities, but with the impending arrival of the Lunar New Year, he regrettably had to forego this journey. His mentor hesitated, noting that recent visits to that region had been sparse. Despite its designation as a forest park, the season was not conducive to travel. The server shook his head, dismissing the matter from his thoughts. After all, it was not his concern. Such matters felt distant from his reality. Feel free to speak your mind. Is it merely a desire for a few hearty dishes? Zhao Zilong chuckled lightly, prompting Jin Yingying to make the necessary arrangements. Oh no, Chun Fei silently lamented, quickly altering his approach as he crossed his legs to exert force, attempting to break free from Qin Huaidao's grasp. By the way, Wang Tian, in about half a month, His Majesty is set to host a banquet at my estate. Kindly urge the craftsmen to expedite their work. Waves of energy cascaded around Yun Hao, his body being swept by the power of the departed, his long robe billowing in response. Allow me to clarify the earlier situation. In truth, death in the underground realm does not necessarily signify an end. Witnessing the blatant disrespect shown by these individuals towards her friend, Zhang Yi's expression darkened. She yearned to voice her thoughts, but Zhao Zilong's glance silenced her. Yang Jing possessed formidable vision, yet she still could not discern the stalks clearly. Even with her vital energy enhanced, she could only glean a vague outline. Unable to lock onto a target, how could she proceed with her aim? From the memories she had unlocked, all she recalled was being pierced by a long sword wielded by a formidable demon, yet she refused to succumb to fate. In the end, she sealed her soul within a furnace, becoming the spirit of the green cold furnace. I admonished myself not to take advantage of others' vulnerabilities. Even if a relationship were to develop, it must be under her consent. What would it make me if I acted otherwise? Though men may indulge in carnal desires in an instant, the aura of the divine emperor rose, as he unshackled the restrictions of his ninjutsu, standing as a deity in that moment. Mother, please calm your anger. We must also hear what my elder brother has to say, and Lu swiftly soothed the Empress Dowager, a smirk dancing at the corners of his lips. The others nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Tonight, Huang Lai and Chong Hu would take their turn. Tomorrow would feature Hu Fan and Chong Bao, followed by Hu Daier and Chong Jingjing, and so forth. While they reveled in their joy, a tinge of worry lingered. For Yi Lingfeng was standing up for them. Those with formidable strength could soar into the skies, yet even they would likely be struck down by the incoming water dragon. their fates uncertain. Jin Tianxiao trembled as he spoke, acutely aware that should this elder disciple truly decide to act, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single exchange. At that moment, Brother Leopard discarded his cigar and charged forward to engage Zheng Jiran in combat, who swiftly retreated, nearly losing her balance. Gazing into his deeply enigmatic eyes, Fu Lingya felt as though she had begun to comprehend the depths of his anger. In the true Divine Hall, the Grand Palace Master Song Baihu and the Second Palace Master Zhang Xuanwu were conversing with the hall's leader when suddenly, the Grand Palace Master's expression shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, Chongping and others found themselves ensnared by the immortal binding rope, almost choking on their own breath, harboring profound trepidation towards Chu Zhao's terrifying abilities. The capacity to condense energy into steel was a hallmark of the cultivation realm, and yet Chu Zhao had manifested such prowess, indicating one possible truth: he had attained an understanding of the Tao. Chapter 87. The old standard. In this era of intelligence, the higher-ups rejoiced, for it was the first time they had received news of a 15-day paid holiday. Koreans place great importance on returning home to visit family before the Lunar New Year. Each year, a grand spectacle unfolds as millions embark on their journeys home before New Year's Eve. The once bustling streets of Seoul suddenly fall into a serene quiet. Restaurants that are typically filled to capacity display signs of temporary closure, while others announce their reopening. As she spoke, saliva splattered into the basin, and the sight of her tear-streaked face, adorned with rouge, turned the stomachs of those around her, leaving them with little appetite and unwilling to compete for her attention. Qian Rinxiu sensed a probing mental force, as if she stood before the man, utterly exposed, devoid of any secrets. Her attire felt indistinguishable from nudity. Ling Qianyi, observing their expressions, recognized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Her birthmark, once her most prominent feature, had always been concealed during her school days. He had already discerned the identity of their visitor, none other than the renowned Level 8 agent Phil Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. At that moment, no one noticed a faint white light suddenly emanating from Thunder Mountain. Thus, after painstakingly amassing some influence, his first course of action was to dispatch his shadow guards to obliterate all remnants of his past in the village where he once lived. You can never awaken someone who pretends to be asleep, nor one who is inebriated. Although the murderous aura emanating from the jinn exuded a chilling fear. The gang of bikers before him had all indulged in drink, emboldened by their intoxication, which only made them more brazen. Lon managed a forced smile. Before him stood merely 3 boys in their early teens, their gazes exceptionally pure, bearing no resemblance to those who would commit wicked deeds, thus altering Lan's perception of the Shirshing sect somewhat. It could not be deemed a complete success. At best, it achieved half the intended effect. Shirhao murmured in regret, noting the considerable difference when substituting with other herbs. From the Copper Armor Fairy to the Silver Spirit Fairy, then to the Golden Yuan Fairy, and finally to the Jade Fairy. How great was the disparity between building the Heavenly Ladder and the Jade Fairy. Within the confines of the Kang Manor, Yunha sat by the lakeside pavilion, a cup of hot wine in hand, the chill in the air palpable. It seemed Yunha relished winter, as this coolness served as a constant reminder to himself. Subsequently, Song Lu rose and, accompanied by Song Sherdao, made his way to the knife-grinding hall to bid farewell to Song Quebec. As Song Sherdao reached the door, Song Ke gazed at him for a long while, noticing the significant transformation in his temperament and the apparent increase in his strength. Once, Sephiroth had utilized Groudon against Kamajir within the Fangyuan Alliance, thus making it widely known that he possessed this ground-type Pokemon, which could be said to be countered by Konak. You are concerned for me solely because of him. Yet is he not one of your Uchiha clan? Terumi Mei inquired, somewhat puzzled. The competition continued, with Wei Feng, Zui Yunfei, and Xiao Bai subsequently taking the stage, all 3 possessing mid-tier celestial strength, easily advancing through the first round until the Earth round commenced. Aside from an initial awkwardness, Mai Yi and Shinli had returned to normalcy, at least on the surface. Destroying reality? Altair exclaimed in surprise. Such a feat could yield the Holy Grail. No, according to Mo's implication, the power of the Holy Grail is merely ancillary. While fantasy refers to the created beings, he has long possessed the power to achieve this. Why wait until now? Zhu Wushun glanced at the note, snorted coldly, and his mood immediately soured. Then, Wu Nan and Wu Xinyan turned off the television, sequentially entered the bathroom to brush their teeth and wash their faces, before returning to their respective rooms to prepare for rest. The Lord of the Yellow Clouds suffered severe injuries, similarly flung back, hastily summoning the Dark Scepter from the rift in time and space. Chapter 88. Chen Daojuan's schemes. This was. Chen Yangji suddenly rose to his feet, his heart yearning for a car, not just any car, but a cutting-edge sports car born of the intelligent era, as these vehicles had yet to genuinely enter the market. Even the Shenyang Group could not procure them immediately and would have to wait for their release to seize a few. These are the latest models from our company, and I have already arranged for them to be delivered to my underground garage. The ground was hot enough to cook an egg, and the robust Kaya people were suffering from burns, unable to endure much longer. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shi suspected that the tea she had just sipped contained something dubious, yet she remained unperturbed, for Lu Hong had indeed mentioned something she possessed. The Eastern Sacred Dragon burst through the barriers, confident he could overtake his adversary, equipped with superior footwear of the 4th grade and a strategic edge, while his opponent's troops included the sluggish stone golem. Utriad, upon hearing Baozi's words, was taken aback. He had distinctly witnessed Xiushuan being consumed by a spatial rift, believing there was no chance of survival. Yet today, Baozi claimed Xiushuan lived. Originally, after the battle at the Heavenly Emperor's mausoleum, Li Chun intended to meet with Lord Yun of the Demon Sect, hoping to exploit the sect's resources. However, following the eruption of the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, he found himself drained of strength. The echoes of the rebels' cheers spread like a plague across the battlefield, resonating through the blood-soaked plains, reaching the main camp. Then to the rebels' formations surrounding Luoyang, where they erupted in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the universe. Tang Yao undoubtedly heard this commotion. The volume was such that feigning ignorance was impossible, yet the warmth in his arms made him reluctant to part with it. On the 3rd day, a response finally emerged. 2 horse-drawn carts departed the village, laden with an abundance of animal pelts, and notably, the village chief accompanied the convoy. This capability was unfathomable, for at present, Chu Nin could not even manage to speak underwater. Feverish, Liao Qinshin was not adept at utilizing the functions of the smart wristband he received, treating it merely as a fitness tracker, but the alarming signal could not be dismissed lightly. Ma Long and Gu Liang simultaneously turned to look at Xiong Long, who gazed at Luoyang with a bewildered expression, oblivious to their scrutiny. Suo Yu could effortlessly alter his form in the air, and Gu Liang's axe ultimately swung wide. Yet, at that time, he was merely a front desk clerk. When the young master of the Wei family caused trouble, he personally attended to the matter, witnessing Lin Han, unmoved, assist Du Yunyang in dispatching the innate strongman Wei Chonghui, an act that left him in profound admiration. Young master, thank you. Shui Shu, shaken by the recent events, struggled to maintain her footing. Beneath the azure sky, the sun hung high, and the encircling fields wove a basket-like structure, gathering upon the earth like a steamer. On the towering pine wave ridge, the trees soared yet could not obscure the looming atmosphere of menace. Under the blazing light, a hint of crimson rose. The 5 forms of fire embodied the essence of pure yang, while the scent of decay lingered in the shadowy depths of the Valley of the Dead, where fire was most feared. Gu Julie felt a twinge of embarrassment when Rushi jested earlier, finding it difficult to face Ji Ruqing. Liao Qinshan wandered aimlessly, surrounded by identical scenery, as if strolling through a sea of stars. The demonic symbols emanating from all directions heightened the tension among the spectators, even prompting Cui Yonghao to fear Zhang Yuni might withstand the onslaught of the demonic marks, compelling him to unleash his ultimate skill. Surina hurriedly made her way to the battlefield's outskirts, only to be met with a scene of chaos. Even when he had coughed up blood and collapsed, pleading for him not to leave, he felt no inclination to turn back, for he believed she had deceived him and exploited his respect for her. Speaking of unspeakable matters. Chapter 89. Chen Daojuan's frustration. What does this mean? It's meaningless. I merely wish to remind you that attempting the impossible will surely lead to failure. Chen Yijun rose, straightened his attire, and stood with his hands clasped behind him, then turned to gaze out the glass at the elderly trio. Observing Chen Yangji's beaming countenance, he realized that his plan had already achieved half of its goal. Daojun, was it not you who suggested that the old man call me back? Chen Daojun frowned. Li Hongji pondered. Could it be that everyone has seen the exposed information, thus arousing their suspicions about me? These old officials, despite their evident doubts, pretended as if they were oblivious to everything. It is indeed a challenge for these individuals. Is it not right here? How have you suddenly become a fool? Zhuang's tone grew increasingly irritable. Hong Chengqiu bellowed, capture these individuals. Over 100 officials surged forth, soon bringing the 5 or 6 beggars before him. The elderly man, leaning on his cane, cast a cursory glance at Xiang Ke, then slowly turned and ambled away, while Xiang Ke noticed a modest 2-room tile-roofed house atop the hill. This spiraling energy was unlike any before, as it emanated from the primal force, significantly more potent than the mere spirals formed from life energy. Before him, a dense thicket of plants suddenly stood upright, their long roots and vibrant leaves multiplying geometrically in an instant, swaying in the wind. It must be a treasured artifact. Gu Yan compared this blade with his silver moon, finding it only slightly inferior, clearly indicating that this sword belonged to the upper echelon of treasures. Our scar-faced brother, Su Rui, astutely deduced that if there were any place in the Emperor Qin's tomb that was safest, it would undoubtedly be by Xiang Kei's side. Yet Jiang Qizai was no ordinary individual. His heart skipped a beat involuntarily, but his expression remained as still as a placid lake. As Xiang Kei traveled from Xinyang to Shiyin and Hubei, individuals from Maoshan, Longhushan, and the Tianshi sect began to arrive in succession, with Kunlun's Yuxuzi leading people from Baidi City and Taisu Palace. Chen Tu took a step forward, his face twitching with emotion. He attempted to embrace me, but I hastily retreated, my hand resting on the cold hotel counter, pained by the strap of my bag. I couldn't be bothered with this young master from 2,000 years ago, thinking to buy him pajamas while also treating myself to breakfast, and thus began to prepare for my departure. Through the crack in the door, the illumination within was clearly visible. However, the earlier phone call had confirmed that on this floor, besides Li Jiming and Kai Feng, there was not a single attendant present. Who could possibly be inside? Even if someone entered the room, without a room card, how could they have accessed the power supply? Though hastily conceived, this activity plan, crafted by Yi Cheng's analytical mind, effectively encompassed the personalities exhibited by all the saviors during their initial meeting. Kai Feng gently tugged at Li Jiming, subtly signaling him to temper his tone. However, Li Jiming fixed his gaze upon Kai Feng until she sighed and turned her head away, knowing his stubbornness had resurfaced. F2A wore a pained expression, instinctively pulling down the hat of the Star Eater to shield her eyes. Perhaps some of the words he had repeatedly shared with me, which I had dismissed, contained a kernel of truth. After a brief pause, Mu Wanga reached for the gift box, observing the princess gown partially submerged in murky water and half within the box. "Master, I can manage on my own," she said somewhat bashfully, accepting the handkerchief I offered to wipe away the grime. Seeing the atmosphere shift awkwardly, Lei Dong realized that Count Johnson seemed rather displeased, prompting him to hastily interject on Rex's behalf. Chapter 90. Shen Runji's misfortune. Director Zheng nodded, somewhat sentimentally remarking on the frailty that accompanies aging. Director Li cast a glance at Chen Yangji, and upon noticing the president's impassive demeanor, he felt a wave of relief. There were moments when one should refrain from mentioning age in the presence of the president. He then said, "Haha, Director Zheng, you exaggerate. Let us commence." "Very well. Please follow me." Director Zheng led the two into a serene lounge. "How should I care for you now? I have never owned a pet before." "You must at least enlighten me on how to tend to you," I inquired. Kane, choosing to sit cross-legged on the floor, resembled the elders who safeguarded this place. Liao had intended to engage him in conversation to divert his attention, but his posture rendered her at a loss for words. As the vehicle arrived at the academy's entrance, the grand archway adorned with the characters Reforged Glory once again greeted Ding Xiu's eyes. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your life-saving grace. Shen Jie is not ungrateful and wishes to repay you, willing to toil tirelessly," Ajay proclaimed with a resonant voice, utterly disinclined to owe anyone a debt of gratitude, especially one as monumental as that of saving a life. It was but a phrase, a desperate mother-esque dream, followed by a string of digits. Jean Lin recounted matter-of-factly, her tone betraying an unmistakable bitterness. She had received his call at 5 o'clock, expecting an urgent matter, only to find it was merely to deliver breakfast to Yulan. "The class has commenced. I must head to the academy," Kane stated without looking back, ascending into the air with determination. As the saying goes, in the vast sea of worldly affairs, 3 cups of wine signify the bond between us. Ajay, resembling a robust general who had just achieved victory, could hardly wait for Hua Zixing and He Lu to intervene, and soon his cup was emptied once more. Yen Lu still struggled to crawl towards the cabinet where firearms were stored, yet Ding Xiu had already placed a foot on his back, followed by another atop his neck. Gradually kneeling before him, "Is there still nothing wrong with the people in the front vehicle? If there is, speak up," he shouted, striving to lead the charge, intent on establishing a significant achievement. Not to mention, based on her memory, Dong Ziheng was quite a decent individual, one who valued gratitude. As the Qin and Chu factions clashed, Korea found a rare moment to breathe. Since relocating to Shandong, this solitary matter had provided him with a semblance of comfort. I am striving for benefits for everyone. If you choose not to support me, that is one matter, but to mock me is pure folly." The middle-aged man was berated, with some of the insults being utterly unspeakable. Su Sheng was perplexed about who had initiated the offensive. Was it possible that the city magistrate Zhu Fu intended to defend the city to the last breath? In the traditional concept of duel, if there were no absolute counteracting powers, the outcome of the encounter would largely depend on the might of both sides' abilities. The same could be said for Xing Jing, who had sought her own affairs, preferring not to witness the turmoil, knowing it would only last 3 days and that patience would see it through. As the factory director's dedicated vehicle, it was not at all shabby. Even if Zhou Zheng was low-key, he deserved a vehicle befitting his status, like an Audi. Due to the presence of outsiders and numerous reminders from Cui Jiuzhen, the crown prince sat upright, exuding an air of dignity befitting a royal heir. "What is it? Why concern yourself with him? His hunger is of no consequence to me. It is not I who suffers," Xiaomei remarked intentionally. He further acquainted himself with the shops and workshops, most of which were privately owned and had originally been established by merchants. However, an odd occurrence had transpired during the tenure of the previous Water Clan leader. All the men residing within the estate had lost their ability to procreate, and even the livestock kept at home had become barren. Nan Hongxiang's words deeply moved Tan Nuoxuan. With the conversation reaching such a critical point, what hesitation could she possibly have left? Chapter 91. Prudence is the path to longevity, Chen Runji expressed with deep emotion. "I even begin to doubt myself, questioning if I might become a father like you, inherently suspicious, leaving no one, not even your grandson, unexamined." "Father, you have changed." However, Chen Yangzhe wore a grim countenance. After a series of suspicions, he trusted no one, not even his own son. Although Chen Yijun gifted him a car, which provided a fleeting sense of comfort, he remained unwilling to accept it. Meanwhile, Chen Daojuan's counsel merely stemmed from a duplicitous nature, a scheming rogue to be wary of. "You scoundrel! You have nearly driven me to despair," Leona murmured, nestled among the war demon locks. Thus, Lu Yensong did not need to concern himself excessively with Jiang Mingyuan's assaults. Despite the formidable prowess of the Golden Sun's sacred fist, Lu Yensong's physique was resilient. A full-force strike from a Pinnacle Foundation establishment practitioner would scarcely bring him to ruin. Under normal circumstances, Gao Yuan would have relished such words. Yet now he felt an unsettling prickle at the back of his neck. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that he had already indulged twice. To continue would prove uncomfortable. What an excellent piece of equipment, setting aside the enhancements to stamina and elemental affinity. The passive skill that freezes melee attackers for 3 seconds was sufficient to elate Chen Yijun. "What of Stella?" Elric inquired, seeking Stella's opinion. After all, equity was paramount. "Why don't we also present a gift? A few million for the dean should suffice," Gao Yuan suggested. "A year without judgment would be unreasonable. I believe a sentence of around 3 years would be acceptable." Over the course of a single night, 5 adorable children captured the hearts of countless individuals, their fan base seemingly surpassing that of their fathers, and their popularity soaring, consequently enhancing the recognition and acclaim of the 5 fathers as well. The aura above the Sanitation Bureau, once poised to strike against Fong Tianfeng, was immediately dispersed upon the emergence of the official aura seal. The formidable energy within compelling the Sanitation Bureau's influence to retreat entirely from its oppressive stance against Fong Tianfeng. "Who is it?" A familiar voice reached Pang Jingzhou's ears, accompanied by the sound of soft footsteps. Late at night, Shunzi could hardly be bothered to send someone to ascertain Tang Chun's whereabouts. Fortuitously, a nearby 6-star hotel was available, and she instructed Shenyu to procure a room, ushering Tang Chen inside. Tang Chen's alluring atoms apple-bobbed slightly, despite his unrestrained nature. He appeared inexplicably reserved at this moment. Long Fei was utterly oblivious to the fact that he was encircled by 3 masters. In a swift motion, a blade grazed his arm, severing it cleanly at the wrist. The craftsmanship of the long sword was particularly exceptional, featuring a smoothly rounded hilt adorned with 7 obsidian stones arranged in a 7-star pattern. The blade was broad and thick, its edge razor-sharp, making it a rare heavy sword. Even more unfortunate was that as they hurried toward the exit of the Kongtong sect's celestial abode, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from directly ahead. For reasons unknown, since returning from the Immortal Pond, she felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart upon hearing Mu Feng's name, now that she had learned so much about him. A flicker of pride emerged within her, observing Dong Zhuo in a state of anxious disarray, nearly bursting with frustration. Lu Tianhao and Jia Su could no longer remain composed, and turned their gazes toward Li Ru. At this moment, After the plump girl signaled safety to Guyu, he waved his hand and promptly leaped into the dark abyss. With a commanding shout, the surrounding energy surged and tightened abruptly, locking the energy field in place. The figure of the disease-ridden entity was completely shattered by the heavenly thunder and the demon-slaying sword array, revealing the scene before them. Li Sun's words were rooted in a desire to keep Yin Shuiwei by his side, lest she fall prey to the pursuers of Sun Yang. When the rescue team was dispatched, 50, who had feigned awakening momentarily, had actually remained in a state of semi-slumber. After all, he was merely a sentry on watch, and such an important task was never meant for a soldier like him, who had transitioned from an experimental subject to a formal soldier. Chapter 92. The threat of Chen Yijun. In the tranquil ambience of the Qingxin studio, Chen Yijun sat poised at his desk, steel pen in hand, gazing at the confidential documents laid before him, momentarily at a loss as to where to begin. As fatigue crept in, he took a sip of champagne to soothe his throat, savoring the comforts of life. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his reverie, and as he turned his head, Chen Yangji, the founder of Shenyang Group, entered. "Xingjun, are you asleep?" This endeavor had proven quite successful. The materials required were not as bizarre as the superpowered metallic particles and were readily materializable. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to consult the system to see if it could offer the materials at a more reasonable price. A flurry of activity ensued as they toiled through the night until dawn, meticulously extracting the flesh from a plethora of large rats to create an array of flavored jerky. With a sense of resignation, she dialed Chen Zhan, apologizing and suggesting he explore a bit before she joined him to offer incense. His overtly targeted demeanor was evident to any discerning observer. Qin Xian remained silent throughout, and now, as he sought to acquire something, he hastily emerged to raise the stakes, making it difficult for anyone to overlook. It seemed that tomorrow would bring another ascent. For now, it was prudent to gather the necessary items, reward oneself appropriately, and indulge in a restful sleep before embarking on an early journey the next day. Stepping back, Chen Xingyun continued to advance towards him, persistently pursuing Chen Xingyun. "I hope to meet my biological parents," Song Iran remarked with a smile, though her heart ached painfully. Ping Miaoyan observed Xianya and Xing Shaoqing, who executed the same technique on either side, her expression growing serious once more. The traditional martial arts he restored had garnered such favor from the elder that he resolved to continue this endeavor, enabling more elders to attain robust health. Chen Zhan believed that to earn money, one must engage in business. Merely being a part of the 4 prominent families in this locale would entail each estate being worth over 100 million. If it were her responsibility, she would undoubtedly fulfill it diligently. If it were not, no amount of compensation would compel her to toil beyond her hours. He had spent 1,000 yuan in the game, yet the system remained unresponsive, indicating that such expenditures, even totaling 100 million, did not align with the system's established criteria for wastefulness. However, the assassin merely smirked. In his view, after throwing the dart, Peifeng would certainly be unable to react in time. Peifeng pondered, indeed, that perhaps the spirit stones on Injiyun were even more abundant than those on him. At that moment, Steward Bai abruptly entered, approaching Peifeng, who lay on the bed. Li Zhe, observing nearby, felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He believed the young master was overthinking the situation. Setting aside the security issues in Xianyuan City, the auction house alone was not intimidated by any scrutiny. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, the guardians of the auction house would not hesitate to deliver a reprimand. One could design various terrestrial, aerial, and aquatic vehicles for one's city, with the speed, attack power, and durability of each vehicle determined by distinct components. The schedule of the prestigious high school was fixed at 6 days of classes per week. However, Fang Jiao, being the top student in his grade, held the philosophy that even outstanding grades paled in comparison to the strength of a first-class warrior, making alliances paramount. "What is it?" Qin Ge did not respond, but instead cut straight to the point. Earlier, during the battle against the Makai king, the Sifang king had relayed an urgent edict through secret means, instructing him to return to the imperial pass immediately. "Yours true identity?" Yinan looked bewildered at Qin Ge. "Wasn't Titu Shan Yu simply the sister of the 9 absolute king? What other identity could she possibly possess?" As the dish was presented, Shun Qiansen eagerly dug in. It was not his first experience with raw fish, and now, famished, he was simply grateful for something to fill his stomach. After consuming a sizable portion, his hunger dissipated, and his energy surged. Chapter 93. The cunning Mao Xianmin lifted her gaze to behold the handsome countenance before her, her heart stirred by a tumult of complex emotions. Chen Yijun had become increasingly inscrutable. At times, she entertained the notion that he was merely a frivolous scion, yet in the realm of work, he manifested an entirely different persona, leading her to suspect he was perpetually concealing his true self. Seizing a moment to slip away to the restroom, she vacated the conference room, for this matter was of grave importance and necessitated her consulting her father. The other shareholders accompanied the Sure brothers, engaging in a flurry of movements akin to industrious ants, as the mulberries gradually transformed into a jam-like consistency under the relentless onslaught of the smooth pebbles. The jam, mingled with brown sugar, caused the clumps of sugar to dissolve completely, resulting in a concoction that bore a striking resemblance to strawberry jam, yet possessed an even more natural and fragrant aroma. Guan had yet to provide a response, but fortunately, the situation was not urgent. Luo Qiqi remained confident that she would achieve a satisfactory outcome in her quest for weight loss. The recently released Qing Shi by Xiang and Huang Mei stood momentarily bewildered, gazing at the multitude surrounding them in utter confusion. "No need to trouble Grandpa Village Chief. I have brought the drawings for you," Guogua said with a beaming smile as she produced 2 blueprints from her sleeve and presented them, along with 20 taels of silver to the village chief. Zhang Rui placed the eggplant into the stainless steel basin and turned on the faucet. After filling the basin, she gingerly touched the eggplant, only to retract her hand immediately. Isn't that a leg essence egg? Could it truly be a sausage? But it's already decayed to such an extent, it cannot be consumed, Yingji remarked. Situ Chiu observed Sister San Yi with keen interest, not particularly noting her attire, but rather admiring her fair, delicate skin and captivating beauty, which exuded charm. Ahem. There is no change. Divination merely serves as an observer, affirming choices when it observes, the sorcerer elucidated. The host nearly lost his composure under her influence, only regaining focus when the behind-the-scenes commentator coughed in his ear. She and her master, Zhang Fengqi, were engaged in feng shui consultations outdoors, which required at least a month to yield results. Once Lin Xinzi donned her attire, I accompanied her to meet Master Nanhai Shini, recounting the recent events in detail. Yi Tian gazed at Luo Li with a complex expression, choosing not to respond, and instead turned towards Li Hong and his companions. Zhang Xiner noticed Yi Tian's unwavering gaze upon her, feeling a slight annoyance, though it appeared more like a playful display of affection. Surrounded by familiar faces, he felt assured that he could capture Cao Cao that very night. After retreating outdoors alongside Gao Gan and Gao Fan, he commanded his soldiers to continue their advance towards the house. The crimson venomous insect, known as the martyr bug, was aptly named for its self-destructive nature. This creature harbored immense energy within its body. Upon encountering flames, it would detonate, thereby suppressing Ling Tian's devouring divine fire, rendering it hesitant to act recklessly. This entity was entirely enveloped in soft black scales, with 2 wings that had yet to fully mature. The Shan Heding, one of the legendary 10 dings of antiquity, held a status that rivaled that of the Tsangtian Ding, and it had been passed down through generations as the treasured artifact of the medicine god Hall. Ultimately finding its way into Su Wuji's possession, Yi Lian was inwardly astonished. As the catalyst for the rift between the two, she was acutely aware of all their affairs. With her inexplicable vanity, she relished the attention and envy directed towards her. Now, however, she required a moment of solitude to organize her thoughts, lest she falter at a critical juncture. By Ziliang, whether you are called by Zihua or not, today you shall meet your demise. Jiang Ming ascended into the air, a radiant sword appearing in his grasp. In a discreet corner, Feng Xiangdong cast a deep, appreciative glance in the direction of the other party. Their seats by the window allowed for a mesmerizing view, with Shun Nuan's amber-hued pupils glistening in the sunlight, reminiscent of precious gems. Chapter 94. By any means necessary, the news quickly spread online. Chen Yikji felt a sense of perplexity upon learning that the cable television station and cinema under the digital media city of the intelligent era had entirely scrapped their plans. Who possessed such power to interfere with the mightiest conglomerate in Seoul? Was this a reckless endeavor? Chen Yikji toyed with the car keys in his hand, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at his 2 sons. It seemed that Yijun had offended someone, as the cancellation of the cable station and cinema's plans indicated that his digital media city might be in jeopardy. If she could devise a means to ensnare Gujiao, perhaps old Madame Qin would be even more delighted. Yao Guang was the most favored concubine of the former Emperor Liang. Xie Tian stepped forward and meticulously explained Yao Guang's identity to Xie Li. Tomorrow, there was a ceremonial class, and tardiness was not an option. Before forgetting, she retrieved the newly purchased velvet high heels, as the previous pair was painfully constricting. After a lengthy struggle to regain composure, I began to confront the identity we shared as us. The once cheerful Linglong now fixed her gaze intently on the unscrupulous Zen master, her typically alluring eyes betraying a hint of melancholy. The vast expanse of the starry sky served as a splendid backdrop, undeniably novel, however, to emphasize the theme of youth. It required a more poignant focus. The neighboring computer college's annual arts festival was monotonously themed around setting sail, with everything depicted as boats, lacking any semblance of originality. Suli squinted and tentatively inquired, as the fishbone's barrel was also aimed at Lita's body. At that moment, the Biming family was flourishing, basking in the zenith of power, with their greedy minions eager to extend their reach beyond their domain, and marriage alliances were at the forefront of their ambitions. Chun Su's sole desire was to advance Li Jiming to the next round. Any interference would render one his adversary. The man clung to her with an almost unbearable longing, his veins bulging with strain. He gathered his wits, contemplating several schemes to unlock that household's door, only to dismiss them one by one. Meanwhile, the nearby matrons were engrossed in discussions about discounts at the community supermarket, exchanging deals and coupons. What has become of the wheeled tank you asked me to test previously? Mo Wang inquired further. A cave? Zhang Zhiping felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that Li Xingkong had not ventured into the Blood Soul Cave, or else he would have had to brave the risks of entering it himself. He sensed keenly that Wu Yong might be concealed within that cave. In the past, while playing Diablo, several classmates often discussed such matters, but now, with thousands engaging in conversation, the atmosphere was entirely different. After Guan Yunshan and the others departed, Zheng Guangxiu furrowed his brow, uncertain of the best course of action. He contemplated and then dialed his superior's number to report on Guan Xiaojuan's situation. When they were indoors, the sound of the flute seemed to resonate from the courtyard, yet once they stepped outside, it appeared to emanate from beyond the walls. The closer one drew to Zhang Xuxing, the more perilous it became. Yet, Zhang Xuxing held his vulnerabilities in a vice grip. Should he unleash his full power, he could obliterate all manifestations of his being in an instant, leading to his utter demise. Although Guan Xiaojun was their elder, his age rendered the public reprimand quite humiliating for them. Yet, with so many eyes upon them, they dared not retaliate, for it was only natural for elders to admonish their juniors. Yes, sir, Kata replied respectfully. Despite the evident scrutiny and mistrust in Kai Su's words, Kata felt a twinge of discomfort. However, at that moment, he was far more preoccupied with the peril of potential dismissal to be concerned about a mere hint of distrust in the other's speech. Upon hearing Lin Lanyu's call, a sudden wave of guilt surged within Luo Che, causing his body to tremble as he shouted. Uncertain of what had transpired with Du Huofeng, the sword aura had inexplicably escalated several levels. At that moment, Du Huofeng's sword aura had reached its zenith. It was hard to believe that anything could rival such formidable energy. The state of the sword aura at its pinnacle was beyond comprehension, formless yet tangible, striking wherever pointed. Chapter 95. The Conspiracy of Cui Changji. Given their remarkable stature, why would they obstruct others from entering the digital media city? Rachel inquired, perplexed. The members of the board exchanged glances. As the chairperson, they wielded considerable authority, even to the extent of impeaching the vice chairperson. This was precisely why Vice Chairperson Lin Jishuan remained silent upon hearing the board's suggestions. Chairman Park Ryuhuan remarked, "This matter requires further deliberation. Am I mistaken? If these individuals you have summoned are assembled, I, Han Xian, shall take my life if I fail to eliminate them within half an hour." Han Xian's fierce demeanor was palpable as he gripped his spear, casting a sidelong glance at Li Bai. This indeed seemed a viable solution, and Lu Sun promptly nodded in agreement. Observing the expressions of those present, Lu Feng finally acquiesced. She scrutinized the situation surrounding the Azure Lotus. Unable to discern the elusive shadow of Xiao Ziki, nor could she detect any trace of change in the Azure Lotus itself. "Peiyu, do not harm anyone." At that moment, Yu Feng's deep voice interrupted, causing Yu Peiyu, who had been approaching slowly, to halt abruptly. Moreover, the bones contained traces of celestial-level pathways. Such entities, before their demise, must have been ancient ferocious beasts or divine creatures, only capable of being shattered by extraordinary beings. Uncertain whether the bamboo basket would suffice, Uncle Fu carried the remaining coins on his person, vigilantly watching the ground. Should he notice the basket running low, he would hasten to the town to procure more. Immediately, they formed a protective circle around the meditating MOU. Thus, after a silent commendation, Genie Chen also stepped forth. albeit choosing a direction entirely opposite to that of the sea eagle upon leaving. However, out of a sense of responsibility towards family and marriage, Su Xuning believed it was his duty to care for and cherish his wife. At this moment, he gazed at the scroll, his expression peculiar, his eyes flowing like water, rippling with myriad emotions, adoration, anguish, sorrow, surging like the undulating waves of a cerulean sea. Long Out Yin, weary of indulging his unaccomplished son from Nanjiao, furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening with grief. As he turned away, his eyes glistening, Zhao Yu looked toward Chu Yu, sensing something amiss with the young master. Unsure if it was merely his imagination, he then instructed the company to dispatch 24 large transport trucks, for the current teleportation devices were disassembled. Once transported, they would need reassembly. This set of devices spanned several hundred meters, and transporting them fully assembled would be utterly unfeasible. Gazing at the figure on the bed, whose eyes were closed, Hua Xuanan felt a pang of anguish. She had suffered, and it was due to him. Yet, this troublesome dilemma left her at a loss for an immediate solution. Thus, Qin Shi Huang commented on the enigmatic identity of Xiao Yingxue. Sensing that her true nature was far from ordinary, Shi Zi remained anxiously outside the ward, awaiting news. Finally, as they emerged, Hua Xuanan and Xia Hongyi followed suit. A loud crash reverberated as the microphone slipped from his grasp, striking the ground with a thud, amplifying the noise through the speakers. Is it easy to undertake projects? Is it easy to make money? Observing the present circumstances, Qin Shi Huang realized the truth. It was indeed a formidable challenge, and to put it bluntly, one could scarcely afford a warm meal. Chu Qingqing glanced at the smartphone on the coffee table, which Su Man had turned off. So this was the case. She hadn't anticipated Man to possess such acumen. Isolating them together is not trivial. If someone intends to silence them, the consequences could be dire, potentially costing many lives. Moreover, confinement could lead to illness, which is a risk that must be mitigated, Zhang Haodao remarked. There was no need for Zhao Shuang to demonstrate the subsequent procedures. The disciples of Yinshan filled buckets with water to revive their unconscious comrades one by one. Chapter 96, The Fortunate Events of Qin Dongji at this moment. Cui Changji remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity that loomed over him, dutifully pouring hot tea for Qin Dongji like a sycophant. Qin Dongji wore a smile. Addressing Cui with a tone of camaraderie, Cui, you are performing admirably. It seems you've successfully found your new master in the development of the new city district in Seoul. My brother-in-law, Cui Changji replied with a beaming smile. While I possess the strength, it is only fitting that I lend my support to my most esteemed second uncle. He continued, if we can successfully advance the digital media city project, your status within the company will flourish. Not only was Shang Wanxia astonished, but even the captain of the criminal investigation team, Yiyaki, wore an expression of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Long Xiao, a formidable figure in HC City, had found himself in such a predicament. It is indeed them. You should be familiar, Lin Weiwu remarked, implying a deep connection between Long Yanhua and the individuals present. The previous location had become less suitable for training as the monsters' levels were relatively low, especially now that player levels were rising and their numbers increasing. It is no longer appropriate for us to level up here, the Archmage commented. That fellow still has his old temper, Sun Shiqiang chuckled heartily, playfully punching Zhang Jupei. It's 1:30. There's still food available downstairs. Yang Sudong yawned and rose to leave. Gu Hao scanned the surroundings and found a door, pushing it open to reveal a faintly musty odor. Upon inspecting the interior, it appeared tidy, clearly maintained by someone who dusted it every few days. On the dark mountain path, a long line of torches resembled a fiery dragon as everyone walked, shouting loudly. It turned out that as night fell, Wei Yang and Jun Wuyin had yet to return to the village, prompting the villagers to rush out in search of them. Meanwhile, the matriarch carefully observed the two children and, seeing that they were unharmed, nodded in relief. Coincidentally, Zhuo Shiyu had journeyed south, wary of being pursued by the, and had sought refuge in this secluded grassland. Noticing the disdainful expressions of his brothers, Hasten timidly raised his strong hand, appearing as though he had committed a transgression. His face flushed with embarrassment. Rest assured, since I promised to entrust him to you, I shall certainly fulfill that commitment. You do not doubt my word, do you? Nan Karue replied with a gentle smile. Chu Xinghan frowned slightly. Through Elder Tianli's teachings, he had gained some fundamental knowledge of the Xianguan realm. Judging by Chun Sunyue's mastery over thunder, it was evident he had passed the trials of lightning and acquired the power to command it. As anticipated, amidst the concerns of the onlookers, Xiao Tianxiu and Miyamoto Jiro approached Su Fan and his group. Although the cause of Long Ying's distress remained unclear, The scene before them was strikingly vivid and impactful. Additionally, the sensation of a rift within their very souls was an undeniable reality. Do you truly believe that maintaining silence will safeguard you? Chen Yijun declared loudly as he entered. Today, Jiang Qingquan was clearly well prepared. He not only arrived in person, but also brought numerous gifts. The boxes adorned with golden red ribbons required no opening to evoke curiosity. However, for Zhuang Yuan, none of this was surprising, as he had anticipated all preparations well in advance. Are you referring to humanoid figures, like toys? In his memory, humanoids were akin to the playthings of princesses. So that is how the lyrics go? I always thought it was I should be here, not there. Min Lan exclaimed in surprise. Well, some things are better left unknown. Hao Jun chuckled lightly before turning to depart. Not long ago, Qin Tian had burst forth from the forbidden realm of death, causing quite a commotion beneath the starry sky, attracting the attention of many evolvers and drawing forth numerous beings. Zhu Baosan and the British comprador, John, shared an old friendship, and at this moment, everything was proceeding smoothly, as Zhu Baosan effectively delivered funds to John. Chapter 97. Mao Xianmin seizes the opportunity. President, I have always been puzzled. Since you anticipated that Shenyang Group would take action against us, why did you still gift old Master Chen Yangji 3 new cars? The automobiles may not hold significant value for them, yet their technological worth is indeed priceless. If developed by the automotive industry under Shenyang Group, it would undoubtedly be a misguided move. Chen Yijun sat up, smiling as he responded. Let me enlighten you on my reasoning. Firstly, the director's words left Ding Cheng with a subtle grasp of an ineffable sentiment, as if he understood something yet remained in the dark. Before getting into the car, Lin Shun had already informed the police that she would first take her brother to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup, and only then proceed to the police station to observe the interrogation of the suspect. Receiving an affirmative response, Bai Jiu's eyes sparkled with a hint of triumphant scheming as he expressed his gratitude to Changgu and hurriedly approached Lung Yuchen. As they became more acquainted, Duan Yufeng learned that Tuoba Si was the son of the current Northern Wei ruler, Tuoba Gui, and had been designated as the heir apparent, destined to be the future monarch. Duan Yu, seeing Tuoba Si's candor, openly shared his purpose for coming to Luoyang. Some individuals bask in brilliance, while others are cloaked in rust. Some reside in grand edifices, while others dwell in deep ditches. Some seem to float on air, while others endure a living hell. Some exist as if already deceased, while others, in death, remain simply gone. Who, then, truly cares about the fate of others? What matters is not how others live, but the quality of one's own life. Li Taizhu initially gazed downward at the roaring river below, where tumultuous waves surged. Logically, she should have known better than to come here. Upon returning, Yi Xiaoying received devastating news. Lianer had been brutally murdered, her skull crushed with such ferocity it resembled a fatal blow. The barbarity of the act led to the decision for immediate execution of the perpetrator rather than a delayed trial. Yet, fragments of memories occasionally flickered in her mind, and each time these disjointed recollections surfaced, Lin Weian managed to seize them. In order to facilitate lighting and allow the teacher to supervise students in the classroom, a row of windows adorned with multiple glass panes was installed along the corridor side of the classroom. After a few moments, Jean E pressed Duan Yu's palms close to his chest, halting any further advance. He was profoundly astonished. Once the opponent's palms reached his chest, a surge of internal energy pierced forth like an arrow, causing his body to tremble and compelling him to retract his hands. Leaving was inconsequential. He was unsure why. He refrained from calling for his sister or anyone else, for in the entirety of Li's life, his master was paramount. With the annihilation of countless sentient beings, the ruthless nature of the Taoist Jade Supreme left Zhang Qian feeling inadequate. The affection displayed by the Serpent clan remained unwavering, even if they were covered in sharp thorns. Hao Feng's demeanor suddenly turned icy, and with a cold snort, an unforeseen surge of terrifying power struck Jiang Li, sending her flying. Something had happened to Miss Mo. When Sun Yun returned from Wanxiyin, an ominous premonition had gripped him, his brow furrowed tightly. Mo Yanqing's voice resonated coolly, showing no signs of surprise, rather exuding an air of composure. Although aware that Tu Yunyun was amidst the mountain range, the vast interconnected peaks felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The inhabitants here were, in fact, trusted confidants of the high priest, possessing at least a modicum of knowledge about the circumstances. The two individuals treated the palace as if it were their own backyard, carelessly indulging in food and idle chatter. Furthermore, previously, in order to foster Missouri Yanqing's independent growth, Yu Zi had sealed a portion of his own power, which had cost him considerable effort to break free. Chapter 98. Dining at Li Heron's residence, Mao Xianmin approached with a slight blush, her steps measured as she leaned in under Chen Yijun's gaze, almost as if he could sense her slightly extended breath. Their noses brushed together, and Mao Xianmin spoke, "Appa, we are family. Regardless of what you have done, I will forever support you." Chen Yijun remained unfazed, a smile gracing his face. "As long as you refrain from any underhanded actions, we will always be a family." The remaining 3 formidable cultivators of the late transformation realm, upon witnessing this, lost their will to fight and scattered in 3 different directions. Yang Yi and Chen Shi, upon seeing the figures appear, could hardly contain their excitement. They exclaimed and swiftly moved to stand before Ruan Ling, their lips pressed tight, as if holding back a torrent of words, now transformed into silence, with tears threatening to spill. In the expansive courtyard, shadows danced, and luxurious vehicles slowly departed the villa amidst a throng. Inside the cars, an air of desolation lingered. Yang Chengfeng slightly quickened his pace, with the 3 behind him struggling to keep up, drenched in sweat and panting, their cultivation levels modest. The strongest among them had just broken through to the golden core stage, while the weakest remained at the foundation establishment stage. Yang Jiahua was a prodigious presence in their circle, even more so than his brother. Ji Lian held Luo Lin's hand as they walked back, slowly recalling the tales he had heard about her. He needed to organize his thoughts in a way that Luo Lin could comprehend. "By the way, 4th brother, there's something I'd like to discuss with you," Depang said, retracting his jovial demeanor and adopting a serious tone. Then they beheld an astonishing sight, a passageway, wide enough to span hundreds of feet, continuously shifting to the right. The 9-headed beast's gaze was as sharp as a blade as it plunged into the demonic mist, unleashing a torrent of beastly power towards Xinjun, who was enveloped in ghostly flames. However, they overlooked a crucial detail. This area was predominantly inhabited by employees. The secrecy among people here was not as pronounced as in the city, resembling a harmonious family. "Master has been waiting for you in the grand hall for some time." Luo Taiyu led the way while responding to Qi Ming's inquiry. "This child is to be wed soon. Why is he still so unruly?" Madame Su entered with a smile, just in time to see Duke Ning Yuan sporting a look of indulgence, prompting her to comment. Yet Su Qingmo remained indifferent, consuming chestnut cake with a heart of iron, displaying no extraneous expression. Emperor Liang was acutely aware that in this negotiation, Qin Feng held the reins of power firmly in his grasp. At that moment, the audience gathered before the grand screen, eagerly anticipating the final broadcast. According to Statistical Bureau data analysis, the Tianji camp's guards, though elite, numbered only 300, and Qin Feng set out to rescue them with merely 200 light cavalry. As Qin Feng had surmised, Wu Halai had abandoned Chen Yinzong, not out of betrayal, but rather recognizing that a reckless butcher like Chen Yinzong, who indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent, would inevitably cause catastrophe if allowed to remain close. Falling into this pit, a person would be scorched within half a minute. Yet, surrounding restoration formations prevented the destruction of nerves and muscles, allowing for a torturous rebirth that maintained the most excruciating state, compelling the victim to scream in agony and struggle in despair. After losing so many brothers and depleting all resources, they could not even eliminate a single ordinary black cavalryman by Qin Feng's side. Just as Hu Yang felt a swell of triumph within, he suddenly experienced a painful inflation within his body, akin to a transformative purging of the bones and marrow. Suddenly, Nangong Rue was taken aback, staring blankly at the emperor, realizing that his father had long been aware of his mother's ambitions. Chapter 99. The Invitation from Li Heron. The main event for approximately half an hour, a lavish array of dishes adorned the table. Li Heron uncorked a bottle of exquisite 1982 red wine, deftly dimming the lights in the room and igniting a few candles, instantly creating an ambience brimming with romance. Chen Yijun felt somewhat out of his depth. This was his inaugural experience with a candlelit dinner, and notably, in the company of Qin Daojuan's mother. With a rosy glow on his face, Li Heron personally poured some red wine for Chen Yijun, gently remarking, "This is a bottle of Lafite I have cherished for many years. I wonder if it suits your taste. Why not indulge? Surely, you are not afraid? Rest assured, I merely wish to engage in a friendly comparison. Should you find yourself at a disadvantage, I shall hold back." Witnessing Chen Long's words, Qin Qian assumed he was reluctant to proceed. Thus began an unrelenting downpour that engulfed the skies, persisting for a fortnight. This torrential rain, a catastrophic deluge, submerged numerous locales, marking a calamitous event, a flood of apocalyptic proportions. Punishment remains necessary. Hence, I shall require you to transcribe the ancestral family laws 100 times. Let this matter conclude here, and refrain from repeating such transgressions in the future." The Empress Dowager, upon saying this, coughed lightly, prompting her attendant, Granny Sun, to swiftly expel all irrelevant parties, leaving only the Empress Dowager and Ming Fei present. The intensity of the mysterious energy within one's heart is directly proportional to the degree of resistance encountered during the solidification phase. With a thunderous impact, the monstrous figure collided violently with one of the monument to 10,000 demons, ultimately spewing black blood as it slowly descended. Within the dark sanctum of the cult's headquarters, an aura of profound mystery enveloped the chamber, heavily guarded by numerous barbarian soldiers, creating an unmistakable air of no entry for outsiders. Chen Long halted his steps, turning to find several attendants engaged in conversation. Regardless, possessing the formidable celestial demon disintegration, true method in reverse, 5 elements poison palm, backdoor pressure point indeed secures my invincibility. Why is that so? Zhao Yun furrowed his brow slightly. His second uncle was invariably insightful, adept at discerning truths, which led his grandfather to resolutely bequeath the Zhao family leadership to him rather than his own father. The two maidens glanced upward, realizing that the previously clear skies had been shrouded by an unexpected gathering of clouds, obscuring the sunlight. Zhao Shiqi's complexion drained of color as he gazed at Lu Xiangxing, rendered speechless. This pair of swords, renowned as Ganjiang and Moi, are legendary blades that can slice through iron as though it were mere mud. Yet, with their tips now ruined, how could one not feel a pang of sorrow for a beloved weapon? Upon hearing Fubo's remark, Chia let out a sigh, expressing a sense of helplessness. Do not inquire too deeply. When you ascend to the realm of saints, you shall comprehend. Until now, aside from the natural order of our world, no one has been able to reach that fabled state. The sound of gongs resonated, echoing throughout, akin to the convergence of dragons and tigers, a meeting of winds and clouds, amidst a silence as profound as thunder's roar. Old Granny Chow dared not dwell on the circumstances of her departure, merely seizing the moment to gaze greedily at her son. The announcer's resonant voice reverberated across the competition grounds, accompanied by the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. Devouring. Sun Yaoxing speculated that the protracted stalemate between the two factions stemmed from mutual caution, hence the delay. The bandits ceased their pursuit, and Sun Chuaning ordered the army to establish camp and rest early. Fortunately, Yang Han refrained from further entanglements, tending to those she had brought along, instructing them to diligently study the spiritual techniques before resuming her cultivation of the bean sprouts. Restrictions on flight and divine perception significantly diminished the power of all formidable beings. Otherwise, how could these seed beasts hope to contend with the strong participants of the heavenly path? Upon hearing Lin Ruofeng's praises, Li Mozhuang climbed onto the bed with an impassive expression, displaying neither discomfort nor hesitation, casually setting aside her towel, revealing her alluring charm in an instant. Chapter 100. Chen Xingjuan's wedding at Qingxin Studio. Chen Rongji joyfully dashed into the room, eager to inform his father that his son had already delivered gifts. Dad, Xingjuan has sent the gift box over, and our in-laws have prepared a splendid dinner. However, as Chen Rongji entered, his expression darkened upon seeing a person he detested sitting next to Chen Yangji at the table, his second brother, Chen Dongji. At that moment, Chen Dongji seemed utterly oblivious to the absence of the prince, but Xin Wei was certain he lurked in the bushes nearby. The man's eyes blazed with irritation. He sensed someone trailing him, paused at the street corner, and took out a compact mirror, revealing the unwelcome visitor. If he merely employed the tricks he often used to deceive the master on the mountain, he would undoubtedly prevail. After all, he played a voiceless role in his past life and needed only to manage his facial expressions. However, if that were the case, it would indeed be a grave sin. For this would not only discomfort his rival, but also burden his allies. And he watched as the man approached her bed, her fingers gripping the blanket, turning pale as she coldly uttered 2 words. Indeed, it is time to leave, the hour is late. And I have made some gains this time. It is best to venture out early. Lu Yu mumbled. Shun Wei directed the sword maiden towards the mid-lane tower, claiming, of course, that this was not fleeing but a strategic retreat. Yun Fan curiously wandered over and was taken aback to see a 3-inch silver token, inscribed with the character Lu on one side and a grotesque 9-headed serpent on the other. A violent surge of energy sent Lu Yu flying, and when the dust settled, she opened her eyes to find herself far from her original location. In this lineup, the most formidable point in the mid-game was the crocodile. With the top lane in poor condition, the team had to forfeit certain resources. Guyi was not audacious, but rather steadfast in his belief. She knew he would arrive in time, ensuring that her Zhao Jun would not fall into a trap, despite holding 20,000 brave fruits and daring not to counterattack Chang'an. Zhou Cheng, with merely 10,000 troops, could only wonder what miracles he could conjure in this icy, famine-stricken land. The outcome would either be a return to the eastern capital or a complete annihilation outside the gates of Chang'an. Observing his teammates' rekindled fighting spirit, Chunli smiled faintly, his mood considerably uplifted. Xiao Ren nodded slightly towards Tian Lao, yet his furrowed brows remained tightly knit, clearly indicating an unfavorable situation. They were swiftly eliminated without exception. The process being brutally simple. Yang Xingwei had lured these individuals out of the barracks before departing the city, and then the assassin struck, leaving several generals mysteriously dead in the shadows of Chang'an. Upon hearing the name of Dugu Lanqing, Tai Xiong and Zhan Ying were momentarily stunned, unable to believe their ears. They were somewhat familiar with the martial world, and, while not all events were known to them, they had a general awareness, particularly Tai Xiong. The scant historical knowledge he possessed allowed him to grasp the trajectory of history, leading him to realize that history had indeed returned to its starting point. Zhai Liang was slain by Li Mi, and despite his prior arrangements, he could not escape his fate, perishing amid the struggle for power with Li Mi over the Wagong. In the hall, Nangong Chu and Long Xinyue continued their debate, utterly oblivious to the curious glances of passers-by. From the moment they met, they had been vying for superiority, whether in drinking or in the present matter. Finally, Li Guyu carried the elderly man to the hospital. The emergency room doctor, upon seeing Li Guyu with an unconscious elder, quickly summoned assistants to bring a stretcher, placing the man upon it, and wheeling him into the operating room. Chen Yijun was taking photographs with the bride when he noticed his younger brother and waved him over. "Brother, come here, let us take a photo together." "I can skip it, right?" Chen Yijun laughed. "What do you mean skip? We are brothers. Come on, let us snap a family portrait." Chen Yijun, unable to refuse his brother, reluctantly seated himself, while Mao Xianmin naturally linked her arm with his, both appearing as if they were the newlyweds. Cheese. Mu fought tirelessly until late at night before exiting the area. Especially at night, this eerie region became even more perilous, with monstrous entities potentially emerging from all directions, preventing him from safely resting. He needed to consolidate more resources, forge additional connections, and establish a sufficiently powerful force, ultimately leveraging his influence to rally more adventurers to launch a relentless assault on the moonlit cat. Lan Ruofing nodded, dismounting from the dragon-beard tiger, his heart simmering with suppressed rage as he recalled the humiliations he endured during his captivity, which now erupted alongside Ji Mo's slaughter. Aisen's chain lightning struck first, causing a devastating chain reaction, with the scorched dragons falling one after another, wailing in despair. In their eyes, the general's magic monument would only draw the attention of Park Changqi's attacks, while Mu's strikes were aimed to hit their mark. The previously vacant office was perfectly suited for Lu Xiqing's team as a workspace. Yihao had arranged for a cleaning service to maintain hygiene in anticipation of this day, allowing Lu Xiqing's team to move in without delay. Thus, the investigation task in the Lixida Lu town did not include you, as that was indeed an unforeseen event. Mu felt somewhat embarrassed. Wan Miao scoffed, "Rest assured, I am precisely waiting for her." Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door, and Yu Jing entered, carrying a paper bag. With a swift kick, Xiao Yu toppled a thug, effortlessly dispatching him and Dong Gang in a flurry of blows. Qian Nai's gaze shifted to Jiang Qi Yezi, who was devouring food ravenously, seemingly enjoying it. "Damn. Just thinking about my silly sister being wooed by another makes me inexplicably sad." Yin Riyue rubbed her hands together, the scars on her fingers and palms gradually fading, her hands returning to a translucent, jade-like state. Gu Chun propped himself on the soft white wool carpet, his long legs bent gracefully as he sat elegantly on the floor, seemingly indifferent to the noticeable rise in a certain part of his anatomy. Kevin noticed the change in the expression on his face, but merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. The moment Tanita Keniakaro stepped through the door, Chihura Akaya approached, eager to share a piece of news he had just heard. At first, Zhang Pani seemed unaccustomed, but after a few seconds, she embraced Lu Qiushi, responding warmly. At that moment, a space mage clad in a silver robe raised his staff and traced a silver hexagram in the air, which quickly flew towards Bo Si Dante, enveloping his head within it. After elaborating on how Li Si had obliterated the heavenly track, Jin Lingfeng indeed kept his word and promptly took him back to his residence. Just then, the phone on the desk rang, and Ming Yuan strode over to answer it, placing the receiver to his ear. The faces of the students were brimming with vitality. Their enthusiasm for the careers they were about to embark upon palpable. The sect members believed them to be deceased, yet unexpectedly, nearly a year later, those powerful nobles who entered the ruins of the Heavenly Kill Emperor began to return one by one. This individual was none other than the fourth prince, leaving everyone even more bewildered, rendering them speechless. Chapter 102. Abolishing primogeniture. After a series of twists and turns, the Digital Media City project commenced operations. As the executor of this initiative, Chen Yijun garnered immense favor from the populace nationwide, leading to a substantial surge in the shares of the Intelligent Era Corporation. Chief Liang from the Blue House personally extended his congratulations. The media fervently publicized the contributions of the Intelligent Era to the nation, with the Xianxing Daily promptly following suit, reporting on Chairman Chen's compassionate and approachable demeanor. "Congratulations, Chairman Chen," Chief Liang chuckled. The three lords of the Sanxing Hall, endowed with over 1,000 Dao powers, found their task considerably easier compared to the madman who relied solely on assimilating others' principles. Furthermore, they possessed even stronger principles as the foundation for their techniques. Thus, once they commenced, they relentlessly pursued masters from all quarters to amass 3,000 Dao powers and 9 million principles. Ultimately, Shun Yiming was the first to falter. He had not anticipated that Ling Tian would be so adept at stalling, remaining silent while he waited, which was utterly infuriating. Ling Tian kicked open the door to the private room, a shotgun's muzzle following closely behind, wielded by Che Si, who had been hiding with Matthew in the suite. Not in a rush to engage the enemy, everyone advised against enrolling in this course, cautioning that it posed a danger to personal safety. However, privately, nearly all chose to sign up. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yunyao nodded, having previously learned that the Xian Mountain hunting grounds, located near the boundary of the mermaid tribe, boasted as many adventure groups as those inland, piquing her curiosity. Shortly after the elder departed, Fong Lin hesitantly stepped inside, his heart heavy upon seeing Zhang Shichen's bewildered expression. Yet, he could not defy the elder's command. Upon hearing the words military baton, both men's necks instinctively shrank. They had both experienced the painful sting of the military baton, a sensation far from pleasant. Though this vague curiosity could not perturb her utterly rational mind, it had already taken root within her spirit like a budding seed. As long as she maintained a steady performance in the upcoming 2 examinations, Ningxiu was confident that being nominated for the Gui list would not be a daunting task. At that moment, Carl adjusted his collar and descended the stairs with a languid grace. Despite Su Mufan being a time traveler, devoid of the emotional ties of his former self, he still felt a pang of sorrow upon gazing at the elderly figure before him. Han Lin stood before Dean Fuju, his heart laden with fear, yet he feigned calmness, shaking his head. "I haven't seen her all afternoon," Han Lin replied. The long sword trembled under his shout, but showed no inclination to emerge, its resolve unwavering. The three traversed for an entire morning before reaching the mountainside of Mount Shu. Compared to the base, this area was relatively spacious, with a stone tablet beside the end of the stone steps inscribed with 4 large red characters, Shu Mountain Sword Sect. The architecture ahead was magnificently grand, truly befitting a prestigious sect. His parents, elder sister, and several key executives from his corporation, including core personnel from the Frontier Research Institute, had all arranged for battle-type robots to serve as bodyguards. However, haven't we already ruled out Shaolin's suspicion through many clues? Liang Zichen directed his gaze toward the watch, his face still etched with confusion. In the eyes of this armored general, an unnamed fury flickered, as if Dreas and Xianshan were invaders from other realms. The entire Nepal sanctuary comprised 3 parts, with Xiao Lu and others currently situated at the sanctuary altar. The 3 luminous orbs enshrined upon the altar were the most significant sacred artifacts of the Intelligent sect, likely the final piece of God's plan, making this location absolutely critical to defend. Once, this sect master had captured her upon their first meeting, seeking to seize the In Kuei sect's celestial demonic secret. Now, you suddenly claim to have transformed, wishing to be a good person and refrain from seizing others' possessions? Chapter 103. Protecting Li Hiren. Why indeed? Chen Yangji exclaimed hoarsely. Do you not comprehend who Yijun is? This fellow is perpetually fixated on my Shenyang group, and he does not genuinely aspire to be its heir. Do you understand? His intent is to devour Shenyang group, not to inherit it. By that time, the age of intelligence will dominate all of Korea, and Shenyang group will cease to exist. In such extraordinary circumstances, Yi Lushang concluded that this must surely be a scheme orchestrated by that eternal matriarch, specifically designed to counter him. He suddenly realized that the newly arrived faction of the demon clan was exceedingly peculiar, distinctly different from the usual demons, which evidently sparked a wave of intrigue among the demon populace. When everyone gathered together, the sky had already darkened, and they shared their respective situations. Beneath the stage, Zhu Sha and Yun Haoshuan observed the elder Yi Fu with a sudden glint of admiration in their eyes. After lunch, drowsiness enveloped me as I lay in Xia Haoyu's embrace, my thoughts becoming increasingly nebulous. Eventually, I gazed into Xia Haoyu's eyes, which also grew unfocused, and I succumbed to slumber. Without the intimidation of the Xian Guang mirror, the fierce cat revealed its blood-red eyes, letting out a ferocious roar as it lunged forth like a tiger, enveloped in a cloud of dark energy. Their strength continued to amplify, their bodies becoming increasingly corporeal with their growing power, as Nye Wei remarked. The first type? Yu Minghui had been with Xia Haoyu for no less than 5 years. And this prolonged concealment, only revealing a desire for wealth at the end, concealed an inscrutable essence. He was the sole survivor of the Jiolong Yifeng Guild, and out of Zhu Sha's compassion, he had bravely spoken on behalf of the martial lord, thus preserving his life. Little did he expect that, at this critical juncture of life and death, he would willingly choose to sacrifice himself for Zhu Sha. They were not inclined to be captured easily, so they exchanged glances, nodded to one another, and promptly aimed their weapons at themselves. Hearing Tang Luo's words, Han Ruobing glanced at the office door, then relaxed her body, closing her eyes to savor the moment. Ji Zong presumed that Lin Yu had lost all trust in their Ji family, and his expression turned frantic. Despite having witnessed it earlier, Tang Luo remained stunned, exclaiming, "Good heavens, their bite is astonishingly formidable." Countless grotesque creatures emerged from the surroundings. Even the powerful Lan Mao felt her bones weaken, unable to fathom the terror of traversing the apocalypse with such a formidable zombie controller. Lying on the bed, gazing at the silvery moonlight streaming through the dim window, Yun Xian's thoughts began to wander. In the next moment, the Xianyuan sword in Yun Xian's hand was swung once more, unleashing fine sword chi accompanied by a delicate tremor, directed at the figure in the black robe before him. Upon entering, he beheld Fang Pu, who was tearfully troubled. Despite Xiang Yang's repeated attempts to console her, it proved futile, and her tears flowed incessantly. 13th Lama. There is no need, he said softly. I am but a wandering monk, soon to depart from this place, and I lack the fortune to meet the venerable monk king. In the end, only the ancient wooden sword remained, awaiting the next soul or beast to touch it. Amidst the admiration of the onlookers, Luo Zhansong casually glanced at Meng Yanqing, evidently curious about her reaction. Shen Chong believed this possibility to be quite significant. The disciples of other sects might be unaware, but the 10 from Qingyun's sect were fully cognizant that the demon clan had indeed begun to act. Earlier, Shen Chong had heard Rong Su mention that Jiang Tianquang had accompanied them, and she wondered why this youth, brimming with a sense of justice and responsibility, had not remained with them. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, he disregarded Luo Minhong entirely, carelessly tossing the goods onto the vehicle before turning to take the driver's seat. Chapter 104. New Data Technology. Chen Yijun entered his aunt's room, where Chen Huaying gazed at him with a mischievous grin. Indeed, Chairman Chen was truly a person of temperament. Do you find the makeup appealing? Chen Yijun casually seated himself on the sofa, calmly stating, if you have something to discuss, Aunt, please come directly to me. Do not be so presumptuous. Chen Huaying admonished him with a stern voice, reminding him to maintain propriety. Subsequently, she flashed a smile. Is that so? The second door was a movable lattice, constructed from 13 or 15 sturdy wooden slats, opening horizontally, hence referred to as a sliding door. The sliding door at the Liu residence was fashioned from exquisite mahogany, exuding an air of opulence. Remarkably, after all this time, it remained intact, untouched by anyone's ambitions, a rarity indeed. The moment Lin Wei stepped into the Pavado Wizard Academy, he felt as though he had returned to the ivory tower era of his previous life. She was oblivious to what it meant to be a peak champion. Her curiosity lay in a vehicle valued at 2 million federal coins. Before him stood an abandoned building, a relic of antiquated reinforced concrete, severely eroded by acid rain, likely existing since the era of federal rule. Presently, the atmosphere in rock was suffused with despair. The immense box exuded a palpable energy, rivaling that of the 3 magical crocodiles within the city. Since being gravely wounded by Yi Lang, he had awakened to a new understanding, emerging from the depths of madness. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly perked up. After all, they were all second-tier warriors. What was there to fear from the scouts of Chong Dingjun? How could the world under the governance of the carefree deity be so devoid of justice? The crowd felt a sense of disorientation as they gazed at Vice Dean Guoqiyuan. This method of interrogation stemmed from the world of Contra. An ordinary person could hardly resist it, save for the masochistic tendencies of Chico from the Double Dragon universe. He suddenly sensed the complexity of the situation. If the three disciples before him were lying, what could possibly motivate them to do so? East. Shui Lengyu followed Shu Li's pointed finger, gazing toward the east, where towering mountains stretched endlessly, each peak more astonishing than the last. From the summit, one could faintly see the glimmer of snow. Just as she passed through the corridor connecting to the front courtyard, she encountered Mingyue hurrying towards her. Mingyue's face was adorned with theatrical makeup, yet her attire remained unchanged, her flustered demeanor betraying her urgency. Ziyu rushed forward to inquire about the matter. The fury that surged within Zhang Fengsong dissipated like smoke in the wind amidst Shui Lengyu's weeping. He gently patted her back, indifferent to her tears and snot staining his attire. Even when faced with the possibility of Biyue being taken from him, he managed to suppress his anger, something he would have found impossible under normal circumstances. Yet, through gradual infiltration, he discovered his own growing malevolence. Realizing that he could endure anything to achieve his goals, this sword was the culmination of all their abilities, and they intended to harness such energy to vanquish the dragon baby. Xiaoku abruptly lifted the body of Gao Shimin's wife and kicked it out of the tent, sending it flying. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, causing Tang Yaotian to sense a looming crisis. Beneath his mask, his breathing quickened. The ethereal voice of the Dragon King resonated slowly in his mind, compelling Nordland to continue his infiltration with resignation. Rising slightly and nodding as a form of greeting, Ziyu signaled to manager Chen beside her, indicating he should attend to the individual before them. Currently, at the Ji Qiandu Academy, apart from Dong Jia, only 3 devoted followers remained. Yi Zifen's lust-filled gaze pierced through the thick frosted glass, indulging in the frail silhouette before him. Listening to Nalan's sorrowful tone, Xiao Yuan unconsciously grasped his hand, seemingly in a gesture of comfort. Indeed, it was filled with rage, for Li Yunmu had infused it into his innate martial armor. This sacred spirit of the Azure Dragon attempted to retaliate. Chapter 105. Su Minying becomes a prosecutor upon learning that a certain investment company had lent Chen Huaying 400 billion Korean won. Chen Dongji and Chen Rongji could no longer remain at ease. Their concern was not merely for the sum of money, but rather for the 30% stake in Shenyang department store involved in the transaction. They promptly reached out to Mr. Lin to discuss the matter. Mr. Lin, upon understanding Chen Yijuan's intentions, agreed to meet, accompanied by his father, Chen Rongji, who at that moment remained unaware of Mr. Lin's true nature. In a mere short while, a more formidable aura erupted from Xiao Yan, accompanied by the subtle clinking of chains emanating from within him. As time passed, over 10 minutes slipped by without any results emerging from Kong Lao's contemplation. With clarity of purpose, Xiao Yan gazed upon the expansive, boundless plains and the faintly visible crimson mountains in the distance. The afterglow of the sun cast a tranquil, yet rugged ambience over the landscape. Gritting her teeth, Su Chuyue could not suppress a low curse, wishing fervently to confront Song Yitong. At this juncture, Xiao Yan discreetly touched his storage ring. Recalling that the Tianyin fist given to him by Man Yun was merely an incomplete version, just one of the 4 fragments. If he could gather them all, its power would rival that of sacred techniques and potentially offer a glimpse into ascending to the status of a celestial. Jiao Fong glanced at Han Yi without uttering a word. His gaze seemed to inquire if Han had arrived at any conclusions. However, Han Yi had already reached Qianjuefeng, his formidable mental prowess sweeping over the area, revealing that the spiritual energy here was only moderately abundant, qualifying it as an average spiritual vein. Xiao Yan remained contemplative. He knew little of the events from ancient times and could not ascertain whether Zhuo Tianling's actions were appropriate given the circumstances then. Old Wang, what is going on? Is something amiss? Captain Song immediately grasped the situation upon hearing his words, sensing that he must have witnessed something troubling. 3 minutes later, upon their return, Jeebus was seen carrying a heavy package in his hand. Note 5. Your assets constitute the total of all properties under your name, with valuations based on the market price of the day and expressed in US dollars. The 2 types of furnaces he had produced had essentially become standard in the households of the noble and affluent in Chang'an City, with many families possessing more than one. This individual of Asian descent was a martial arts master of gold rank. The 2 Caucasians and the African American, while not practicing traditional Huaxia martial arts, possessed their own methods of cultivation. Their ranks could similarly be categorized using the gold and silver classifications to denote their strength. Huaxia people, everything here should belong to us. Surrender everything you took earlier, and perhaps I shall spare your life, Salo declared, looking down at Zhang Muyang. This sensation was utterly intoxicating, akin to the addictive high of consuming marijuana. The experience of devouring humanity was simply exquisite. A dragon in shallow waters is toyed with by shrimp. A tiger on the plains is bullied by dogs. One cannot blame others, only oneself for lacking strength. These tea leaves were harvested from ancient wild tea trees over 100 years old and, after undergoing my unique processing method, emanated an extraordinary fragrance. Like Du Biqing, Ai Shui was also an orphan rescued by a charitable organization. As both hailed from the same disaster-stricken area, and to save on expenses, they were arranged to live together. Now, they had shared more than 5 years of life together. Qin Ming moved with unparalleled swiftness, immediately forming his fists in an arch, resembling a bridge, before him. If I were not of sound mind, witnessing her in such a state would have driven me to a fit of rage against Jun Lianghua. It is truly uncertain when his reckless nature will change, nor whether his impulsive disposition, acting on whims and departing at a moment's notice, is a virtue or a vice. He was not oblivious to the identity of the perpetrator. Rather, he chose not to expose them. What would revealing the truth accomplish? After all, she was Zhuo Wanyan's wife of over 40 years, and in public, he still had to respectfully address her as aunt. Chapter. The latest chapter has been reviewed. Please wait. Chapter 106. The misfortunes of Chen Huaying in my pursuit of economic justice for the Republic of Korea, I do not hesitate to sacrifice familial bonds, subjecting my beloved family to the rigors of legal scrutiny. Yet, will this search yield different results? As my partner, I would understand if you lack confidence in me. However, we must remember that our adversary is none other than Shen Yang, and in the realm of politics, your support remains indispensable. Su Minying fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, she spoke. You just mentioned that Chen Huaying represents the embezzled public funds, the amount being approximately. As her words trailed off, the smile on Ji Hong's face vanished without a trace, a chilling aura of murderous intent radiating from her delicate form, causing the temperature within the tea house to plummet. Suddenly, a phone rang. The instructor checked the caller ID, and his expression immediately turned grave. It was a call from Wang Chu. Cousin, exclaimed Huailan, her face lighting up with joy as she rushed to embrace Gao Chang's arm. Indeed, the restoration of mental power is a slow process. If, after enduring 2 bolts of tribulation thunder, his mental force has not fully recovered, he would have no means to withstand the impending, more ferocious thunder. As July 15th approaches, Wang Zongjia, who had not ventured out of the city for hunting in recent days, suddenly felt the urge to do so and was about to instruct his men to make preparations when a soldier burst into the command hall. For Lu Ying, whose strength had become formidable, any surprise she felt internally was carefully masked on her face, maintaining a composed demeanor. And Lingxi, filled with delight, exclaimed, "How could I forget? Juanhao possesses the skill of teleportation." I smiled, recalling that very ability, as Lingxi and Sister Yan nodded in agreement. At this moment, the general's present sensed that something was amiss. Although this young man stood clearly above Wang Jizhao in rank, they remained puzzled and silent, each rubbing their arms to revive their numbed muscles. Indeed, upon hearing the news, the crowd shifted from their previous amusement to curiosity, their interest peaked. Even so, Li Tianzhao could not guarantee that the other party would remain oblivious, particularly regarding the accompanying soul that had likely lain dormant in the recesses of his mind for the past 5 years, surfacing only on rare occasions to preserve his life. Moreover, before Wu Shisan, there were already over 100 needles, nearly all intercepted by him. The flames of war raged like a frenzy. As he gazed intently at the disheveled Huazu, unable to fathom that his master could be injured. When he first encountered Wang Foer, their strengths were comparable, yet, decades later, his own power had escalated to an astonishing level, while Wang Foer's advancement was even more terrifying. It was evident that the leader's cultivation had reached at least the 9th level of the superhuman realm, possibly even surpassing it. Lu Yifeng's respect for the elder deepened. The old man dedicated over 90 years solely to mastering the intricate art of the 72 hammers, a testament to the adage that diligent effort can transform iron into needles. Had it not been for the exceptional defensive qualities of the mysterious silver armor, he would surely have met his demise just now. A prodigy hailing from the city shone brightly, and at this moment, Fang Jiahong resembled a king among men, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The ground began to shift unexpectedly. As countless diamond-like objects pierced the earth like sharp arrows, densely packed, rendering progress impossible for all. Yuka solemnly remarked, no matter how formidable the martial artists are, they number but a few hundred. If we do not hurry to their aid, they risk being annihilated by the Jin army. His dantian manifested as a stark white skeleton, which appeared above his head, exuding a violent aura of death that surged in all directions. Now, with Chen Yijun's suggestion, a wave of thought stirred once more within Xiao Xian's mind. Chapter 107. Chen Daojun intervenes. Li Biu, feeling helpless regarding her eldest daughter, could only offer verbal encouragement. Even though she felt powerless herself, she was determined to exhaust every option for her daughter. The unfeeling old man would certainly not provide any assistance. Sun Jin came to support Chen Huaying as she settled into a chair, letting out a sigh. Alas, father has been cold-hearted for quite some time now. What good does it do to constantly speak of the eldest grandson? It only results in our Xingjuan being sent to neglected logistics. Hearing his father's words, Long Tianming felt a surge of joy in his heart, but at this moment, his greater excitement stemmed from the potential fulfillment of a long-held wish. If that child truly was the elder brother's son, he could finally offer some semblance of closure to his deceased brother, having found his son and brought him home. As assets rapidly increased, Zheng Jiqing's workforce continuously expanded, and the staff of the agricultural trade company had now surpassed 4,000. Li Yuanchong understood this and promptly retrieved the hat he had seized from Zhou Shuai, placing it over the bag. Of course, Master Bin possessed far more than just these tricks. Had he only possessed these skills, he would not have needed to venture into the fray. Yuhuang Street, just a narrow alley away from the Zhao residence, was bustling with shops, making it one of the livelier areas in the southern part of the city. At this time, Zhao Rui was aimlessly wandering Yuhuang Street, supported by Yuner. What secrets lie hidden within the 13 tombs? Who is the immortal emperor? The enigmas buried beneath the earth are gradually being unveiled. Deep within the hall, in another room, Liang happened to see several elderly individuals seated inside as people came and went. Undoubtedly, Wu Xiaoli's grandfather was among them, awaiting the commencement of the longevity celebration. The Pangu axe and the god-slaying spear in Yunyang's hands weighed billions of pounds, their terrifying power enveloping the void, rendering even the most formidable holy body nearly incapable of resisting the celestial laws. The Purple Star Emperor wielded a sword that summoned the force of 3,650 layers of celestial laws, advancing directly toward Yunyang's chest. Those who could attain great power were invariably the core figures of their clans, nearly all provincial leaders, exuding an aura of dominance. Yet, Yunyang's gaze was laced with an endless chill. Who could possibly command such concern from Yudi? Furthermore, proficient in military strategy, the local inhabitants of the Tai Long dynasty were woefully ignorant of warfare. Brother Junyi, when in the team, victory can be quite a handful. Today, I suspect he is deliberately putting on a show of obedience before you, Kwok Jilong jested with a grin. Upon hearing this, the assembled generals stirred, particularly astonished that the envoy from the Jingzhou army, E.G., did not refute it, which only heightened their incredulity. Earlier, Li Zixuan had succinctly informed Ji Yang of Li Xinghai's situation. Although he had been in an accident, his injuries were not severe, and any general surgeon could perform the operation. Of course, aside from these daily matters, he had not relaxed his training, knowing that there would come a day of reunion. He could not allow himself to fall too far behind. Initially, it was Li Lin and others who had requested Robin to lead them in search of food and water, conveniently bringing along Robin and a few others. At this moment, however, Robin shifted his narrative, which brought a hush over the crowd. The ability to command the chaotic and violent lightning as if it were a pet illustrated the old man's formidable prowess. At this juncture, Lu Jiyuan, while observing the others, leisurely rested his left hand on the table, casually tapping his fingers against its surface. In the next moment, bullets soaring through the air abruptly split in two, skimming past Su Yu's side, transforming into a cascade of sparkling fragments that vanished into the atmosphere. Hey, so many children have perished here, and you in the ghost realm are doing nothing about it? Su Zimao inquired as he walked along. The most horrifying sight was that the entire body below the third elder's neck was covered in faces, ravenously enjoying these delicacies. Chapter 108. Note. Chapter title. I crave noodles. Chen Yijun pressed his hands on the table and scoffed. Thus, being born into the Shenyang family is not a testament to your abilities, but merely a stroke of luck, a fortune denied to others. So what? Chen Huaying sneered. You have no power over your own fate. After all, you did not ascend through your own merit, did you? Chen Yijun's gaze softened as he looked at the representative, Xiaoming Rui. His heart struck as if by a powerful blow to its most delicate core. He sat beside her, firmly clutching her hand, occasionally wiping her face. She was restless in her sleep, the sweat seemingly endless, her brows tightly knitted in distress. Now that she had ascended to the position of deputy team leader, frequent absences would surely incite dissent among her subordinates, leading to greater troubles. It was her own choice to enter a secret marriage, to keep it from her family. How could she now cast the burden upon him? Those who have long been estranged from the outside world find everything unfamiliar and frightening. Yet they harbor a profound yearning for freedom. Such is human nature. Before encountering challenges, one feels clarity and understanding. Yet when faced with turmoil, rationality quickly dissipates. And tragedy often lurks in a fleeting thought. As the saying goes, impulsiveness is the devil, a truth not without merit. Indeed, a discount of 100,000 is a rare opportunity. Qixiner calculated, finding it quite beneficial. Currently, properties in the city were appreciating, and in a few years, the investment might be fully recouped. Muwan pursed her lips and nodded silently, offering no reaction whatsoever. However, in this protracted struggle, Zheng could be considered a lone warrior. While Lisa's side, bolstered by Yenner and Grandma Feng, became an unstoppable force. If she wished to garner similar attention, it would require considerable effort, merely because he was the true heir of the Feng family. The most notable feature of the knife-horned tiger is its razor-sharp horns, which can effortlessly tear through the defenses of similarly ranked demonic beasts. Moreover, this creature is endowed with iron wings that grant it the ability to fly. Although Shiro Jin showed restraint in their battle, it was evident that he faced some difficulty in combating the ice dragon. Despite being at the 4th level of demonic power, he had only recently transformed. The enhancement of his physique by demonic energy could not compare to Qi Rujuan, who was obliterated by a single strike of Buddhist power. The colossal pillars were adorned with countless carvings, depicting bizarre and magnificent beasts roaring towards the heavens, lifelike in their artistry. Though adversaries, they harbored no deep-seated grudges. Their conflict stemmed solely from differing stances and pursuits. She discreetly stuck out her tongue, uncertain whether her previous words had reached the ears of Wang Yong'an. If they had, she would be in dire straits. The second layer of the Demon Palace, also known as the Demon Tower Forest, consists of towers imprisoning demon lords. That is irrelevant. What exactly do you wish to convey? Zhao Zi's temples throbbed, a displeased expression emerging on his face. Finally, the Pai de assistants, 3 second-rate martial arts manuals, fetched a price exceeding that of 2 sword-making blueprints, culminating in a fierce competition that yielded a staggering 76,000 taels. Wang Li had taken but a few steps when Sherlock could no longer contain himself, calling out to Wang Li in haste. However, this was contingent upon the fact that the man had already vanished from Lung Xuanxue's heart, allowing her to let go completely. The 3 then returned to their respective quarters to meditate and cultivate. Upon the return of the 3 true realms, they found the mountaintop deserted once more. She lacked the funds for a plane ticket and had not sought them out in ages. She could barely remember the way. Chapter 109. Someone is digging a trap at this moment. Mao Xianmin sat gracefully at the dining table, savoring her breakfast. Chen Yijun strode over, cheerfully greeting her. Hello. You're late again. Mao Xianmin tapped her wristwatch lightly, then took a tissue to wipe her lips, responding. I heard that you have been dealing with the acquisition of Shenyang Group's department store recently. Impressive, Appa. Managing to secure 65% of Shenyang department store shares in such a short time truly earns my admiration. With formidable strength, Tottenham Hotspur relentlessly launched attacks, leaving Fulham in a momentarily passive position, yet they successfully held their ground at the onset. Zhao Ming approached the luminous circle on the jade plate, gazing intently at it. After a brief moment, he paused, as the mist and wind ceased abruptly, and the bright jade plate dimmed. In the next instant, everything returned to normal. Oh my! Su Qingge feigned surprise, as if witnessing the long-standing Baozi shop next door finally going out of business after a decade. Meanwhile, the Qin family began to amass grain, utilizing the profits derived from shoe brocade, transporting cartloads to the court. You do not comprehend what she desires, nor what she stands to lose. And thus her hard-won resolve has begun to waver. Ba, it is indeed the presence of His Highness the Third Prince. I humbly greet you, Huiming said, hands clasped in reverence, smiling at the visitor. Xiao Yuan observed the shifting expressions on her face and chuckled softly. If she wished to capture the attention of the Emperor of the Western Qin, Xiao Yujing was the most effective and straightforward method. Who are you? Unsurprisingly, her father merely frowned, unable to recall her identity. This is what I ought to do, Ling Jun said calmly, gazing at the figure on the bed, feeling a pang of unease in his heart. On the side of Nyuxis, he repeatedly emphasized to his subordinates that Shrek was unnecessary. Prior to departure, the Duke's interior had already arranged the tasks. The 4 legendary team leaders were all former subordinates of Duke Shisu, yet they were all quite young, with simple backgrounds and no intricate interpersonal relationships. Yang Jian attempted to evade, but his lower body brushed against the costume, causing him to instantly lose sensation from the waist down. Fortunately, the colleagues from the Design Institute had not arrived. Had they known the drawings they rushed out would be of no use, they would likely drown in their own spittle. It truly feels like a movie. I have already begun preparing the script, and the outline is complete. Surprised, aren't you? Li exclaimed, his expression somewhat exaggerated. The dean of the agricultural college, Zhao Li, removed his scholar's robe, rolled up his trousers, and bent down to inspect the seedlings, appearing as dark as a mud loach. Meanwhile, Meng's son Heji left a letter behind upon his departure, and it seemed he was in a somewhat low mood. Young master, are you sure this direction leads to the demon city? Lien Chongqing finally could not hold back, asking. To further enhance the success rate of evolution, one must begin by intensifying the body's damage and recovery. After dinner, Tohudi felt somewhat unwell, so he retired early, only to be struck by fever, vomiting, and abdominal pain in the middle of the night. His family, unable to cope, sought help from Qin Shifeng. Yu Shanjian cheerfully stated his intentions, and Zarin finally realized that Qin Shifeng had long made arrangements for this matter. Qi Ning managed to clarify her previously puzzling thoughts, understanding why the two were so familiar and why Lu Jiuqing was willing to assist Cui Xingjue. Yang Zheng asked Lu Xinxiong to wait to the side while he ran off to purchase a large bucket of popcorn, a cup of hot milk, and a bottle of mineral water for himself. The bodyguards of the Yuan family, apart from those from their hometown, were mostly recruited from the local areas around Shanghai. With one stipulation, they must come from a reputable family background, and their parents or spouses and children must be in good standing, Wu Tianlin explained. With a single bite, Kana felt somewhat unsatisfied, continuing to tear into her meal. Before long, an entire roasted chicken had been devoured, and Kana let out a satisfied burp. Chapter 110. Chen Daojun was hit by a car in the evening, at the residence of Cui Changji. Chen Dongji pushed the cup in his hand forward, signaling the former mayor of Seoul, now merely a retiree, to pour him some wine. The prosecution was currently investigating based on your report. A slight smile played on Chen Dongji's lips as he pondered. Isn't it curious? That young man Yijun is in Nuda. Yet Feng Qinshuan understands that Gong Moli's true intention in entering the palace is not out of love for Feng Qianzhan. A profound excitement surged within her. Their relationship bore no affection, indicating that both Feng Qianzhan and she were, in essence, failures. However, the actions Gong Moli was about to undertake might provoke her either to intervene or to assist. At that moment, Yi Shuihan's performance enveloped the audience, immersing them in a grand and heroic atmosphere. Yen Jun and Jin Shunying exchanged glances, both suppressing their astonishment. Is there a chance to resolve the matter regarding my father? Yen Jun inquired. It was likely that even the formidable architect of this place could not have anticipated the presence of a contrary physique in its midst. Initially, Shanghai maintained a distance of 3 to 4 meters, which gradually diminished to just over 1 meter. Zhang Zian believed that one day he would be able to pat Shanghai's head and reassure it that there was no need for fear any longer. Da Rin gently brushed away Yu's hand, and at that moment, Yin Mei seized the opportunity to lift Yu and return to Yang Fei's side. With a silent sigh of relief, Sun Wan chided herself for her anxiety, shutting her laptop and placing the USB drive into her handbag before heading home with a sense of tranquility. Da Rin donned the garments prepared by the servants. They were neither the previous attire nor the typical clothing of Han or Manchu people, but rather the distinctive kimono of their Eastern compatriots. Subsequently, he feigned discomfort, leaving the venue with Richard and Fimas before the ceremony concluded. The hall fell into a profound silence, and as the figures at the entrance gradually approached, the courtiers bowed deeply, greeting the monarch. The initial request was for the Tokugawa shogunate to refrain from attacking the Shimizu family, advocating for a policy of conciliation, asserting that internal strife would only weaken Japan. The Phoenix Grove belonged to Chang's private domain, and the protector could not discern the events unfolding within. However, Chang was well aware. Su Ziqing's piercing voice even reached the estate, startling Lin Kuo and his companions who were engaged in fierce combat. He carefully considered his words, speaking in a calm, yet perceptibly trembling tone. Shen Xiao pressed her lips together. After all, the individual had indeed saved her life tonight, so conceding a little was not out of place. First, a force capable of instilling irresistible fear must be established, followed by an integration of their formidable economic capacity, and ultimately, the development of ample avenues and channels to present them with better alternatives. Thus, I meticulously checked the functionality of the walkie-talkie, wishing to avoid perishing here for a mere 15,000 over the course of a month. The superheroes behind clearly observed their teammate ahead, who seemed to have plunged into a meat grinder. His head shattered, and the remaining body, propelled by inertia, surged forward, disintegrating into minuscule atoms indistinguishable even to the keenest eyes. "Darling, how was my performance just now?" Nan Fengjin reached beneath the veil, wiping away the tears from Xiao Rufan's eyes. This also facilitated Wang Hongyu in promoting material production, practice, experimentation, and objective relationships, while consciousness, politics, theory, arguments, and subjective analysis were built upon the foundation of the former. In the present moment, a flurry of slashes ensued, leaving Zhang Chong, who had just charged in a frenzied and disheveled state. Chapter 111. Acquisition of Shenyang Securities. On the morning of September 11, 2001, the sun's rays filtered through the window, illuminating two strikingly beautiful figures, a man and a woman. Chen Yijun stretched lazily, casting a glance at Mao Xianmin, a smile gracing his face. Under his persistent advances, he had successfully won her over, and ultimately, Mao Xianmin conceded. As long as Chen Yijun did not abandon her, she chose to accept the reality of their situation. "Oh, you're tugging at my hair," Chen Yijun retorted. "If you truly believe in the thrill of battling against fate and humanity, perhaps you ought to assess your own capabilities." At first, Xian Yuan Hamo was bewildered by the unfolding events, but upon observing the duo's furtive demeanor as if guarding against a thief, he began to suspect that something delightful was afoot. Feng Gaojia felt a searing pain radiating from his increasingly swollen face, which left him feeling deeply aggrieved. Upon hearing the words of the troll leader, Sa Jin sensed an ominous turn of events. If the utilization of these minerals required specialized techniques, the grand vision of deploying them en masse to the battlefield could very well be jeopardized. From the outset, Xian Yuan Hanmo had been training them on how to minimize the noise produced by troop movements. The transformations in Baiyun City were becoming increasingly pronounced. The local residents, immersed in it, sometimes found the changes less perceptible, yet the visiting merchants felt it acutely. Tong Tianwang readied himself for a fierce confrontation with the villagers, only to be unexpectedly knocked unconscious by a sudden blow from one of them. Injuries ranged from minor to severe, likely sustained during hunts or conflicts. The arrival of Jun Machen brought great excitement to the elder. It was thanks to him that they had not lost such a formidable ally as Shang Wanyu, let alone the others. Upon reflection, Shanshan had to concede that the other party possessed certain unique qualities, particularly in their treatment of her. Confident in her appearance, Shanshan was aware that countless individuals, both in reality and online, harbored ambiguous affections for her, with many wealthy suitors desiring to support her financially. "Weren't you the one who wholeheartedly agreed at that time? Now you dare to shift the blame onto me. I refuse to shoulder this burden." Yi scoffed at Jiang Yan's words. "Haha, our two teams have finally qualified for the World Championship. We are the champions of the spring tournament, a seed team in the Huaxia division, and we are guaranteed not to encounter each other before the quarterfinals. Now, we await the draw," Jiang Yan exclaimed, brimming with excitement upon returning to the base. The gates of Hanggu Pass swung open, and the formidable troops of Yu Kingdom surged forth, launching an aggressive assault upon the central plains of Han. "Oh no, this is bad. The Demon Lord has predicted what is about to transpire." Indeed, an ethereal figure emerged, shimmering in and out of sight, its visage contorted in anguish as it gazed at Manxiang, tears streaming down its face. Unexpectedly, this haphazard rescue spared the lives of the mother and child, alleviating a great deal of concern and constraints for Xiangyu. At least he could now retreat southward without worrying about Pengcheng. Had Yu Ji and her child remained ensnared within the encirclement of the Qi army at Pengcheng, Xiangyu would have undoubtedly been driven to madness. Upon hearing Pu Jun's assurance, Suin breathed a sigh of relief. At least this time, he had not made any glaring mistakes. In truth, once the strategic direction was established, the subsequent actions would naturally fall into place, simplifying matters considerably. What secrets lay concealed here? It was known that the two demons were formidable. The very thing that frightened them must be exceedingly terrifying. The Gang Sword and the Earth Sha Sword must be united to unleash their true potential. Fortunately, Manxiang and I are mutually compatible, thus allowing us to harness the sword's might. What chance do you still possess? Chapter 112. A violent confrontation with Chen Dongji. As evening descended, Chen Dongji, inebriated to the point of oblivion, forcefully kicked open the doors of Qingxin's studio, unleashing a cacophony of frantic shouts. "Father! Father!" Upon hearing the commotion, several individuals promptly rose to their feet, and Li Biyu furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Dongji, what is the matter?" Chen Dongji responded with a foolish grin, "Mother, where's father?" Following this utterance, he resumed his boisterous cries of father. Subsequently, he pointed accusingly at his elder brother, exclaiming, "None of you are permitted to intervene. You are not merely cunning, you are maliciously and diabolically so. Few can attain such a nefarious level," Bai Lang mocked Mu Mu. "Because I am indeed foolish. That is why." "Never mind, you would not comprehend," he lamented, feeling inexplicably dejected. Just as he was beginning to revel in a fleeting moment of joy, he was abruptly thrust back into despair. He merely chuckled, casually retrieving the car keys from the hook, allowing himself to be dragged along as they made their way to the parking lot. Upon hearing this, Long Feiyang felt a stirring within his heart. He had indeed been preoccupied with the restructuring of his company, unaware of where this Xiao Guoxiong had gleaned such information. He was aware that Xiao Guoxiong possessed some financial resources, yet he was even more cognizant of his tumultuous past. In merely a minute, the exhaustion that had enveloped the two men dissipated entirely. Li Xiang's face was flushed, while Yu Longtian appeared invigorated. The aura of the blade, radiating with overwhelming might, was evidently intended to undermine Lu Qingyu's morale and to dull his fervor, instilling trepidation before he even ascended the mountain. Even in a realm as divine as this, loud raucousness is deemed inappropriate. Every nook and cranny here belongs to the night god family. Such an esteemed locale cannot tolerate any semblance of disgrace. Remember, you cannot act selfishly. The harm you inflict is not merely upon your own voice, but upon the reputation of the night god family. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Longtian had been anticipating this moment. As he turned, extending his hand, a sudden jolt coursed through him, and he beheld the electric baton soaring through the air, ultimately descending upon himself. Summer had deliberated, strength necessitated resources, and now such a vast trove lay before him. To neglect its utilization would be a grave disservice to the celestial advantage bestowed upon him. Bai Lang, a paragon of the Bai family, understood the virtues of integrity. If the Bai family did not uphold an unwavering fidelity to love, how could they earn the trust of the prestigious night god family? Thus, loyalty and love was the unwavering principle of the entire Bai clan. I found myself constrained by the two individuals behind me, powerless to move, forced to watch as another approached me with a drawn blade. When have such opportunities ever befallen you? You must realize that upon your transformation into a law entity, you are no longer an ordinary laborer. Do you still aspire to monopolize the position of labor leader? At every table, Su Sun would engage for a brief period, reclaiming a portion of the gold coins between wins and losses. It appeared as though Su Sun had lost everything, yet in truth, he had emerged victorious. Li Qianmo nodded, her heart filled with curiosity. Why had Li Huan not called her directly? The temperature of the earth core fire essence was exceedingly high. Even though Ling Yi was prepared, having summoned a thick barrier of true energy, she was still unable to withstand the searing heat. It was unclear what thoughts occupied her mind as she began to incessantly criticize others for aspiring to ascend the social ladder, desiring to rise to prominence. She had contemplated this herself, as she frequently encountered various food-related videos belonging to the realm of food broadcasting. Today marked a significant occasion for her ascent to fame. Ling Yi's presence threatened to disrupt her carefully laid plans and seize the celestial token. She would not allow Ling Yi to interfere. Ling Yi stood there, momentarily stunned. Yet she remained unwilling to accept that he intended to seek out Yu Fei at the Ling family estate, to confront her directly. One scene depicted the state of the information room, causing Luo Fan to suddenly stomp his foot, resulting in the ground collapsing beneath them, leaving everyone teetering and nearly toppling over. As long as you share the truth with me, regardless of what it entails, I shall have no regrets, Ji Anqi declared. The following day, the director of education, along with all the teachers and students, noticed that Ruan Meng had commenced her studies. Chapter 113. The accident of Chen Yangzhe. Chen Dongji's mouth and nose bled as he roared, "Chen Yijun, how dare you strike me? It was indeed you." Chen Yijun retorted angrily, "I believe myself to be ruthless, yet you have proven to be even more malevolent. Chen Dongji, you are truly remarkable. I cannot comprehend your words." Chen Dongji's gaze faltered, but he stubbornly refused to admit anything. Chen Rongji interjected, "Enough. Father is currently in the hospital fighting for his life. Do not blame me for your quarrels." Ling Xiao lay immobile, helplessly watching Yi Shuixiang's tongue traverse his body. "What do you intend to do? How does harming others benefit you?" Ling Xiao hoped his delaying tactic would prove effective. After dialing the number repeatedly without success, anxiety began to creep into his heart. When he inquired about the reason, the individual refused to elaborate, only stating that the place was haunted. The locals were averse to discussing ghosts. Hence he used the euphemism of unclean things. Rest assured, I will guard these two treasures with utmost diligence. I would never resort to violence against them. However, it seems we are somewhat short-handed. To achieve a substantial scale, it may take several years, Kent sighed. All right, you stay here and enjoy some tea while I gather the materials. Gao Shi considered that grilling meat was indeed efficient. Although he was already full, Yi Xiu's stomach rumbled with hunger. If they prepared something else, it would take a considerable time, but grilling meat allowed for simultaneous cooking and eating. Now you understand why both I and Wu Xiang, despite all the animosity stemming from your act of killing the master, would rather see you turn back? Why was this memory forgotten? Was it lost in the vast sea of souls across dimensions, or was it deliberately concealed? At this juncture, reflecting on such matters seems utterly futile. Now we comprehend why this magnificent structure, enshrouded in layers of frost, is referred to as the Hall of the Rainbow War God. It is precisely for this reason that she found herself utterly bewildered by the scene before her, unable to react or comprehend, leaving her in a state of daze. Similarly, I accepted the task of guarding Heidel City, which necessitated changing several pieces of armor and acquiring other gear, as well as purchasing numerous high-dosage life potions to prepare adequately for the impending battle. My apologies, a wild dog suddenly dashed across the road. Yang Yuan, who had caused the accident by abruptly braking, turned back in a flustered explanation. Knife Edge Mountain, situated in the heart of the desolate wasteland, rises approximately 1,000 zhang. The mountain is barren, riddled with bizarre rocks, and from a distance, it resembles a colossal yellow blade piercing the sky, hence its name. Additionally, it remained unspoken that the exceptional spiritual vein greatly aided its recovery. Evidently, this time, the dragon-sealing secret realm's Tianju spirit also reaped considerable benefits. They assumed I would assist their endeavors, yet I also advanced my own cause, Animasola declared proudly. Mo Fei's peach blossom eyes briefly glimmered with melancholy. Yet he discreetly curled his lips into a smile, seemingly unconsciously stretching his hand onto the grass, leaning slightly backward, his gaze directed skyward. Our master Yuan is remarkably traditional. He adheres to Confucius's teachings of repaying kindness with virtue. At that moment, a beam of white light shot from the distance toward the Jiuyao fortress, arriving above the defensive spirit shield ahead of the golden giant palm. Consequently, upon seeing these individuals, Lu Tianming instantly recognized their identities. No, this is truly incredible. Yumei Village's Liang's eyes sparkled with admiration, while Kato wore a resigned expression, and Fei Niao regarded Zhang Xiaofei with a complex look, pondering his thoughts. Chapter 114. Uncovering the mastermind. Director Li spoke in a deep voice. Do you truly believe that the culprits are merely those few individuals? The circumstances speak volumes. Chief Liang has been my driver for many years without incident, and this road is not unfamiliar to him. How is it that a problem arises precisely on the day of the press conference at that particular hour? Do you suspect Yijun? Naturally, Director Li could not entertain the notion that it was Yijun. If he were the perpetrator, he would have had no motive, having already secured his wealth. Furthermore, it was not merely a matter of paying taxes. As a member of the Human Interstellar Alliance, there were additional obligations, namely conscription. Since he had only recently joined, this was temporarily deferred, but in 10 years, the conscription ships would arrive alongside the tax vessels, demanding the enlistment of 200,000 troops every decade. This was something only he could clarify. Wang Yao had not informed Kung Fu, had it not been for his snow lotus. Even the consumption of the spirit talisman would not have aided Feng Yingxuan. His snow lotus served as a crucial foundation for Feng Yingxuan's recovery. As Lu Nin intensified the collision force of the spiritual particles, the driving force of the wind particles correspondingly weakened, diminishing the lifting power, causing Lu Nin to gradually descend. Below her waist, however, her form was less than graceful, resembling a great fish adorned with dark scales, the tail fin trembling in distress. Aware of the mermaid's nature, she knew that once her body dried, she would transform into legs for easier land movement. Gazing into the tempestuous area ahead, Celubelia's face bore a hint of trepidation. For this strange space concealed too many uncertainties. Although the towel concealed all of Angela's significant attributes, the slight glimpse of a contour evoked in Chu-yi thoughts of tumultuous waves below. As the two approached a Volvo SUV, they noticed a man waiting there, presumably the driver for Li Jixuan. Upon returning to Tianjin, night had already fallen. Wang Yao did not return to the residence at Bishi Mountain Villa, but instead sought out Jiang Qiu. She was on the verge of throwing a tantrum. Yet this tactic proved utterly ineffective. No one paid her any heed. Chen Yikji obediently followed behind, her unease palpable, stealing glances at the tall, imposing figure ahead. Within the 9 ancient halls, numerous dragons soared into the cosmos, their bodies gradually vanishing, likely exiting this illusion. Moments later, the sky outside began to brighten. Lengua, noticing the hour was late, stood and walked outside. In an instant, the gathered crowd began to express their astonishment once more. The Baiyu sword was a contemporary weapon. Once the personal sword of the renowned Baiyu Gongzi, rumored to rival the legendary Yingxue sword, forged through countless trials. Yet, it was astonishingly severed in two. And that too before the eyes of its original owner. One could only wonder what emotions stirred within him. Freed from Guan Yu's restraint, the masked man forcefully cast aside Zhang Fei, who lay gasping on the ground, until his mother, tragically, passed away without ever seeing him once, and at that time, he was scarcely a year old. The tears that had long been held back by Situ Wang Yun now flowed forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Do not use the Qi family as your shield. Even if they wish to protect you, they must consider their own strength in Qianshan Prefecture. Wei Yi resolved that the Qi family would likely remain passive. Should they intervene, it would mean arrangements had already been made. Fengxian, as she watched Lu Bu's retreating figure, Diao Chan shed tears anew, and this time, they were genuinely for Lu Bu. The kind-hearted Diao Chan felt immense guilt towards the general who loved her deeply. After learning that her affections lay with Guan Yu, Lu Bu, remarkably, still assisted her in fulfilling her final wish. Sun Jian, reflecting on the tragic fates of his comrades from Jiangdong, recalled his valiant brother General Zhu Mao, who was slain by Hua Xiong while retreating to protect him. With renewed resolve, he summoned all his strength. With a swift maneuver, Hua Xiong's neck cracked with a resounding snap. Chapter 115. The board resolution. Chen Yijun remarked, "Someone is concealing the source and identity of that money. Their methods are truly sophisticated." Jean, nodding in agreement, inquired, "Shall we continue investigating the suspicious individuals, President?" "Yes," Chen Yijun replied coldly, tossing an antique art piece onto the table. "Investigate further." At that moment, another investigator rushed in, respectfully stating, "President, we have examined this antique. The situation is exceedingly grim. If the other party fails to deliver the promised supplies, we may witness starvation here." The massive stone doorway yawned open, resembling a colossal beast poised to devour its prey. Ding Chong had just contemplated seeking out the Yang family at their rendezvous, but the Yang family appeared unbidden. Gao Heng felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Fortunately, Su Ruyan had already detached herself from his embrace, sparing him the discomfort of her sensing his abrupt shift in demeanor. Anger surged within him, yet confusion prevailed. Why? Why must the emperor of the Ming dynasty, who clearly despises warfare, still pursue conflict? The flying car gradually descended into a parking space in the sky, where 2 gentlemen named Carl disembarked, accompanied by 3 assistants and 5 bodyguards. The parking attendant maneuvered the vehicle into the building's interior. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity presented by ample supplies, Man Gui devised a plan. He turned and returned to the beast enclosure, shortly thereafter appearing on a freshly unloaded alpaca cart. By the time Yao Ran returned to the camp, it was late at night. Gone Man remained in a deep slumber. But this time Yao Ran refrained from administering a hefty dose of medication, wary of causing any complications for the elderly man. At that moment, Li Ji felt a twinge of conflict within. Both of his sons were exceptionally talented, never having disappointed him. However, the matter of succession bore immense significance for the future of the Tang dynasty, and he dared not make a hasty decision. Observing them running back and forth among several hideouts, the group then made straight for Ding's residence. During this time, only the covert agent marked a communication signal on the wall, with the rest of the time spent adhering to protocol. "Step behind me," Zhou Haoming instructed, glancing at Si Yuan Chao before asking, "What does Fang Acui intend to do?" Initially, he had thought to assist her through his work there, but he was disheartened to learn she had been hospitalized. Nan Xiang called out to the man in the ice coffin, but he appeared to be in a deep slumber. Unresponsive to her loud calls, he leaped down without hesitation to protect her, vowing that, regardless of any unforeseen events, he would shield her. Ji Longjun led his 2 younger brothers to the riverbank outside the willow grove. With a 2-foot iron sword in hand, he gazed at the winding river that stretched beyond his sight, lost in contemplation. "Master, let the chefs manage on their own. Why burden yourself so?" she asked, looking at Ji Wanrong with some confusion. Considering their abilities as psychic illusionists, it was plausible that an irresistible car accident could occur, rendering their illusions ineffective. Unexpected fatalities were not uncommon. What is it? Trust me, I can still do this, Zhou Yuhao said as he bent down to kiss Tian Qianqian's lips. As she passed by Zheng He, she cast a disdainful glance at him, her expression suggesting she looked down upon the impoverished scholar. Following the political elections, and with Pei Yuan's will recommending him, Mu Rongjing ascended to the position of commander, taking full control of the South River, becoming the youngest individual in a country's history to unify politics, economics, and military prowess as a supreme commander. The mighty Zhang Liang let out a cry of anguish, a testament to the lethal force of the black bullets. Without a second thought, he turned and fled. Han Feng signaled Johnson to initiate a surprise attack. Johnson, already positioned, sprang into action with a swift thrust. In the initial minutes of the confrontation, Zhen Long struggled to find his rhythm, whether in positioning or passing the ball, resulting in several errors due to his lack of synchronization with his teammates. Chapter 116. The true nature of Li Bu. Vice President Chen Dongji remarked. Vice President Lin Jishuan. Should we not seek the opinions of the board members and proceed to a show of hands? With the board members now present, it was imperative to include their votes to finalize the selection of the president. Subsequently, Lin Jishuan initiated the final recommendation. Those who believe that President Chen Yijun is the suitable candidate to lead the Rin Shenyang Financial Holding Company, please raise your hands. In that moment, unanimous support for Chen Yijun emanated from all present, a clear consensus. However, one must not retaliate. Qian Duoduo harbored lingering apprehensions regarding Tong Li's methods, hastily establishing rules to ensure her own safety. The imposing nature of those two words left Zhang Bing momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Gu Jinyu. Once the regulations were established, the subordinates would arrange the details, bringing Yang Xiong forward to receive 80 strikes before dispatching 2 officials to escort him away, merely a matter of Zhang He and Zhao Bai. Since he remained silent, Gu Qiqi chose not to inquire, aware that despite his current gentleness, he could erupt in anger at any moment. The fairy bit her tongue lightly, feeling the sharp pain radiate from her taste buds, prompting Di Hao to regain his composure, a shiver coursing through him. I have just returned from a mission and learned of the commander's injury. May I visit him at home? Tang Gu inquired. Indeed, we shall certainly go. Therefore, could you refrain from seeking out my people for drinks at such late hours? A disgruntled voice from outside interrupted. The young man chuckled softly, choosing to say nothing further. Yet his smile concealed a trace of unspoken bitterness. After a brief exchange, the deputy waved his hand, prompting all soldiers to disperse and commence a thorough search. Inspecting each household, He Ying promptly retreated to the young man's side, leaping back onto the bed. Jiang Peng, is it permissible for my brother to leave? Hua Tianqi questioned, raising his voice yet again. Half an hour later, He Ying returned to her position, now amidst the third round of the auction. The auctioneers were the same exiled nobility who had once paraded through the streets. Grandfather glanced skyward once more, pondering, where has this fallen from? At such a height, could it lead to a mishap? The 3 individuals felt exceedingly pleased, exchanging glances and breaking into laughter, the previous misunderstandings dissipating in that shared mirth. With that, Yang Jian plunged into the rift, vanishing from sight along with the tear. In reality, within the heart of Kunlun sect, similar to most sects, there existed a majority of life tablets for disciples. These tablets could not ensure survival, but could timely report the circumstances should their owners encounter misfortune, as well as gather their souls to prevent disintegration. I'm off. I'll call my godfather upon my return, Hua Tianqi declared, biting down resolutely. Though referred to as a street, it was vast, akin to a box garden. The crowd expressed their intentions to explore various locations, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. After the initial surge of excitement faded, Emo Shibei turned away, feeling she had come to a sufficient understanding. Murong Lianyun was Murong Lianyun. Regardless of her past lives, in this existence, she was merely Murong Lianyun, a being fundamentally unrelated to her save for residing within her. Meanwhile, 2-year-old Ma Wanner could walk and jump, reciting poetry with ease. Sporting braided pigtails, she swayed as she slipped through the door unnoticed by the servants, only to collide with a passing carriage shortly thereafter. Lu Zhong was left speechless, reluctantly acquiescing. The assembled officials echoed, "Long live His Majesty, wise and benevolent, loving his people as his own children." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, old Lu sighed in resignation, reflecting that Yifeng's sentiments echoed those of his young master from years past. No wonder he was the disciple of the young master. Faced with such a multitude of golden-winged squirrels, it was no longer realistic to eliminate them one by one. Only an attack of this nature could effectively target any approaching golden-winged squirrel. Chapter 117. The ambition of Li Biyu. Chen Yijji, much like Li Biyu, harbored ulterior motives and sought to acquire Shenyang, leading Li Biyu to act against the protagonist without regard for their past connection. Consequently, the protagonist seized the opportunity presented by Li Biyu's actions, thereby obtaining a 17 stake in Shenyang. With a swift motion, Chen Hao exerted force, resulting in a sharp crack as Wang Feng's wrist was broken, contorting grotesquely. Their minds were intertwined, allowing them to sense the imminent danger emanating from the pallid skull. When her foot became ensnared, Yu Shifeng was unable to extricate it, resorting instead to inflicting some measures with a blade, which after being soaked, rendered her wounds grotesquely ghastly. He Yakian and a Fei, observing from a distance, found amusement as Feng Yifan took the opportunity to impart wisdom to his apprentice. At that moment, Zhu Kantai rose, kneeling on the ground, and struck himself fiercely, splitting his lip, with blood trickling down and staining the stone floor. It was now their turn to offer tribute. Yet he was preoccupied, exclaiming for his mother to speak with him. Han Renhai, in high spirits, casually passed his phone to his spouse, who was busy tallying accounts. Han Xiaowu immediately regained his composure, offering a self-deprecating smile before formally acknowledging with a simple response, received. During this time, Chen Hao learned of a development. The fraudulent Boai hospital was under investigation and had even made it to television. He dismissed these words, unconcerned with others' opinions, as he had never considered himself a virtuous monk. For indulgence had long passed through him, yet the Buddha remained in his heart. Reflecting on the past, when he had taken on apprentices, Su Jinrong's memories were predominantly filled with moments of scolding his disciples, which led him to feel a twinge of guilt towards them. However, Tang Yaodian held a different perspective. Those vivid recollections remained fresh in his mind, and as he placed his palms together at his chest, he unconsciously began to form hand seals while reminiscing. Wu Shaoling's modest abilities sufficed for bullying the meek, but upon encountering a formidable opponent like Jie Yifan, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he howled in fright. Yushunli perused the scene, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. At this critical moment, old Master Lu had invited Xianling to the Alchemist Guild, presumably seeking to discern the unfolding events from him. Given that Yun Pashao had indeed gone missing from the Xinjing sect, should the Alchemist Guild and Qing Yun sect unite to confront him, he would find himself in a precarious position. Meanwhile, Di Yeni, aside from evading, did not launch any offensive, which puzzled Cheng Xinyan greatly. The cloaked figure's eyes glowed a fierce red as he bowed his head, allowing the accusations to rain down upon him, while Mo Beiyin fixed his gaze intently upon his face, abruptly releasing his grip. Tom. Bex had intended to inquire further, but recalling Luo Tian's inhuman speed, he swiftly silenced himself, his eyes darting, unsure of what thoughts occupied his mind. Does she resemble a pawn of the demon race? Huang Qinyu regarded Yi Wuhuan with a look of incredulity, pondering whether recent tribulations had rendered him somewhat dull-witted. Within the realm of consciousness, Nordland's essence floated above, observing a mass of black mist writhing before him. After returning to Chongqing residence and shedding his outer garments, someone arrived with news. Housekeeper Dawei had been awaiting the sixth master for some time. Who could be responsible for this? To force a fallen angel into self-detonation? Could it be the Divine Clan? Natasha remarked coldly as she scrutinized the ruins below. Instantly, her pale eyes illuminated with a vibrant azure, as two enigmatic patterns slowly emerged, revealing the soul-viewing inscriptions. Whether he had concealed his trump card all along or had recently broken through, Lu'er had no intention of continuing the fight, yet she could not escape. Chapter 118. Apollo Automobile. Chen Daojun gazed coldly into the distance. I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Is it truly a lack of understanding? Or rather a reluctance to speak? Chen Yijun remarked. Whether it is Chun Dongji or the so-called Chen Huaying, they are merely pawns in your game. You simply did not anticipate how things would suddenly transform into this state. The acquisition of Shenyang Securities and Shenyang Department Store during the era of intelligence must be what you detest the most. Chen Daojun clenched his fists tightly. These two matters. Feng Yi returned to the military camp. However, prior to this, he had changed his appearance entirely. With a resigned shrug, Yun Ting signaled his understanding. Yet silence does not equate to agreement, nor does it imply cessation. Nevertheless, an overwhelming sense of urgency surged within them. If this continued, they would be unable to cross the river, let alone venture into the 9 suspended mountains in search of opportunities. Just as the crowd exhaled a sigh of relief, They were astonished to discover that in an instant, dozens had suffered casualties. That's unnecessary. We are simply not suited for one another. After all, we hail from entirely different worlds. Even if we meet, become acquainted, and spend time together, what difference would it make? Yichen spoke as his figure vanished into Ling Mengxi's embrace. Let us discuss this later. Tomorrow at 7. Everyone shall convene at the summit of Wei Tian Town in Qilan City. For now, we shall disperse and enjoy our own pursuits, Gu Yan addressed the crowd. Before reaching the crossroads, they encountered the village chief's carriage. The soldiers pulling the carriage, upon recognizing the village chief, halted the vehicle. One stop, and the following 3 carriages came to a stop as well. Contemplating, Feng Hua regarded the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Had it not been for Master Wang Yu's reminder, he would likely still be oblivious to this situation. He had no time to squander in the dining hall. He needed to hasten back to examine the newly acquired beast recipes, for it was possible that among them lay some exceptional exotic beast delicacies. The Great Robbery Alliance primarily targeted various planets for plunder, leaving devastation in their wake, and colonizing planets while enslaving the indigenous populations in a cruel and bloody manner. Each of the 2 summoned their respective magical artifacts, directing them to assault Han Long, as the artifacts radiated with various hues, striking at Han Lang's vital points from cunning angles. Such matters pertaining to physiological needs were indeed inconvenient to explain to Jouer. In Nyofan's eyes, she was still merely a child. Several black arrows transformed into streaks of dark lightning, swiftly pushing the demonic army's front line back by over 10 meters. Li Fei and Shui rode away on their black and white steeds, while the others watched the 2 depart, each lost in their own thoughts. Xuelian felt as if she had been hollowed out, experiencing a deep discomfort. She carefully stowed away the parchment and rode her 2 fierce wolves on the journey home. Since Han Long was the most skilled among them, they naturally placed their hopes entirely on him. Baby, you told me that you are to be wed. I specifically came to attend your wedding. Will you not welcome me? Yin Ruyu spoke softly, her gaze at Tang Baobao tinged with a hint of regret. 150 pounds. The guard gulped, for this was, to be honest, the most astonishing figure he had encountered in 3 years. Tianxing did not hasten to reveal the specific method, instead countering the marshal's inquiry, deeming it impolite, yet necessary for the marshal to fully grasp the essence of the 5 elements. For safety's sake, Han Lung retrieved the Shin shield, which floated before him after he infused it with magical energy, aiding in his defense against attacks. Following closely behind her senior sister, she ventured deeper into the territory. Li Fei harbored doubts regarding whether this knife-wielding figure understood the path to awakening. If this temporary master had already intervened, there would be little need to purchase it. In truth, everything within this room was under the boss's remote control. A boy spoke in a calm tone, his head bowed. And I had no desire to delve into his current expression. I merely snorted coldly, and then turned my attention to the other 2. Chapter 119. The Passing of Chen Yangji, It Will Not. Chen Yijun elucidated, divided into 60 installments. This signifies a span of 5 years. The original price is 5 million Korean won, but following the installment payments, substantial interest will accrue, yielding a pure profit exceeding 15%. Initially, I intended to leverage the Shenyang credit card for an Apollo loan, but the staff's intentions are quite evident. Without directives from higher management, they will not hastily proceed with lending. Who would take responsibility if something went awry? Furthermore, should Gunyin intervene, it would disrupt the established rules among the upper echelons of the Yang realm, potentially inciting unforeseen chaos, a cost that outweighs the benefits. This starkly diverged from his expectations. Surveying his surroundings, the only features aside from the enveloping darkness were the ominous Huangquan waterfall at his feet. Was it truly the case that no fortuitous opportunities existed here to facilitate a breakthrough in strength? Contemplating this, Yang Hutu felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Chen Yuan expelled a mouthful of blood, his internal organs tumultuous and in disarray. Feng Sanqi rushed over to assist him, while Zhang Linger retrieved a delicate porcelain vial from her bosom, dispensing 2 dark red pills and administering them to Chen Yuan. Tian Ling felt lightheaded from the dizzying spins initiated by Lord Song, and it took a considerable time for her to regain her composure after being set down by the now calm Lord Song. She gazed at him, filled with both envy and resentment. Today, Qiu Ai and Wei Weian aimed to set up additional flammable points, enhancing their chances of success in tomorrow's battle. What is happening? Why did I not hear anything? She exclaimed, genuinely unaware of the circumstances, as her thoughts were consumed by her pregnancy. The voice returned. She strained to grasp the glimmering light with all her might, and, at last, succeeded in capturing it within her palm. Even among cultivators of the Tremor Mountain realm, pure physical strength rarely exceeds 10,000 pounds. Thus, observing Chen Yuan's use of colossal stones for body training often left Feng Sanqi with a sense of absurdity, convinced that such feats were beyond human capability. Mo had also set the rice to steam, as fish was on the menu today. Adhering to the principle of eating well in the morning, sufficiently at noon, and lightly in the evening for health, she planned to indulge in easily digestible noodles for dinner, engage in light conversation, and retire for the night, free from concerns of indigestion. In the dead of night, Xiao Mianji rapped on the physician's door, summoning the still-sleeping doctor to the yamen, whereupon the doctor took his pulse, his brows furrowed in concern. The population in the 100 Blue Stars is exceedingly mobile, primarily comprising cultivators and equally formidable beings. Daily, numerous skirmishes unfold here, some driven by greed, others by vengeance, and many instigated by mere verbal disputes leading to physical confrontations. In retrospect, this brings to mind the last time Yi Qiu visited Lu Xia, not long before Xiaohong vacated the premises. You have truly lost your mind, Chen Yijun remarked hoarsely, yet his words emerged in a peculiar manner, incomprehensible to anyone. Being embraced by Qin Yuqing left him breathless, akin to being engulfed in flames. His utterances were reduced to mere syllables. Upon hearing this, Tech's expression shifted dramatically, fear and despair giving way to a frenzied, yet sorrowful demeanor. After much reflection, he discerned the flaw within the Black Lily video. It merely showcased the final product without revealing the entirety of its creation process. Jiao Chan frowned, playfully admonishing, "This is hardly serious." Just as the trio engaged in light banter, a messenger arrived, announcing that Chao Chao and Chaoong were en route to the Seakong's residence to discuss pressing matters. In a residence adjacent to the Mu estate in Shuzhou, Zhang Liao and Gao Shun were sharing a bitter drink. The Chao army had not troubled the two, providing ample food and drink while only restricting their movements. In some locales, cinemas struggle to compete with video halls, as the latter tend to screen films that have been released in recent years, while domestic cinemas often showcase outdated films that the populace has lost interest in. Chapter 120. The struggle for company shares upon receiving the news. The members of the Qin family immediately set aside their tasks and hastily drove towards Kingxin's High. However, they were unable to catch a final glimpse of the venerable patriarch. As the gates of the crematorium slowly opened, Chen Xingjuan, as the eldest grandson, emerged with his grandfather's portrait cradled in his hands. Chairman Chen Yangji of Shenyang Group had passed away at the age of 76. For the past 32 years, Chairman Chen had led Shenyang Group with an extraordinary spirit of challenge. The four individuals he had just mentioned were notably the most infamous troublemakers within the Wu character brigade. Indeed, as they made their way down the slope, a mother was seen struggling to return, clutching her child amidst the wind and rain, stumbling and exerting great effort. Ah, she must be the nominal wife, right? Naturally, a man of such striking appearance could evoke interest if she were inclined. Ahem. One must maintain composure and not indulge in such thoughts. After all, she is a mother. Not only was she adept at songwriting and program planning, but she also wrote scripts and now managed a company, with everything progressing smoothly and thriving. Su Tianlai extended a finger and pressed the speakerphone button on the landline, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Observing this, the driver promptly opened the rear door, unceremoniously tossing Lan Mu out of the car, even kicking her discarded shoes and socks out after her. "I'm about to turn 20, brothers. It's time to plan for the future," Luo Qi added. In truth, at his age, he was already considered old for a trainee. Many trainees entered the company in their early teens, facing far more arduous challenges compared to them. With the presence of Lei Gong Mo, the cat's eye stone was a gift from his master. Yuan Xiuhua journeyed southward in search of the Suiho pearl and the fallen jade flute. After thorough research, it was discovered that the Suiho pearl had been buried with Zhao Tuo, the king of Nanyue. Lu Xian refrained from unnecessary words. It was this woman who had provoked him, and given her formidable strength, he felt no need for pity. He charged forward, axe raised, aiming directly at the beautiful woman's head. Qingming nodded and remarked, "Due to the strict investigations in Ji Prefecture, not only is it impossible for those inside to exit, but it is also not easy for outsiders to enter. Cultivating the essence of purity, once the pure energy is cultivated, only the turbid energy remains. This turbid energy serves as the foundation, yet the lands of the great world have long been blessed by sages, leaving only one land untouched: hell. This is the only territory that has not been sanctified by sages. Ahead, separated by a deep channel, The northern army watched helplessly as the Yin army's archers vanished from sight, unable to pursue. The water in the pool could resonate with human intentions, either increasing or decreasing, warming or cooling. When it ebbed and flowed, it produced wondrous sounds, proclaiming profound truths. If one were to immerse themselves in the water, their path to enlightenment would advance rapidly. What a perfect opportunity. A decisive strike, seizing the moment when one is vulnerable. By directly incapacitating the bloodthirsty foe, the remaining phantoms could be dealt with calmly. At this moment, Yin Qing's hands were also enveloped in a faint layer of icy mist. Evidently having sustained some injury from the backlash of the dazzling celestial flames earlier, this formless power, though invisible, resembled the unseen force of turbulent waters, the signs preceding a volcanic eruption or the impending arrival of a storm, which only a few could sense within. This matter should now be considered settled. As neither the Orthodox sect nor the police intended to pursue further trouble, Bai Qingyan was naturally pleased to enjoy some leisure. Though I may be incapable, my companion, Brother Wu, possesses the means. Ling Nanxing followed the direction of Li Jinyu's finger, spotting an individual in their mid-20s, an initial stage spiritual master, whose appearance was quite ordinary, dressed in a plain light blue outer garment devoid of any adornments. Pingyang Marquis held the emperor's golden medallion of immunity, making it impossible for the Yin emperor to execute him. Thus, he privately conferred with Gao Cheng. Not at all. What do you think is the concept of the nation? Juanfu asked with a smile, quickly countering. Chapter 121. Chen Rongji's persuasion on the following morning. Chen Huaying arrived at her elder brother's office, eager to discuss a transaction with Chen Rongji. Chen Rongji felt somewhat exasperated with his sister. As a woman, she continually aspired to become a manager at Shenyang Group, seemingly disregarding the authority of their elder and second brothers. I intend to transfer all my shares in Shenyang Life to Yijun, but only on the condition that he returns all the department store shares he unlawfully took from me. He could only fix a piercing gaze upon Li Qinghuan, the leader of Li, silently conveying his deep, earnest wish to confront this monstrous figure. Countless magnetic chains erupted from Lin Lin's body, surging towards Lung Tianying. With a swift motion of his celestial halberd, Lung Tianying merely deflected the magnetic chains, causing no significant harm to them. Bai Feng's anger flared anew. Unwilling to continue her conversation with Duan Yanqing, she shot him an irritated glare before storming back to her room, slamming the door shut. Do not bother me with trifles. If I say the grain is acceptable, then it is. If not, it is not. If you can take it away, then do so. If not, then no amount of persuasion will suffice. That is the matter at hand. You two can figure out how to handle it. The second lady had begun to twist her tongue, adopting a manner of stubbornness. Given the advantageous terrain, I chose to advance from beneath the water. Stealthily evading the detectors submerged in the river, I approached the bank silently. By the time the soldiers sensed something amiss in the water, it was already too late. I swiftly rendered them unconscious. Perseverance bore fruit, as I soon discovered the carcasses of 5 sheep not far behind the dilapidated temple. The sheep were intact, yet their necks had been twisted to death in a peculiar manner. Why would a thief kill the sheep, not for consumption or sale, but rather hide them here? What could be the rationale behind this? Mo smiled, her calm demeanor leaving several puzzled. Could she possess remarkable abilities? Then let us see if you can pass my test. Li Qinghuan initially intended to inform directly, but reconsidered. Brother Zhang had yet to agree to become the honorary leader of Yixiao Mansion. Why not seize this opportunity to provoke him? Just emerging from the bathroom, Kong Yixian was drying her hair, while Lin Ningjin, absorbed in a horror film, sat listlessly beside her. Chang Yi, checking match information next to him. And even former teammates from the city team, who had finished training and were ready to rest, collectively gasped in surprise upon seeing the post. Upon hearing Bing Xian's remark, Hung Yinlin glanced over, noticing the naive gaze directed towards him. Qin Sheng drew her legs back without batting an eyelash, picking up a sugar packet to sweeten her drink. If she were to remind him of previously made vows, it would yield a different effect, especially for someone like Horibe, who placed great importance on promises. As a Fu pondered, he found it perplexing why a talented practitioner, capable of attaining the golden core within half a year, had only begun their training 6 months ago. Where had they been all this time? A glimmer of cunning remained in his eyes, accompanied by a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of control. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands encircled her waist, pulling her closer to him. The sensation coursing through her left, Zhu momentarily stunned. As if struck by lightning, he fumbled in his pocket for 10 yuan and handed it to Qin Huairu. After this brief interlude, the group, each harboring their thoughts, followed Zhou Jiqing towards the operating room. Upon reaching the third floor, they discovered chaos outside the surgical suite, with two groups of over 10 individuals embroiled in an emotionally charged argument. Her stockings shone brightly, accentuating the elegant and slender shape of her legs, undeniably alluring. Witnessing the waste of food at their hands, Lu Sanni felt a pang of sorrow, and a flash of fierce determination flickered in her gaze. Chapter 122. Su Minying is pregnant in response to Li Biyu's threats. Chen Yijun merely smiled faintly. I am aware, as far as I know. Prosecutor Su Minying is entirely unconcerned with the matter of the secret funds. Oh, Li Biyu raised an eyebrow, seemingly dismissing the investigation as mere pretense. However, regarding the incitement to murder, particularly the incident that day when my grandfather and I were deceived into a staged car accident, she continued her relentless pursuit. If she were to inquire about the events of that day, it would indeed spell disaster. The following day, my Yume donned a vibrant sundress that exuded sunshine. Lightly applying makeup, her silky strands of hair tucked behind her ears, adorned with an abstract handcrafted necklace brimming with modernity and vitality. A colossal dragon spiraled high above, seemingly bewildered by its sudden arrival in this world. Yet, driven by its inherently savage nature, it gave little thought to its surroundings. Spotting the panicked humans below, it swiftly dove downwards, unleashing crimson and black flames from its maw. This ghostly tactic resulted in a relentless slaughter for an hour, leaving only 40 enemies remaining in the battleground. These demonic beasts and savage creatures had long since awakened their intellect. At this moment, witnessing their adversaries' inability to withstand the onslaught, they gradually set aside their proud bloodlines and banded together to resist. Upon arriving in Zhongdu, Shi Lucy's first task was to confirm Yi Ren's safety at the Yi residence. Accompanied by Aorfa and Dongling, she bravely ventured towards the Yi household, undeterred by the perilous circumstances. Qi Tian paid no heed to the whispers surrounding him. Outside the safe house, he erected a makeshift stand, kindled a fire, placed a pot over it, and began to stew some water salamanders. With rare moments of solitude, he intended to treat himself well. Earlier, at the singing hall, discussions about organizing a birthday banquet for Shenyu, akin to a coming-of-age ceremony, took place. Shen Jifu had retained Shenyu for a brief conversation, after which Shenyu asked Ma Qiu to wait for him. Throughout, Shidi had always protected Chen Yi. Today, in front of so many witnesses, Shidi's remarks inevitably embarrassed Chen Yi, who stood in silence, her eyes already reddened. After observing for a while, Qi Tian had to concede that, with his current capabilities, inflicting significant harm on this flying sword within a short time frame was indeed a formidable challenge. Zhang Qinghua felt immense frustration, but had recently suffered a considerable setback at the hands of Lu Songxing, leaving him somewhat dazed. Though he was no stranger to the rules of the Holy Land, his simmering resentment could not deter him from compliance. I cannot burden you. I can support myself. Lin Jing replied, shaking her head, well aware that Yungua's family was hardly affluent, much like her own. Brother Feng. Upon seeing the demonic ox charge at Tang Xiaofeng, Tang Xian's heart raced. However, she was ensnared by 3 demonic oxen, unable to extricate herself. This moment of distraction brought forth a searing pain in her chest, as a crimson surge of spiritual energy struck her. Polite, agreeable, the Demon King is at your service. Qin Chong chuckled. One respects me a foot, and I honor them a yard. This is the essence of human psychology, a fundamental etiquette irrespective of intention. Angel's Cannon. Eternal shot. The angelic vessel recognized the gravity of the situation, aiming its cannon at the Genesis monument, unleashing its mightiest strike, the eternal shot. With a thunderous boom, the cannon shattered the monument into countless fragments, leaving it dim and lifeless. As Qin Lan's gaze shifted towards him, Zhang Wuliang widened his eyes, stepping back in trepidation. His visage etched with shock. Eager to acquire 2 pieces of golden gear and the immortal boots, he was desperate to reach level 20. Catching a glimpse of Jiao returning, I remained composed, yet Yinran was taken aback, her demeanor instantly becoming awkward. Chapter 123. The ambitions of Li Hongzai at this moment. The Chen family was engrossed in discussions regarding the whereabouts of their mother. Eldest brother, as the firstborn, you must know where mother has gone, inquired Chen Huaying. She left for abroad without informing us. Has something occurred? Chen Dongji added, indeed, elder brother, what has transpired? How would I know? Chen Rongji replied with irritation. If I knew, I would tell you where mother has gone. Meanwhile, Lian Shuo returned to the Phoenix Cemetery, standing before the graves of his parents. He had anticipated shedding tears, yet he found himself unable to produce even a single drop. He merely gazed blankly at the tombstone for an extended period. He had thought he would have much to say to his father and mother, but now that he was confronted with their absence, what could he possibly express? Dreaming of the clear skies, she noticed that Chu Nian was indeed unreserved, waving his hand to beckon everyone toward the hall, raising an eyebrow as he softly hummed a tune. After turning a corner, a vast cavern, akin to a plaza, unfolded before Lin Feng. Upon seeing Feng Yi, who promptly exited to find a screen for privacy, Tian Miaojiao's complexion turned pale, and her voice lost its previous sweetness. Eventually, the dark mist within the valley had transformed entirely into a crimson haze. Had it not been for the trio's protective auras, they would likely have been enveloped in a layer of dark red. Due to their inadequate talents, coupled with the fierce competition within the empire, once deemed lacking, they would have no prospects for advancement, and no instructor would desire to teach them. After reviewing the situation, Mori Sha was the first to ponder whether it was a remnant beast from the previous year, to which Shui Furong quickly alleviated her doubts. Thus, by doing so, they effectively pushed this beast to the limits of their control. Considering the beast's second form, it could potentially suppress Su Xian's inherent powers. Yet it fell slightly short when compared to Su Xian, who wielded the essence of purple energy. If an elder from Tianhong Cliff were to wield a couple of secret artifacts to subdue it, complete suppression would be attainable. After savoring a spoonful of soup, Yen Shifan took a sip of porridge, finding the flavor quite satisfactory. Chen Shuangling's culinary skills were commendable. After searching for so long, his rare robotic nanny, Lisa, had yet to return, leading him to suspect that his sister might be in genuine trouble. Theoretically, the ability to create a teleportation array also meant the capability to forge spatial treasures. This innovation not only resolved the immediate challenges of storage, but also allowed for the transport of substantial supplies during transits, significantly influencing the success of an escape from foreign lands. Observing his seemingly disheveled demeanor, one might wonder if he could truly cure his mother's long-standing headaches. After all, even the most renowned physicians had been rendered helpless. Almost simultaneously with Dio summoning that golden stand, Aviation Smith appeared around Nalinjia. As Luo Qiqi was being led away, she chanced upon Qi Zhan returning from outside with his subordinates to meet Lord Longjio. Should fear arise within the core, the stand would instantly teleport nearby to provide protection. However, this moment was crucial for the group to subdue the Yuezhao fire spirit. And Yuyin felt that she could endure such pain. She did not wish to distract others, persisting in silence until Zhang Ming noticed her discomfort, prompting her to reveal the cause. Seated beside the eaves on a chair, she soon saw Cho Cho gently leap onto the chair and approach her. The Crimson King, much like one delicately shelling a walnut, caressed his barren head with tenderness. Yao Lan's eyes brimmed with anticipation. At this juncture, she dared not face a venerable elder of the Yun Tian sect alone. The affairs outside required no concern from Xian Fei, thus she remained preoccupied with her cultivation. The Yu Xian sect needed to strengthen its prowess, and for that, her unparalleled heart was indispensable. Chapter 124. Chen Yangzhi's video testamently Hung Sai gazed incredulously at Chen Yijun beside him. He had diligently served Shenyang Group. Yet he realized he could never become the most trusted person of Chairman Chen Yangzhi. Even in his final moments, he had to caution his grandson to be wary of Director Li. Uncle Hung Sai, you miscalculated, he pondered. How could you possibly foresee our plans? Despite Li Hung Sai racking his brain, he refused to believe that Chen Yijun possessed any prophetic abilities. Yet here he was, seemingly one step ahead. The first course of action was to eliminate models who had already signed contracts with other companies. Apologizing to them, he made it clear that he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. The students felt a sense of regret, but expressed their understanding. Duan Yu quickly reacted and rushed out, summoning his subordinates to prepare horses, intent on retrieving Xiaolan before she could escape too far. Mu Chen had been waiting outside and promptly presented an item, a water gun, still intact, albeit with a slightly faded hue. Aunt Li was already aware of the situation, though she had refrained from discussing it with her. Previously, the Tang and Qin families had enjoyed a cordial relationship, but recently, that cordiality had waned. The commotion was lively. Yet Jiang Yu felt a sudden chill as he sensed impending doom. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he found himself obstructed by 4 or 5 monks. Upon learning that Ji Yabai was still a virgin, she felt a surge of desire and lingered in the corridor, biding her time to entice him. However, some individuals not only refused to pay, but also took to the website to berate her daily, which she could not tolerate. Why should she indulge such behavior? She donned a large white cloth bag, fashioning 2 holes for her eyes to avoid becoming a blind seer. Such relentless efforts to elevate oneself are not actions one would expect from a villain. Ling Feng remained silent, quietly consuming his meal. Observing his demeanor, Wu Tong felt a surge of confidence. Situ Yufeng hesitated on how to broach the subject with her until he noticed the pale-faced Longju slightly part her lips to speak. Upon realizing it was Di Fani who entered, Xiao Qinghuan's initial surprise quickly dissipated. Chu Wu's public reprimand left her speechless, unable to muster a single retort. "It's a zombie." "A zombie?" Lu Mao exclaimed, retreating several steps in fright before turning to flee. Bo Jinyuan's hand gently caressed Chu Wu's hair, akin to soothing a pampered cat. At the sound, she lifted her head. Look at the extra layer of flesh on my belly. How do you intend to compensate me?" Lan Ning complained. At that moment, Fan Rin comprehended that the dragon princess must have had a previous connection with him, which explained her immediate confrontation with Xie Miao. Lu Ji exited the commander's tent, returning to his quarters to summon his strategists, instructing them to promptly devise a battle plan. Many strategists were idle under Di Qing, so Lu Ji gathered them, ensuring his camp was well staffed. Ao Qingxuang gazed at Fan Rin in bewilderment, unable to fathom how an ordinary mortal could possess such a voracious appetite. Fan Wujiao had previously informed Fan Rin that He Wuchang collects those who commit crimes while Bai Wuchang gathers those blessed with virtue. Thus, while He Wuchang represents peace in the world, Bai Wuchang signifies wealth at first sight, though the distinctions often blur in the realm of the living. To acquire data from Huoxiang in a short time frame, she realized she must ingrain this knowledge in her mind, ensuring efficiency and avoiding futile efforts. "That is why I wish to have you by my side," she asserted. Gu Shaoran emerged from her shower, wrapped in a towel, her figure undeniably alluring. "Nai, Grandpa has become the wind and resides among the stars," she whispered tenderly, embracing Nai's head in a moment of serene silence. Chapter 125. Shenyang credit cards simultaneously. The authorities began to announce that the candidate for the 16th term, Park Chan-yeol, endorsed by the party, was the most capable individual to assume the presidency of South Korea. Major conglomerates prepared to contribute substantial funds to the most formidable presidential hopeful, all eyes fixed on the era of intelligence. For only in this intelligent age could they obtain valuable insights in a timely manner. In the office of the chairman of Intelligent Era Company, senior executives gathered. The operations at the Wang family of medicine were proceeding smoothly, adhering to Bai Yolan's directives to establish medical clinics across the entirety of northern Tang, saving countless lives. Ding Guogua gently stroked his head, her heart softening as if melting. He could travel thousands of miles to the snowy country to find her. Why could she not accompany him to the moon country for a few years? Before her stood a grand hall, constructed in traditional wooden architecture. It was magnificent, distinctly different from the palatial halls of the Ming and Qing dynasties, bearing a unique Miao style. Additionally, there were dozens of steps leading up to the hall, all crafted from earth bricks. The following day, Jiang Ting arrived at the company, opening her drawer without noticing anything amiss and immersing herself in her work. If she chose not to look, then so be it. Although Wu Yuyu, a model, had worn various garments, she was not so composed as to appreciate such things alongside a man. However, she could tolerate many things. But the fact that these four individuals had not discarded their equipment was intolerable. Ben Lei had no choice but to retreat reluctantly and relay a message to Shiyu. He knew that the prince had been poisoned for many years and that even the ghost doctor could not find an antidote. It was not something that could be resolved in an instant. He was merely overwhelmed with joy at the sudden glimmer of hope for the prince. Ding Guogua felt indifferent. His presence or absence held no significance for her. Initially, she had entered the palace solely to attend to the emperor's health, and once her task was complete, she would depart. She wished to maintain a certain distance from everyone to avoid entanglements. Even though she felt a flicker of attraction towards the seventh prince, she would not allow herself to be ensnared. The sharpness in her gaze intensified as she pondered how close this man's vehicle was to her sister's, enabling him to scrutinize everything so closely. Fortunately, during their meal, the number of attendees was sparse. Feier and Jin Sheng were at home, while Shenhua, having quarreled with the wine god, was likely engrossed in conversation with his father. Hong Yin was also present. Wu Ai was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he smiled. "What you have done is commendable." She understood that Zi Qi was employing a method of reciprocation, and by erasing those individuals' memories, it alleviated much of their troubles. Nonetheless, this approach left a profound impression. Now that the infant spirit was so fierce, having previously caused the demise of its siblings and now injuring its mother, returning home would only lead to further calamity. "Speak. How shall we resolve this?" She was so enraged that she could barely bear to look at his face, her gaze coldly piercing through the car window, watching the ever-changing scenery rush past her. resembling a blurred abstract painting. She felt as though she saw everything yet understood nothing, enveloped in a haze. The man was indeed handsome, with sharp features, but his prolonged indulgence in wine and pleasure had rendered his body extremely frail, bearing a sickly pallor akin to that of a consumptive. Furthermore, there were countless others. If those individuals perished, none of these events would transpire. They all deserved to die. Listening to the Empress Dowager express her deep affection for Prince Qi, Xiang Zishi instantaneously conjured a melodramatic romance in her mind. Gao Huaizhen indeed responded. Emperor Shizong ascended the throne in the second year of Tianzhuan. He would not utter a single additional word. Jian Wei was unaware that Gao Huaizhen was fully aware of her intentions towards Wanyan Liang, and thus was utterly unwilling and afraid to engage with her in any measure. Following the attack, Jingyi had replaced all the locks in her home and sought out Xianyuan Fan to learn martial arts.